Fairy Tale. Master 8 Types of Dragon Slaying Magic at the Start. Chapter 1. Ahohohu. A strange cry came into his ears. Mobai slowly opened his eyes. There seemed to be a huge black shadow. Mobai subconsciously stretched out his arm to touch it, and it was hard. Is it a big rock? His vision finally became clear. Mobai could see clearly that there was a 2-meter-tall rhino in front of him. The four looked at each other. Mobai smiled awkwardly. He retracted his arm, stood up and ran back. Where did this come from? Is this still China? And where did such a big rhino come from? Didn't I just go out to have some soy sauce? Before I went home, I heard that the Fairy Tale 100 Years quest was going to be updated, and then I waited for a car on the roadside. While escaping, Mobai finally remembered his memory before he fainted. I don't know which bastard driver got drunk in broad daylight. It rushed all the way and sent Mobai, who was waiting for the red light on the sidewalk, flying. Mobai had read many novels about reincarnation after death, but this was the first time he had seen a script about a person dying after reincarnation. Roar. Although the rhino was a little slow to react. It chased after Mobai relentlessly, roaring from time to time. Mobai looked around while running. He was now in a desolate mountain with jagged rocks. The road was not flat, and in panic, Mobai stumbled almost every few steps. On the contrary, the rhino's huge paws landed steadily, and every movement seemed to cause the mountain to shake. Mobai turned slightly and found that the distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer, so he gritted his teeth. I bet it doesn't have a good brain. Mobai rolled over and hid behind a rock next to him. Perhaps because the target disappeared, the sound of the rhino's movement gradually stopped. Mobai finally breathed a sigh of relief and poked his head out to observe the situation with a little trepidation. Why is this big guy still there? Wait, what is it doing? In his sight, the rhino was tense all over, and one of its feet kept rubbing backwards. It was clearly rushing towards this side. Realizing that something was wrong, Mobai was about to move his position, and the rock behind him instantly shattered. It was too late. The charge of this thing was too fierce, and it shattered along with the huge rock. What kind of life is this? I died twice in one day. And both times I was hit and flew away. Mobai closed his eyes in despair. He let his body draw a beautiful arc in the air. Warning. But strangely, except for the friction injury on his back when it touched the ground, he did not feel any pain in his body. In other words, the huge rock attack just now hardly caused him much damage. Not only that, Mobai even smelled a hint of familiarity from the broken rocks. What's going on? On the other side, the rhino noticed Mobai's strangeness and showed a hint of doubt. It was ready to rush over. Mobai did not continue to run away, but instead focused his eyes on the rocks scattered on the ground. Then, he picked up a piece of the ground and put it into his mouth. Crunch, crunch. Mobai didn't know what he was thinking. Maybe the behavior at this moment is more like an instinctive reaction of the body. Originally thought that the rock would be astringent and astringent, but when it was eaten, it tasted particularly crisp. It was as if there was strength in the stomach, which spread to all parts of the body. What's wrong with me? Mobai felt the changes in his body in surprise, and the strength accumulated more and more. Almost relying on instinct again, Mobai shouted loudly. A strong pressure spread from his body. The rhino, which had been attacking Mobai frantically, was shocked upon hearing the sound, and its body froze in place. Although it only lasted for a few seconds, the rhino shook itself up and resumed its charging posture. Mobai looked down at his hands and clenched his fists. Did I do the explosion just now? If I could use all this power in one place, I might really be able to defeat this beast. Roar. As the rhino rushed at him at a more violent speed, Mobai stopped dodging blindly. Instead, he took a deep breath and stretched out his lunge, exerting force with his arms forward. In his sight, the rhino's figure continued to enlarge until he was level with its ferocious eyes. Bang! The rhino's heavy blow seemed to make the entire mountain tremble. But Mobai stood in front of it motionless, with his hands firmly blocking the rhino's rough cheeks. Successful. This rock seems to contain something special. Eating it will increase your strength. Restraining his joy, Mobai jumped and pulled his body to the side. While the rhino turned around, in the gap, Mobai swept away all the broken rocks. As expected, more powerful magic power accumulated in his chest. Power will surge up after eating. The fear had long dissipated. When the rhino turned its clumsy body, Mobai was already ready. And even stretched out a finger to activate the long-lost martial arts skills. Come here. Ahohu. Faced with the shameless provocation of humans who were so many times thinner than itself, the rhino beast rushed over desperately like crazy. At the same time, Mobai closed his eyes and took a deep breath, carefully feeling the changes in his body. Just when the rhino was about to hit his body. Now. Mobai did not hold back at all, and vomited all the existing power. The majestic energy storm mixed with the broken rocks just swallowed burst out of his mouth instantly. Mobai opened his eyes wide in surprise and found that his breath had formed a huge sandstorm. The heavy body of the rhino was swept into it, and it was lifted off the ground like a piece of paper and blown to a protruding stone more than 10 meters away. Bang! The sand and dust dissipated. The protruding stone was hit with dense spider web-like cracks. The rhino's body straddled it and could no longer move. Mobai's mouth was still open, not because he continued to release the storm, but because of surprise. Obviously, the terrifying attack was beyond his own expectations. Recalling the scenes that just happened and the attack method just now. A flash of lightning flashed through Mobai's mind. Wait, this is Dragon Slayer magic. I am a Dragon Slayer wizard. Chapter 2. Mobai finally realized that he had traveled through time and space and entered fairy tale. This is a world of magic, and the manipulator of magic is called a wizard. What he just showed was an extremely rare dragon-slaying magic, a legendary way to kill dragons. In addition, the biggest feature of dragon-slaying magic is that it swallows most of the elements of the same attribute and converts them into its own magic power. And this element limitation also includes the opponent's magic. In other words, no matter how much magic a magician who plays with fire casts, he will only be swallowed by a dragon-slaying wizard with fire attributes. Free experience. So, I am a rock-type dragon-slaying wizard. Swallowing rocks and converting them into power. Let's call that move just now the roar of the cave dragon. Mobai sat down on the spot, gently placed his right hand on his chest, and carefully felt the fluctuations of magic power coming from his body. About half a minute later, a majestic and tenacious magic power slowly triggered from his chest and gradually spread to his whole body. Mobai looked down at his body, and his skin had changed a little, and the color was more like dark brown rock. Like earth armor. Intuition told Mobai that with this blessing, his defense would not be worse than the thick-skinned rhino just now. But this magic power doesn't seem to be coming out, and I can't cast it instantly. Is it because I'm not proficient? After all, it took a full half a minute. If we really wanted to fight, this time would have been gone. Thinking of this, Mobai focused his attention again, running the magic power in his body, trying to make himself more familiar with the secret. In a trance, he seemed to walk into a dark space, and not far ahead was a dark brown shuttle-shaped dragon-killing magic crystal, which was flashing at this moment. Mobai could clearly sense that the crystal exuded amazing magic power, exactly the same as the breath in the battle just now. But, I seem to have smelled the breath of other magic. Mobai did not stay for too long, and controlled his mind to continue moving his body forward. Until the magic crystal behind him disappeared. This magic power is getting closer and closer, and there is a feeling of heat. Mobai couldn't help but speed up his pace. It's almost there. After walking through so much darkness, a fiery red magic crystal suddenly appeared in front of him. The shape is exactly the same as the previous rock dragon slaying magic crystal. The heat is coming from it. Fire dragon slaying magic crystal. Mobai was overjoyed and quickly used the magic power in his body to wrap it up. It has to be said that this thing is still a bit hot. Time passed by. Under Mobai's gaze, the magic crystal finally shone, and Mobai's own magic power also had a hint of flame. Success. 2 dragon-slaying magic crystals. Looking at the whole world, dragon-slaying wizards are extremely rare. Except for the 5 children who were raised by real dragons and learned dragon-slaying magic 400 years ago. Most other dragon-slaying wizards implanted magic crystals in their bodies to comprehend dragon-slaying magic. Perhaps the dragon-killing crystal is too expensive, or perhaps it is some special rejection reaction. Except for a few perverts, I have never seen anyone who can implant 2 magic crystals into the body at the same time. The source of magic power does not seem to end. Maybe there will be other gains ahead. After calming down a little, Mobai walked towards the edge of darkness again. With the experience just now, Mobai speeded up with expectation. Not long after walking forward, an exquisite yellow crystal came into view. Sure enough, this magic power is a thunder-attributed dragon-killing crystal. Compared to the previous rock and fire, the thunder-attributed energy is particularly violent. I am afraid that it will be paralyzed by its counterattack if you are not careful. But Mobai had previous experience and did not rush it. He just slowly used magic power to assimilate it bit by bit. Yes, it is the thunder attribute. The same power as Laxus. After taking the power of the 3rd dragon-killing magic crystal into his pocket, Mobai simply did not hide it and burst out magic power in one breath. The same magic fluctuations instantly resonated in his mind. Then he made an amazing discovery. There are 5 more crystals. Wouldn't that mean I have 8 kinds of dragon-killing magic at the same time? Mobai took a long breath and raised his hand to rub his face. It's not time to be happy yet. What he needs to do now is to refine them all in one go. Mobai quickly stepped forward to follow the trail. The Iron Dragon's dragon-killing magic crystal swallows steel and iron, and is specially used to break sharp blades. The Water Dragon's dragon-killing magic crystal, with the help of the Water Dragon's power, instantly stirs up a storm. The Wood Dragon's dragon-killing magic crystal controls life. Earth Dragon, thick black thorns. The last one is the power of wind, Storm Dragon magic crystal. Absorb the storm, soar with the wind. After absorbing and refining the power of the remaining 5 magic crystals in one breath, Mobai instantly felt that the magic power in his body was several times more powerful. 8 elements of Dragon Slayer magic crystal, tut tut. Doesn't that mean that as long as the magic used by the opponent in the future is within the 8 powers of water, fire, wind, rock, wood, earth, thunder and iron, I can devour their magic power and transform it into my own power? Mobai couldn't help smacking his lips. Such a powerful force. Looking at the entire kingdom, his strength is enough to rank among the top wizards. Returning from the consciousness space to reality, Mobai still saw the vast expanse of mountains and rocks in front of him. Now, it's time to find the guild. Since I'm here, of course I have to join the Fairy Tale Guild. Standing up from the ground, Mobai stretched his body and was about to leave when his sidelight suddenly swept to a rocky area in the distance. In his sight was a short old man, probably not even as tall as Mobai's thighs. The old man had a Mediterranean hairstyle and was sitting leisurely on a rock drinking tea and resting. Little did he know that 2 hungry wolves had already appeared behind him. The hungry wolves showed their sharp claws and teeth, and their bodies leaned down slightly, ready to pounce and bite. "Uncle, be careful behind you!" Mobai shouted loudly from a distance subconsciously. However, the old man seemed not to hear it. He took a sip of the hot tea in the cup, his eyes narrowed into a slit, and his whole face was full of comfort. Is this old man hard of hearing? Mobai slapped his head. Before he could make the next move, 2 hungry wolves flew towards the old man. I thought it would be a bloody hunt. Mobai was even prepared to mourn for the old man. Just when the hungry wolves were less than half a meter away from the old man finally noticed something. He turned around slowly, looking calm. Then, in Mobai's horrified eyes, the old man's left fist suddenly expanded dozens of times, and he threw it out heavily, knocking the two wolves directly into the air with extremely fast speed and pressure. The old man smiled, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Mobai swallowed his saliva, as if he remembered something, and the expression on his face gradually changed to ecstasy. The giant magic, and this hairstyle, this figure, there is no mistake. It's him. It's him. Chapter 3. Fairy Tale, President Makarov. Although this president is usually just an old man who is not serious and a little bit lustful, he is currently the most reliable person in Fairy Tale. His strength is even listed as one of the 10 holy wizards by the council. Mobai originally wanted to join the Fairy Tale Guild, but now he ran into President Makarov by chance. Luck is coming, and it cannot be stopped. Perhaps it just made up for his non-African physique in his previous life when he drew cards and got the guaranteed minimum and was crooked. When Makarov's arm returned to its normal size, Mobai was about to step forward to talk, but the old man walked towards him with a smile on his face. Young man, thank you for your reminder just now. Ahem. Actually, I didn't help much. Mobai wanted to say something else, but Makarov showed an awkward smile on his face. I seem to be lost. Do you know how to get out of here? Puff. Mobai almost spit it out. Sure enough, everyone in Fairy Tale has an innate sense of relaxation. This sense of relaxation will not change with age and status. But then again, Mobai has been here for less than an hour, and he doesn't have a map in his hand. You, a local, are asking me for directions. Seeing that Mobai didn't respond, Makarov blushed. In that case, I won't bother you anymore, hee. I have to find the way back to the guild quickly, otherwise I don't know what those little guys will do. Wait. Makarov was about to randomly choose a lucky direction, but was stopped by Mobai. Storm Dragon, wings. As Mobai murmured, magic power accumulated on his back, and gradually a pair of illusory wings appeared. Under Makarov's stunned eyes, Mobai gently grabbed his shoulders and flapped his wings to fly into the sky. The power of the Storm Dragon magic crystal that Mobai absorbed at the end was very special. It seems that Mobai cannot simply absorb air to restore his magic power. But as a compensation, it can give Mobai the ability to fly and spread his wings anytime and anywhere. Generally speaking, it is still a relatively convenient magic. Mobai smiled and said, although I don't know the way back, at least this way I can see more clearly. Makarov nodded with satisfaction. Well, nowadays, the young generation of wizards are so skilled that they can even fly. Thank you, uncle. Mobai changed his words immediately. It's better to pretend that he doesn't know him in the current situation. After taking a casual glance at the surrounding scenery, Makarov said nonchalantly. I just watched your battle. Although your magic power is very strong, remember to release it evenly, otherwise it will not be conducive to long-term attack and defense. Of course, I am just expressing my opinion casually. You look about 18 or 19 years old. In terms of your own strength, it is already very strong to reach this level at your age. I just don't know what the result will be compared with the little brats in our guild. Hearing this, Mobai immediately thought of those familiar figures. Natsu, the fire dragon slayer wizard, Lucy, the rich star spirit girl who escaped from home, Gray who would not fight unless he took off his clothes. And Mobai's favorite fairy queen, Urza. The adventure of this team was his youth. When Mobai thought that he was about to be with them in person, he couldn't suppress his excitement and unconsciously sped up again. Makarov pointed to the front and said, see that big pine tree? Follow this direction and you will reach Magnolia. Magnolia. Yes, that's the town where our guild is located. It has been developing here for about 100 years. Makarov said proudly. Mobai also made up his mind. I sent him back to Fairy Tale, so it's not too much for him to pull me into the guild. Thinking of this, Mobai tentatively said, well, uncle, I don't have a place to settle down yet. I wonder if I can. Yes. Ah. Mobai wanted to test Makarov's tone indirectly, but he agreed before he finished speaking. Makarov disagreed and continued. The guild is a place to provide jobs for the little ghosts. When we officially arrive, whether you want to stay or not, I will respect your wishes. But believe me, you will fall in love with the guild. In addition, there will be an S-class wizard assessment in half a year, and your strength is also likely to be selected. But that's all for the future. I'll take you to visit the guild later. S-class wizard, the soldier test. If he could pass it, it would prove his strength to some extent, right? Mobai was eager to find an opportunity to shine, and he couldn't hold back his excitement. He subconsciously cheered when he heard the exciting news. But he forgot that his hands were still holding Makarov's shoulders. Ah! As Mobai felt his hands were empty for no reason, a shrill scream came from under him. Look down. Makarov's face was pale as if he had lost his soul, and he fell straight down like a kite with a broken string, with his 4 legs facing the sky. Mobai quickly dived down awkwardly. Only then did he grab Makarov's shoulders and fly again before he fell to the ground. Ahem, sorry, sir. Don't get excited, fly steady. By the way, kid, I don't know your name yet. Mobai. Mobai, such a short name. It's not far after we pass the woods ahead. Half an hour later. After flying over the bustling streets and towns, under the guidance of Makarov, the two finally stopped in front of a towering building. This is our guild fairy tale, Makarov wanted to say something, but his stomach suddenly churned, and he squatted against the wall and vomited. Next time, fly steady. I can't stand it. The voice went in Mobai's left ear and out his right ear, and he didn't even think about it. At this moment, he was completely attracted by the guild in front of him. The house was not very tall or large, perhaps it could only be called a condensed castle, but the flag hanging in the center was particularly eye-catching. The guild emblem of fairy tale. Seeing Mobai's expression, Makarov wiped his mouth and introduced to Mobai proudly. This is the Fairy Tale Guild, the home of a group of rebellious little devils. As for why it is called fairy tale, to be honest, we have no idea whether fairies really exist. After all, we have never seen them. Unknown mysteries represent eternal adventures. Mobai, as the president, I welcome you to Fairy Tale. Chapter 4. I'm back. Makarov was merciless and kicked the guild door open. Well, you're welcome, come in and feel free. Makarov was about to tell Mobai to come in and sit down, but a wooden chair suddenly flew into his face. It made his nose bleed. Shouts came from inside. Fire bastard, I've disliked you for a long time. You stripping pervert, I'll knock you down today. The magic power of ice and fire exploded from the center of the hall. Even though Mobai was at the door, he could still feel the intense atmosphere. Natsu, Gray. Within sight, two teenagers manipulated ice and fire magic to wrestle with each other. One was wrapped in a thick white scarf, and the other took off all his clothes on the upper body. Well, as you can see, everyone in the guild always likes to quarrel, so that it looks harmonious. Makarov wiped the blood from his nose, forced a smile and patiently explained to Mobai. What he didn't know was that Mobai already knew everyone here, and the love-hate relationship in the guild was commonplace. Fire Dragon's Claws. Ice Shape. Ice Wall. The boy wrapped in a white scarf was the Fire Dragon Slayer wizard Natsu, and his opponent was Gray, the Ice Shape wizard. The so-called ice shape is to release ice attribute energy to transform it into various shapes, such as various weapons used in battle, to attack. Perhaps it is due to the mutual restraint of fire and ice magic attributes. Except when the guild is united against the outside, the two will always fight from morning to night. Gray, clothes. The female wizard next to him reminded expressionlessly. I've long been accustomed to Gray's quirk. Gray was surprised and said, "Ah, when did I take it off?" Natsu didn't give Gray a chance to breathe, and kicked him away while he was stunned. A light flashed in the air. Mobai cast his eyes on Natsu, who had taken advantage of him, and found that he had a pair of shorts in his hand. As his fingers turned, the shorts kept spinning up and down. Wait, could this be? Mobai suddenly thought of something and looked at the other side. Sure enough. Gray stood up from the corner naked. He didn't cover his private parts at all, and walked around in front of everyone. Give me back my pants. Hey, come and get them. Natsu laughed wantonly. Ice style, Lancer. Gray gritted his teeth and directly released the weapon attack of the style magic. The ice spear shot forward. It accurately hit Elfman next to Natsu. Men, how old are you two? You keep fighting all day long. Aren't you annoying? None of your business. Take my fire dragon's iron fist. Natsu punched Elfman in the face. Elfman, who was beaten away, ran into someone else and knocked the pipe out of his mouth. Asshole, don't get in the way. You're not worth a single blow. That's enough. What are you arguing about? Whose slippers fell into my wine barrel? Damn it. Behave yourself. Men should prove their strength with their fists. Not long after. Everyone in the guild was fighting. It took only 1 or 2 minutes to make a mess. This is the fairy tale I'm familiar with. Mobai held back his laughter and watched with great interest. President, welcome back Tilda. A sweet female voice suddenly came from the side, which was out of tune with the noise of others. Mobai looked up and was instantly attracted by her grace. Marahe. Is this a newcomer? Hello Tilda. Marahe smiled and extended her hand to Mobai in a friendly manner. With her silver hair like a waterfall and a light pink long skirt, her every frown and smile fully showed the temperament of the guild's poster girl. She is indeed a super beauty who can be on the cover of Wizard Weekly. As if she noticed the stiff expression of Makarov beside Mobai, Marahe looked at the people who were still fighting behind her, smiled bitterly and said, "It seems that everyone is very energetic today. After the fight is over, everyone should go to work seriously." Pop. In the chaotic fight, someone threw a bottle of wine, hitting Marahe's head. Marahe was knocked unconscious. Mobai swallowed his saliva and stood there. At this moment, he could clearly sense that Makarov beside him was gathering a huge and terrifying magic power. A bunch of idiots, stop now. Makarov's roar spread throughout the whole city, meeting hall. Almost everyone stopped what they were doing and looked over at once. Except for Natsu and Gray who were still fighting in the corner. When everyone else kept quiet, the two continued to do their own thing, and their voices were particularly harsh. Can you put on your clothes before fighting with me? That thing is always shaking and it's annoying. You still have the nerve to say that. Who took my pants away? How do I know you're not wearing anything inside? This is intolerable. Makarov finally couldn't hold it back, and directly activated the magic power in his body to make his whole body huge. The shadow was projected on the ground, and the vision became dark. The two realized that something was wrong, and they looked up at the same time. Huh, President, when did you come back? Facing these two unrepentant villains, Makarov was not polite at all, raised his leg and kicked them down together. Simple and crude, and very useful. No, I don't dare. Until he heard a begging voice under his feet, Makarov returned to his original form and returned to Mobai, asking seriously. So, after knowing that the guild is full of such noisy guys, Mobai, are you still willing to join Fairy Tale? Yes. Mobai nodded without hesitation. Very good. Welcome to join us. Makarov called for 100 responses, and everyone seemed to have completely forgotten the noise just now, and all gathered around Mobai. I am the man Elfman, newcomer, and compete with me with fists right now. You look about the same age as Natsu and the others, what magic can you do? The newcomer brought back by the president must be extraordinary Tilda. Men and women pulled Mobai to ask questions, and were particularly affectionate. Everyone seemed to be familiar with each other, and there was no sign of just meeting each other. Mobai was able to escape only when Marajan approached with the magic emblem. This is the emblem of our guild. As long as you engrave it on a part of your body, you will officially join Fairy Tale Tilda. The emblem is a special magic symbol. Although the magic power is weak, it will not be washed off or rubbed off, unless it is erased by magic. Mobai smiled and unbuttoned his shirt. Such an important thing should be printed on the chest. Feeling the slight magic fluctuations coming from his body, Mobai gently stroked the emblem on his chest. The more he looked at it, the more he liked it. From now on, he officially became a member of Fairy Tale. Chapter 5. This is the guild's bulletin board. The job of a wizard is to complete various commissions on it and get rewards. Bringing Mobai to the side wall, Marajan introduced them to Mobai one by one. Different commissions have different difficulties and rewards. You can choose any job you want to complete. Just give me the commission tilde. After simply thanking Marajan, Mobai carefully checked the content posted above. D-level mission, patrol the streets of Magnolia at night, no special requirements, reward 3000 J. C-level mission, ignite the sacred fire of Anuba village, limited to fire wizards, reward 20,000 J. B-level mission, expedited, chase 2 night walkers of the Thieves Guild and take back the stolen magic crystal, no special requirements, reward 88,000 J. A-level mission, defeat the beast Vulcan of Kobo Mountain and obtain the top horn of the head of the King of Vulcan, no special requirements, reward 400,000 J. J is the universal currency of Fairy Tale, equivalent to berry in One Piece, or gold coins in other world novels. For the first time working, it is recommended to start with simple commissions tilde, Marajan suggested. Or, there are still many people resting in the guild today, and it feels too difficult, you can find everyone to team up and go to complete the task together tilde. Mobai is still hesitant. It's not that I can't find a job I like. But the commissions posted so far are too simple. The highest reward among the A-level commissions is just to conquer Vulcan. Mobai is naturally familiar with Vulcan. A kind of ape-like magical beast, it has been active in the Kobo Snow Mountain for many years to attack travelers. It is agile and can be considered a tough opponent. But after all, they do not have magic power in their bodies. For some powerful wizards, they are just minions. Mobai made a calculation in his mind. Although I am a newcomer now, according to the previous experience, my strength should not be weak. At least some ordinary S-level tasks can still be competent. Unfortunately, due to the difficulty and danger of S-level tasks, it is necessary to obtain the approval of the president and pass the assessment, and personally grant the title of S-level wizard to be eligible to take the commission. Makarov also explained before that the assessment will be in half a year, and it is probably difficult to achieve in a short time. In that case, we can only choose to conquer Vulcan. The reward is not too small. Mobai was thinking, and was about to take off the commission sheet, but a female voice came from the door again. I heard that the president came back from the meeting of the council. And brought a newcomer. What a familiar voice, Mobai said secretly. Compared with the sweetness of Marajan, the tone of this voice has a bit more unquestionable boldness. Everyone's eyes gathered together. At the door, a beautiful woman in armor appeared here, and her long crimson hair was particularly dazzling in the sun. Urza. Oh my god, Urza is back. It's over, I haven't worked these days, and I will definitely be killed by her later. I'll be respectful first. Urza slowly walked into the hall and looked around. Suddenly there was silence. Everyone's heart was in their throat, and they turned their heads aside, afraid to look her in the eye. Kana, would normal people drink directly from a bucket? Bishida, if you want to dance, go out and dance. Wakaba, your cigarette ashes all over the floor, clean it up now. Take the cloth, all you can do is hang around on the bulletin board, get to work now. And you. All the wizards whose names were mentioned by Urza were frowning, but they didn't dare to refute, so they had to do it one by one. The biggest changes were Natsu and Gray. Although the two had just been punished by Makarov, they were ready to fight again. But when they heard Urza's voice, they immediately linked arms and stood shoulder to shoulder and became close brothers. Natsu, Gray, you should have gotten along well during my absence, right? Urza asked. Of course, we are the closest family. Yes, we got along very well today, and there was absolutely no fighting. Looking at the scene in front of him, Mobai couldn't help but complain in his heart. As expected of the Fairy Queen, not only is she powerful, but she is also a member of the Discipline Committee. After finding out almost all the problems of the entire guild, Urza approached Mobai. You are the newcomer Mobai brought by the president, right? I am Urza, you can always come to me if you have any questions. These two simple sentences made Mobai feel quite important. Thank you. Aluza shook her head gently. You're welcome. Since this is your first mission, it's better to find someone to go with you. As it happens, my last job has been completed. When you choose the commission, I will team up with you. Huh. The voice fell into the crowd. The guild members looked at each other and cast sympathetic eyes on Mobai. It's so pitiful. He was tortured by Urza right after joining the guild. Do you think Mobai would be tempted by Urza because she is beautiful, and then happily go on a mission together? If you dare to think so, you will be punished. I just hope that after this mission, he will not break down and cry and quit the guild. I still have to find a chance to persuade him to refuse tactfully. The five senses of the Dragon Slayer are particularly sharp, and the whispers are very clear in Mobai's ears, making him laugh and cry. Urza, how can she be so scary? When I first watched Fairy Tail, my favorite character was the Fairy Queen. Although she is one of the strongest S-class wizards in the guild, she is handsome and bold, and has a strong leadership temperament. But often deep in the hearts of such girls, there is a little-known side, which is only shown to the closest people. Back to reality, Mobai took 2 steps forward and took the commission directly. I choose the A-level mission, to defeat Vulcan. Uproar. The crowd wanted to say something, but they were frightened by Urza's look and dared not move. I chose the A-level for the first commission. I admire your courage, but don't worry, even if you are in danger, I will take you back to the guild safely. Urza turned around and said to Mobai. Actually, I'm not that bad. Mobai replied weakly. Urza smiled and patted Mobai's shoulder gently. I'm not saying you're weak, I just want to protect you. Give the order to Mira for registration, and we'll set off now. Before Mobai could react, he suddenly felt an unknown force on his neck. Then his whole head was brought down, and his vision gradually became dark. Puff. Urza is accustomed to burying other people's heads in her chest. But can you take off the armor first next time? This thing is really hard. What's the difference between hitting a stone? Although this is considered physical intimacy. However, through the tough armor, Mobai didn't take advantage of Urza at all, so he had to cover his forehead that was hurt by the pressure and go to Mirajan to register. Everyone, we're leaving first. Until the 2 figures disappeared in front of the door. In an instant, the hall resumed the noise just now. Macau, I remember that you were captured by Vulcan last time and became his wife, right? The first half is true, but what about the second half? With Urza here, they shouldn't have much trouble. Are you kidding? The commission is to get the head of the King of Vulcan, which is incomparable to ordinary Vulcans. In addition, it is Mount Hako. What if there is a blizzard? Perhaps Urza can complete it alone, but if she brings a newcomer. Oh, don't worry too much. In the chaos, the old man's voice was suddenly heard, and Makarov was sitting leisurely at the front desk, as usual, casual and uninhibited. President. Makarov said casually. Don't worry about getting into danger, this new member is very strong. Is that so? But when Urza came back just now, where did you go, President? Did you hide because you were afraid of being scolded by her? Shut up. Chapter 6. Kobo Mountain. After just a few dozen miles in the carriage, the snow-covered mountains were in front of us. Mobai couldn't help but shudder. Urza looked ahead and said thoughtfully, "After crossing this snow slope, we will reach the area where Vulcan often appears. While the weather is not bad now, we should find the king of Vulcan as soon as possible." Mobai moved forward step by step. Although the weather was still clear, the snow covered his entire feet. Be careful not to step on empty air or slip," Urza kept reminding. Mobai followed behind her with a bitter smile. "I am also a wizard, don't think of me as a child, right?" "Well, indeed. But what is your magic?" Urza asked. "Well, you will know when we fight later." Mobai kept it a secret. But to be honest, he was still a little excited. As they went deeper into the snow, the road became steeper and the snow layer gradually thickened, covering their ankles. Mobai suddenly had an idea. "I remember that I have a water-attributed Dragon Slayer crystal in my body. Maybe eating the snow on the ground can also increase my magic power." Mobai made a snowball and threw it directly into his mouth. As the snowball melted in his mouth with a cool feeling, his energy was indeed restored, but it was pitifully small. It was nothing compared to the energy obtained from swallowing rocks before. As Mobai was thinking, Urza beside him suddenly stretched out her arm to block him. "There is a Vulcan hidden on the hill at 1 o'clock. Ah!" As soon as Urza finished speaking, a group of white ape-like monsters swooped down from it and rushed towards the two of them. It was the Vulcan they wanted to attack. Vulcans have lived in the Kobo Mountain for many years, and their body structure has long been adapted to this place. In the snow, they are even faster, and in a blink of an eye, they meet Mobai and the others. Roughly estimated, there are more than 30 of them. What makes Mobai embarrassed is that these Vulcans seem to have no interest in him. Instead, they all surround Urza, and their lecherous eyes sweep over Urza's body unscrupulously. Change clothes. Heavenly wheel armor. Urza does not hesitate at all. As the magic circle under her body rotates, the original armor on her body is replaced instantly. Ah! After changing clothes, Urza's snow-white skin is more exposed, and the Vulcans immediately scream with excitement. As one of the S-class wizards of fairy tale, Urza is best at disguise magic. She adjusts the armor and offensive and defensive methods through different battles. Finally, she wins with abundant magic power and extraordinary physical skills. The sky wheel armor used at this moment is made of steel armor, and there are 4 steel wings on the back. It is most suitable for dealing with a large number of enemies. Urza held the sword in both hands, and as the magic power was continuously released, more than a dozen sharp swords appeared out of thin air around her. Sky Wheel Dizzy Sword. The sharp sword was cast, and the closest Vulcan was the first to bear the brunt. His body was directly pierced, and he fell in the snow. Vulcans are creatures that are both wretched and love to bully the weak and fear the strong. Seeing that their companions were killed so easily, they couldn't help but collectively step back a few steps. This woman is so fierce. In contrast, the person next to her seems to have not made a move until now. Maybe he is just a muggle who can't do magic. The leading Vulcan thought so, and waved to the remaining dozen companions behind him, screaming a few times. Then he actually rushed directly towards Mobai. Damn it! Aware of the Vulcan's movements, Urza waved her swords and directly chopped down the 2 Vulcans in front of her, preparing to support Mobai. 4 more gathered beside her. "Mobai, be careful." Unable to get away quickly, Urza had to shout to the distance. However, Mobai still chose to stay where he was, allowing the dozen Vulcans to crawl quickly in front of him, while he secretly observed their positions. Almost all in one line. Magic power continued to accumulate in his body. Mobai carefully felt the fluctuations of magic power, which flowed from his abdomen to his throat, and his cheeks bulged bigger and bigger. Just as Vulcan stomped hard with his feet and prepared to attack in the air, a hot breath suddenly broke out. The roar of the fire dragon. Mobi's dragon-killing power hit the Vulcan group, and the scorching and majestic flames enveloped all the Vulcans, causing them to scream one after another. They didn't even have a chance to escape, and their bodies were burned to charcoal. They probably never dreamed that the guy they regarded as a muggle could breathe fire. Aluza, who was standing by, was also stunned by what was happening in front of her. This is Fire Dragon Slayer magic. She was very familiar with this attack method, which was almost the same as Natsu's. Besides Natsu, are there other Fire Dragon Slayers? Could it be that Mobi also learned magic from the Fire Dragon? The current crisis has not been completely resolved. Urza can't afford to be distracted and turns to deal with Vulcan on her side. However, since she has learned that Mobi's powerful strength does not need her protection, Urza is more able to fight. After a minute, only 2 people were left standing. Urza looked around at the traces of Mobi's battle. The white snow that originally covered the old snow had been completely melted by the raging flames, revealing the bare mountain terrain. This destructive power, I'm afraid it won't be weaker than Natsu's. Aluza had a basic judgment of Mobi in her heart. After finishing his own battle, Mobi also slowly walked towards Urza. Aluza tilted her head and showed an interested smile. I really underestimated you at the beginning. It seems that the president has brought us a new dragon slayer. However, you and Natsu are both fire dragon slayers. Could it be that you were also raised by a dragon and can replenish magic power by swallowing fire? Mobi scratched his head. That's a bit hard to say. Simply put, I implanted some rare dragon slayer magic crystals into my body, and obtained dragon slayer magic. I have never seen a dragon, but I can indeed feed on fire. Maybe, I just happen to have the same attributes as Natsu. Aluza nodded slightly disappointed. She had heard from Natsu a long time ago that dragon-slaying magic was taught by the dragon himself. But one day, the fire dragon that raised him suddenly disappeared, and there has been no news since then. Mobi's situation did not seem to provide him with any clues. Aluza naturally did not know that Mobi had already known everything through the god's perspective. The reason why he did not reveal it was because he had just joined the guild and the time was not yet ripe. On the exposed snow-capped rock ground, the bodies of Vulcan were scattered all over the place, and all of this was done by the 2 wizards who were heading deep into the snow-capped mountains. Time passed by minute. The sunlight that was originally faintly felt was quietly covered by clouds, and grains of snow slowly fell. Chapter 7. By the way, this Hawkby mountain is big enough. We have been walking for so long. Mobi just finished speaking. Urza beside him suddenly stopped and looked into the distance, and said vigilantly. Be careful, the spherical ice cave in front is the nest of Vulcan, and the number may be several times that of the previous encounter. In addition, a few Vulcans have magic power and can use receiving magic, which will make the battle very difficult. And we have to face the King of Vulcan. According to rumors, the magic power of the King of Vulcan is particularly strong, even not weaker than that of ordinary wizards. There is also a saying that the King of Vulcan can control the weather here, and when angry, he can even summon a blizzard to bury the warriors who come to attack directly. In short, this will be an extremely dangerous opponent. Aluza's expression was serious, and her tone revealed her fear of the King of Vulcan. If it is so dangerous, why is it only an A-level mission? Mobi was puzzled. Because the client is only willing to pay 400,000 J and has been reluctant to increase the reward, this commission has been posted in the guild and no one is interested. I originally wanted to come here alone to solve it, but I didn't expect that you would also take a fancy to this commission. Urza explained. Mobi was quite speechless. Ah, what a ridiculous reason. Stop. Urza suddenly increased her voice and stared at the sky in the distance. The clouds there don't look right, and there seems to be a fluctuation of magic power. In just a few seconds, the 2 suddenly felt a strong wind, snowflakes rolled up, and even the balance of the body was difficult to maintain. In the sky, dark clouds gathered quietly, which was disturbing. Catch me. Urza suddenly stabbed the sword deep into the ground and shouted to Mobai. Mobai turned his head slightly and stared at the direction of the storm with sharp eyes. Although his vision gradually dimmed, he still found a vague black shadow in the distance, which was slowly moving towards him. Suddenly, a huge funnel-shaped cloud column dropped from the clouds, connecting the sky and the earth. It rotated at an astonishing speed, carrying the power that seemed to destroy everything. Tornado. A tornado blowing on a snowy mountain. Is this reasonable? It's the king of Vulcan. Although Mount Hawkby is covered with ice and snow all year round, there has never been such an abnormal phenomenon. Urza speculated with a solemn expression. It seems that the beast has already noticed that we will threaten it and wants to take the initiative. Mobai said while checking the surrounding environment. There were snow hills all around. And Urza and he happened to be in the lowest part of the terrain. Not only that, at the horizon in all directions, a huge monster gathered in a black mass at some point. It's Vulcan. In terms of size, it is much larger than the one encountered before. The number is also more amazing. These beasts are not stupid. They know how to use the terrain to set up an ambush. Seeing the encirclement shrinking and the tornado gradually approaching, Mobai finally saw the giant Vulcan shaking its head in the air in front of him. It seems that it is the king of Vulcan, the initiator of summoning the tornado. Ah! The king of Vulcan let out a monkey cry, and the Vulcan minions that were originally advancing together suddenly stopped moving forward and stood at the highest point of the snow slope. The tornado was mixed in the encirclement, constantly sending death signals to Mobai and Urza. It seems that the king of Vulcan wants to trap us to death. There are slopes all around, and it will be very difficult to break through. Change clothes. While analyzing the situation, Urza chose the purgatory armor with stronger close combat capabilities. She vowed to fight her way out. The defense on the left is the weakest, let's break out from there. Follow me, Mobai. Arusa's constant urging came into his ears. Mobai's eyes were always on the tornado that was getting bigger and closer, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. Maybe, I have a way to deal with that thing. What do you want to do? Mobai ignored Urza's question this time. His eyes were like torches, and then he took a deep breath in the direction of the tornado. Ah! The king of Vulcan saw Mobai's abnormal behavior of still standing there, and thought he was scared silly by the tornado, and let out a mocking roar. But the next second, it couldn't laugh anymore. Under the eyes of dozens of Vulcans, the tornado that originally carried a monstrous destructive force, now seemed to be controlled by humans. It turned into a bunch of concentrated energy beams, constantly flowing into Mobai's mouth. Super strong suction, incredible. Seeing the power decreasing, the king of Vulcan hurriedly urged the magic power in his body to strengthen the tornado. As the magic power continued to decrease, the tornado suddenly exploded with a stronger momentum, and the sound waves were shocking. It even directly swept several Vulcan minions that were close to it, and their bodies were torn apart in an instant. Seeing this, Mobai also exerted a little force and increased the frequency of inhalation. The king of Vulcan finally realized that something was wrong. The human in front of him had not used any magic, but he had eaten all the tornadoes that he had summoned with all his strength. As the magic power continued to be consumed and fatigue invaded, the two ape arms of the king of Vulcan continued to tremble, and the momentum of the tornado weakened. Until the last ray of storm energy rushed to the direction of Mobai, allowing it to be absorbed. Urza's beautiful eyes also flashed with confusion and shock. You, absorb the storm into your body. Aren't you the fire dragon slayer? The last bit of magic power in the king of Vulcan's body was finally drained, and he lay powerlessly on the snow slope, gasping for breath. On the other hand, Mobai was full of energy, and his magic power was even more abundant than when they just met. Mobai smiled confidently at Urza. Power will surge out after eating it. We'll talk about these things later. Next, it's time for us to fight back. The power of the storm flowed in his body, and Mobai could feel that it was a huge power he had never had before, far exceeding the magic power he had when fighting against Rhino. What a pity, I thought the storm dragon could recover its magic power by eating air, but I didn't expect it to only swallow the storm. But at least, it's enough to deal with the current situation. The wings slowly emerged from behind, and Mobai gently lowered his center of gravity. The body rushed out like an arrow from a string. In the eyes of the Vulcan King, because Mobai's body moved too fast, he could not detect it at all, and could only see the snowflakes raised during the flash attack. The Vulcan King was completely panicked, but he didn't know that Mobai had already come behind him. Storm Dragon's wing attack. When Mobai's figure was clear, the mountain-like body of the Vulcan King had already fallen, splashing large snow waves. The nearby Vulcan minions were horrified to find that the sharp horns on their leader's head were cut off. Mobai's teammate, Urza, was also surprised. It's too fast. Even if it were me, I wouldn't be able to kill the Vulcan King and get his sharp horns at the same time. After brushing off the snow on his body, Mobai casually played with the sharp horns in his hand. Your boss is dead. If you don't want to end up like him, you'd better disappear from my sight immediately. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Amidst the wailing of Vulcan, Mobai slowly returned to Urza, raised the sharp horn in his hand, and smiled a brilliant smile of victory. Chapter 8. In the evening, the sun began to slowly set, and the sky was dyed orange-red. As the outline gradually blurred, the light gradually softened. Mobai and Urza had already walked out of Kobo Mountain. Looking at the gradually darkening sky, they decided to continue their journey tomorrow. Bonfire. 2 wooden sticks with fish were roasted on it, crackling and gradually exuding fragrance. Mobai was looking forward to this dinner. But the strange eyes of his teammates next to him always stayed on him, making him feel uncomfortable. Cough cough. Mobai coughed twice tactically, and directly grabbed the half-cooked fish and put it into his mouth. The taste was fishy and astringent. But Mobai not only did not spit it out, but instead accelerated the speed of biting. Soon, a fish was eaten clean. Noticed that Urza was still looking at him with that look. Mobai finally couldn't help it. Big sister, you have been staring at my face since just now. Is there any magic text on it? No, I'm just curious about how much strength you have hidden. You have seen them all. Fire Dragon Slayer, Storm Dragon Slayer. By the way, he can fly. What else? Arusa's eyes never moved, always believing that Mobai had hidden his strength. Mobai felt uneasy when he was looked at. After a while, then a few more words came out of his mouth. And Iron Dragon Slayer magic. And what else? And Thunder Dragon. And what else? And water, wood, rock, earth. That's all. That's all. Mobai said helplessly, spreading his hands. I thought Urza would question it, but I didn't expect her to laugh out loud. 8 Dragon Slayer powers. It seems that I really underestimated you. A-level missions like this are too easy for you. Mobai shrugged and didn't comment. I heard you say before that in addition to Natsu, there is another Iron Dragon Slayer named Gajil in the guild. As a veteran, Mobai is naturally familiar with Gajil. And now I deliberately raised this question to sort out the timeline and see what will happen next. Urza said, Gajil. Speaking of which, he was not a member of our guild not long ago, but from another hostile guild, Phantom Ruler. After we went to war with Phantom Ruler, Gajil directly destroyed the guild with his Dragon Slayer ability. What you see now is the rebuilt fairy tale. But according to the president's meaning, since he is already a companion, the past will not be pursued. During this period of time, Gajil has been trying his best to integrate into us. Is that so? Mobai stroked his chin and thought. After listening to Urza's story, he also had a general idea of the time here. Mobai recalled the scene when Makarov just brought him back to the guild this morning. He vaguely remembered that there seemed to be a young man in a black coat on the second floor who had been watching the noise of the crowd, but he didn't say a word from beginning to end. That must be the grandson of the president, the Thunder Dragon Slayer Laxus. It seems he is still in the guild. I remember that he is still a reckless man who only pursues strength. It won't be long before he will start a civil war because he can't tolerate the current slackness of the guild. If we calculate according to this period, it is after the war with the ghost and before the civil war. Thinking of this, Mobai's pupils suddenly dilated and his body shook twice. At this moment, he finally sorted out the timeline and understood what time it was now. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Urza asked with concern. However, Mobai quickly regained his composure, smiled lightly and said it was nothing, and then changed the subject. Rest early, I'll keep watch. Aluza nodded. Okay, if you feel tired, you can call me to take over at any time. You have consumed a lot of magic power today. Don't forget that I am a dragon slayer. Compared with the swallowing storm, the magic power consumed is nothing. Mobai rolled his eyes and said. The waning moon hangs on the phoenix tree. The sound of the clock is interrupted and people are quiet. Tilting his head to look at his side, Urza is sleeping peacefully, and her breathing is gradually becoming even. Mobai got up and took off his coat, gently covering her. After the war with Phantom, before the fairy tale civil war. If nothing unexpected happens, the next thing is the Tower of Paradise incident. You still have to pick up the courage to face the pain of the past. But now I am by your side, I won't let you suffer that kind of grievance. The next morning. In the Fairy Tale Guild. President, Urza and Mobai haven't come back yet. The Hakob mountain is not close to Magnolia, and they are going to the deepest part. How can they come so fast? But why are you in such a hurry? I bet 2000 J with Kana. They will come back today. Macau, you are an old member. Can you set an example for the children? By the way, where is Kana? I want to bet 20,000 J. We are back. While the two were discussing, a familiar voice suddenly sounded outside the house. Then the door was kicked open. Everyone's attention was attracted together. Dang. Urza punched Mobai on the top of her head. Did you open the door with your foot? Sorry, I won't dare to do it next time. Mobai rubbed his head that was hit and hurt, and cursed President Makarov in his heart. He learned this from him. Seeing the two return, the people in the guild who were originally quarreling with each other immediately gathered around. How was the work going? You came back so soon, you must have completed the commission, right? I bet 500 J. You will definitely return victorious today. And me, I bet 2000. But how did you deal with the King of Vulcan? I heard that the big guy is extremely dangerous. With Urza here, how could we fail? The heated discussion made Mobai overwhelmed. It went well. The client was the blacksmith in Harjanport. Although the reward was only 400,000 J, he used the remaining sharp corner materials to help Urza reinforce her armor, which was an unexpected gain. Is that so? It is worthy of being the most dangerous A-level mission. After barely answering everyone's questions, Mobai finally squeezed to the front desk. Only then did he discover Makarov in tears. President, what's wrong with you? You came back too early. I didn't have time to bet with Kana. After a while, everyone sat together and listened to Urza's description of the whole process of the commission. But without exception, their mouths opened into an, oh, shape. What? Did I hear you wrong? You mean, you almost didn't do anything during this work, and Mobai did it all by himself? That's right. Including the final battle against the King of Vulcan, it was all Mobai who defeated him alone. Urza smiled. The members of the guild knew that she couldn't joke about such things. All looked at the newcomer who had just reported yesterday with surprised eyes. Urza added, in terms of strength alone, Mobai is not inferior to me, at least he has reached the level of an S-class wizard. S-class wizard. At least. Everyone was surprised again. They only heard from the president yesterday that Mobai was very strong. But they didn't expect that under his simple and easygoing appearance, there was such a domineering and fierce side. Mobai seemed to be nonchalant. Ahem, it was just luck. Mira, give me a cappuccino. Chapter 9. As for the reward, the blacksmith has already helped me reinforce the armor, Mobai. All 400,000 J are yours. Urza suddenly said. Well, since we are teaming up, let's split the reward equally, right? Seeing that Urza still wanted to insist, Mobai added, no need to be so polite, we can continue to team up in the future. If I slack off one day, I will split your share equally as usual. I really can't do anything about you. Urza chuckled and buried Mobai's head in her chest again. As expected, Mobai hit the hard armor again. So hard. Mobai cried out in pain in his heart, unable to say anything. He thought that one day he would let Urza do this without armor. I don't believe it will be so hard by then. Urza suddenly said, by the way, Lucy found me just now and invited me to relax at the resort hotel. You should have time too, right? Vacation. Mobai instantly became alert. It seems that the time he had guessed before was correct. It was when Urza was at the seaside resort that her former companions brought her to the Paradise Tower again. The Paradise Tower was the place that caused her the most pain. Okay. Mobai naturally couldn't let Urza bear all this alone, so he readily agreed. Hey Mobai, I heard that you are quite strong. Do you want to compete with me? I'm excited. Hearing someone calling him from behind, Mobai looked back, but there was no one in sight. However, a scream came from above his head. On the other hand, Urza raised her arm slightly next to him. Looking up along her arm, he found that Natsu had been slapped away by her and embedded in the ceiling. Don't fight all day, Natsu. Pack your luggage, we're going on vacation now. Happy, remember to pick him down from the ceiling. Gray, get dressed. Looking at Urza, who had returned to her disciplinary committee appearance before leaving. Mobai smiled awkwardly and happened to meet Lucy's eyes next to him. Hello, my name is Lucy, I'm a celestial mage, and I just joined the guild not long ago. Mobai extended his hand to Lucy in a friendly manner. Mobai, please take care of me. Before he came here, Urza, Lucy, Gray, Natsu and his flying cat partner Happy formed the strongest team in the entire guild. At the same time, they also formed Mobai's youth. After more than a day of bumpy ride, the 5 people and 1 cat finally arrived at the resort the next morning. After Lucy showed the VIP ticket for 4 people, the etiquette lady at the front desk immediately called the waiter to help. As for Mobai's share, Urza insisted that she should pay for it, and Mobai naturally couldn't resist her. Looking at the thin-armed waiter, Mobai couldn't help asking, my 2 bags are very heavy, are you sure you can carry them? No problem, this is what I should do. First, sir. As soon as he took the bag from Mobai, the waiter's face immediately became ferocious, and his waist bent down uncontrollably. Bang! The bag fell heavily to the ground. The waiter was so scared that his face turned pale, and he apologized to Mobai repeatedly. It's only been 2 days since he started working, and there was a problem. I'm afraid he will be scolded by his boss. Mobai waved his hand to indicate that it was okay. Forget it, I'll do it myself. This move attracted the attention of Lucy next to him. Lucy couldn't help asking, what did you bring, Mobai? It's so heavy, it can't be 2 stones. How do you know? Hey. In Lucy's doubtful eyes, Mobai opened the 2 bags as if nothing had happened. Inside were 2 square rocks. The whole bag was stuffed full. Lucy's face was full of black lines, and she was speechless. No, you really brought 2 stones. Backup food, Mobai said. Urza explained beside her, he is a dragon slayer like Natsu. Lucy's face looked better after hearing this. Only the guy who helped Mobai move things just now was still doubting his life. The rooms of several people were on the 11th floor, and the scenery and lighting were pretty good. After unloading the luggage, Natsu clamored to go to the beach to have fun. Except for Urza who said she wanted to rest, the others were happy. Gray was immediately elated. Ah tilde tilde sunshine, beach tilde I can finally take off my clothes without any scruples tilde tilde. Gray, you can take off your shirt, but keep your underwear on. Ah, when did I take it off? Why did I come out to play with this naked pervert? It just so happens that Urza is not here, flame soul. Let's have a good fight today. I'm on fire. Stop fighting. Hey. Without Urza's control, Gray and Natsu started fighting again. Looking at Lucis' eyes looking at him for help, Mobai could only shrug. Indicated that he had no other choice. That's it. It lasted until the sun set. Mobai looked at the golden clouds in the sky and muttered to himself, it's almost time. Urza's former companions will be here soon, right? But he looked at Natsu and Gray who had been fighting next to him for an afternoon. At this time, both of them were beaten to death, and became two pigs with bruised noses and swollen faces. Mobai sighed helplessly. It seems that we have to drag them back to the hotel first. Until these two idiots are settled. Lucy and Happy also returned to their room. Standing alone in the hotel corridor, Mobai did not return to his residence, but walked to the deepest part of the corridor and stopped in front of the door at the end. This is Urza's room. According to the original plot, her old friend will show up tonight and take her away. We have to find a way to protect her. Mobai took a deep breath and walked forward and knocked on the door gently. Chapter 10. Inside the house. Knock, knock. Aluza, who was enjoying the sun on the balcony lounge chair, suddenly woke up and looked around blankly. Did I fall asleep? Recalling the nightmare just now, she returned to the purgatory of her childhood. Urza couldn't stop her palpitations. Knock, knock. The knock on the door sounded again. Wiping the cold sweat on her forehead, Urza took a breath and opened the door. Mobai. Mobai smiled and suggested, let's go outside for a walk. I heard that the night view of the beach here is beautiful. Okay, wait for me tilde. Aluza agreed readily, and a light came out of her body. She resumed her usual armor dress. But she found that Mobai was looking at her with a weird look at this time. What's wrong? Mobai asked, sister, don't you think this is strange? Who would walk on the beach wearing armor and carrying a sword? After hearing this, Urza became a little embarrassed for a moment. Armor can make me feel more at ease. Are you worried? Mobai asked. Urza, who has always been generous, seemed to be hesitant at this moment. Mobai saw this and did not ask too much. He naturally knew that Urza was only strong on the surface at this moment, but she was extremely insecure in her heart. When the two arrived at the beach again, the moon was already shining in the sky. The tourists were almost gone, and there were only a few dim lights on in the vast open space. Urza turned her head helplessly and asked, is this the beautiful night view you mentioned? Ahem, I just heard about it, it seems I was deceived. Mobai smiled awkwardly and made up a random excuse to get away with it. He had other intentions. The main purpose of asking Urza out was to protect her. At the same time, a ship suddenly sailed on the sea in the distance, and the melodious sound of the flute floated by. Mobai immediately noticed it, and immediately narrowed his eyes and stared at the movement on the ship. Is it coming? However, Urza at this moment did not find anything unusual, and suggested. However, let's find a bright place. Mobai shook his head gently and pointed his finger into the distance. Do you see that ship? Urza looked in the direction. Although the light was not good, she could still see the ship parked on the shore. 4 people in cloaks slowly appeared from above and were walking towards them. Magical fluctuations were faintly spreading. Urza also realized that something seemed wrong, and her right hand instinctively touched the hilt of her sword. Perhaps, they are coming for you, Mobai said softly. Urza was startled. Me. The 4 figures were getting closer and closer. Seeing Urza's puzzled look, Mobai did not explain too much and directly protected her behind him. The other party walked to about 50 meters away. The cloaked man on the far right suddenly raised his arm, and a beam of red light was printed on Mobi's brow. Without waiting for Urza to react, dense guns and bullets rumbled over Mobi. Skin of steel. The smoke and dust dissipated, and Mobi activated the power of the Iron Dragon at the last moment. At this moment, his skin was dark, as if he was wearing a layer of iron armor, and he was unscathed. Urza breathed a sigh of relief. Stay here and don't move. I'll go check it out. After saying this, Mobi's body was like lightning. Instantly, he shuttled behind the cloaked man who had just attacked him. The powerful electric current gathered from his fists and hit the other person's back heavily. Thunder Dragon Jaw. A scream came from under him. Under the strong stimulation of thunder and lightning, even the other 3 people next to him felt slightly paralyzed. Wally. The other cloaked man shouted the name of his fallen companion and quietly took out a stack of magic cards from his body, but suddenly felt a storm coming in front of him. It stung his face and hurt. Why is the wind blowing? No, this is that guy's magic. When he reacted, he suddenly found that his hands were empty. The cards had been torn into pieces by the strong wind. On the other side, as Mobi took a deep breath, the power of the storm burst out from his chest. It gathered to the top at the moment of opening his mouth and suddenly exploded. Storm Dragon's Roar. Take advantage of the gap when Mobi releases magic. Another cloaked man flashed to the side and pulled out a long whip from his waist. Be tied up obediently, meowed Tilda. The long whip snaked forward, and it was about to bind Mobi. Wood Dragon's Roots Entangle. Mobi suddenly freed his left hand and swung it at him. As his wrist turned, a wood dragon grew out of thin air under the cloaked man. Thick vines. The cloaked man had to retract his whip and concentrate his magic power on his feet. As the magic power continued to bombard the vines became more and more lush and strong, constantly climbing up from the ground, until they tied up the cloaked man tightly and made him unable to move. After getting rid of 3 people in one breath, Mobi looked into the distance and was about to take the next step. Finally, the tall cloaked man suddenly exuded a strange magic power. Mobi's head sank, his vision became dim, and his hearing also decreased. It was as if the whole person was isolated from the world and the mute button was pressed. Dark moment. In a blur, the tall cloaked man suddenly appeared behind Mobi, but Mobi was still groping forward and never looked back. Purple-black magic power gathered from his hands. Aiming at Mobi's head, the cloaked man's palm suddenly hit out, but at the moment of contact, Mobi's figure disappeared instantly. Sensing something was wrong, the cloaked man hurriedly withdrew his magic power, but Mobi's calm voice came to his ears. Sorry, my 5 senses are stronger than those of ordinary dragon slayers. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. The flames shone, and the fire illuminated a large area of the beach. The exploding fire fist landed on the cloaked man's abdomen and was blown away by the huge magic power. Only then did his vision and hearing return to normal. At this point, after taking action to deal with the last cloaked man, Mobi wiped off the sand on his trouser legs and breathed a sigh of relief. How could it be? The cloaked man entangled by the wood dragon's whiskers struggled desperately, trying to use magic to break free. The vitality of the wood whiskers became even stronger, until they crawled all over his body. Seeing that his magic power was about to be exhausted, the cloaked man finally shouted hysterically. Arusa, kill us. It was a female voice. You are. Ever since Mobi started fighting with the 4 people, Urza had a vague sense of familiarity with them. At this moment, she finally approached the girl who was talking and took off her cloak. Am I, Miliana? Why is it you? Under the disguise, it was the face of an old friend with tears streaming down her face. Urza's heart trembled, and the past scenes came to her mind. Miliana had already snorted softly, gritted her teeth to stop the tears, turned her face aside, and ignored Urza. Where have you been all these years? Of course, I lived well in the Tower of Paradise, sister. Hearing the voice behind her, Urza looked back, and the other two cloaked people who were knocked down by Mobai also showed their faces. Wally, Shu, you. Seeing that the two cloaked people still wanted to approach Urza, Mobai stood between them expressionlessly. After seeing Mobai's terrifying strength, Shu knew that he could not compete with him at all, and laughed sadly. Sister is living the life she wanted, with such a powerful companion willing to stand in front of her. No wonder she left us behind. Be careful with your words, Mobai reminded coldly. No, it's not like that. Urza waved her hands desperately. It's Jelal. It's ridiculous. We have been forced to this extent by you. Shu wanted to say something else, but a fist the size of a sandbag suddenly swung at him and stopped in front of him. The wind from the fist blew up a few strands of hair on the back of his head. Although it did not contain any magic power, it could be said to be zero damage. Shu smelled a trace of extremely dangerous breath from it, and turned his head stiffly, and saw Mobai's expressionless face. Be careful with your words. I don't want to remind you again next time. Urza opened her mouth to say something, but finally kept silent. The beach fell into a dead silence. After a long time, Shu suddenly felt someone patting his shoulder. Simon. Looking back, the person who spoke was the last cloaked man who had just cast Dark Moment to reduce the 5 senses but was killed by Mobai with a punch. Arusa didn't lie. It was indeed Jelal who had been deceiving us. Simon slowly stood up and said. What? Shu was surprised. Under the focus of everyone's eyes, the cloaked man finally took off his hood and looked at Urza with deep eyes. Simon, you are all still alive. Seeing Urza recognize the last old friend, Mobai gently raised his hand and removed the wooden dragon beard that bound Miliana, and then walked to the center of the 5 people and said. Maybe there is some misunderstanding. It just so happens that now is a good opportunity to explain it clearly. However, if you still intend to hurt Urza, I will not hold back like I did just now. Chapter 11. Simon was about to tell the story. Urza walked to Mobai and paused, forcing a smile and spoke first. When we were walking just now, you asked me if I was worried. Just this afternoon, I dreamed that I returned to my childhood and was taken to the Tower of Paradise to do hard labor and be a living sacrifice. That was the time I least wanted to recall. Mobai waved his hand and interrupted her before she finished speaking. I don't want to tear open your scars. Otherwise, let's listen to what this big guy has to say first. Urza did not compromise this time and shook her head firmly. No need, you will know these things sooner or later. Alas. Mobai looked like he really couldn't do anything to you. This fairy queen is so stubborn sometimes that it makes people feel distressed. Urza recalled for a moment, closed her eyes, and recounted the most painful past. 10 years ago, a cult that believed in black magic captured countless laborers from nearby towns. Their purpose was to build the Tower of Paradise and complete a ritual to resurrect the dead. After the Tower of Paradise was completed, these laborers would become sacrifices to start the ritual. I was one of them at the time, and you see Miliana, Wally, Simon, and Shu now. We were all slaves there. And, there was Jelal. When Urza mentioned Jalal's name again, her voice suddenly trembled. After a long while, she finally continued. I couldn't stand that kind of inhumane abuse, so I called on everyone to fight for freedom, but I failed in the end. In order to save me, Jelal was captured by the guards. Later, we finally rioted together and defeated all the prison guards, but the magic soldiers followed. Just as we were about to fail again, Grandpa Rob suddenly stepped forward to resist the magic soldiers, artillery fire, but he sacrificed himself to protect me. It was then that I finally understood magic. When I rushed into the Tower of Paradise again, Jelal was at the Tower of Paradise. The top floor. But he was completely different at that time. He no longer cared about others and became perverse and violent. Jelard told me that there was no freedom in the world, but he wanted to stay here to complete the ritual of the Tower of Paradise. Perhaps it was the last bit of kindness from the bottom of his heart that made Jelal not kill me, but let me leave the Tower of Paradise. But in exchange, I can't tell anyone about the Tower of Paradise, otherwise I will kill Wally and the others." When Urza said this, tears had already flowed. The people around her also fell into the pain of memories. There was a dead silence. "Urza, your eyes." Simon's horrified voice sounded, breaking the silence. Everyone was surprised to find that Urza only had tears in her left eye. Urza wiped her tears and said with all her might, "It's strange, right? The tears in the right eye have dried up." Mobai silently turned his head aside. He naturally knew that Urza's right eye was destroyed after she rebelled against the Tower of Paradise as a child and was tortured. Although she joined Fairy Tale later, President Makarov took her to see a doctor. Her vision was restored and she looked like a normal person, but she could no longer cry. Except for Simon, Shu and the other two were in deep shock and doubt at this moment. "Didn't you, sister, blow up the ship and abandon us in pursuit of magic? If Jello hadn't discovered it earlier, It's just a lie." Simon interrupted, "It's all Jalal's conspiracy. He blew up the ship and betrayed us." "How is it possible?" Looking at Shu and others who were in disbelief, Simon sighed and continued. "When Urza was threatened by Jello by the throat, I was there. It's a pity that my power was too small to stop him. Over the years, I have been pretending to be ignorant, just to find out Jalal's true purpose and stop him. But before that, I still have to make it clear to you that Urza has never betrayed us." Regret surged into my heart. The three of them had already lowered their heads, not daring to look into Urza's eyes again. "Sorry. I'm sorry." Mobai thought for a while, then asked in a deep voice. "You came to attack Urza this time, it was also Jalal's order, right?" Simon nodded silently, "Yes. The Tower of Paradise has been built, and two things are needed. One is the magic spirit power of the council, and the other is a person with a magician with the strength of the Holy Ten as a living sacrifice. And as far as I know, the magic spirit power may already be under Jalal's control. The magic spirit power is an extremely huge and terrifying magic power, which has always been reserved by the council, the highest authority of magic here, as a lethal weapon. If it is released, it can even raise a small country to the ground in an instant. As for the magician with the strength of the Holy Ten as a sacrifice, there is no doubt that according to Jalal's original plan, it is Urza. His ambition is obvious." The beach fell into a strange silence again. For a long time. "Jello wants to take Urza back as a living sacrifice. Do you think I can do it?" Mobai suddenly said this, which scared everyone. Simon stared with his eyes, a little puzzled. "What do you mean? Doesn't he want a magician comparable to the Holy Ten? My strength is not worse than Urza. If you take me back, the ceremony can also be completed." Mobai shrugged, acting as if nothing had happened. "No, it's too dangerous." Urza retorted immediately, "This is my past, and I bear it alone. It has nothing to do with you or anyone in Fairy Tale." Seeing Urza getting stubborn again. But this time, Mobai was prepared. "Do it." "What?" Urza was stunned. Hearing Mobai's order, Shu, who had lowered his head, took out the card without hesitation, added magic power and threw it directly at Urza. Urza was completely unprepared. The card was like a small mobile cage, sucking Urza in and sealing her up instantly. "Let me out. What do you want to do?" Mobai chuckled, walked up and patted Shu on the shoulder. "Well done." Holding the card carefully, Shu stammered and explained. "I'm sorry, sister. When Simon was talking just now, your partner whispered to me to prepare to attack. We can't let you get hurt again. This is my business, and has nothing to do with Mobai. I will go with you to find Jello, and let Mobai go back to the hotel immediately." Urza shouted. Mobai ignored this. He waved to the few people. "Let's go to the Tower of Paradise. You can take me back as a living sacrifice." On the sea. The ship sailed for a long time, and Mobai sat alone on the deck, quietly waiting for the shore. Speaking of which, Shouldn't the Dragon Slayer have no resistance to various means of transportation? I seem to be fine. Maybe it's because the power of Dragon Slayer has not been fully awakened. While thinking wildly, heavy footsteps came from behind. It was Simon. Are you sure you can deal with Jelal? Although I have seen your strength before, our magic is not at the same level as Jelal. To be honest, Mobai did not have a clear concept of his current strength. After all, it was the first time to face such a powerful opponent. But one thing is clear. He didn't want to see Urza cry again. Mobai's sight gradually moved to the distance, and his eyes became firm. No matter what happens later, you stay on the ship and don't move, and keep a good distance from the Paradise Tower. I will defeat Jelal. I will let Urza see it with her own eyes. The purgatory that tortured her entire childhood in the past will be completely destroyed tonight. Chapter 12. Standing on the deck, the pitch-black tower in the distance pierces the sky, giving people a strong sense of uneasiness. The surroundings are brightly lit, and countless spots of light are constantly moving. It was not until you get closer that you can see that it is a fully armed night patrol force. There are more than 1,000 people. Finally here. Mobai narrowed his eyes slightly, and the storm dragon wings on his back quietly bloomed, and then his body shot out. On the shore, the patrolling guards found Mobai's figure and immediately pulled the alarm signal. Enemy found, ready to shoot. Dense guns and bullets were fired at the same time, including attacks strengthened by magic. Mobai focused all his thoughts on the storm dragon wings behind him, and as the wings flapped vigorously. The strong wind was like a shield, blocking all attacks. The ammunition that lost power fell into the sea one after another, splashing small waves. Due to the dim light in the air and the long distance, the captain of the defending army did not realize this at all. He thought that the attack just now was not strong enough, so he ordered his men to attack more vigorously. Fire! Fire! More dense bullets came at him. Mobai leaned over to look at the vast ocean below him, and immediately had an idea. It seems that the power of the water dragon has not been used yet. Now is a good opportunity. Continuously shuttled through the hail of bullets. Mobai was not in a hurry to approach the Tower of Paradise, but instead circled in place. The captain of the guard thought that Mobai was afraid to escape due to fire suppression, and ordered to speed up the shooting frequency. He will soon have no strength to fly again, aim and shoot hard. Every time Mobai glided in the air, he poured part of his magic power into the sea. After assimilating with the dragon-slaying magic, the water surface had already set off turbulent waves, mixed with the impact of swallowing everything. The time has come. Mobai swung his arms forward suddenly. Water dragon's horrible waves. In an instant, the waves surged up, and the surging waves were like a ferocious beast, opening its bloody mouth to swallow everything. Sea, tsunami. The guards who were originally complacent and thought they had taken a big advantage were now scared out of their wits. Staring at the horrifying scene in front of them with wide eyes, their hearts were filled with fear and despair. Boom! As Mobai's arms fell, the water tide completely lost its power and smashed down. Regardless of whether the guards tried to hide or escape, they were all swept into it and became the nutrients of the sea. The shore was completely new after the wash. Only the Tower of Paradise still stood there, and the conventional attacks did not seem to cause serious damage to it. Mobai didn't care too much about this. His goal was always the same, Gerard on the top of the tower and the core device of the Paradise Tower. At the same time, Paradise Tower, top of the tower. In the dim room, the light was so weak that it was almost impossible to see the surrounding environment, but there was a figure that stood out. A blue-haired young man was looking down at everything that had just happened. Instead of anger, his face had a bit of a sneer. It was a blue-haired young man, at the top of the tower, looking down at everything that had just happened in a condescending manner. But his face did not show any anger or dissatisfaction. On the contrary, there was a bit of an elusive sneer. This person was Gerard. Watching Mobai's figure gradually rushing towards the tower, Jalal's mouth gradually showed a strange arc. What a powerful force. Those four rubbish haven't brought Urza back yet, have they failed again? However, the ceremony is about to begin, and using the little wizard who broke in as a living sacrifice seems to be a good choice. Assassinate the three crows of the guild. The plan has changed. The three of you will ambush on the second floor together, and the target is the flying wizard outside the tower. Jalal waved his hand and turned his eyes to the three assassins hiding in the dark at the door. The three assassins responded and appeared from the darkness, respectfully bowing to Jalal. Glad to serve you. Outside the tower. Mobai was about to move to the top of the tower by manipulating the wings of the storm dragon, and suddenly felt a burst of magic coming from under him. His heart suddenly tightened, and he quickly dodged to the side. Boom. The original position was instantly detonated by the magic light wave. Mobai's face was slightly solemn. This magic power was stronger than all the opponents he had seen before. Mobai looked down and found a blue-haired young man standing at the bottom of the tower. The young man had a handsome face, but there was a scarlet spot on the right half of his face. The strange mark of blue color was slightly hideous. Jellard. Seeing the blue-haired young man in front of him, Mobai clenched his fists, and flames almost appeared in his eyes. Thinking of the sufferings that Urza had suffered, most of which were caused by this man, Mobai wanted to punch him away. Wait, at this time, why would Jalal come out alone to trouble me? This should be the critical moment for the activation of the Tower of Paradise ceremony. I remember that Jalal has the strength of the 10 holy mages. It should be easy for him to manipulate several thoughts to attract attention. Thoughts are clones created by magic. For some powerful mages, it is not difficult to create thoughts. Mobai felt more and more that something was wrong. The Jalal who had just attacked him under his feet was probably a 6-eared macaque who was diverting his attention. Thinking of this, Mobai left Jalal behind and rushed to the top of the tower. As long as the center of the Paradise Tower can be attacked, Jalal's true body will definitely show up to defend. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. A fire fist smashed down, and the magic wall on the top of the tower instantly cracked, and Mobai lifted it up with force. Directly Hardcore opened the door. But as soon as he stepped into it, the scene in front of him suddenly became blurred. The magic power in Mobai's body was running wildly, so he could see the real terrain clearly. Originally, the center of the Paradise Tower should be set up on the top floor, but it was basically empty here. Looking back at the position where he just came in, he found that he didn't know when the distance to the ground was very close. Is this the second floor? So that's it. The most important core device for the Paradise Tower will definitely not be directly exposed. This should be the magic illusion set by Jalal, a special protection mechanism. Although I am flying to the top of the tower in my consciousness, I am actually diving down. Just as Mobai was hesitating, a woman's voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Unfortunately, I have to inform you that the journey ends here, handsome boy from the Wizard Guild. No one who has been targeted by the 3 crows of the Skull and Bones Society has ever been able to leave alive. Looking up. Among the 3, one has long hair and a guitar, and the makeup on his face is particularly exaggerated. One wears an owl headgear. At first glance, they are 2 perverts. Only the woman in the middle with a long knife looks more normal. Owl, eagle, turtledove. Assassinate the 3 crows of the guild. As a time traveler, Mobai is no stranger to them. Magic power quietly brews at Mobai's fingertips, and the fighting spirit is ignited. I originally wanted to go directly to the top of the tower. Although there were some small twists and turns, it's not a bad idea to push all the way up from here. Slip a little, you 3 come together. Chapter 13. Assassination has been considered an unreasonable way of fighting for hundreds of years. All regular guilds are prohibited from accepting assassination commissions. However, due to the generous bounty, some dark guilds that do not abide by the rules of the council are often happy to carry out this work. The Skull and Bones Society, where the 3 crows are located, is such an organization. Do you like rock music? Baby Tilda. The eagle on the right screamed, and its long nails swept across the guitar, making a series of strange sounds. The Dragon Slayer has a keen hearing, and this guy plays very badly. When Mobai heard it, he was inexplicably angry. If he was put on the street to perform, he might not only not make a penny, but also be thrown rotten eggs. If I remember correctly, this guy's magic is to control other people to become puppets through music, so he must be solved first. Thinking of this, lightning surged around Mobai, and his magic power was violent, ready to attack at any time. So reckless. Is it my music that makes you so crazy? Eagle sneered and fiddled with the guitar more vigorously. As the sound pressure continued to increase, a purple-black energy wave gradually formed and hit Mobai. But at the moment when it hit his chest, Mobai's figure turned into a golden light on the spot, flashing briefly and then disappearing. Afterimage. When the expression on Eagle's face was suddenly replaced by panic. At this moment, he was horrified to realize that a more turbulent thunder force had appeared beside him. Boom! Owl and Turtle Dove quietly watched the energy explosion. The eagle, who was originally screaming arrogantly, has now been electrocuted into a piece of charcoal. Storm Dragon Wings. After getting rid of one person, Mobai quickly flew into the air to look down. At the same time, Owl, wearing an owl headgear, also infused magic power and started the rocket thrusters behind him. I almost forgot that this guy can fly. With the advantage of the rocket launcher thruster, Xiao jumped left and right in the air. Whenever Mobai wanted to get close to him to end the battle, he was quickly dodged and pulled away. Mobai was fed up and just wanted to finish and go to the top of the tower as soon as possible. The power of thunder quietly emerged from his palm. There is a chance. Just as Mobai seized Xiao's flaw and prepared to attack, he realized the murderous intention from behind. Moonless Flow Yaksha Flashing Sky. Banjo's strong magic slashed into the air, and Mobai had to free up one hand to operate rock magic. The strong shield of Rock Cave Dragon. The several-meter-high rock shield emerged in time. I don't know how many times Banjo's attacks were blocked. Although it was riddled with holes, it managed to maintain its intact form. When Mobai was thinking about how to deal with the two at the same time, Xiao suddenly sped up and rushed towards him in his field of vision. As expected of an assassination guild, they want to kill people by making good use of every opportunity. It's a pity that they are still half a beat late. With his extremely sharp five senses, Xiao's rapid attack was not worth mentioning in Mobai's eyes. The moment before the two sides came into contact, Mobai dodged slightly and reversed the situation in an instant. The opponent's active sneak attack provided him with an opportunity to attack. Iron Dragon's Steel Fist. Mobai turned iron with one hand and hit Xiao, who flew in front of him directly. In an instant, Xiao's body began to fall down uncontrollably, and the force of the fall penetrated the entire second-floor road and fell all the way to the bottom of the tower. After confirming that the other party was no longer moving, Mobai turned his sights to the last remaining woman. Your slash is very fast. But from now on, you have used all your magic power to increase the power of the long sword, right? Barajiu smiled slightly. No wonder Jello let the three crows deal with you at the same time. You are very strong. I will not hold back in the next attack. I couldn't ask for more. Moonless Flow Galuo Flash Flame. Flash Flame. Mobai was immediately interested, as if a keyword in his mind was triggered. Sure enough, with Banjo's extremely fast slash, a large amount of magic flames poured out and rushed towards Mobai. How could he not eat the experience that was delivered to his mouth? Mobai was not polite and opened his mouth wide to inhale violently. The originally violent magic flames were swept away. Banjo's beautiful eyes were full of shock. Perhaps it was because it was the first time he met a dragon slayer. He could not believe that the killing move that he was proud of and had killed countless strongmen was actually swallowed by the other party without any injury. What kind of monster is he? On the other hand, Mobai's momentum was even stronger than before. Power will surge out after eating it. Fire Dragon's Wing Attack. As Mobai moved forward at high speed, his arms wrapped in flames collided fiercely with Banjo's long sword, making a fierce explosion. Banjo felt hot all over, as if the flames of the broken bamboo seemed to melt him. The next moment, as Mobai's arms continued to press forward, cracks appeared on the long sword. And it shattered in just half a second. The winner has been decided. Great. He uttered a few words lightly, and Banjo fell straight to the ground. Ha tilde. Just as Mobai was about to continue to move towards the top of the tower, an aggressive magic power came from his side. He glanced with his eyes. He immediately recognized the identity of the person. Is it Jalal's thought body outside the tower just now? Just as Mobai was about to use the steel skin to resist, he suddenly felt another familiar magic power rushing in. The steel skin that was originally half-activated, Mobai was stunned and held it back. At this moment, he actually abandoned all defenses and completely exposed his most vulnerable body to Jalal's thought body. Looking for death. Although the thought body didn't understand what this operation was, it still sneered and swung the meteor magic from its hand. Ding! The moment it was about to touch Mobai's back, a figure suddenly shot out and raised a heavy shield to perfectly block Mobai. The pupils of the thought body instantly dilated. Elusa. At this moment, Urza was wearing a silver-white diamond armor with amazing defense. She once single-handedly blocked the opponent's trump card magic convergence cannon in the guild battle with the Phantom Ruler. Elusa complained in a low voice, "It's really worrying. Can't you defend yourself?" Mobai smiled. "I noticed you would come a long time ago. That level of card magic will definitely not trap you. I didn't expect it to be so fast." Although he teased, Mobai's actions were not vague at all. Just when Jalal's thought body wanted to retreat, Mobai rushed up in one step, and the hot wind swept across. The iron fist of the fire dragon. The thought body's eyes flashed with fear, but it only lasted for a few seconds before it was completely burned by the flames and turned into nothingness. Next, Jalal will be the only commander left. The wings of the storm dragon appeared, and Mobai was about to fly into the sky, but his arm was suddenly grabbed by Urza. "Go back. I will go find Jalal myself." Mobai slowly typed a question mark. What's wrong with this elder sister? She wants to solve it alone again. Before she could say anything, the two people's minds suddenly surged, and then a paragraph of text was transmitted. "Welcome to the Tower of Paradise. I am Jalal, the ruler here. The dark ritual just needs a powerful wizard as a living sacrifice. If anyone wants to become the nourishment for Zarath's resurrection, please come to the top of the tower to find me. By the way, the magic spirit power of the council will descend here soon. I only need one living sacrifice. As for the other person, if you don't leave, be careful to be buried together." The voice stopped abruptly. Mobai picked his ears casually and said nonchalantly, "Let's go. Go up together." Urza glared at this heartless guy fiercely. "So you didn't listen to Jalal's warning just now?" Seeing that she didn't move, Mobai spread his hands helplessly and explained. Have you ever thought that we were on the boat just now, so it's not convenient to use dragon-killing magic to restrain you? As long as I want, I can tie you here at any time, and I will go up and beat Jalal. I brought you here just because we are partners, and I don't want you to face all this alone." Elusa looked embarrassed, biting her red lips with her pearly teeth. "But, you should have received the message just now. It's very dangerous here now." "It's just a threat." Mobai smiled. He grabbed Urza's arm with his right hand, urged the storm dragon wings to fly straight to the top floor. "Don't worry, no one among us will die." Chapter 14. When Mobai and Urza finally rushed to the top of the tower, Jalal was sitting lazily at the end, with various magic props engraved with strange runes in front of him. "I've been waiting for a long time, and you are still together." The roar of the fire dragon. Before Jalal finished speaking, he felt a burst of hot magic in front of him, and quickly dodged. Mobai started at 0 frame and turned his direction to attack the top of the tower. Boom! With a loud bang, a huge corner of the roof of the tower was directly broken, revealing the gloomy sky. Jello then realized that Mobai didn't want to attack him at all. His original goal was to destroy the Tower of Paradise. If I'm not mistaken, the core devices of the Tower of Paradise are all here. As long as they are destroyed, your plan will collapse, right? Mobai smiled and said, and raised his foot to crush the magic props next to him. You. Jellard's face was full of blue veins and murderous intent. He was obviously very angry at Mobai's shamelessness. Let me guess, is the central system here? Boom. Or, it's in the machine over there. Looking at the unscrupulous Mobai, Jellard couldn't bear it anymore, and raised one hand above his head, and his magic burst out. 6 consecutive stars. The celestial body flashed and hit Mobai at a very fast speed. But Mobai seemed not to see it and continued to do his own thing. Dang! The light dissipated. Jellard didn't see the scene of Mobai being seriously injured by a blow. Instead, he saw a huge silver-white shield that resisted the impact just now. And the person who controlled the giant shield was Urza wearing the diamond armor, majestic and awe-inspiring. Jellard, it's time to make a break between us. Change clothes. Purgatory armor. Jalal's eyes narrowed slightly, and a faint laugh came from his throat. It's interesting. You're still the same after all these years, Urza. The dark black purgatory armor is known as Urza's second strongest armor, covered with spikes, and has amazing destructive power. Urza stared at the young man in front of her who had brought her countless shocks, and she couldn't help but clench the serrated steel knife. 7-star sword. After a brief confrontation, Jelal took the lead in attacking, and the dark night sky was instantly pierced by light. The Big Dipper shone, mixed with destructive magic power and fell. Urza dodged while observing the flaws in Jalal's attack, always looking for opportunities to get close to him. However, the opponent's attack frequency was too fast, and he couldn't find a breakthrough for a while. Jalal's brows tightened, and just as he was about to continue to borrow the power of the celestial body, he heard a faint roar of electric current in his ears. Thunder Dragon Jaw. Mobai had already stopped destroying the surrounding environment. Since Urza had no chance to attack, it would be my turn. A sneak attack might be a mean act. But the bewitched Jelal in front of him was indeed a villain who deceived his companions and took human lives lightly. Mobai was justified in playing dirty tricks on him. As Jelal was beaten back by a blow, Urza finally had a chance to breathe and readjusted her posture to prepare for the battle. Ha 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 ha. A sinister laugh came into her ears. Mobai and Urza both fixed their eyes on Jelal, who slowly stood up. Do you think that if you defeat me here, everything will be over? Naive. Just now, the council has completed the vote, and the magic spirit power will soon descend on the Tower of Paradise, and everyone will be buried with it. Aluza gritted her teeth, confusion flashed in her eyes. How could the council be controlled by him? Gerald laughed wildly. Are you curious? You will die here soon, and there is no need for me to hide it anymore. Zickline, one of the 10 holy wizards in the council, everyone thinks we are twin brothers. But in fact, he is just a thought of mine. After these words came out, Urza's eyes were full of shock. What? Jellard actually used his thought body to sneak into the council early and became a member of it. What's more terrifying is that the thought body named Zekrian was rated as one of the 10 holy wizards without anyone noticing. Perhaps in the battle just now, Jelal only exerted about half of his strength. Is it really going to end? Arusa smiled bitterly and looked at Mobai beside her, with an apologetic look in her eyes. However, since Jelal said the first sentence just now, Mobai has been indifferent and said nothing. Just looked at the dark night sky above his head. Time goes back a few minutes. In front of us, thousands of miles away, is the Magic Council. This represents the highest authority in the wizard world. At this moment, the counselors are looking at the magic crystal ball in the middle, and the atmosphere is serious. The Tower of Paradise. Is it the device that uses a large number of living sacrifices to revive the dead? Shouldn't this be destroyed 10 years ago? We just discovered it recently. And according to intelligence, the controller of the Tower of Paradise. The reporter said, casting his eyes on the youngest counselor. And this youngest counselor looks exactly like Gerard. The controller of the Paradise Tower is probably Senator Zikrian's twin brother, Jelal. Zikrian's eyes did not show much fluctuation when he heard this. He spoke slowly under the focus of everyone's attention. I think everyone present knows how dangerous the Paradise Tower is. Now that the ceremony is about to start, extraordinary measures must be taken immediately to curb it. Extraordinary measures. What do you mean? Magic spirit power. Zikrian's tone was sonorous, and the other senators were all shocked. After a long time, a hoarse voice came from the corner. Magic spirit power is too dangerous. I think we should take a long-term view. Besides, isn't Jelal your brother? Zikrian looked like he was willing to sacrifice his own brother for the sake of justice. As a counselor, it is my responsibility to protect the stability of the magician world. Even if I have to kill Jelal with my own hands, I will not hesitate. The other senators finally had nothing to say. Then let's vote according to the rules. First of all, I agree to use the magic spirit power. The threat of the Paradise Tower must be eliminated as soon as possible, and I also suggest using it. Let's be cautious. The number of people in favor and against is almost the same. Until the last young woman in white in the corner, named Urusha. I agree. Eurydia smiled calmly, raised her right arm, and stood on the side of Zikrian. Okay. In this case, the final decision is to use the magic spirit power. All the council members present, please follow me and lift the seal. Chapter 15. As the seal was gradually lifted, multiple magic circles appeared, and a strong magical aura floated out. Is it finally done? Next, we have to choose the target at the Paradise Tower. As the location was determined, the ultimate weapon, the magic spirit power, which contained huge energy, was instantly released. Under the gazes of all the counselors, the terrifying magic power rushed straight into the sky. About half a minute later, Mobai, Urza and Jelal, who were still confronting each other on the top of the tower, finally felt the terrifying impact of the magic spirit power. Finally, the dark ritual is about to begin. Jelal looked up at the turbulent night sky and laughed wildly. Are I going to die here again? While Urza was thinking wildly, a teasing voice suddenly sounded in her ears. Would you like to give me a warm hug at the last moment of your life? It was Mobai who spoke. Looking at the still unruly Mobai in front of her, Urza couldn't help but smile bitterly. They were still working together at Kobo Mountain the day before yesterday, and this time Mobai was able to come on vacation entirely because of her invitation. She only felt guilty. At this moment, there was no way to refuse Mobai's last proposal. As the luster of the change of clothes flashed, Urza's armor had been completely removed, replaced by a beautiful long skirt. She gently leaned against Mobai's arms. Urza whispered. I should have tried my best to stop you from coming here. Mobai still smiled and said, it's not too late now. Didn't I say that we won't die? Fool. With the roar of energy, the magic spirit power finally descended over the Tower of Paradise, and 1,000 feet of white light rose. In an instant, Urza looked up at Mobai's face. His lips moved, as if he wanted to say something to her. After all, she didn't hear it. The vision gradually became clear. Urza opened her eyes. But she found herself still on the top of the ruined tower, still tightly embraced by Mobai. What is going on? Jelal was still standing opposite. But the ferocious expression on his face was gone, only surprise remained. How is this possible? Mobai spoke in a deep voice. According to your plan, the advent of the magic spirit power will not kill anyone in the Paradise Tower, but will only become a key to activate the dark ritual of the Paradise Tower. Because you still need us as living sacrifices. But for some reason, Now that the magic spirit power has arrived, the ritual has not started. Am I right? Hearing Mobai's voice, Jello immediately raised his bloodshot eyes and stared at him. What did you do? Mobai shrugged, looking innocent. Just when you and Urza were fighting, I finally found the Paradise Tower's receiver for magic spirit power. I have to say that your plan is very thorough. The damage I did before had almost no effect. Even if I found the receiver in the end, I couldn't destroy it quickly. Fortunately, I destroyed the magic power conversion system. In this way, even if you can accept the magic spirit power, you can no longer turn it into energy to activate the dark ritual. Mobai's voice was not loud. Every word he said went straight to Jalal's heart, tearing his years of hard work into pieces bit by bit. So, you knew we wouldn't die? Urza suddenly asked in his arms. Yes. Urza pushed Mobai away and put on her armor again after hearing this. Mobai clearly saw a blush on her face. I don't know if it was anger or shyness. How shameless. Ahem. Let's talk about it later. Whether it's toothless or toothless, the battle is not over yet. Not far away. Jello, who was stimulated to the limit by Mobai, finally exploded, and the magic power with overwhelming resentment continued to surge out. Dare to destroy the Tower of Paradise, you must stay and become a living sacrifice, no matter how long you wait. And I don't know when, a clone who looks exactly like him appeared behind him. Dressed in formal clothes, looking very decent. Urza thought, is that Zekrian? The thought body that Jello left in the council. The return of the thought body means that Jello has regained his peak strength. Mobai also had to be fully alert to deal with it. Zekrian's cold face showed a trace of bloodthirstiness, and he took 2 steps at a time and jumped directly to the top of the tower. Just when his figure disappeared from Mobai's sight, Jalal's magic power exploded again, even several times more terrifying than before. He is letting the thought body act as a conversion of magic spirit power device. Mobai suddenly realized. Jellard has gone crazy to such an extent that he directly chooses to absorb such a huge amount of magic power. If the thought body Zekrian can be ranked at the bottom of the Holy 10, and Zekrian returns to the body, Jelal can probably be ranked around the 6th or 7th place. Then Jelal, who has absorbed the power of the magic spirit at this moment, has reached an extremely terrifying strength. Among the Holy 10, except for the monsters ranked in the top 4, I am afraid that no one can compete with it. What an amazing aura. Arusa's heart trembled. Mobai analyzed in a deep voice, but in this case, he will not be able to hold on for long, and will be backfired by the magic spirit power. We still have a chance. And Jelal himself obviously knew this, and rushed forward violently, heading straight for Mobai and Urza. Pay attention to defense. Steel skin. With the power of the magic spirit, Jalal's speed and strength increased linearly, and his left and right arms released magic at the same time. Mobai could still resist, but Urza gradually fell into disadvantage. A slight cracking sound was heard. Urza's most defensive diamond armor was actually blasted with a gap. Mobai saw that the situation was not right, so he simply jumped in front of Urza and let the huge celestial magic bombard the left side of his body. Granite Dragon's Shield. The moment the brown dragon slaying shield opened, Urza's diamond armor shattered directly, and he was also seriously injured. It's ridiculous. Seeing Urza fall beside him, Mobai had no way to retreat, and released magic again to block it. Mobai. Sheltered under the rock dragon's shield, Urza stood up again to endure the severe pain in her body. Can you fight again? Aluza nodded slightly and activated the magic of disguise. In the blink of an eye, within sight, Urza no longer relied on any armor for defense. The upper body was only wrapped with bandages around the chest, and the legs were in flame-patterned bloomers. The demon sword Hongyiang was tightly grasped in his hand. Mobai's eyes were instantly filled with ecstasy. Pure heart clothes. Mobai was naturally very familiar with this outfit. Due to her childhood experience, Urza, who lacked a sense of security since childhood, liked to wear armor, which in a sense formed a shackle for her. And now she finally broke this shackle and put on the pure heart clothes. It was undoubtedly a leap in strength. Mobai clearly remembered how many times it seemed impossible to win. Urza reversed it with the pure heart clothes and the demon sword Hongyiing. Chapter 16. Bang! Another meteor strikes, and the already riddled shield of the cave dragon shatters. Mobai and Urza's figures are completely exposed, without any means of defense. Jello showed a grim smile on his face, staring at Urza with amusement. You even gave up the armor, aren't you afraid of being killed by my blow? Urza shook her head calmly. I have people around me who are willing to protect me, and the armor is no longer needed. At this moment, Urza, who abandoned all defenses, had a firm look in her eyes, and concentrated all her spirit in the attack, vowing to fight to the death. The tip of the knife pointed forward. Let's make a break. Looking at Urza charging over, Jalal's mouth curled up a little. Raised his left arm above his head again, and drew down the power of the celestial body. The bombardment of magic mercilessly tore Urza's body apart. Without the protection of the armor, she was enduring unprecedented pain every second. But because of the disappearance of the armor, she became more agile and successfully rushed to Jalal. The demon sword Hongyiing slashed down. Jello was prepared and set up a wall of starlight in front of him in time to block the attack instantly. Useless Urza, your fate is to become a sacrifice for Zareth's resurrection. Looking at Urza who was at a disadvantage, Mobai frowned. At that time, Natsu seemed to have eaten some of the magic spirit power, and finally defeated Jello with the Dragon Slayer secret art. But I have only mastered magic for a short time. Can the Dragon Slayer secret art really be released? And with Jalal's thought body, I can't directly absorb the magic spirit power. A bold idea flashed through Mobai's mind. Wait, maybe I can try to combine multiple dragon slaying magics and activate them at the same time. Seeing Urza still resisting despite the pain all over her body, Mobai no longer hesitated and tried to activate multiple dragon-slaying magics in his body at the same time. Darkness. 2 shuttle-shaped crystals, one red and one yellow, responded. Fire and electricity are there only the 2 most commonly used ones. Mobai wanted to further experience the mystery of dragon slaying, but the wings of the storm dragon behind him suddenly bloomed and sent the next magic power directly. And storm. Dragon-slaying magic, fusion. As the 3 different magic powers intertwined, Mobai's arms were faintly covered with dragon scales, and the fused magic powers gradually gathered. Just when Urza was repelled and seriously injured by Jalal's meteor magic again, her magic power finally reached its peak. Dragon-slaying secret. Dragon singing for thousands of years. Originally, Jalal had already seriously injured Urza, and just when he thought he had won, he suddenly felt an extremely terrifying force coming towards him. Jalal's pupils instantly dilated, and he could vaguely see the projection of a giant dragon from Mobai who rushed over. Illusion, it's an illusion. True celestial magic starfall. With the power of the magic spirit and the power given to me by Zareth, you can't defeat me. Mobai's eyes were firm, and his arms, carrying the majestic power of dragon slaying, suddenly swung out, and the magic power swept over. The dragon's might for thousands of years intertwined with the starlight of the celestial body. An unprecedented vibration broke out, and the entire paradise tower trembled. Inserting the demon sword downward, Urza climbed up with difficulty, looking at the collision of the 2 strongest killing moves in front of her, and also felt unprecedented pressure. But in her eyes, there was more shock and worry about Mobai. Is he trying to defeat Jalal from the front? The 2 people stared at each other, as if they were going to tear each other apart in the next second. As the magic power continued to flow out, the surrounding space seemed to be cut off. Jalal gritted his teeth and was about to borrow the thought body Zekrian to further obtain the power of the magic spirit power. But suddenly there was a severe pain in his body, and his eyes trembled suddenly. Just at this time, backlash. Feeling the opponent's breath weakening, Mobai seized the opportunity and swung his arms wrapped in dragon-killing magic heavily. When Jello wanted to defend again, he was already powerless. Boom! The smoke dissipated, and Mobai's body was in a half-bow state, breathing heavily. It was obvious that the first release of the Dragon Slayer secret was a huge consumption. On the other hand, Jello was knocked away by the previous blow. His body hit the back wall uncontrollably, leaving thousands of cracks. Looking at Jalal's embarrassed and painful expression, Mobai immediately realized that he was suffering from the backlash of the magic spirit power. I dare not imagine what will happen next. Retreat. Exhaust the last bit of magic power. Mobai activated the storm dragon wings, kicked the broken wall open, and flew out of the tower with his arms, picking up the still confused Urza. On the outside of the tower, Zekalane was entangled by the magic spirit power, his body was convulsing, and he was in great pain. Stay here, become Zeph's living sacrifice. But Mobai couldn't care less at this time, and he had to escape. However, he flew only a few meters away. The storm dragon wings became illusory, and the speed slowed down a lot. Looking down, the two had not left the island yet. If they fell, they would be smashed to pieces. Mobai swallowed his saliva, but suddenly felt Urza's soft call in his arms, and she seemed to be holding two thin strips of something in her hands. This is rebar. I got it for you when you kicked the wall open. Mobai was overjoyed, took the rebar and swallowed it. The body was instantly supported by magic, although not much, but enough to make the originally withered wings rejuvenate. Flew far in one breath. Until it was quite far away from the Paradise Tower and confirmed that it was temporarily safe, it stopped in the air for a short time. What's wrong? The magic power over there is becoming more and more unstable. Aluza looked back after hearing this. After just a few seconds, the top of the Paradise Tower suddenly exploded within her sight. The waves shook the earth and raised waves, and the sea surface was turbulent. The majestic magic spirit power surged into the sky, breaking the dark clouds that had accumulated for a long time, revealing a little starlight. Due to the destruction of the central system, the entire tower seemed to have lost the protection of magic. And it was under the huge pressure of the battle just now, and it gradually collapsed at this moment. Completely cover up the crimes that had happened here. Boom. When the smoke and dust cleared, only a ruin remained here. The painful memories of the past were buried together with the boys she loved in her childhood. Tower of Paradise. Jello. She stared blankly at the scene in front of her. After a long time, Urza finally put her head close to Mobai's ear and said in a small voice, "Thank you, Mobai." Looking at the pale and weak Urza in his arms, Mobai gently stretched out his fingers to wipe away her tears. Urza, your right eye is also crying. Really? Mobai finally felt relieved. Tears flowed normally in both eyes. The knot in his heart was untied. So far, the nightmare that had haunted Urza for 10 years has come to an end. Chapter 17. On the ship. Simon, are my sister and the others really okay? Shu asked. Looking at Shu's worried eyes, Simon didn't know how to explain. Before leaving, Mobai specifically told him to keep a certain distance from the Tower of Paradise no matter what happened, and never leave the ship. At this moment, there is no other way except to choose to believe. Look over there. Wally's terrified voice came. Then a terrifying wave of magic swept through, and the four looked into the distance in horror. The towering black tower in front of them collapsed at this moment. Tower of Paradise. Where's Urza? Did you see Urza come out? No one answered. The sound of collapse in the distance was deafening. But the four of them lowered their eyes, their expressions dim. Wait, look over there. Is it Urza-chan, and her companions in the guild? Miliana's surprised voice brought everyone back to reality. Following the direction of her finger, there was a black shadow not far away, slowly flying towards them. It seems to be them. They look injured, but fortunately they are all alive. Simon couldn't help but take a breath, his eyes full of shock and ecstasy. That Mobai, Really, did it? Destroy the Tower of Paradise, destroy the dark ritual, and return safely from Jalal's hands. How capable is he? Under the crazy waving of the four people, Mobai in the air finally folded up the storm dragon wings. Holding Urza in his arms, he stood steadily on the deck. Fortunately, I have fulfilled my mission. Put the seriously injured Urza in the cabin. Mobai took the initiative to ask everyone to reminisce, and he was responsible for driving the ship to take everyone back to the resort. The scene changed and came to the cabin. Looking at the pile of complicated levers and buttons in front of him, Master Mo fell into deep thought. I was so busy showing off that I let them rest, but now I remembered. I can't drive a boat at all. When I was in a state of panic. Creaky tilde. The door opened. A sturdy man walked in, and Mobai looked up. Simon. According to the original plot, after the Paradise Tower was activated, Simon blocked a key attack for Urza to save her, and he was fatally injured and died in the Paradise Tower. Mobai obviously noticed this a long time ago and deliberately didn't let him follow. It was indirectly saved his life. Pull the gate on the far left up, and I'll help you with the rest. Ahem, thank you. Under Simon's guidance, Mobai was in a mess, but he finally got the ship moving. Sailing. For a long time. Simon finally couldn't help but blurt out. Actually, I've liked Urza since we were captured together in the Tower of Paradise when we were little. Puff. Mobai couldn't hold it back. No, buddy, you like her and told me. What's going on? Simon didn't react as much as Mobai, and explained. Thanks to you this time, the Paradise Tower was destroyed and Urza was safe. You are partners in the same guild, can I trouble you to take good care of her in the future? No problem, no problem. Mobai agreed vaguely, and then asked, what are your plans next? Urza invited us to join Fairy Tale, and Shu temporarily agreed. But we have agreed to leave when the ship docks. First, we don't want to cause trouble for Urza, and second, we have broken the shackles of 10 years and want to go out to pursue true freedom. Simon said here, and suddenly emphasized, please take good care of Urza. Definitely. A moment later. On the beach. Mobai gently picked up the sleeping Urza and stood by the beach of the resort. Thanks to Simon's dark moment magic, she has already blocked the interference from the outside world. She can sleep well. I'm so sorry for what happened before, young man. Before parting, Wally thought of the indiscriminate attack on Mobai last night, and couldn't help but feel guilty. Thank you for helping us see Jalal's true face. Miliana added on the side. In addition to thanking, the four people really didn't know what to say. After all, it helped so much. The moment the Tower of Paradise fell, the haze in their hearts began to dissipate. Mobai smiled lightly and waved his hand gently. Don't you plan to stay any longer? Join the Fairy Tale Guild. We are afraid that if we stay here, it will only bring back my sister's painful memories. Mobai heard this and did not ask any more questions. Good luck to you. The melodious sound of the flute rang through the sky. The first warm breeze of the morning blew. Mobai watched the ship carrying the four people go farther and farther, until they could no longer see their waving figures. Completely disappeared on the horizon. The morning light flashed across Urza's face, and she opened her eyes hazily. Awake. Urza said in a daze, where is this? Simon and the others. After putting us back in the resort, they left. After being bound to the Tower of Paradise for so long, perhaps, only by going out to see more of the outside world can the pain of the past 10 years be healed. Okay. Urza nodded regretfully. Looking around, she noticed that her body was half dangling in the air. She was lying in Mobai's arms again without knowing when. In the same position as when she escaped from the Tower of Paradise. Well, you can put me down now. I've been holding you all the way, so I won't miss a moment. Mobai pouted. Urza was very light without armor. She felt soft in his arms, and the warm breath kept rushing to her body. Mobai was really reluctant to let her go. Mobai, Urza. Walking on the beach facing the rising sun, a familiar shout was heard from afar. 3 people and a cat were running towards them. Natsu, Gray, Lucy, Happy. Looking at his guildmates, Mobai felt more at ease. Running to the front, Lucy bent down to take a breath, and then asked with concern. Where have you been? I haven't seen you since last night. Wait, why are you all injured? Nothing. Urza asked me to fight yesterday, and we just finished fighting. Feeling Urza's murderous gaze in his arms, Mobai coughed twice, quietly leaned into her ear and whispered. Maybe you think these things between partners don't need to be concealed, and I respect your ideas. But there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Rest well first. Don't forget, we only have 3 days to vacation here, and there is no time to think about sad things. Quote. Aluza reluctantly agreed, turned around and smiled at the 3 people. Sorry, Lucy, I made you worry. I'm a little tired, so I'll go back to the hotel with Mobai first. Oh, okay. Looking at the 2 people's slightly intimate backs, Lucy suddenly felt her face getting hot, and quietly approached Natsu and whispered. Natsu, do you think? Urza and Mobai seem to be a little bit wrong. Ah, is there? Natsu slowly typed a question mark, scratching his head and couldn't figure out what Lucy meant. Nothing is wrong. Lucy patted her head helplessly. Alas, I really can't explain it to you. Natsu's flying cat Happy came out from nowhere, quietly flew among the crowd and suddenly asked loudly. Lucy also wants to be carried by a princess. Lucy blushed immediately. No. Chapter 18. A few days later. The 5 people and 1 cat who had a great time finally returned to the guild. Pushed open the door. We are back. There was complete silence. Mobai was also confused. What happened? Did I open it the wrong way? Why is the guild so quiet today? Looking inside, the hall seemed to be no different from usual. Murajan was sitting at the front desk, and Makarov was lying lazily beside him. The others were basically in their respective seats. But no one responded at this moment. Until he realized that everyone's eyes were looking at him, converging on him. Mobai was completely aware of the abnormality. No, why are you all staring at me? Is there a magic word on my face? Mobai was a little at a loss, and he bent down a little, and walked slowly like a thief. But he unexpectedly noticed that everyone's eyes were still focused on him. Wherever he went, they followed him. Ahem. Macau, what are you doing? Mobai grabbed a random person and asked in a half-helping tone. Macau stretched out his arm tremblingly, grabbed a copy of Wizard Weekly from the side and handed it over. His eyes never moved to other places. It's really strange. Mobai muttered softly, flipping through the magazine randomly to try to find the reason. Then he saw a striking report. He was dumbfounded on the spot. The council was attacked a few days ago. The true identity of the 10 holy wizards, Zikrian, is the thought body of Jelal, the ruler of the Tower of Paradise. After investigation, it was found that Jelal colluded with Ultir to steal the magic spirit power, and his real purpose was to activate the dark ritual of the Tower of Paradise. After stabilizing the situation in the council, the captain of the 4th Forced Supervision Force, Lahar, led the army to the scene, but found that the Tower of Paradise had just been destroyed and collapsed. In the end, only 2 mysterious wizards were photographed flying in the air. It is inferred that these 2 people are most likely the destroyers of the Tower of Paradise. Turning over the next page, a blurry back photo came into view. However, from the posture and wings, it can be vaguely distinguished that this was when he was photographed holding Urza and flying out. This is TM. Mobai was embarrassed. From the shooting angle, the council's army happened to be in a different direction from Simon's ship. Simon and his team were not discovered, otherwise they would definitely cause trouble again. Perhaps because of the severe loss of magic power at that time, Mobai did not notice the arrival of the council army. Seeing Mobai's strange expression, Urza and others also came up, and then they saw the photo. Natsu picked up the magazine and looked at it carefully with grey hobby, looking at the photo and then at Mobai. Repeatedly several times, he couldn't help but ask a soul-searching question. Is this you? Mobai smiled bitterly, gently activated the power of the Storm Dragon Slayer, and his wings suddenly appeared, exactly the same as in the photo. See, I said it was Mobai a long time ago. Makarov sat on the counter with a smug look on his face. When the magazine was just delivered to the guild, he immediately recognized Mobai by his wings, and deduced that he was holding Urza in his arms. But at that time, everyone was half believing and half doubting. After all, they had never seen the storm dragon wings with their own eyes. Now seeing the scene in front of them, they had to believe it. The originally quiet guild was suddenly filled with heated discussions. So, the Paradise Tower was completely destroyed by Mobai and Urza. I only heard the president say that the newcomers were strong before, but I didn't expect them to be so strong. However, how did they defeat Jelal? His thought body has the strength of the Holy Ten, so isn't he? Luce's big watery eyes were full of disbelief. The teammate who played with her in the sand for 3 days actually took the time to destroy a dark ritual device. So hidden. Is it really you? When did it happen? Urza nodded with a wry smile. It was on the first night of the vacation. I'm sorry, I couldn't tell you right away. I was going to explain it back at the guild. Under the constant soft and hard persuasion of everyone, Mobai had to admit that it was indeed him and Urza who did it. And he simply described the process at that time in a few words. However, he deliberately didn't mention the name Jelal, worried that it would bring back painful memories for Urza who had just come out of it. The members of the guild also discovered the blind spot in his words. Wait a minute, Mobai. You just said you used Dragon Slayer magic. The same as Natsu and Gajil. Do you eat fire or iron? It seems that you can eat both. What are your attributes? Water, fire, wind, rock, wood, earth, thunder, and iron. I have 8 attributes. 8. Everyone felt that the 3 views they had established since learning magic were impacted. Most wizards will major in one kind of magic, and their own magic power will gradually adapt. As for some secondary magic, it is difficult to exert the maximum power. Generally, few people master and practice it, and it is often used as an auxiliary. Dragon-slaying magic is even more scarce. Natsu and Gajil mastered one kind, which was already one of the powerful forces of the guild. And Mobai actually practiced 8 different attributes of dragon-slaying magic at one time. This is no longer a pervert. It's simply a monster. Although Makarov acted very calmly, the joy between his eyebrows was still difficult to conceal. What makes me feel gratified is not how much noise you make or how much achievement you have made, Mobai. It's that you have known to protect your companions not long after entering the guild. Quote. But in terms of strength alone, our guild seems to have an additional youngest S-class wizard. As soon as this was said, everyone became more interested in talking. I wonder who is stronger than Guildarts, who has been away from the guild for 3 years. I think it's not just S-class, it's the level of the 10 holy wizards, right? But the 10 holy wizards is just a false name, used to honor wizards who are powerful and have made outstanding contributions to the magic world. Many strong people are not among them because they are low-key. I think the next president will be Mobai. Puff! Exclamation mark quote. Makarov finally couldn't help it, and a mouthful of hot tea spurted out, and then shouted. I'm not dead yet. Let's go, do what we need to do. Amidst the boos, the guild members finally dispersed and returned to their previous relaxed state. What no one noticed was that on the second floor, a blond young man in a black coat stood up at some point. There was a lightning-shaped scar on the young man's right eye, which made him look a little fierce. Mobai is a little interesting. Through this battle, in addition to redeeming Urza, Mobai also had 2 biggest gains. One is that he mastered the simple secret of dragon slaying, which gave him a direction for improving his strength in the future. The second is that he finally understood his full strength. If Jelal, who was blessed with the power of magic spirits, was temporarily ranked around the 5th place in the Holy 10, I dare not say that he can surpass Jelal 100%. After all, his defeat was due to the backlash of the power of magic spirits. Mobai can at least be on par with him. In terms of magic power alone, he is even slightly better than President Makarov. Chapter 19. Mobai was about to turn around and leave. Hey Mobai, since you are so strong, come and fight me. I am fired up. This is a passionate and aggressive voice. Without looking back, you can guess that it is Natsu. Mobai spread his hands, but I just came to Magnolia not long ago, and now I don't even have a place to live. If I don't find a house, I will sleep on the street again tonight. That's easy, Lucy. Natsu's brain is rarely bright, and he directly calls Lucy, who has also joined the guild not long ago. Lucy is quite experienced in where to rent a house. In this way, Mobai seems to have no reason to refuse. Besides, he is looking forward to fighting with Natsu. Mobai rubbed his palms. In this case, let's go outside to fight now. Wait, I have something to ask you. What? Natsu, who has always been straightforward, suddenly became cautious, and Mobai couldn't help wondering. Under Mobai's puzzled gaze, Natsu finally revealed the truth. You are also a dragon slayer, right? Or, you were also raised by a dragon. Mobai immediately guessed what Natsu wanted to know. As the first generation of dragon slayers, Natsu was raised by the fire dragon Ignil and taught dragon slayer magic. He regarded Ignil as his father since he was a child. But until July 7, 777, Ignil suddenly disappeared. Natsu, who was still a child at the time, searched desperately, but could not get any clues. Until he joined the Fairy Tale Guild later, Natsu still did not let go of the news about the fire dragon Ignil. The same was true for Gajil, the Iron Dragon Slayer of the same guild. On July 7, 777, the Iron Dragon Metalikana who raised him up seemed to have evaporated from the face of the earth, and it has continued to this day. Mobai guessed that Natsu thought he was also a dragon slayer and might know some clues. Sorry, Natsu, I just implanted the Dragon Slayer magic crystal into my body to obtain Dragon Slayer magic. I was not raised by a dragon. Is that so? Natsu heard this and a look of disappointment appeared on his face. But Mobai changed the subject and said, I do know something about the whereabouts of the dragon you want to know. Are you serious? Natsu suddenly became energetic again, with excitement flashing in his eyes. Of course. As long as you can beat me in the competition later, I will tell you everything I know. Mobai's voice was not loud, but it fell like a thunder in the guild hall. Everyone gathered again without knowing when. They didn't care about what Mobai said about the whereabouts of the dragon, they only cared about whether they would fight later. So, Mobai accepted Natsu's challenge in disguise. But the question is, how can Natsu win? Have you forgotten that he is beaten by Urza every day and can't take care of himself? I bet a bag of spicy noodles that Natsu will be slapped away directly. Where is Kana? I want to bet on Mobai to win. 10,000 J. Hey, look at the rules of both cards before betting. The red card area means that you think Natsu will be beaten away by Mobai within 5 minutes, and the blue card area means that you think Natsu will be beaten away by Mobai after 5 minutes. Looking at the noisy guild members, Urza's problem as a discipline committee member came back, and she glanced at Makarov beside her. President, aren't you going to take action to control them? Well, it's nothing wrong for everyone to play occasionally. Seeing Urza speak, Makarov had to smile and quietly hide his hand holding the purse behind his back, but he was muttering in his heart. Really, I wanted to find Kana to place a bet. In the crowd, someone said, if Mobai loses, he will tell Nazlong's whereabouts. What if Naz loses? You're kidding. How could I lose? Naz turned around and shouted in dissatisfaction. As a hot-blooded single-celled organism, he seemed to have never considered this issue. Then let Mobai tell it himself. What do you want me to do if you win? Mobai didn't have the heart to kill Naz too much. He said casually, help me pay for a year's rent. Okay. Naz agreed without hesitation. Natsu, you have to think it through. Flying Cat Habib pulled Natsu's trouser leg and advised. Don't think about it. As long as Ignil's whereabouts are known, the rent for 10 years will be no problem. Even Mobai didn't expect him to be so straightforward. Outside the guild, in an open space, members gathered. And in the front were Mobai and Natsu, who had previously made an appointment to fight. Then it's a deal, I'll tell you when I defeat you. News about Ignir. Seeing Mobai smiling and nodding, Natsu became more eager to fight. He pushed hard with his feet and rushed forward with his fists full of flames. Fire Dragon's iron fist. Granite Dragon's strong shield. But Mobai still stood there, not dodging, until Natsu got close to him. Then he raised his hand to raise the giant shield. Boom! The magic of fire and rock collided and rolled up the wind and waves. Even the people watching the battle felt a lot of pressure and took a small step back. Wait until the momentum of the fire fist was completely resolved by the rock shield. But Mobai did not move at all. Natsu's eyes flashed with surprise, and then he quickly reacted, turned sideways and changed his moves to attack again. Fire Dragon's wing attack. The arms wrapped in flames swung out vigorously, like dragon wings flashing, and continuously whipped the giant shield. Natsu's attack frequency became faster and faster. Natsu noticed that the light on the giant shield became dim, and he seemed to see the hope of winning in an instant, and immediately used his best moves again. Hook Claw. Broken Fang. Sword Horn. Natsu used all his strength to frantically operate magic to attack, and chopped on the brown giant shield again and again. It's broken. The last blow. Taking advantage of the momentum to jump away from Mobai, Natsu took a deep breath, and his cheeks became bigger and bigger. The roar of the fire dragon. Explosive flames gushed out of his mouth, scorching the earth wantonly, emitting steaming heat waves, and the final gathering point of magic power was all concentrated on Mobai's shield. Under the tense eyes of the crowd, a steady stream of flames rushed forward. The shield seemed to have a crack. Then the crack spread rapidly, like a domino collapse, and spider webs covered the giant shield. Broken. The flames did not stop there, and the next moment, the hot red light directly swallowed up the exposed Mobai. It's over. Everyone was speechless. Will Mobai be killed in seconds because of underestimating the enemy? But this thought only lasted for a few seconds, and a calm voice came from the flames. Well done, Natsu. Chapter 20. The flames dissipated. Mobai appeared in front of the fairy tale members. His skin was gray-black like steel, indestructible. It was obviously a defensive measure taken by Mobai after the shield was broken just now. No hair was hurt. Everyone reacted at this time. As this, Gajil's steel skin. There are 8 types of Dragon Slayer magic, but Mobai has only used rock and steel. Look at Mobai's current position. It seems that his feet haven't moved since just now. In other words, Mobai has never moved or used any attack magic from beginning to end. He just put up a shield and acted as a living target, but Natsu is already sweating profusely. Did he eat Natsu's fire just now? It shouldn't be. I heard that the fire of the Dragon Slayer is special, and even if they have the same attributes, they can't eat each other. Go on, Mobai. I bet on you to win within 5 minutes, you can't lose. Natsu, don't attack. Hold on for another 2 minutes, and I'll give you half of the winnings. If you're new, practice more. I forgot later. As the atmosphere became more heated, Natsu's eyes lost the excitement of the first battle, and became more cautious and calm. In the crowd, a guild member who had bet that he could hold out for 5 minutes, perhaps fearing that Natsu would be crippled by the next blow, actually threw a burning torch directly in Natsu's direction. Natsu, go for it. Thank you. Natsu was instantly overjoyed, as he could continue to replenish his magic power with the flame. He immediately jumped into the air, and just as he was about to reach out to take the torch, his eyes suddenly darkened. Looking carefully, Mobai had also jumped up and arrived in front of him. Mobai smiled apologetically. He then kicked Natsu back to the spot with a flying kick, and the torch landed firmly in his hand. Natsu's face was full of black lines, but he could do nothing about it. He could only watch helplessly as Mobai put the fire and the wood into his mouth. Mobai did not forget to wipe his mouth. The power will surge out after eating it. Don't steal my lines. Natsu was so angry that he stomped his feet. But the current situation obviously won't give him a chance to throw a tantrum. As a dragon slayer, Mobai's magic power increased after taking the flame and the wooden handle, and his right fist burst into a hotter flame. At this moment, he finally took the initiative to attack. At the moment when Mobai attacked, Natsu was about to raise his arms to resist, and suddenly heard a deep voice. I'll help you. Then, Natsu saw a determined black shadow standing in front of him, directly helping him to block the attack. Boom! The magic power exploded. After taking the heavy blow of Mobai's fire fist, the figure was obviously unable to support it, and bent down slightly to relieve it temporarily. Gajeel. Natsu recognized the person and smiled knowingly. Sure enough, you are also concerned about where the dragon that raised you has gone. Tisk, I'm not interested. I haven't been to work recently. I just want to exercise my skills. Gajeel put on a disdainful expression and refused to admit it. He turned around and shouted at Mobai. The fire dragon is not as good as others. Next, I will be your opponent. In exchange, if I win, tell me about the dragon. Who do you say is not as good as others? Steel Soul. Looking at Gajeel who was eager to try and Natsu who was shouting and dissatisfied. Mobai naturally had no objection. You can go together, just remember to pay me 1 more year's rent. But the audience was not satisfied. If you go together, how do you calculate the time? Extend it to 10 minutes. Kana, give me back. Gajeel's face showed a rare solemnity. Glancing at Natsu beside him, he said calmly. Use the ultimate skill directly. Huh. There is no chance if we continue to fight head-on. Let's use the ultimate skills together. Maybe we can break through his defense. Natsu was disappointed and looked at Mobai again. After fighting with him for several rounds, it seemed that he really didn't cause any damage. Natsu simply gritted his teeth and the flames on his body began to burst out again. Okay. Seeing this, Gajeel no longer cared about the arm that was just injured by Mobai, and focused all the iron magic power in his body. 2 powerful dragon-slaying pressures filled the whole place. Dragon-slaying ultimate skill, Red Lotus Blade. Dragon-slaying ultimate skill, Karma Iron Sword. At this time, Natsu and Gajeel finally took out their ultimate skills, and the magic power was surging wildly. Is this the last blow? Seeing this, Mobai also slowly gathered the magic power in his body. Fire, lightning, storm. Dragon killing secret. Dragons roar for thousands of years. The 3 magics with completely different attributes are constantly blended, and energy bursts out. The diversion was attached to the arm. Dragon scales gradually appeared on Mobai's body. The 3 dragons secret technique is also Mobai's strongest killer move. However, considering that the opponents are Natsu and Gajeel, Mobai deliberately held back. He only used about 60% of his power, which is far inferior to the power of Jelul in the Tower of Paradise against the enhanced magic elves. The explosive blade and the Iron God sword shot from the left and right sides in front of him. Mobai pushed his palms in front of him and also released his 3 dragons power, instantly controlling its speed. The 3-color magic power flow was intertwined on the blade sword, and there was a faint explosion sound. Break it for me. Natsu and Gajeel were unwilling to be outdone, and frantically squeezed the last bit of magic power in their bodies and injected it into the secret technique. Striving to break the shackles of Mobai's 3 dragons power. Have you tried your best? Mobai naturally knew that the two of them were eager to know the news about their respective dragon fathers. Even at the cost of everything. In the impact of the Dragon Slayer's secret art just now, they had already felt their full efforts. Mobai murmured in his heart, I'm sorry, Natsu, you are not strong enough now, it's not the time to tell you the truth. One day you will find that the Ignil you have been looking for a long time is hidden in your body. On July 7, 777, the Fire Dragon Ignil and the Iron Dragon Metalicana did not disappear, but hid in Natsu and Gajil respectively. The so-called Dragon Slayer eventually becomes a dragon. Once the Dragon Slayer magic is used too much, the Dragon Slayer itself will be assimilated into a dragon and no longer a human. And Ignil and Metalicana are using magic in secret to protect Natsu and Gajil from being transformed into dragons. But they themselves don't know. Refocusing his attention on the battle, the ground beneath his feet had already cracked as the three fought fiercely. The gushing magic power became more turbulent, as if it was going to tear the space apart. Many people in Fairy Tale were affected by it, and even had hallucinations. What is that sound? A dragon's roar. My eardrums are about to explode. I'll retreat first, I'm afraid they won't finish the fight and will shock me to death first. Although Mobai didn't use his full strength. Perhaps due to the influence of the previous battle, Natsu and Gajil were already exhausted. The light of the explosive blade and the iron sword dimmed, and then they were swallowed by the power of the three dragons. The two people who had completely lost their protection were hit hard, and their bodies were directly blown away and hit the building opposite. Ding! Kana hit the countdown clock. 0:01. The challenge is over. The final time is 4 minutes and 59 seconds, and Mobai wins. Fairy Tale. Master 8 types of dragon slaying magic at the start. Chapter 21. Hearing the verdict. Natsu and Gajil looked at each other, their faces full of bitterness. Mobai was calm and collected his magic power back into his body. He slowly walked towards the two seriously injured people and stretched out his arms. When you become stronger one day, you are welcome to challenge me again, just like today. As long as you beat me, I will tell you everything about the Dragon Clan. By the way, if you are short of money, you can also support installment payment of rent tilde. Being pulled up by Mobai. Gajil sighed lightly, and a little regret flashed between his eyebrows. Originally, he observed Natsu and Mobai fighting for a long time, thinking that he would have a chance to defeat him after Mobai's magic power was depleted. But the result? Mobai seemed to have turned on unlimited firepower, and the magic power in his body was almost endless. Even if he was reserved, every attack could still completely crush him and Natsu. You are indeed very strong. Gajil said hoarsely. Natsu held Mobai's hand and was pulled up. He brushed off the dust on his body, but still raised his fist in dissatisfaction. Hey Mobai, although I lost today, sooner or later I will definitely defeat you. Let you tell me the whereabouts of Ignil in person. Mobai smiled faintly. I am looking forward to it. But remember to prepare the rent for next year before the next challenge tilde. Natsu. Macau came up with a smile on his face and put his arm around Natsu's shoulder affectionately. It's okay, Natsu, just challenge Mobai boldly, I will pay part of the rent for you in the future. Here's 1000 J, take it. Ah, why are you so nice to me suddenly? Because I bet 5000 J on Mobai to win just now, and then won 3000 J, so you don't have to share part of it. Hee hee. Natsu wanted to slap Macau. After a brief chat with other members, Mobai left the guild alone and went to the outskirts of Magnolia Guild. Lucy had previously introduced him to a villa for rent. Speaking of which, I have been wandering outside since I came to this world, and it seems that I still don't have a stable place to live. I hope the house Lucy introduced is not a pitfall. Mobai thought to himself. If you want to stay in Fairy Tale for a long time, it is better to rent a house. Passing through the rumbling carriages and the noisy crowd, the destination is in the quiet fields not far away. As Mobai walked forward step by step, he was planning the idea of an ideal residence in his mind. But he vaguely sensed that 3 nearby magic powers were quietly approaching him. It seems I am being followed. After realizing this, Mobai chose to play along. He even deliberately slowed down his pace. See what they want to do. 2 men and 1 woman hid in the dark, secretly following behind Mobai, always keeping him within their attack range. The fairy tale emblem was also engraved on different parts of their bodies. The 3 were not outsiders. They were partners of the Fairy Tale Guild, belonging to the team under the command of S-class wizard Laxus, the Thunder Gods. The Thunder Gods had just returned from their mission, but they did not see Mobai's previous fight with Natsu Gajil, and received Laxus's order. Work together to sneak attack Mobai. That's why they kept following him, looking for the opportunity to take action. After hesitating for a moment, the female member of the Thunder Gods, Alba Green, finally couldn't help asking. I still think, is it really appropriate to directly attack teammates of your own guild like this? What if the magic power is too strong and something unexpected happens? Another person, Fried, immediately scolded. This is Laxus's order, just do it. He has his own intentions. Before Alba Green responded again, a subtle light suddenly flashed in Fried's eyes, and he immediately shouted in a low voice. The opportunity has come, get ready. At this moment, Mobai just walked to an open space, seemingly defenseless. For the Thunder Gods, this is the best time to sneak attack. Go. The 3 of them simply stopped hiding and released their power to attack Mobai directly. Dark text, severe pain. Light killing cannon. Alba Green also gritted her teeth and released a killing move. Fairy machine gun. Several magic beams were emitted almost at the same time. Mobai continued to walk forward slowly, without any precaution or avoidance. Based on the experience of the 3 Thunder Gods working together, if Mobai was hit by this combined force at the same time, he would be seriously injured if not dead. Boom. The moment the magic power touched Mobai's body, a huge explosion occurred, and a black hole crater was directly blown up on the spot, stirring up thick dust. But the 3 of them looked closely. But they only saw a flash of lightning, and Mobai was still walking forward without looking back, unscathed, with a firm step. Even his clothes were not stained with dust. The 3 of them were stunned and looked at each other, trying to find the answer from their teammates, but for a moment they could not understand what was happening in front of them. What? Did it miss? Impossible. Look at the crater, it's obvious that he was just there, but just now it seemed that a flash of lightning passed, and then. Fried was the most meticulous among the Thunder Gods. And through Mobai's performance just now, he quickly reacted and analyzed. I understand. What we just saw was just a lightning afterimage. Lightning afterimage. Isn't that something that only lightning wizards like Laxus can master? Alba Green was shocked. Fried nodded slightly. That's right. This Mobai may have the same lightning magic as Laxus, and the speed is so fast that it is completely beyond our perception. When Mobai returned in the morning, the 3 members of the Thunder Gods were not in the guild, and they knew nothing about the magic that Mobai mastered. While they were surprised, a sudden gust of fire suddenly broke out in front of them. The raging flames attacked the 3 people directly, which was the fire dragon killing power used by Mobai. Being attacked by them for no reason with a killing move, even if they were partners in the same guild, Mobai would not just let them go. At this moment, he just casually returned a blow, and it had reached the level of destruction of the 3 members of the Thunder Gods' joint attack. Not good. Fried felt bad, and gritted his teeth and was about to launch a spell to resist. The other 2 also smelled a trace of extremely dangerous breath from it, and hurriedly mobilized the magic power in their bodies to defend. In an instant, a golden lightning figure shot out from the side, punching the flames directly. The waves generated by the intersection of lightning and fire had already cut the nearby grass and trees into pieces. The 3 of them are just doing things for me, and I gave the order to attack. I apologize to you. A deep voice came from the golden shadow. As the light faded, Fried and his companions immediately saw the face of the person who blocked them. This was a blond young man in a black coat. The three people's faces instantly showed ecstasy. Laxus. The blond young man was the leader of the Thunder Gods, one of the top fighters of the Fairy Tale Guild, and the S-class wizard Laxus. And before that, Laxus had heard about Mobai's deeds and became interested in him. That's why the three Thunder Gods under his command attacked together to test him. Although this way of testing is a bit violent, it is also in line with Laxus's current frivolous and irritable personality. After hearing Laxus's active apology, Mobai's offensive immediately slowed down, and he slowly withdrew the magic power of the attack, thinking in his heart. First the force, then the courtesy, it's a bit interesting. Let's hear what they want to say. The confrontation stopped. Laxus also breathed a sigh of relief, turned around and said to the Thunder Gods. Back off, you are no match for Mobai. He is a dragon slayer wizard who controls 8 different attribute magics, including lightning. 8. The three of them looked at each other. The expressions on their faces were almost exactly the same as the expressions of other people in the guild in the morning. While they were shocked, Mobai had already stopped and looked back, with a kind smile on his face, and took the initiative to greet, as if the conflict just now had never happened. Hello. Chapter 22. Slowly putting away the lightning aura on his body, Laxus walked straight forward and looked at Mobai with a more serious look in his eyes. Let me introduce myself. I am Laxus, the strongest S-class wizard of Fairy Tale at present. These three are my team, the Thunder Gods, Fried, Bigasro, and Alba Green. Mobai nodded slightly and simply responded, Newcomer Mobai. As for the purpose of Laxus's trip, it was also very straightforward, just to bring Mobai into the group. The arrogant Laxus has long been dissatisfied with the current Lax Guild. He is extremely eager for power and hopes to lead Fairy Tale to become the recognized strongest guild and be respected by others. It is worth mentioning that Laxus is also the grandson of the current President Makarov, with the identity of an S-class wizard. He is indeed a strong contender for the next president candidate. But he can't wait for that day. He can't wait to start a civil war and force Makarov to abdicate. The recent appearance of Mobai will be a very uncertain factor in this civil war. That's why Laxus has the same attitude as before, trying not to make enemies with him as much as possible. Laxus paused, and said with a fake smile, although you are a newcomer, I still want to praise you. You made a lot of noise in the Paradise Tower. Thank you. Mobai's reply was concise and indifferent. Hearing this, the three Thunder Gods were a little angry. They had never seen a young wizard of the same generation dare to treat Laxus like this. Laxus squeezed out an interested smile on his face and asked. There is one thing I am curious about. In your eyes, what kind of existence is the Fairy Tale Guild? It's pretty good. Everyone is very harmonious. Mobai still had the same attitude as before, laughing indifferently. Laxus was slightly displeased, and gradually put away his smile. He frowned slightly, and continued to ask. Don't you think the guild is gradually decaying? Perhaps we need a more powerful fairy tale, a guild with a far-reaching reputation and awe. At this point, Mobai could already guess what he wanted to say next. Sure enough. Laxus's words began to show his edge. I am the strongest wizard among the younger generation of the guild, and now I have a strength that is not inferior to the old man. If we can get your help again, we will definitely be able to create the most powerful wizard guild in the entire continent. By then, everyone will be terrified and in awe of the name Fairy Tale. The meaning of recruiting is already quite obvious. However, fearing Mobai's strength, Laxus still did not speak too bluntly. Taking a deep breath, Laxus' eyes showed endless ambition, waiting for Mobai's response. But Mobai just turned his head and said two words lightly. Not interested. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. If I don't rent a house, I will have to sleep on the street tonight. After the voice fell, Mobai left without looking back and continued to walk in the direction of the address left by Lucy. But he didn't take 2 steps. He sensed the monstrous lightning-attributed magic power of Laxus behind him, which seemed to carry a lot of anger and resentment. But Mobai didn't care, and continued to walk forward calmly step by step, until his back disappeared from the sight of several people. For a long time, seeing that Laxus was still not moving, Bigasro could not help asking, "Did that guy not understand what I meant? He actually refused the invitation of the Thunder Gods." Putting away the violent magic power on his body, Laxus said slowly, "No, he already knew it very well." "Then what should we do? Should we postpone it?" "No, proceed as planned. The festival will start the civil war on time the day after tomorrow morning," Laxus said firmly. Fried pondered for a moment and asked tentatively, "But Mobai will be a big threat. Do I need to find a way to trap him?" Laxus shook his head, with a flash of war and arrogance in his eyes. "No, if I use this method, he will not obey even if I become the president. I will fight him in person in 2 days. The results will be clear at that time." On the other side, Mobai didn't take Laxus's matter to heart at all, and went straight to the villa recommended by Lucy. To be honest, this villa is not bad, with 2 floors, spacious and bright. Even if 6 or 7 people live in it, it won't seem crowded. Especially the big bathroom on the 2nd floor. The pool made Mobai particularly excited. The only drawback is that it is a bit far from the guild. If you are in a hurry, you need to fly there with the storm dragon wings. But it is also within the acceptable range. After bargaining, Mobai rented the villa for 180,000 J per month. Since Natsu and Gajil are both poor, Mobai didn't say much. As long as they pay 1 month's rent when they are rich, they can slowly pay in installments. For now, I'd better take care of the first month by myself. However, the 200,000 J in Hakob Mountain last time, after paying the rent and deducting some daily expenses, there is not much left. In Magnolia, this rent is not very expensive, and it is nothing compared to Urza. Urza has more than 100 pieces of clothing for disguise. Although the girl's apartment is spacious enough, it is obviously impossible to store too many clothes in one room. Urza simply rented 5 rooms directly, broke through the middle wall, and enjoyed the treatment of a presidential suite alone. Correspondingly, she has to pay 500,000 J in rent every month. Looking at his shy wallet, Mobai couldn't help smacking his lips. I still have to take more commissions. Before becoming an S-class wizard, I still have to go out with Urza and others to get high-paying commissions, otherwise I'm afraid I won't even have food to eat. The next morning, after arriving at the guild, Mobai did not see Urza, Natsu and others, and was planning to find some commissions suitable for him to complete independently. But he found a short old man squatting at the notice board, as if he was waiting for him. President. At this time, Makarov's face no longer had the smile he used to joke with everyone. Seeing Mobai, Makarov immediately said seriously, "Come with me, I have something to discuss with you." Mobai thought to himself. In the past, even if he received criticism from the council, or other guild members destroyed half of the town while carrying out the commission, Makarov always laughed it off. There is only one possibility that made him so serious. Something went wrong with the guild members. And it is likely a security problem. Perhaps the president has also realized Laxus's recent abnormality. Mobai followed Makarov to the innermost room, locked the door. After making sure that no one followed, Makarov asked about Mobai's recent situation. "You have been in the guild for a while, right? How do you feel about adapting? Is the commission going smoothly?" Mobai said speechlessly, "President, I only worked once. What do you think?" "Ahem, is that so? Maybe I remembered it wrong." Mobai rolled his eyes. "Just say whatever you want to say." Hearing this, Makarov cleared his throat, regained his solemn demeanor, and said in a stern voice, What I am going to tell you now involves a team in the guild that contains an S-class wizard, Laxus and his thunder gods. Tomorrow is the harvest festival of Magnolia. According to their personalities, they would not participate in such activities, but they rushed back at this time. Plus, Laxus's behavior has become more and more abnormal recently. He always conflicts with others for no reason, and even fights. I suspect that they may do something to hurt the guild. Makarov's words just confirmed Mobai's previous speculation. As Laxus's grandfather, Makarov naturally knew the character of his grandson very well. He obviously realized something. Mobai couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, "President. Actually, Laxus and the Thunder Gods came to see me yesterday." "What?" Makarov was shocked. "Did they hurt you?" Mobai shook his head gently. "Laxus came to me and said that he wanted to change the current situation of the guild, to build the most powerful fairy tale, and hoped to get my help. But I think the current guild is very good. Everyone is very harmonious, and the guild is like a noisy guild every day." The corners of Makarov's mouth had a hint of excitement. With approval in his eyes, he jumped onto the table and patted Mobai's shoulder. "Sure enough, it is the wisest choice to ask you to come today." Mobai smiled, and then asked, "What do you need me to do specifically, President?" Makarov pondered for a moment, and said righteously, "At tomorrow's harvest festival, they are likely to take action. Once I have no time to take care of it, you will be the best candidate to suppress Laxus. In order not to cause a commotion, I only mentioned this matter to you. At that time, you must be sure to protect the safety of my partners." Makarov paused for a moment, then his voice became a little trembling, and he added, "Even if Laxus is my grandson, but if he does something that hurts his guildmates and Magnolia residents, I will never condone it." Mobai sighed lightly, and naturally knew Makarov's current dilemma. On the left side of the scale is his grandson who he raised, and on the right side is the guild he has devoted his life to. Makarov has poured almost all his love into these two sides, but now, the two sides are likely to conflict. Mobai didn't interfere much, but clenched his fists and assured Makarov, "Everyone in the guild, and Magnolia, I will protect them well." Makarov's old face finally showed a relieved smile. "Please." Chapter 23. After coming out of the room, Mobai began to recall the details of the fairy tale civil war and thought about what to prepare. Makarov entrusted such an important task to him, a new member who had just joined the guild, so he naturally didn't want to disappoint him. "I remember that Laxus had a thorough civil war plan, which seemed to have to be cracked step by step. How about I go and beat Laxus and the Thunder Gods today? As long as they are seriously injured, the civil war tomorrow will definitely not happen, right? Or, I'll just take the initiative and become the president of Fairy Tale tonight." His mind was in a mess. After all, this time he had to face his guildmates. Unconsciously, after leaving Makarov, Mobai returned to the front desk of the guild. "Are you worried?" The sweet voice pulled Mobai out of his wild thoughts. Looking up, Mirajan held up her cheek with her jade hands, looking at him with a smile. "Mira, actually, I'm not that annoying. Here, I'll treat you to cake Tilda, don't be unhappy Tilda." Before Mobai could explain, Mirajan had already put the plate in front of him. A piece of white and delicate cream cake was placed in the center of the plate, with cherries on the top. "This. Try it. I just made it this morning." After a brief hesitation, Mobai chose to pick up the spoon and scoop it up. Houchi! The cake filled his mouth and made him speak unclearly. Mirajan smiled and said, "If you like, come to the front desk to find me anytime, I'll treat you Tilda." I don't know if it was because of the sweetness of the cake or the healing smile of Mirajan. Mobai felt relieved immediately. The light bulb in his mind seemed to be lit up all of a sudden. He seemed to have a preliminary idea of what Makarov had told him. "By the way, Mira, is there a magic tool store in Magnolia? Also, are there any craftsmen who can do stone carving?" Mirahe tilted his head and thought for a while, there seem to be quite a few tool stores in the north of the city. As for stone carving, I remember there is a stone-shaped magician living there. Stone shape, magic similar to Gray's ice shape. Both use magic power to condense into other objects. Thank you. Swallowed the remaining cake whole. Mobai wiped his mouth casually, left the guild and headed straight to the north of the city. This trip to the north of the city may be related to the final outcome of the civil war that will take place tomorrow. The next morning. Since getting up, the noise in the town can be heard faintly. Even if you live in the suburbs, you can vaguely hear it. The event started so early. As for the streets, posters of the Harvest Festival were posted everywhere, and the number of pedestrians was twice as much as usual. If it weren't for Makarov's mission, he really wanted to go shopping. At this time, the Fairy Tale Guild was also very lively. In addition to most of the wizards in the guild, many residents of the town also gathered. The hall was full. In 5 minutes, the Grand Miss Beauty selection will open here. As soon as he entered the hall, Mobai heard the heated discussion of the townspeople. It is said that there will be another beautiful wizard joining Fairy Tale this year. I am looking forward to what they will look like. Tilda. Of course I support Mirajan. She is the cover girl of Wizard Weekly. I won't even look at that magazine without her. Don't you think Urza is also very beautiful? I dream of being trampled under the feet of the Fairy Queen. I am Miss Levi's dog. Pushing through the noisy crowd. Mobai finally saw the familiar short figure. President. Makarov also nodded, his expression slightly relaxed compared to yesterday. So far, Laxus and the others have not taken any action, so let's watch the game first. Mobai's face was full of black lines. This old man. But as a person who has experienced it. If nothing unexpected happens, most of the plans for the next actions of the Thunder Gods will be under Mobai's control. It seems nice to admire the swimsuits of the guild ladies. It shouldn't delay things, right? Wait. Having dealt with the 3 members of the Thunder Gods before, as a dragon slayer, Mobai naturally remembered their respective magical auras. At this moment, he was sensing that one of the magical powers was approaching. Is this magical power, Alba Green? Is it coming? Makarov on the side was unaware of this. Mobai, who do you think will win in the end? Is it Mirajan? Urza? But I think Lucy has a good figure, and Juvia. What do you think? Mobai. Where are they? Although he said that, Makarov was still thinking about the Thunder Gods and Laxus. In addition, Mobai's sudden disappearance made him even more suspicious. I hope nothing unexpected will happen. Makarov sighed lightly, straightened his body, and refocused his eyes on the center of the stage in front of him, waiting for the curtain to be unveiled. After a while, as the music sounded, the crowd, which was originally a little quiet, became lively again. Dear citizens of Magnolia, welcome to the annual Harvest Festival of Fairy Tale. The Fairy Tale Most Beautiful Miss selection will be held soon. Then without further ado, please welcome the contestant number 1, Kana Alupalona. Amidst the applause and cheers, the lights came into focus, the curtain was unveiled, and the beautiful woman in gorgeous dress walked out gracefully. But when everyone saw her face, they were all stunned. Hello everyone, I am today's number 1 contestant, Alba Green from the Thunder Gods. After a few seconds of silence, a large number of discussions immediately rang out from the audience. It's Alba Green. How come she is also participating in the competition? She is not Kana either. So, the Thunder Gods have also returned to the guild. Let's not talk about this for now, the competition will continue. Where is the next contestant? Where is Arbiska? Makarov also had an ominous premonition in his heart. Something is going to happen. Looking at the chattering people in the audience, Alba Green said slowly. Today's competition is only for me, there is no need to continue, just declare me the champion. Bullshit. I clearly remember there were 7 contestants. Give me back Miss Mira. Seeing the audience's complaints getting louder and louder, Alba Green smiled contemptuously and slowly pulled open the curtain behind the stage. Sorry, I just came from the backstage. I am indeed the only contestant. As the curtain slowly opened, what came into everyone's eyes were 7 stone statues, the same size as real people, and their appearances could even be vaguely distinguished. Urza, Lucy, Mirajan. Aren't they the 7 people who were supposed to participate in the beauty pageant today? It's Alba Green's petrification magic. Her eyes can turn people into stone statues. Don't look into her eyes. Makarov finally realized that this was a conspiracy, and the actions of the thunder gods had already begun. He quickly stood on the table and shouted to the surroundings. All spectators, retreat outside the guild immediately. Quick. Most of the audience were ordinary people who could not use magic. When they heard that there was danger, they all rushed to the door of the hall. Until they saw the last person leave, Makarov burst out with amazing magic pressure and shouted at Alba Green on the stage. Asshole! Restore them to their original state immediately. But as soon as the voice fell, a thunderbolt suddenly flashed and landed in the center of the stage. Seeing the appearance of the visitor, Makarov immediately clenched his fists. Laxus. With a wild smile on his face, Laxus looked around the crowd, but did not find the person he wanted to see the most, and could not help but feel a little disappointed. Laxus, remove the petrification immediately. Makarov warned again. Laxus, however, ignored them and announced. Don't worry, if you want to save them, come and play a game with me first, a game of confrontation. The rules are simple, all the wizards of Fairy Tale will fight against me and the Thunder Gods, and the location is set to be entire Magnolia. Find and defeat us within 3 hours, and these women will be restored to their original state. If you lose, do you want to save them? You must recognize me as the new president of Fairy Tale. The last sentence was said. Laxus finally showed his fangs and revealed his true purpose. Don't joke too much. Makarov roared. Finally, an amazing burst of magic power broke out, and the originally short body kept growing until it formed a giant as tall as the entire guild. It's the president's giant magic. This kind of magic fluctuation, such a strong sense of oppression. Quote. Laxus is going to suffer a loss. While everyone was discussing, Laxus showed a disdainful smile and directly chose to ignore Makarov's warning. According to the rules, defeat me within 3 hours, otherwise there is no need to discuss anything. Exclamation mark quote. Now I declare that the Fairy Tale Civil War has begun. See Laxus still stubborn, Makarov was about to burst out his magic to teach this unruly grandson a lesson. But a flash of lightning suddenly flashed in front of him. Instantly, everyone's vision was blocked. There was only light in front of them, which hurt their eyes. When everyone regained their vision, there were only 7 lifelike stone sculptures left on the huge stage. Is Laxus no longer in the guild? Alba Green can't be found either. They should have escaped together during the gap just now. This is bad. Are we really going to go to war with the Thunder Gods? President. After hesitating for a moment, Makarov looked at the petrified girl on the stage. After learning from the pain, he finally made up his mind. This time it's not just Laxus's challenge, it's also a test for our entire guild. Everyone listen up. Within 3 hours, find the Thunder Gods scattered in Magnolia and do everything you can to defeat them. As soon as this was said, the guild responded instantly, and the enthusiasm was high. Defeat the Thunder Gods in 3 hours. Macau, come with me to the west of the city. Hurry. Man. Swarmed out of the guild like a swarm of bees. Chapter 24. Makarov looked around. He was the only one left in the empty hall. Maybe Mobai was controlled by the Thunder Gods before the girls were petrified. In that case, I'll have to deal with Laxus. Thinking of this, Makarov slowly restored his body to its original size and ran out of the guild. Just as he ran to the door. Bang! Suddenly he felt like he had hit something. He didn't have time to brake, and his whole body crashed into it. It hurt. What? Invisible glass wall. Using his magic power, Makarov punched it, and a purple-black text appeared out of thin air on the invisible wall. Magicians and stone statues over 80 years old are not allowed to pass. It's Fried's spell. Fried is one of the 3 thunder gods, good at using spells and text magic. Once the spell is successfully cast, unless you can completely crush it with extremely strong magic, you must follow the rules. Makarov sighed lightly. The spell in front of him was obviously set up specifically to trap him. Fried had been planning for a long time. He would secretly reinforce the spell almost every time he passed the guild gate. It would be difficult to break it in a short time. Just as he was thinking about what to do next, he saw 2 people walking over from the inner hall as if nothing had happened. Natsu, Gajil, are you still here? I was hungry just now, so I couldn't find something to eat in the kitchen. Natsu lowered his eyebrows and eyes, obviously finding nothing. Gajil next to him was holding a pile of iron pots and pans and eating happily. By the way, didn't they say there was a celebration? Where did everyone go? Looking at the 2 relaxed guys, Makarov suppressed the urge to vomit blood in his heart. No time to explain. I suspect that Mobai has been controlled by Laxus and his men. You should go to the town to search immediately, find Laxus and defeat him. Hearing this, Natsu immediately shouted excitedly. Want to fight with Laxus? You allowed me to do this. I'm excited. Once upon a time, Natsu challenged Laxus many times, but he was always beaten away by a punch. This time, with Makarov's permission, he didn't ask why, grabbed Gajil's arm and ran out. Slow down, you bastard. I haven't finished eating yet. Pop. The sound of the collision reached his ears. Makarov was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out. Natsu and Gajil, who were originally full of energy, actually bumped into the ritual barrier at the door at this moment. Damn it, what is that? Why can't I get out? Rubbing his nose, Natsu was furious and punched and kicked continuously. Until the ceiling of the guild shook. The ritual barrier was still intact. Makarov was worried that the 2 would tear down the guild again, so he hurriedly stopped them. Stop it first, I have a question for you. Ah. You 2 are also over 80 years old. According to the rules of the ritual, wizards and stone statues over 80 years old are not allowed to leave the barrier. According to the elimination method, it seems that there is only one possibility, over 80 years old. Looking at the world outside the guild that was out of reach again, Makarov sighed. Is it only possible to bow to Laxus? After a few seconds of silence. You can't say that. Hearing the familiar voice, Makarov suddenly raised his head. But found that the new member of the guild who had been entrusted with an important task by him before had appeared in front of him at some point, and was looking at him with a smile. Mobai. Wait, are they behind you? Aluza, Lucy. Makarov looked behind Mobai in disbelief. It turned out to be the 7 girls who were petrified by Alba Green. The girls were dressed up and looked like they were just ready to participate in a beauty pageant. Looking at the center of the stage, the 7 stone sculptures were still standing there. President, Urza called tentatively. Makarov then recovered from his astonishment for a short time. How come? Didn't Alba Green petrify you just now? That's all thanks to Mobai. Aluza answered softly. With a smile, she looked at Mobai on the side. Mobai. Makarov's eyes were filled with joy of surviving a disaster. Under the expectant gaze of the crowd, Mobai then slowly spoke and talked about what had just happened. According to my analysis, Laxus wanted to start a split war without everyone knowing. The most beautiful lady selection this morning is undoubtedly a good opportunity. After learning about Alba Green's petrification ability, I speculated she would take action at that time, so she went to the north of the city and bought 7 life-size stone sculptures of girls. I sensed the arrival of Alba Green, so I quietly sneaked into the girls' locker room backstage and hid. Mobai was so excited that he accidentally said the truth. Ah. The girls looked at each other, blushing. They didn't have the magic of changing clothes like Urza, so they could only go to the locker room and use the most traditional method, taking off and changing. In this way, wouldn't Mobai see everything? Ahem, it's not what you think. I just wanted to monitor Alba Green. I didn't see anyone except Mira. Mirage's face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye, and she asked shyly. What did you see of me? No, nothing. Seeing that the explanation was getting worse, Mobai hurriedly got back to the point. At that time, I only saw Alba Green about to make a move, so I used lightning to flash her eyes, took all the girls out when she was not prepared, and then put the stone sculpture back to its original position. In this way, Alba Green thought it was Laxus who was taking action, and did not carefully check the authenticity of the stone sculpture. Mobai spoke carefully, fearing that he would say the wrong word again. After learning that Mobai was protecting them, the girls' expressions eased and they thanked him one after another. After experiencing the ups and downs of his mood, Makarov was so excited that he burst into tears. Mobai. I really didn't misjudge you, woo-woo. You are too happy too early, President. Mobai still had a smile on his face and took out a bill from his pocket and handed it over. The stone sculptures were made in a hurry, 400,000 J each, a total of 2.8 million J. I told the name of the guild, and the boss said that I could buy on credit and only charge me 3 million J. Remember to pay the bill dear tilde. When he saw the amount, Makarov's face changed at the speed of light, and he seemed to have lost his soul in an instant. The old man's eyes went black. He staggered a few steps and almost fell down. Finally, he had no choice but to squeeze out a few words from his throat. Prodigal son. You are such a prodigal son. Is this the mission you gave me, President? At least, I have ensured everyone's safety. Next, it's the Thunder Gods and Laxus. Mobai completed his mission with honor and was beaming with joy. Chapter 25. Mobai was about to leave the guild to look for Laxus. Suddenly, Urza called him again. Mobai, come here. Huh. Mobai's heart tightened. Urza was half crouching beside her stone sculpture, gently stroking it with her jade hand and carefully examining it. But every time her eyes swept over a place, Mobai's heart was lifted a little. My stone sculpture feels a little wrong. Is it? Mobai swallowed his saliva when he heard it, and instead of moving forward, he took a few steps back. He glanced away hurriedly and didn't dare to look Urza in the eye. But this unnatural behavior attracted the attention of other girls, and they all gathered around Urza. Huh, why are you so nervous? Is there really something wrong with this stone sculpture? It seems so. A certain part is bigger than other stone sculptures. Is Urza's this big? What? This is too obvious. It's bigger than Urza's. The skirt seems to be shorter too. Mobai didn't bring any private goods when he customized the stone sculpture, right? Do you remember the photo in the magazine? He was holding Urza in his arms when he came out of the Paradise Tower. The 6 girls looked at Mobai in unison, and their expressions were surprisingly consistent. It seems that he knows some secret. Look at Urza again. Her eyes are still on the stone sculpture. But this reaction without any reaction directly makes Mobai feel invisible and huge pressure. Well, now is not the time to talk. Wait until this battle is over. The battle is over. Mobai stuttered, and halfway through his words, the wings of the storm dragon suddenly appeared behind him. Then he rushed to the door of the hall and left in a hurry. Until then, Urza slowly stood up. President, I think this stone sculpture is well made. Can it be moved back to the apartment? Makarov was stunned for a moment. It turned out that she was just admiring the stone sculpture just now. But Mobai had a guilty conscience and started to talk directly. Yes, this is very Urza. Wait, she seemed to say that she wanted to move the stone sculpture away. Makarov's eyes rolled around, he raised his head with a smile on his face, and stretched out 5 fingers. No problem, only 500,000 J. Huh. Urza's expression gradually solidified, looking down at Makarov indifferently, with clouds gathering on her face. Makarov was sweating profusely. This time he seemed to be really going to lose his temper. On the other side. Not long after Mobai left the guild, he found a purple-clad man wearing a helmet and eye mask crouching on the roof in front of him. It seemed as if he had come all the way to wait for him. Gray has been defeated by me. I think your fate will not be much better than his. Mobai frowned. Bigasro. Like Alba Green, this man was a member of the Thunder God clan. But to Mobai's surprise, the 3 Thunder God clan members had not taken advantage of him in their combined attack before, but now Bigasro blocked his way alone. Looking up at the big clock on the church, it had only been 20 minutes since the civil war began. Forget it, just play with him. Mobai exhaled lightly, and finally focused his attention on Bigasro, and his magic power suddenly burst out. After feeling the aura emanating from Mobai, Bigasro's face couldn't help but become solemn. Of course he knew how big the gap was between the two sides. Originally, according to Freed's arrangement, he should have gone to the south of the city to intercept other guild members. But because he was worried that Laxus would suffer from Mobai, he blocked Mobai's path. Even if I am seriously injured, I have to consume Laxus's magic power. Thinking of this, Bigasro gritted his teeth and released 6 magic puppets with a wave of his hand. Linear formation / Granite Dragon's Shield. Mobai raised his hand to block it, and a brown heavy shield stood up. The puppet's sharp slash only scraped off a layer of stone chips. Light-killing cannon Pierce. Seeing that the situation was not good, Bigasro hurriedly used his magic power to attack. At this moment, Mobai had put away the rock shield. Unlike his toughness just now. At this moment, he was filled with hot wind and flames were faintly coming out from his fingertips. The roar of the fire dragon. Take a deep breath, and the thick flames surged out. In an instant, not only the light-killing cannon released by the puppets. Even the 6 wooden puppets were directly swallowed by the flames and burned alive. But Bigasro's face did not show the panic of losing his weapon. He turned around and ran directly to the alley beside him. I have some magic power left, and I can also add magic to many objects, turn them into puppets. Just drag them down and find new objects. How could Mobai not know his idea? Naturally, he did not give him a chance and instantly turned into lightning to chase him. In the dark alley. Just when Bigasro glanced at the abandoned dolls in the trash can and a glimmer of hope ignited in his heart, he suddenly sensed the violent energy emanating from behind. Lightning magic. He turned around in horror. But he found that Mobai had approached him without knowing when, and raised his fists. Thunder Dragon Jaw. Thunder roared in his ears. As Mobai's fists fell, Bigasro felt dizzy. He was completely out of control and was repelled. Even his limbs were paralyzed and he could not move. He could only let his body roll on the ground for a few times before he barely stopped. The dust dispersed. Bigasro's body was in the shape of a big character, lying on his back in the middle of the road, looking straight at the sky. At this moment, he finally realized why the arrogant Laxus showed strong fear of this newcomer that day. The dragon slayer of 8 elements. There is no way, the gap in strength is too big. Quote. Failure after all. Laxus, be careful. Praying silently in his heart. But after a few seconds, Bigasro felt something strange coming from his body, and the numbness of the lightning gradually disappeared. Can he move? Looking at the parts of his body that Mobai had attacked just now, he could not see any external injuries, nor did he feel much pain. It turned out to be the effect of powerful magic and paralysis. I thought I was seriously injured. Finally coming to his senses, Bigasro turned his head with difficulty and watched Mobai's leaving figure. After a long time, he finally dug out a few words from his teeth. Why? You have the fairy tale guild emblem on your body. No, on your tongue. I will not be cruel to my companions. However, you are out of this game now. Mobai's voice fell from the sky. The volume was not loud, but Bigasro no longer had the desire to fight. He drew out the magic tool from his waist and gently activated it. The gorgeous magic fireworks were launched into the sky. Mobai didn't take it seriously. After flying for a long time, he noticed the magic fluctuations coming from the suburbs in the south of the city. It seems that there are people fighting over there. Anyway, it's still early, so go over and persuade them to stop fighting. Chapter 26. West of the city. Fried, wearing a red robe and holding a western sword, was looking down at Mirajan and Elfman, who were standing by the broken bridge. This man was the strongest of the thunder gods, and was good at spell writing. The spell that trapped Makarov and others was his masterpiece. Elfman, you have been defeated by Alba once, so you are out. You are not qualified to fight again. If you look closely, you can easily see that Elfman's upper body is naked and covered with scars. He had obviously just experienced a hard battle. Stop talking nonsense. If you are a man, accept my challenge. Mirajan certainly knew Elfman's character, and he would not stop until he was beaten unconscious. And quickly took his arm. Forget it, let's go back to the guild first. But Elfman still refused to give in, staring at Fried, as if he was looking at a jackal confronting him. You can't communicate with people who break the rules. Fried closed his eyes and shook his head gently. He didn't take the other party's warning seriously at all, and turned to leave. Stop. Mirage didn't pay attention, and Elfman broke free of his arm and rushed out. Fried's understatement was obviously the biggest irritation to him. Be careful, he has the strength of a quasi-S-class wizard. Mileage hurriedly reminded from behind. Elfman, who was furious, obviously didn't listen to these. Receive the soul of the Beast King. With the appearance of the magic circle, Elfman's already very tall body grew further. As his skin hardened and his strength increased, his body actually took on the posture of an orc, and he pounced on Fried with his teeth and claws. Receiving magic is the magic that Mirajan, Elfman and Lysina learned together when they entered the Fairy Tale Guild. It can receive the power of monsters or animals in a short period of time and strengthen itself. After practicing to perfection, it can even force the demon to be used by itself. Facing the aggressive Elfman, Fried was not in a hurry, sighed lightly, and still had the same indifferent expression. Incorrigible. As the Beast King's giant arm swung down, Fried suddenly dodged sideways, and the tip of the rapier swung a few times in the air. Purple-black words appeared out of thin air and then were engraved on Elfman's arm. What is that? Elfman only felt pain and itchiness on his arm, and stretched out his hand to activate magic to erase it, but it was useless. Dark words, severe pain. The rapier was put at his waist. Looking at Fried again, he found that one of his pupils had also turned dark purple, like a demon's eye. After being defined by the dark text, you will feel severe pain from all the nerve endings in your body every second. As soon as he finished speaking, Elfman, who was originally planning to continue attacking, suddenly knelt on the ground, and his face, which was originally full of fighting spirit, was now covered with hideous distortions. Every inch of skin on his body seemed to be torn apart and in severe pain. Ah! Elfman finally couldn't help but let out a painful howl, and the soul of the Beast King continued to dissipate, returning to his original human appearance. Miraja looked at the scene in front of him in horror. He rushed forward regardless of the danger, habitually wanting to protect Elfman behind him. Unexpectedly, Fried had already noticed it and had already buried the spell on her way. Miraja was trapped in the spot and could not move after running 2 steps. Mirajan begged, Elfman can't fight anymore, let him go. Fried was neither sad nor happy, like a machine without emotions, and asked Elfman coldly, do you want to continue fighting? Although half of his body was already cramped due to pain, Elfman still managed to squeeze out 2 words from his clenched teeth. Continue. Fried heard this and stopped holding back as if he had received some kind of permission. As the color of his purple-black pupils deepened, the magic power he displayed also increased. The rapier danced quickly. Shock. Horror. Pain. A few more dark words were written, and Elfman's expression became more ferocious. But he used all his strength to support the ground with his right fist to prevent himself from falling down. Seeing his brother in so much pain that he couldn't even speak, Marajan was already in tears. "Please, let's go back to the guild now. Don't hurt Elfman anymore." Fried looked indifferent, and didn't care about Marajan's constant pleas for mercy. He didn't stop writing at all. The tip of the sword swung countless times. The dark words with greater magic power than before fell. Death. Fried's last two words were not loud, but they were particularly trembling in Marajan's ears. Malaje's pupils instantly dilated. Death. But just as this dark text was about to fall, Fried suddenly felt a sudden storm in front of him, and subconsciously dodged backwards. But found a familiar figure with wings passing by in front of him, and directly carried away the struggling Elfman. Mobai. The words were engraved, but did not hurt Elfman, but were imprinted on Mobai's arm. However, Mobai had already used steel skin in advance during the flight. And the death magic engraved on it could not be said to have no harm, and the impact caused was not much different from being bitten by a mosquito. What the hell? Gua Sha. Mobai muttered softly. He carried Elfman all the way to the broken bridge not far away. Mobai was panting with exhaustion. The weight of this guy was almost equal to 3 or 4 urzes. When he saw Mobai's figure, Fried's face finally showed solemnity, no longer as calm as before. After all, this was an opponent that even Laxus had to take seriously. On the other hand, Mobai's expression at this moment was very strange. It didn't look like anger, but more like sympathy. For a long time, Mobai finally spoke with a tone full of pity. "Why did you provoke her?" "What?" Fried was puzzled for a moment, until he looked in the direction of Mobai's sight, and it turned out to be Marajan who had just been trapped by his spell. Marajan looked grim, and a huge gray-black magic circle appeared under his feet. Magic power continued to pour out, like a demon that devoured everything, and it was actually disintegrating and disappearing the spell bit by bit. What a terrifying magic power. Fried's face was horrified. He had only seen this kind of oppression on Laxus before. At this point, Mobai could only mourn for him for a minute. Alas, he is an old man in the guild after all. Don't you know Marajan's other title a few years ago? S-class wizard, Demon Marajan. The peak strength is not even weaker than the fairy queen Urza. It's just that due to some reasons, his personality changed drastically, from the original hot-tempered and bad fighting with Urza every day to the gentle and weak one now. The terrifying magic power in his body also fell asleep. Perhaps it was because she had just heard the word, death, the image of Lysina leaving this world reappeared in Marajan's subconscious. She had already lost Lysina, and could not lose Elfman, her only relative. Has the long-dormanted magic finally been stimulated? Mobai muttered to himself, and his eyes looked even more pathetic when he looked at Fried. Chapter 27. Receive Satan's Soul. As Milage's power gathered, his attire was no different from that of a demon, and he was completely different from the gentle waiter before. Fried's hand holding the rapier couldn't help but tremble. A fierce light flashed in Milage's eyes, and he stepped out with all his strength, rushing quickly, and arrived in front of Fried in an instant. Dark words wings. Flustered Fried finally wrote down the dark words that could be used for flying at the last moment, and flashed into the air. But the broken bridge where he was just now was not so lucky. He withstood the full force of Milage's Satan's soul and was smashed to pieces. Beads of sweat fell from his forehead. Only then did Fried realize what Mobai meant just now. That look was as if he was looking at a corpse. The smoke and dust dissipated. Marajan locked her target on Fried, and the dark and mysterious Satan wings grew from her back, leaping into the air. The devilish claws kept biting like a hungry wolf, and the attack frequency was extremely intensive. Fried, who was not good at close combat, had to bite the bullet and manipulate the western sword to block, but it was full of flaws. Marajan seized the opportunity and landed a palm on Fried's chest, knocking him down directly from midair. Fried's body fell down with a bang, and he was about to fall on the broken bridge. He immediately activated the Wings of Words and escaped. S-Class Wizard, Demon Mirajan. Her strength has far exceeded the previous plan. Fried practiced ritual magic, creating text rules through magic to restrict the opponent's actions. This also made him stubborn and rigid, and he even had to make a careful plan for everything he did. But when the plan was ruthlessly crushed, Fried obviously lost his previous calmness. Dark Flow. Not far away, Malaje had caught up without knowing when. As the purple-black magic circle appeared in his right hand, dozens of dark arms emerged from it and rushed towards Fried. If he didn't use his strongest killing move at this moment, it would be over. Dark Words Light Bullet. Fried gritted his teeth and threw the western sword directly into the river beside him, interweaving his hands into a seal. The light bullet, which also contained huge magic power, emerged from it. Seeing that the dark arm in the rage was about to touch Fried, the light bullet suddenly exploded and blew him to pieces in an instant. Success. Seeing Malaje's attack being resolved, Fried had a little hope of winning in his heart. However, it was soon crushed again. When the smoke and dust dissipated, Malaje had already prepared for the next attack. Small black holes continued to condense between her palms, and the smell of danger spread. Soul Exterminator. Fried wanted to resist again, but found that the light bullet he had just used up all his strength had almost consumed all the magic power in his body. Despair surged into his heart. It turns out that I was just testing it. There was a major mistake in the plan. I have no chance of defeating her at all. Whether it is speed, attack, or frequency of attack. Boom. A powerful purple energy wave instantly burst out from the black hole. The terrifying demonic wind was raised, and the sky became dim. Although the battle area was close to the suburbs. At the same time, the generated waves were directly transmitted into the town of Magnolia, attracting many residents to stop and look over here. It seems to be dark. Could it be the group of wizards from Fairy Tale? I hope they won't demolish my house again this time. Faced with such a powerful offensive, resistance has no effect. As Fried was completely devoured by the Soul Destroyer, the wings of text behind him disappeared, and his vision blurred. Instantly, his whole body felt as if thousands of steel needles were piercing his nerves. Under the constant stimulation of pain, his consciousness became clearer. I'm afraid the pain now is about the same as the one I gave to Elfman just now. I didn't expect it to be attached to me now. Fried laughed at himself, completely lost his ability to fight, and fell to the ground. But the furious Malaje didn't seem to intend to end it. She actually flashed in front of him and strangled his neck. The two fell rapidly together. The body fell completely. Fried lay flat on the ground, and all he could see was Malaje's demon-like ferocious face. And her demon claws that were full of magic and ready to greet him at any time. Is it over? Fried closed his eyes peacefully. He was ready to leave this world. But more than 10 seconds passed. The imagined heavy blow did not come. Fried opened his eyes with difficulty. Mirajan's claws, which were filled with magic power, were still suspended in the air, but the hatred in his pupils was it gradually dissipated, until half a minute later, the arm fell down naturally and powerlessly. Fried was puzzled. What does this mean? Arrogance from the victor. Miraja did not answer. A flash of light passed. The terrifying Satan costume had disappeared. The one who appeared in sight was still the waitress of the guild, Miraja, who was wearing a pink dress. Miraja knelt beside her, and it was obvious that the battle just now had consumed her. After a while, Miraja had tears in her eyes and said slowly. After all, we are still partners of the same guild. I just want to live happily in the guild and don't want to fight anymore. Not far away, Mobai, who was still supporting Elfman, had a panoramic view of everything. Mobai asked himself, facing the people of the same fairy tale guild, he would not kill them. But if his relatives who depended on each other were tortured like that, he would have to beat up Fried to vent his anger. Mira is still too kind. While Mobai was sighing, Elfman beside him suddenly roared. Sister is a man. Mobai's face was full of black lines. Shut up. If it weren't for Elfman being seriously injured, I really wanted to slap him like I usually do in the guild. For a long time, the magic fluctuations on Myra's body finally subsided. Looking up, Elfman was also limping towards him slowly with the support of Mobai. The big stone in Myra's heart fell to the ground, revealing a pale smile. Thank you, Mobai. Mobai waved his hand. He cast his eyes on Fried, who fell to the ground. At this moment, Fried was using his last strength to pull out the magic props and then launch them into the air. Fireworks burst. Recalling the similar behavior of Bigasro before, Mobai seemed to understand the intention. Is this a signal after the defeat? In this case, all the green is the only one left among the thunder gods. Let's leave it to the rest of the guild. As for Laxus, don't let him wait any longer. There's still more than 2 hours left, so it's definitely in time. Chapter 28. Magnolia, Town. Kaludia Cathedral. Laxus sat alone on the stone steps in front of the door, looking at the flares blooming in the sky again, his brows furious. It's only been an hour, and 2 of the thunder gods have lost their combat effectiveness. Who will be the remaining one? Fried. The breeze blew. Fried was defeated by Mirajan after awakening her magic power. The remaining one is Alba Green. The indifferent voice floated into Laxus' ears. As a Thunder Dragon Slayer wizard, his hearing was equally sharp. But there was nothing in front of him. After a long time, a thin figure slowly appeared from a distance. Laxus watched silently until the man stopped in front of him, and then he spoke grimly. Mobai, you are still standing on the opposite side of me. The person who came was Mobai. Stop now, everyone will think you are just joking. It's too late. Laxus raised his head, his eyes full of resentment, and then turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed towards Mobai. Storm Dragon Wings. When the heavy fistful of lightning fell, Mobai summoned the Storm Dragon Wings and activated the Thunder Dragon Slayer magic. The wind and thunder were linked together, and the speed was much faster than Laxus at the moment. As Mobai's figure passed by, his body half crouched in front of the church door, his palms pressed against the ground. Earth Dragon Collapse. The dry soil instantly cracked, like an ugly scar, and rushed straight to Laxus. Don't use this trick. Laxus snorted coldly, as if mocking Mobai's skills for being too weak. Standing firmly in the bow step, he actually ignored the broken ground and recontrolled the lightning to launch a fierce attack. Thunder Dragon's Collapse Fist. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Unlike before, in order to understand Laxus's strength, Mobai chose to fight him head-on. It must be said that as one of the 5 S-class wizards of Fairy Tale, Laxus's strength is indeed not to be underestimated. The power of this punch is 1 level stronger than that of Natsu before. I am the strongest in the guild, and I have surpassed the old man. Do you think you can defeat me? Laxus roared, his bloodshot eyes flashing fiercely, which was chilling. If the neighbors' children saw his hideous face, they would probably cry on the spot. Boom. Another violent thunder strike, hitting the vital point, but Mobai noticed it again, dodged in the air in time, and took advantage of the momentum to dive. Thunder Dragon Fang TNG. Fire Dragon's Brilliant Flame. In a flash, Laxus had fought with Mobai for dozens of rounds. The speed of both sides' bursts and the frequency of their attacks were also a huge consumption of magic power. Seize the opportunity. Laxus finally got out of the entanglement and retreated to the center of the church, breathing heavily. The sound of slow footsteps came. Mobai walked in calmly, looked at Laxus's dilemma and said, as both are Thunder Dragon Slayers, what is your weakness? I think we should all know it. As early as when he was watching anime before, Mobai had studied all of Laxus's battles. In the end, he found the real reason why he was so strong. Similar to the first-generation version of Ray and Seer, Laxus, who uses lightning magic, is ahead of other wizards in terms of attack power and speed. But his other abilities are slightly fragile. Although the explosive power is extremely strong in a short period of time, once the battle line is extended and falls into a protracted battle, the endurance of magic power is a big problem. After becoming a Thunder attribute Dragon Slayer wizard, Mobai is more convinced of this. However, since Mobai himself has 7 other attributes, as long as he does not rely too much on the speed and burst of lightning in the battle, he can avoid the lack of endurance. In the scattered church, the roof had long been overturned by the magic collision just now. In the center, Laxus was still thinking about finding Mobai's weakness. A subtle magic fluctuation suddenly came from above his head. Although the movement was small, as a Dragon Slayer wizard, these naturally could not escape his perception. In the sky, fireworks bloomed. Everything was in sight, bringing Laxus the final despair. Magic signal flare, the third one. Mobai also looked up, with a hint of relief on his face. It seems that Alba Green has also failed. The thunder gods were completely wiped out. How could this happen? Laxus recalled the scene of 3 flares bursting, and then checked the magic power in his body that was about to run out. Suddenly, he felt that the situation was hopeless. Do you want to continue fighting? Mobai asked tentatively. Silence. Laxus did not answer. His head still staring blankly, as if he hadn't heard it. After a moment. Then he turned his eyes filled with endless hatred to Mobai. If it weren't for the old man who brought you back to the guild out of thin air, I would have been the new president of Fairy Tale now. Laxus, who was overwhelmed by anger, was a little unbalanced. After venting, under Mobai's quiet gaze, Laxus once again activated his magic power. But unlike before, there was no trace of lightning on his body. Mobai frowned. Want to use that trick? Closing his eyes lightly, Laxus' palm slowly condensed, and a ball of white light emerged, flickering slowly. The individual was quite small and delicate, but mixed with terrifying magic that had never been seen before. Laxus suddenly opened his eyes and infused all his magic power into it. The light ball instantly enlarged, and the energy became more unstable, as if it could explode at any time. Fairy's Law. Fairy's Law, as a powerful super magic, is known as one of the 3 major magics of Fairy Tale along with Fairy Ball and Fairy Shine. Once activated, it will cause a devastating blow to all enemies within the range. Earlier, Makarov used Fairy's Law to defeat Joseph, the leader of the Phantom Ruler, who was also one of the 10 Holy Wizards. Laxus' arms trembled slightly. He was too involved in the previous battle, so much magic power was poured into it. At this moment, even the Fairy's Law magic was a bit difficult to activate. The light shone unsteadily. Finally, it enveloped the entire Kaludia Cathedral. It's a pity that the range of the spell is only enough for you, Mobai. As a newcomer who has just joined the guild, this may be a bit cruel to you, but this is the fairy tale I want, a guild with only strong people. At the same time, outside the church, Urza, who had just defeated Alba Green, was still looking for Laxus's trace. Just as they were walking near the church, they suddenly sensed a strong magical power. This fluctuation is the law of the fairies. An ominous premonition came to their mind. Urza rushed into the church in panic, but found it was too late. Laxus finished chanting the law of the fairies. Mobai was still in a daze. The magic was about to explode. Mobai, get out of the church quickly. Huh, big sister. Mobai's face showed no panic for the impending destructive blow. There was even some surprise to see Urza unexpectedly. Laxus, who was about to cast magic, naturally did not give the two a chance to discuss, and instantly detonated the magic in his hand. The white light enveloped everything, as if placing the entire church in heaven. It's too late. Perhaps it was an instinctive reaction. At the moment when the law of the fairies was released, Urza rushed forward without hesitation and blocked in front of Mobai. Although it was too late to get him out safely. But at least he was protected under the armor. The Law of the Goblins. Chapter 29. The light faded. The magic power gradually disappeared in the air. Urza regained her vision. She looked down. The armor was not damaged at all. Mobai, who was protected behind him, rubbed his sleepy eyes at this moment, as if the terrifying magic just now had never been released. We are all okay. Of course we are fine. Mobai smiled bitterly and reached out to gently smooth Urza's crimson bangs. But to be honest, big sister, your first reaction was to protect me behind you. I am very touched. On the other hand, Laxus, who was opposite the two, was shocked and puzzled. What happened? How could it be? I have clearly activated the fairy law and my magic power has indeed been consumed. Why? Urza came back to her senses. The scene of the war with the Phantom Ruler emerged in her mind. Makarov, also one of the 10 holy mages, successfully defeated Joseph with the fairy law. Urza explained, Laxus, I heard the president mention something about the super magic fairy law. Although this magic is powerful, it will only work on the enemies that the caster truly identifies in his heart. In your heart, you may not regard us as enemies. Laxus roared wildly, unable to accept the facts, and shouted. Impossible. All those who hinder me from becoming the president of Fairy Tale are enemies. Mobai added lightly, but none of us was injured. You can deceive your body, but you can't deceive your heart and magic. Laxus suddenly raised his head, staring at Mobai and Urza, who still had 50% to 60% combat ability, and his whole face became twitching. His last trump card has been used. The overall situation is doomed. Laxus has thought of countless endings, whether success or failure. He even planned to launch the fairy law on the entire town of Magnolia and completely eliminate those who disobeyed him once he was in a desperate situation. But he never expected that it would end like this. How could this happen? With endless reluctance and a body exhausted of magic power, Laxus finally fell straight down. Lost consciousness. Mobai also completed the private commission that Makarov had given him before. I remember that during the original civil war, Mistgang would also come back to fight Laxus. Maybe it's too early. I haven't seen him yet. Due to the spells that Fried had arranged in advance, the guild's civil war did not cause any harm to the residents of Magnolia. As for the destroyed buildings, Makarov also compensated in full as usual. After discussion, the Harvest Festival was postponed for 1 day. And the Fairy Tale Guild civil war was finally settled in 80 minutes. Because the battles were fought so quickly, many people were informed that the civil war was over before they even saw the shadow of the Thunder Gods. Afterwards, Laxus and the Thunder Gods were placed in a separate ward to recover. Until they were able to get out of bed and move around normally, Makarov found them and announced the expulsion order for Laxus and the warning for the 3 Thunder Gods. Laxus himself did not raise any objections. The 3 Thunder Gods thought they would be the same as Laxus, but they only received a warning. Fried wanted to leave together, but was stopped by Laxus. I don't have any feelings for this guild. You are different, stay here. I don't want to see a weak Thunder God when we meet again. Even the parting is the same. Laxus always maintains that aloof look and embarks on the next journey alone. After leaving the guild alone. Near the suburbs. In the afterglow, Laxus suddenly saw a figure walking in the distance. The breath was particularly familiar, but he couldn't see who it was because of the setting sun. The man seemed to wave at him and threw something. Laxus raised his arm and caught it steadily. It was a can of drink. As the figure trotted over, his face finally became clear. And when he recognized him, Laxus was quite surprised. Mobai. Mobai smiled, walked up and punched Laxus. Opened another can of drink in his hand, sat down leisurely, and asked casually, "Where are you going?" Practice. The specific location has not been determined. I used to be busy with various commissions every day, and now I finally have enough time to improve my magic power. Laxus looked into the distance, his eyes full of desire for the future. Glancing at Mobai next to him, Lax's eyes flashed again. He showed some fighting spirit. Next time we meet, I won't lose to you again. Mobai smiled. Okay, I'm looking forward to it. They chatted casually. Until the drinks were finished and the sky darkened. The sun was about to set. Laxus tidied his black coat again, and before getting up, he reminded Mobai. Remember to pay more attention to a guild called Raventail. They have been planning in secret and may attack you at any time. Raventail. Mobai was not unfamiliar with this name. The one who created Raventail was none other than Ivan, the son of Makarov, the father of Laxus, and one of the strongest wizards of fairy tale. Because he had done something that hurt his fellow guild members, Makarov expelled him from fairy tale directly. Since then, Ivan has held a grudge and founded the dark guild Raven's Tail, accumulating strength for revenge. Ivan even planted Gajil as a spy to pass on unfavorable information about fairy tale. However, he didn't know that Gajil had been turned into a double agent from the beginning, and all the information passed to him was wrong. Mobai nodded seriously and said, I understand, I will be careful. One more thing. Facing Laxus's hesitation, Mobai tilted his head and couldn't help teasing. I don't usually see you like this. Why are you so nagging when you are leaving? After hearing this, Laxus uttered the last words in his heart. I don't belong to fairy tale anymore. I may not appear again for quite a long time in the future. Take good care of the old man for me. As expected. Before leaving, the thing he couldn't let go of the most was the old man who quarreled with him every day. However, Mobai didn't want this farewell to be so sad and regretful, and responded half-jokingly. Don't be so pessimistic. If I become the president one day, the first thing I will do is to call you back. Laxus laughed and scolded, turned around and walked towards the horizon, waving goodbye behind him. The sunset stretched his shadow very long. Hey, there will be a magic parade on the streets of Magnolia in the evening, remember to watch it before leaving. Chapter 30. It was midnight. After the magical parade around Magnolia, the harvest festival seemed to be coming to an end. However, in the Fairy Tale Guild, the grand dinner had just begun. Walking out of the cheering crowd and looking at the rich dishes on the table, Mobai just wanted to eat. Just as he was about to reach out for the cake in front of him, Mobai suddenly felt someone grab his shoulder. And then a strong smell of alcohol came over. Don't go, little Mobai, come and have a drink with your sister Tilda. Kana. After seeing the other person's face clearly, Mobai shuddered. Kana, the famous female alcoholic in the guild, was the first among the young wizards to join Fairy Tale. She usually dresses quite revealingly, and she doesn't hesitate to show off her proud figure. But perhaps because she is addicted to alcohol, she drinks almost all the time except when she is working, and she doesn't even have a rumored boyfriend until now. Kana has a half-drunk smile on her lips. As she spoke, she walked directly in front of Mobai, hugged his neck and leaned into her arms. Before Mobai could react, he felt his eyes go black and his vision disappeared. His face seemed to be supported by two soft things. The smell of wine mixed with warm body fragrance entered his nose. Until he saw that he was choked. Kana let go with a satisfied look on her face, and then took the wine glass from the side. Speaking of which, you saved me when I participated in the beauty pageant before, and I haven't had time to thank you. Tilda, this glass of wine is my toast to you. Mobai's face wrinkled into a bitter gourd. Early before he crossed over, his alcohol tolerance was very poor. He would fall down after one or two glasses, and he could never stand the spicy taste. That's why he even trembled when he saw Kana. At a banquet, the most fearful thing is to be forced to drink by this drunkard. I can't drink. At this point, Mobai had to admit it honestly. What, do you have to feed me? Kana insisted. No. Seeing Kana holding the wine glass closer and closer to his face, Mobai looked around and sent a look of help to Marajan who was passing by. Marajan also understood, walked up and patted Kana's shoulder gently. Stop it, Kana. Mobai was busy preparing for the magic parade today, and didn't eat much all day. Unexpectedly, Kana became more excited when she heard it. That's perfect. Drinking can fill your stomach. Come on, drink it. Just this one glass. Seeing the wine glass pushed in front of him, Mobai simply gritted his teeth after refusing again and again. It's better to have a short pain than a long pain, just this one glass. Thinking of this, Mobai no longer hesitated, took the wine glass and drank it all. The strong liquor entered his mouth, but he did not feel the rich and mellow fragrance that others had said, only the unbearable spiciness. Mobai forced himself to swallow it, and the spiciness spread from his mouth to his throat and then to his stomach. Just when he thought it was over, his vision suddenly blurred, his feet slipped, and he almost fell down. Mobai realized that something was wrong. What did you give me to drink? Water of life. The purity is about 96%. Ah. Mobai felt dizzy and his cheeks were particularly hot. If it weren't for Mirajan and Kana supporting him, he would have to lie down directly. I'm sorry, I didn't expect you really can't drink any alcohol. After taking a sip of the sobering tea brought by Mirajan, Mobai glanced at Kana who was apologizing with a bad temper. But, actually, I have something else to discuss with you tonight. Kana seemed a little embarrassed. What is it? Mobai asked. I was not very satisfied with the stone sculpture before. This time, let's take a closer look. Who is bigger, me or Urza? Kana said. She put one hand on the shoulder strap and untied it as if no one was around. Mobai almost spit out a mouthful of hot tea. Miraja was also shocked. This is too open. As Kana's fingers twisted, her plump upper body trembled slightly. Mobai opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he didn't utter a word. The Western Hemisphere was about to see the light of day again. Kana suddenly stopped moving and stared at Mobai, who looked confused. A smug look suddenly appeared in her eyes, and she even suddenly freed a hand to pinch Mobai's red face. Another drunken laugh. I'm just teasing you, ha 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 ha. Mobai touched his nose in dismay. Although he had a glimmer of hope, this result was already expected. No, it was a close call. I lost control just now, and Mo Xiaobai under his crotch almost fell out. I must have drunk too much. Mobai rubbed his temple to comfort himself. At the same time, in the open space not far away, Makarov and Natsu and others seemed to have a dispute, and the voices were not small. Why do you want to drive Laxus away? Even if they fight, they are still partners, right? I have said it many times, Natsu. Although Laxus is my grandson, he has done something that hurt his companions and must leave the guild. But enough, let's stop here. A questioning voice also came from behind Mobai. Laxus was expelled from the guild. What do you think? Perhaps leaving the guild for a short period of time will help Laxus's training. He has lived under the halo since he was a child, and has always longed for a truly objective evaluation. At least now he can concentrate on improving his strength without any scruples. Besides, even if he leaves Fairy Tail, the president and everyone in the guild still care about Laxus, right? Perhaps it was the paralyzing effect of alcohol. It was not until these words were finished that Mobai realized who he had just talked to. Big sister, when did you come here? Aluza smiled and said, the civil war and the celebration are over. Now, it's time to discuss the stone sculpture. Mobai was stunned. How could she still remember this? Urza immediately said, where did you buy the stone sculpture? I think the workmanship is good, and I also want to customize one. Mobai was relieved. It's in the north of the city, there's a shop run by the stone wizard. I thought Urza was here to cause trouble. After getting the answer she wanted, she briefly asked about Mobai's condition after drinking, and after confirming that he was fine. Urza turned around and was about to leave, but suddenly seemed to remember something. Also, don't call me big sister in the future. Actually, I don't always call you that, just occasionally. Then what should I call you in the future? Queen. Urza turned around and smiled, but did not answer, and walked straight to Makarov, who was still arguing, leaving Mobai alone in a daze. So, what should I call her in the future? A few days later, in a shop in the north of the city. Miss, the double stone sculpture is expensive. Are you sure you want to customize it? Sure. For the shape, please make it according to this photo. Oh, if I remember correctly, these should be the two people in the Tower of Destruction Paradise. I paid attention to that issue of Wizard Weekly. Looking at the posture of them hugging each other, maybe they are a couple. No, I don't know. For the proportion of the stone sculpture, let's imitate the size of a real person. No problem. Any other requirements? Also, please pack it tightly, I don't want others to see it. In addition, please keep the fact that I have been here a secret from anyone. Chapter 31. Inside the villa. Mobai sat cross-legged on the bed, gradually emptying his mind. His thoughts slowly jumped into the consciousness space. In the vast darkness, only 8 dragon-slaying crystals of different colors emitted a little light. Among the 8 crystals, the 3 energies of fire, thunder and storm were the most powerful, which happened to be the 3 attributes that were driven to release the Dragon Slayer secret. Mobai's brows were more solemn, and he quietly activated his magic power to feel the resonance between the crystals. Since the first fight with Jelal, the Dragon Slayer's secret has only 3 powers to activate, but this is far from enough. Although the explosive power of the combination of fire, electricity and wind is already quite amazing, even the 10 great wizards of the Holy Land cannot easily take it. Mobai is still a little dissatisfied. Why not try it today and see how much the Dragon Slayer secret can perform when fighting at home? The majestic magic power emerges. Mobai focused on the row of crystals in front of him. The 3 colors of fire, electricity and wind still bloomed first, and the other 5 crystals followed closely, shining brightly, and the brightness was obviously improved. Mobai was delighted and was about to increase the magic power infusion. But the 5 crystals dimmed at this moment and immediately returned to their original state. It still doesn't work. Mobai frowned slightly. After a brief regret, he began to calmly analyze the reasons. Originally, the dragon-slaying crystals were all bright, but soon dimmed again. It seems that there is a lack of some specific elemental power as a stimulus. For example, if the next battle is in the ocean, maybe we can use the water elemental power there to activate the 4th dragon-slaying crystal. By then, the power of the dragon-slaying secret should be able to be improved. He made a decision secretly in his heart. Mobai finally left the consciousness space and opened his eyes, only to find that the sun was very high. He looked up at the clock and it was already past 10 in the morning. When he first entered the consciousness space, it was still dark outside. Time was fast enough. Mobai smacked his lips helplessly. At this time, I guess Urza and the others have already left to do the commission. It seems that I can't catch up. As early as when Urza first invited him to join the team. Mobai had already told everyone that his time was often not very stable. If he was late for work for too long, others didn't have to worry. They could just go to do the commission without waiting. After jumping off the bed, Mobai put on his clothes casually, washed up briefly, picked up the storm dragon wings and went straight to the guild. Kicked open the door that was swaying in the breeze. Mobai lazily walked through the hall and went straight to the front desk to sit down. Mira, is there anything to eat? I'm so hungry, Tilda. Mobai. Miraji turned around. At this time, she was still wearing the pink dress, and her beautiful eyes seemed to be filled with spring water. She asked softly. Arusa and Natsu left for work early in the morning. Didn't you go with them? Mobai scratched the back of his head. I stayed in bed late. Is there any food? I didn't eat anything this morning. Yes, I'll get it for you, Tilda. Miraje smiled bitterly. Then he took a plate of cake that Mobai often ate from the kitchen. Mobai didn't say too much politely. He took a bite of it in his hand, and his mouth was full of cream. Mira is still good. By the way, there are so few people in the guild today, it's never so quiet. Mira thought and said, maybe it's because it's the end of the month. Many of the tasks that have been accumulated but not completed before have been paid more or less by the clients. I see. By the way, the president is not here either. Oh, when Gajil went to execute the commission yesterday, he accidentally blew up more than 50 ships docked at Harjan port. The president has been invited to have tea by the council. Okay, this is very fairy tale. While the two were talking. Chirp. A blue mechanical bird suddenly flew into the hall, making a crisp chirping sound. Circling around. Finally, it landed on the counter. There was a yellow paper rolled up on the bird's back. After coming to the Fairy Tale Guild, Mobai has seen this bird several times. A mechanical gadget driven by magic, it travels around villages and towns as a messenger, and can also deliver some commissions to nearby guilds. A new mission. Marahe frowned slightly. A commission was sent at this time. Could it be an urgent task? He slowly unfolded the yellow paper. At this time, Mobai was still immersed in the deliciousness of the cake, chewing it with big mouthfuls. But the moment he raised his head subconsciously, Mobai realized that Marahe's originally beautiful her face suddenly lost its color, and her smile disappeared without a trace. Even her hands, which were tightly holding the commission form, could not stop shaking, as if she was extremely frightened. What's going on? Mobai quickly wiped his mouth, stood up and approached Marajan, and read the words on the commission form. S-level mission, urgent, Grak village was invaded by demons, requesting wizard support. The commission content stopped abruptly, and there was no further information. The handwriting was extremely sloppy. It was even delivered hurriedly by the mechanical bird without specifying the requirements and rewards. According to the regulations of the council, this kind of commission is an invalid task and cannot be accepted by guild members normally, but Marajan only said half of it and did not dare to continue. From the description, it doesn't seem like a prank, Mobai said in a deep voice. He could also roughly imagine the circumstances under which this urgent commission was completed. Perhaps before he could finish writing the content, the client was discovered by the demon described in the task, and his life or death was unknown. Silence for a long time. Marajan folded the commission form at a very fast speed and put it away. Suddenly, as if he had made up his mind, he said, Mobai, I must go there immediately. Receive Satan's soul. The dark magic circle was activated. Marajan had changed into the appearance of Satan, and the demon wings with black feathers on his back waved, and he flew directly out of the guild gate. Wait a minute. Mobai didn't even react for a while, and shouted loudly while standing there. Sensed that something was wrong. Mobai also urged the dragon-slaying power in his body. The wings of the storm dragon suddenly appeared, and his figure also shot out violently. The door of the guild, which had been destroyed long ago, was completely smashed into slag. With the blessing of the power of wind and thunder. In midair, Mobai quickly caught up with Marajan and stood in front of her. Marajan was stunned and asked, Why did you follow me? Mobai hit the nail on the head and asked in a deep voice. What made you abandon your job as a waiter in the guild and go to that Grak village regardless of everything? Does this commission have anything to do with you? Marajan's figure stopped in midair and her head slowly lowered. Just when Mobai thought she was going to tell the truth. Unexpectedly, Marajan's eyes suddenly turned red, and two bean-sized tears rolled down her cheeks. Now it was Mobai's turn to panic, and he hurriedly stepped forward. Don't cry, you haven't left Magnolia yet, and if others see you, they will think I bullied you. I don't want to become the public enemy of all the men in the town. Wait until there is no one around before crying. Marajan still whispered in a low voice. After a while of thinking, he finally told the truth. Grak village is my hometown. Mobai was stunned. Hometown. Mobai knew a little about Marajan's past. Marajan, Elfman and Lysina had lived together since childhood in an unknown village. In order to drive away the demon that was haunting the church in the village, Mirajan went alone to expel it, but was accidentally possessed by it. The whole arm became black and purple and twisted, exactly the same as the demon's arm. I thought I could live a stable life after driving away the demon. But the arrogant villagers did not regard Mirajan as a hero at all. Instead, they discriminated against and hated her because of her mutated arm, and even regarded her as an ominous monster. The 3 children, who were originally alone and helpless, suffered humiliation and were shouted at by everyone. Under the leadership of the eldest sister Mirajan, they were forced to leave their hometown until they arrived at the Fairy Tale Guild. After hearing Makarov's story, Mirajan realized that the so-called demon possession was just a kind of receiving magic. After choosing to stay in the Fairy Tale Guild, the 3 of them finally learned to receive magic together. Mirajan was the demon soul, Elfman was the beast soul, and Lysina was the animal soul. As for their hometown, Grak village, which was gradually blurred in their memories, they never went back. Mobai couldn't comment on this commission. It's really ironic. Those unruly people once drove away Mira, who expelled the demons, and now they have problems, and they actually go to Myra's guild for help. However, considering that the commission was sent out hastily without being completed when the demons invaded, Mobai guessed that perhaps there would be no living people left in the entire Grak village. And those villagers were probably all killed by the demons. This time, the mission is to help Mira protect the land of her hometown. Let those pathetic villagers fend for themselves. Thinking of this, Mobai lightly with a sigh, he took Mirajan's arm and whispered. Cancel the receiving magic first, I'll take you there. After all, the magic power consumption of Satan's soul is too serious. When Mirajan really flies to the devil, the magic power will probably be exhausted, and he can only go there to deliver food. Thank you. Chapter 32. The distance between Grak village and Magnolia was much farther than Mobai had imagined. Almost without stopping. Wait until night fell completely. Then they barely approached the jungle outside Grak village. As if smelling something, Mobai suddenly said seriously, Mira. Be prepared. What? The 5 senses of a dragon slayer are more acute than those of an ordinary person. The further I go, the more I smell the smell of burning fireworks. Seeing that Mirajan did not respond, Mobai also kept silent and continued to drive the storm dragon wings forward. As the 2 of them kept getting closer, finally stopped on a hill. Grak village was in front of them. The terrain here is high, and you can just see the whole picture of the village. But after just one look, Mirajan's pupils suddenly dilated, and her eyes showed fear. Hands covered half of her face, shaking constantly. Mobai had no expression on his face. The village that should have appeared in front of the 2 of them had turned into a sea of fire. After a while, in the clearing in the jungle, next to the fire, Mirahe and Mobai sat opposite each other, and the atmosphere was frighteningly quiet. 20 minutes ago, the 2 of them went to Grak village. Apart from the flames rising to the sky and the corpses everywhere, no survivors were found. Since then, Mirahe has been silent until now. The fragrant and greasy grilled fish was ignored and buried in the flames until it was roasted into charcoal and emitted a pungent smell of burnt. Mobai had to throw it away. Looking at the campfire in a daze for a while. Seeing that Mirahe's expression had eased, Mobai finally couldn't help but asked. Mira, if I remember correctly, it was these villagers who drove you away out of revenge. Even so, do you still miss this place? Mirahe smiled bitterly. But this is my hometown after all. Elfman, Lysina and I have lived on this land since we were young. By the way, you have just joined the guild, so you may not know Lysina. She is a very lovely girl, but she has left us. Every time he talked about Lysina, Mirajan's tone was always mixed with indelible sadness. And how could Mobai not know Lysina? The 3 sisters encountered a very powerful beast while carrying out the commission. Elfman forcibly took it, but was counterattacked and lost control of his body. Lysina firmly believed that she could wake up her brother, but the irrational elfman was already bloodthirsty and attacked Lysina directly. When Mirajan rushed to the wounded Lysina, he found that her body was slowly turning into nothingness. Since that incident, Malaje's temperament has changed drastically, from the violent bad girl to the gentle and considerate one now, and the terrifying magic in her body has fallen asleep. Elfman is no longer as weak as he was in his childhood. They all thought that their sister Lysina was dead, but they could not figure out why her body turned into nothingness at the last moment of her life. Mobai naturally knew that Lysina was still alive, but was just sucked into a parallel time and space. But it is difficult to explain now. Mobai did not mention much, but just reached out to wipe the tears from Malaje's eyes. Lysina just went to another world. She must not want to see you sad. Take a rest, we will look for the traces of the devil tomorrow morning. This homeland of love is not their turn to dominate here. As Mobai said, he suddenly felt a slight pressure on his shoulders. At the beginning of the film, Malaje had leaned on him without knowing when. Falling in a light sleep under the interweaving of pain and exhaustion, as obedient as a baby. Mobai couldn't help but smile bitterly, carefully took off his coat and covered Malaje's back. I have to keep watch again tonight. At dawn. With the powerful perception of Mobai the Dragon Slayer, he soon found the traces of the demon's actions. Following the smell, he quickly stepped into a dense forest. The terrain here is complicated, beware of ambushes and protect yourself. Cut off the thorns in front of him, and Mobai warned behind him. I understand. As the smell slowly deepened, the two finally walked into the spacious forest, and the rustling sound of leaves rubbing against each other came into their ears from time to time. It's just in front. Push aside the last bush. What came into view was a tall stone building. In the center of the building, there was a scarlet flag with a strange pattern of a twisted animal claw engraved on it. They were naturally very familiar with this architectural style. Guild. Mobai and Mirajan looked at each other in surprise. Did we go the wrong way? And how could there be a guild in such a remote place? Mobai scratched his head, wondering if there was something wrong with his nose, while Mirajan stared at the guild emblem and fell into deep thought. I seem to have heard about this emblem from the editor of Wizard Weekly. It seems to be a dark wizard guild with very strange whereabouts, specializing in robbing houses. Since it is a dark guild, let's go in and sit down. Maybe there are clues about the devil inside. While answering, Mobai kicked the iron door with a flying foot. With several subtle cracking sounds coming from both sides. The door fell forward 90 degrees, raising dust. The quality is much worse than the door of the Fairy Tale Guild. Bang! As the iron door fell to the ground, Mobai led Mirajan into it as if nothing had happened. Instantly attracted dozens of pairs of eyes in the hall. Looking around, most of these people were carrying swords, spears and halberds, and they looked ferocious. Seeing Mobai and Milaji enter, they instantly clenched their weapons and stood up vigilantly. The fat man in the lead had a face full of flesh, and immediately pointed the blade in his hand at Mobai, and asked sternly. Who are you? How dare you trespass into the evil spirit temple? I heard that there is a demon nearby, and I want to find out if there are any clues about it. Mobai replied calmly. Uproar. The fat man frowned and squinted his eyes to look at Mobai. Maybe he was shocked by the sudden destruction of the iron gate just now. He realized that there were only two people on the opposite side. A thin boy, and a quiet girl who could not fight at first glance. Looking at the dozens of wizards in his own guild in the hall, he couldn't help but sneer. Where did this young man come from? What's wrong? Did you get lost while taking your wife out for a wild fight to find excitement? The fat man had a lewd smile on his face, and his eyes kept scanning Malaya's slender figure. Then all the gangsters in the hall burst into laughter. Hee hee, this kid knows that there are no women in the evil spirit temple, so he came to honor us. She seems to be Malaya, the cover girl of Wizard Weekly. This is a blessing for brothers. Wait, I remember Malaya is an S-class wizard. Can we beat them? What are you afraid of? No matter how strong Malaya is, I haven't heard of her doing anything in these years. She is probably a useless person with a false reputation. We have more than 80 people, are we afraid of a half-useless S-class wizard? There was a lot of noise. The gangsters seemed to have completely forgotten the scene when Mobai kicked the door. Mobai was too lazy to bother with this bunch of useless people. The fat man looked so miserable that he looked like a short-lived ghost. He probably wouldn't even survive one episode. Just as he was about to activate the dragon-killing magic in his body, the fat man spoke again. No matter how you found this place. Since you are here, stay and become a sacrifice to Aniselan. Mobai's eyes lit up immediately. Aniselan, could it be the name of that demon? Hearing this, Malaje nodded slightly. Maybe the demon is hiding in this dark guild. Chapter 33. Receive Satan's Soul. As a dark magic circle appeared under Mirajan, the power of the devil emerged, and she instantly turned into Satan. The minions who had been drooling over her beauty and rushed forward to cast magic attacks were stunned when they saw Mirajan, who looked like a completely different person. You call this a half-wasted wizard? Dark Flow raised his hand. Countless black claws appeared and swept away, and in the eyes of the minions, it was like seeing a ghost. When they turned around and wanted to escape, it was too late. Screams resounded throughout the hall of the Evil Spirit Temple Guild. The remaining people all looked pale, and there was only endless fear in their eyes when they looked at Mirajan. In the past, they only did some robbery and bullying of ordinary people who could not use magic. This time was one of the few times they fought with wizards. I thought I could still take advantage of the numbers, but I didn't expect to meet an S-class wizard and hit a wall. A trace of horror flashed across the fat man's fat face. But he noticed Mobai, who hadn't made a move yet. The bad water in his stomach immediately reacted. Catch that kid. Use him as a hostage to threaten Mirajan to surrender. With an order, the other magic minions around seemed to see hope, and they surrounded Mobai with fierce looks and kept approaching. You're unlucky, kid. Bullying muggles who can't do magic is what they are best at. The fat man muttered something, and a magic circle appeared in his left hand without a knife, followed by dozens of iron swords, spears, swords and halberds, which continued to grow larger. No different from the weapons in the hands of the minions. This slightly aroused Mobai's interest. Iron modeling magic. You're quite knowledgeable, kid. But this sword doesn't have eyes, be careful to be chopped into pieces. With the fat man's shout, more than a dozen iron weapons were launched at the same time, determined to pierce Mobai into a hornet's nest. This attack also attracted Milaji's attention. Although he knew Mobai's strength, he still glanced over here with some worry. Mobai still stood there, calm and composed. Just when the minions thought he was still pretending to be calm, a flash of lightning suddenly flashed in front of his eyes, and he subconsciously covered his eyes. After a few seconds, when he regained his vision, the minions were shocked to find that all the iron weapons just now were actually caught by Mobai in his hands. Mobai was not hurt at all. What shocked them even more was that the iron that was originally attached with magic. But in Mobai's hands, it was like a snack, and was folded repeatedly. And then stuffed into his mouth as if nothing had happened. He ate all my magic. I know, big brother. This man is the strongest of the phantom rulers except for the president, Iron Dragon Gajil. Dragon Slayer Gajil. Mobai's heart. Ah, right. It's also because I haven't joined the Fairy Tale Guild for a long time, and I don't like to show off too much. These minions seem to have never heard of me. Forget it, since you say I'm Gajil, then I'll be Gajil for once. Mobai took a deep breath, refined the iron sheet he just swallowed into magic power, and gathered it in his throat. Iron Dragon's Roar. The next moment, the violent energy turned into a silver-gray whirlwind and gushed out, mixed with the iron blades that were swallowed before. Like thousands of steel needles piercing, breaking the surrounding air, and all the minions approaching were swept into the storm. The fat man widened his eyes and looked around. The magicians who were just full of the room had almost no chance to fight before they were all wiped out by the two men in front of them. Only the three of them were left standing in the hall. The fat man's legs were shaking and cold sweat was pouring down his face. Then he looked at Mobai. Mobai had a bright and kind smile on his face. As if everything that happened just now had nothing to do with him. Let's talk. You should have noticed that I deliberately kept your life until now. The fat man's mouth was cold, his tongue was like a knot, and he couldn't squeeze out a word. Mobai didn't waste time talking to him, but still liked his rebellious and insulting look just now. The roots of the wood dragon are entangled. The huge vines broke out from under the fat man's body and quickly grew to the same level as the ceiling. Before the fat man could react, he was tightly bound in it. Almost squeezed out the oil. The fat man subconsciously tried to resist and wanted to summon the iron sword, but Mobai had already noticed it and clenched his fists lightly, and the vines became more entangled. The fat man let out a shrill howl. You have one last chance now. Tell me, where is the devil? I'll tell you. The fat man was already frightened by Mobai's terrifying strength, and immediately he nodded like a chick pecking at rice. The devil is called Aniselan, and he is the president of the evil spirit temple. Mobai scolded coldly. Go on. Tell us everything you know about you and the devil. Yes, Master Gajil. We came from the southern kingdom and were captured by Aniselan, who forced us to rob the villages we passed by. Aniselan uses an extremely evil magic that absorbs human spiritual power as a source of energy. When his magic power reaches its peak, it is said that he can summon moving meteorites to attack, which can destroy everything in an instant. There is a small town called Grak village nearby. The people in the town were all cursed by Aniselan and died after all their spiritual power was absorbed. The fat man's voice stopped abruptly. Mobai looked up, but saw that his eyes were still wide open, but his body did not show any signs of struggle. He stepped forward to sniff his breath. Dead now. Mobai couldn't help but frown. And judging from the death, it didn't look like he was killed by himself due to external injuries. It looked more like a mental breakdown. Was he scared to death? Mobai was confused for a moment. Mobai, look at them. Mirajan suddenly exclaimed. Mobai looked around, but strangely found that the wizards on the ground were all still. Mirajan's face was also very puzzled. Although her attack just now was fierce, she was also sure that she would not completely kill those minions, but just lost their fighting consciousness. There's something strange. He briefly sensed an unusual breath slowly drifting out. Mobai suddenly looked up at the corridor on the second floor. At some point, a middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes was standing there, looking down from above, taking everything in his eyes. His face was as dry as a dead tree, and he exuded an unpleasant smell. Seeing this, Mobai's sanity value dropped wildly. Anay Salong. The fat man just told me that Anay Salong would leave a curse mark in the body of a living person, and then drain their mental power to increase his own curse power. It seems that he killed everyone just now. Anay Salong licked the corners of his dry mouth, raised his chin and looked at Mobai and the others with a grin. As if he guessed their inner thoughts. Just a group of lowly slaves. The meaning of their existence is to find the best meat supplement for me. Since your combat ability is so weak, you might as well give full play to your final value, which can also be regarded as a contribution to the evil spirit temple. Chapter 34. The attack method used by demons is spells, and the energy in their bodies is called spell power, which is different from the magic of wizards. In the first contact, Mobai could not tell how good Aniselan was, and could only hide Mirajan behind him during the confrontation. To be able to defeat the wizards of the entire guild, it seems that the magic power in your bodies is not low. I wonder what your souls taste like. Aniselan said slowly, and his withered palms passed through the air. Reign of Chaos. After chanting, Mobai and Mirajan suddenly noticed the changes in the sky. The sky changed rapidly and the fluctuations were strange. The last time Mobai saw this scene was Jalal's celestial magic. And then, there were meteorites from outer space with green flames passing by, rushing straight to the bottom of the guild. Mobai immediately activated the wings of the storm dragon and took Mirajan to dodge vigilantly. Boom! The meteorite fell. As the temperature around him rose sharply, a chill came over him. Aniselan sneered, "Feel the flames of the devil from hell." Another spell was cast, and the 5 meteorites that fell to the ground seemed to have life and intelligence. Transformed into burning rock giants several meters high, and soon surrounded Mobai and Malajay. Aniselan grinned, and was about to enjoy this feast of killing. But he didn't realize that Mobai's mouth was also raised. In the encirclement. Looking around at the rock giants, Mobai couldn't suppress his joy. Rocks, flames, this is a professional match. As a dragon slayer, no matter how powerful Aniselan's spells are, they can only be a meal. Attack! Aniselan gave orders, and the nearest rock giant immediately swung his burning stone arm and smashed down at Mobai. Mobai quickly shouted, "Mira, find a safe place first. I have a way to deal with him. Be careful." Because of his trust in Mobai and the urgency of the situation, Mirajan did not hesitate. The moment the rock giant's heavy arm fell, Mirajan immediately burst out of the encirclement. Bang! The giant hit nothing. On the other hand, Mobai jumped directly, dodging the attack and landing directly on the arm of this behemoth. He bent down and opened his mouth to bite. He bit off a large piece of rock with green fire. Quick battle, I'm eating eat. As the body was destroyed, the overall flame on the back of the rock giant gradually dimmed. Aniselan was stunned. Although he was a demon who fed on human spiritual power, he was proud of his status and had never understood the various fancy magic used by humans. This was the first time he had seen such a strange fighting style of the Dragon Slayer. Mobai stuffed more and more food into his mouth faster and faster, without having time to taste it, just wanting to end the battle as soon as possible. He swallowed the rock giant in front of him whole. Mobai immediately felt a subtle change in magic power, as if his dragon-slaying power would also mutate accordingly. However, this feeling only lasted for a few seconds before it disappeared. The ideal energy surge did not appear. Not only that, but there was also an urge to vomit. This damn feeling, it was as if someone had fed him a mouthful of history. Mobai frowned, looking up at Aniselan with great displeasure, his tone slow and cold. The devil's fire and stone are so unpalatable, it really makes me angry. Aniselan's heart was full of rage. I didn't ask you to eat it. Madman, is he really a human? But the current situation obviously didn't allow Aniselan to complain anymore. The next moment, he was horrified to find that Mobai's figure disappeared from the spot, and at the same time, violent lightning magic came from his side. Mobai's fists intertwined, and his pupils instantly enlarged with unstoppable power. Thunder Dragon Jaw. Mobai's attack was not dragged at all, and directly hit the top of Aniselan's head. His scream was even louder than the fat man who was entangled and bound by the roots just now. As Aniselan fell to the ground with serious injuries, the remaining 4 rock giants also lost control, and the flames on their bodies flashed briefly and then were extinguished. However, the battle was not over. Mobai could still sense that Aniselan, who was lying on his stomach pretending to be dead, could still faintly reveal the power of the curse. As expected of a demon, you have thick skin and flesh. But if you don't get up, I don't mind punching you on the head again. Aniselan was shocked when he heard this, and hurriedly sat up from the ground to keep a distance from Mobai, shouting at the top of his voice. Behind the evil spirit temple is the dark guild Hades Gate. You can't kill me. Hades Gate. A flash of lightning flashed through Mobai's mind. Hades Gate, one of the 3 strongest dark guilds, signed a non-interference agreement with the 6 demon generals and Demon Heart, and the 3 formed the Balam Alliance. In the original story of Fairy Tale, There were a lot of battles with these three dark guilds. Mobai thought from the bottom of his heart, Hades' Gate is indeed a tricky thing. But if I remember correctly, they will take action after 7 years, right? Anasuran saw Mobai's hesitation and thought he was afraid of Hades' Gate, and then threatened and tempted him. I guess you have heard of Hades' Gate. There are powerful demons in the Book of Zirf. There is only one way to die if you are against them. I can see that you are a very strong wizard. As long as you join the Evil Spirit Temple and follow me in the future, I guarantee that you will have endless magic power sources for you to enjoy in the future, just like the hellfire that just devoured me. Mobai suddenly interrupted. I'm not interested in your hellfire that tastes worse than history. Anasalong was startled, and a bad premonition came to his mind. Mobai then said coldly, besides, sooner or later, the gate of Hades will be pushed through by us. It's a pity that you won't see that day. Wait. Endless fear appeared in Anasalong's eyes, and his dry lips opened, as if he wanted to say something else. Mobai's iron fist fell first, shutting him up completely. Anasalong's body slowly became transparent until it disappeared completely. This boss is easier to beat than the monsters. Among the demons, this should be considered a strong one. It's just that I was a little unlucky, and all the spells were eaten by me. Chapter 35. Seeing everything settled down. Mirajan also returned to Mobai and released the Satan soul. Mobai nodded slightly and was about to leave when a faint voice sounded in his ears. Mira, did you hear anything? Mirajan was confused. It seems to be a baby crying. It's right where Anaselan just came out. Holding Mirajan's arm, Mobai activated the storm dragon wings and ran straight to the second floor. Unlike the mess on the floor of the hall, Anaselan's room is in order. If you hadn't seen with your own eyes what kind of abstract guy he is, you might really think this is a gentleman's home. The crying sound came from the bed at the end, and Mirajan finally heard it. The two got closer and found that it was actually a baby girl still in swaddling clothes. Iya Tilda. Seeing Mobai and Malaje, the baby girl stretched out her little hand and gestured something in the air, then she opened her mouth and started crying again. Perhaps out of instinct, Malaje directly held the baby girl in her arms and gently rocked her to try to coax her to sleep. Maybe this is also a child snatched from Grak village, but she didn't have time to be cursed to absorb her spiritual power. This child is also lucky and lucky. We can still find her after hiding from Anaselan. But why does she keep crying and can't be coaxed? Mobai looked her up and down and guessed, maybe she is hungry. Those people in the Evil Spirit Temple are not careful enough to take care of babies. Miragi heard this and looked anxious and nervous. What should I do? I haven't taken care of such a young child for a long time. After all, the last time I took care of my little sister Lysina in her cradle was more than 10 years ago. Well. Mobai turned his gaze from the baby girl to the bulging curves of Malaje. Thinking. After a while, he suddenly said faintly. How about, you feed it? Miraje didn't react at first. What? Until she noticed Mobai's gaze, she understood what he meant. The warm cheeks were covered with red at a speed visible to the naked eye. How can I do such a thing? No, do you want to peek? Mobai immediately denied it. How could I have the idea of taking advantage of someone's misfortune? Besides, I saw yours when I saved you from Alba Green during the guild's civil war. Huh. Miraje seemed to have heard something about herself by accident, and her face turned red from her neck to her ears. Mobai quickly changed the subject. Ahem, this is not the point. How about this? You hold her for a while, I'll go to the kitchen to find something to eat. After the voice fell, Mobai immediately flashed to the back hall like the wind. Looking behind him, seeing that Milaji didn't catch up, Mobai breathed a sigh of relief. He began to count the remaining food from the broken counter. Onions, garlic, ketchup. Fingers swept through the messy pile of food one by one, until it passed the glass bottle filled with white liquid. Is there milk? Mobai was very happy. He took the milk and was about to go back to the hall, but suddenly remembered something. Then he unscrewed the bottle stopper and poured a sip into his mouth first. Baji baji. Fortunately, it hasn't gone bad. After quickly returning to the main hall. Under Milaji's feeding, the baby girl who drank all the milk was satisfied, lying in the warm embrace and closing her eyes peacefully. The big stone in my heart fell to the ground. Mirajan then whispered, "Let's take her back to Fairy Tale." Mobai replied casually, "Of course we have to take her back. We can't just feed her and leave her here. Also, I think you seem a little." Halfway through his words, Mobai suddenly stopped. Mirajan asked puzzledly, "A little bit of what?" "A little bit. The glory of motherhood." Mirajan's face showed a rare trace of shame and anger, and she glared at Mobai fiercely. Until the baby fell asleep. A faint snoring sound was heard. The blush on Mirajan's face gradually dissipated, and she said softly, "Give her a name." "Mina." Mobai blurted out without thinking. "This child will be called Mina Strauss. From now on, she is also a member of your and Elfman's family." Strauss is the surname of the three Mirajan sisters. Mirajan looked at Mobai, who looked indifferent, with a meaningful look. At this moment, there seemed to be thousands of words in his heart. In the end, it only turned into one sentence. "Thank you, Mobai." After everything was settled. Finally, on the way back to Fairy Tale. The commission was completed and the danger was temporarily lifted. In order to hold little Mina, Mirajan simply opened the soul of Satan again and flew back to Magnolia with Mobai. When they reached the hill where they had stopped to watch that night, Mirajan's speed gradually slowed down, and she looked back nostalgically. Seeing her expression, Mobai also folded the storm dragon wings behind him and asked softly, "Do you want to go back and take another look?" Mirajan bit her lip and nodded. "After all, this may be the last time I come to Grak village." As for the current Grak village, it has been burned to pieces by the fire, with ruins everywhere and no one alive. It won't be long before it disappears in the long river of time. Looking at Mirajan with a lost look in his eyes, Mobai sighed and followed. "By the way, where did you live before?" "Just to the northwest of the village." Grak village is not small in size. After flying for 10 minutes from the hill, we finally arrived at the northwest corner. Following the memory, we walked forward heavily. The closer we get to home, the more timid we feel. When we stopped, Milaji originally thought that what lay before him would be a burnt-out abandoned house, or even razed to the ground. But the house before him was exactly the same as in his memory. The short eaves and narrow passages made it not crowded for 3 children to live in. There were just a few more weeds around. How could it be? The house is still here. Milaji's eyes were filled with disbelief. Before the demon attack, this house was obviously the most dilapidated in the whole village. But in the ruins now, it has become the only surviving house. Mobai smiled bitterly beside him. Maybe it's because it's too dilapidated. When the evil spirit temple invaded, they directly identified this place as an abandoned house with no one living here. They didn't even care about it when they set it on fire. It can be considered a blessing in disguise. Mobai slightly activated the iron dragon magic in his body. His arm turned into a pitch-black sword and cut the weeds clean. Chapter 36. Walked in slowly. No one had entered for more than a decade, and the things were already covered with a thick layer of dust, but for Mirajan, they were all precious memories. "Help me hold Mina." Walking to the small bed at the end of the room, Mirajan lowered his head and leaned over, took out a square wooden box from under the bed, dusted it off and gently opened it. An old yellowed photo lay quietly in it. Because of the protection of the wooden box, it was spotless. Mobai tilted his head to look, and the photo was actually of Mirajan, Elfman and Lysina in their childhood. Although yellowed, it could not hide the innocence and happiness of the 3 children's smiles. Judging from the degree of aging, it is at least 10 years old. On the second night after I left the village, I remembered that I didn't take this photo with me. One night after that, I secretly ran back to take the photo without telling Lysina and Elfman, but was driven out by the villagers. The photo matter has been put on hold. Looking at Marajan, who was lost in memories, Mobai couldn't bear to interrupt her again. But he paid special attention to her expression. Perhaps it was because of Nina's joining. When Marajan looked at the childhood photo of the three sisters, finally, she showed a long-lost smile, and no longer cried because of missing Lysina. Let the child stay with you for a while, Mira. After a while, I will definitely bring Lysina back. Magnolia, Fairy Tale Guild. The receiving magic of Satan's soul consumes too much magic power. As soon as he landed at the entrance of the guild, Marajan returned to his usual state, with a slightly pale face. Mobai suggested, how about I hold Nina instead? Marajan shook her head and said softly, I'll do it. Go open the door. There was no other way. Since leaving Grak village, Marajan has been very fond of this child and almost never leaves her side. Mobai had no choice but to step forward. Kick the door open. It should be said that the quality of the door of his own guild is still good. We are back. Hey, President, what are you doing? What came into view was Makarov with an embarrassed face. And the people who were shouting and yelling. President, where is the beer I ordered? I'll be there soon, I'll be there soon. President, where is my lunch? I'm starving. It's already cooking, wait a minute. You're so stupid, President. I need to work. Please help me register the order. You're the one taking the cloth again. I haven't seen you work for a few months. Why are you so active when I'm in charge of the order registration? President, can you cosplay Mira? I think you're very unhappy. Makarov has no desire to live. Finally, he finished his work and knelt down at the door of the hall, enjoying this hard-earned rest time. Bang! The door was kicked open by some wicked guy, and Makarov, who was resting by the door, was slapped out and fell flat on his face. Hey, President, what are you doing? Mobai didn't understand and asked with concern. Makarov finally couldn't stand it anymore, and was about to use giant magic to beat up Mobai, but suddenly he caught a glimpse of Marajan beside him. His eyes softened instantly, as if he saw a savior. Mira, Mira. The eyes of other members of the guild were also attracted. And the moment they saw Marajan's figure, the whole place was silent. Marajan took 2 steps at a time and bowed deeply to everyone with apology, saying, I'm sorry to have worried you all. I've been with Mobai to complete an expedited commission these 2 days and have left temporarily. I'll still be the waiter of the guild in the future. The silence lasted for a few seconds. Then came the enthusiastic screams and cheers of all the members, as if it was a holiday. Mira is back. Great, I don't have to eat the food cooked by the president anymore. Mira, promise me that you will go with me next time you encounter an emergency commission. You're back. Wait, what are you holding in your arms? Immersed in the joy of reunion, Makarov then noticed what Mira had been holding since she entered the door. But the altitude was not high enough to see it. Maraja smiled and leaned down gently. Oh, it's Mina Tilda. Makarov leaned over to see. Only then did he realize that it was a baby wrapped in a swaddling cloth, babbling to him with a smile. Then he looked at Mobai, who was calm and composed next to him. His worldview collapsed immediately. Makarov felt a tightness in his chest and almost spurted out blood. You guys. Maraja had a bright smile on her face, and while teasing the baby in her arms, she responded. Her name is Nina. From now on, we are a family Tilda. Seeing Maraja's happy expression, the people in the guild blushed quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then one by one, they aimed their hateful eyes at Mobai. Mobai looked innocent, but a sense of uneasiness rose in his heart. Then came the overwhelming saliva attack. You guys. Progress so fast. Good Mobai, I was quite supportive of you and Urza, thinking you were a warrior. I didn't expect you to be so cruel and attack Mira directly. Woo 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 woo. My Mira, my goddess. I haven't seen you for a few days. How come you even gave birth to a child? The flowers that the guild has cultivated for so long were picked just like that. I can't accept it. Mobai, I'm going to kill you. The sky is falling. Hey, can you listen to me first? This child was picked up by Mira and I. Mobai then told them everything they had done on this trip. From the attack on Grak village, to the encounter with the evil spirit temple, to the final defeat of Aniselan and the discovery of the surviving Nina. The faces of the people were relieved a little. Fortunately, the goddess was not taken away. Miraji then said, if I encounter an emergency in the future, I will trouble you to help take care of Nina. A group of people immediately followed suit. Of course, Myra's business is our business. The atmosphere became harmonious again. The few people who had just been clamoring to attack Mobai now immediately came up to him and called him a brother, which made Mobai very upset. Looking around the crowd, he did not find the crimson figure. Mobai casually asked Makarov next to him, by the way, Urza and the others haven't returned from the commission yet. Makarov shrugged. They came back on the same day you left, but, they left again. Going to work again? Mobai asked with a frown. That's not the case. It's a bit troublesome to talk about. Simply put, in order to defeat the 6 demon generals of the Dark Guild, we and several other guilds each sent several wizards to form a coalition, and Urza and the others went to join the allies. Chapter 37. 6 Demon Generals. The crusade against the Dark Guild came so quickly that it was indeed somewhat beyond Mobai's expectations. The 3 giants of the Balam Alliance, the 6 demon generals, the Demon Heart, and the Gate of Hades, the first to act were the 6 demon generals. And this battle with the 6 demon generals also involved many people that Mobai cares about. Of course, he couldn't just sit back and watch. Mobai immediately asked, where are Urza and the others gathering? Makarov took a sip of tea and said slowly. I put the map over there at the counter. Don't worry, there are still the 10 holy wizards in the alliance this time. Don't worry about them, listen to me analyze the situation for you first. Then he was about to start a long speech. But suddenly he felt a strong wind blowing from the side. Looking at where Mobai was standing, his figure had disappeared, the door was opened at some point, and it was still swinging back and forth at this moment. Makarov sat down angrily and complained, it's really worrying. I shouldn't have told him earlier. Marahe smiled and advised, he is also thinking about his partners, President. Mobai didn't listen to Makarov's description of the situation at all, and opened the storm dragon wings to fly out all the way. First, it saves time, and second, it is not necessary at all. No one knows better than him what the 6 demon generals are going to do. Their goal is the ancient forbidden magic sealed in the gas tree sea, Nirvana. Once Nirvana is activated, the light and darkness in the hearts of the affected will be replaced, and they may even swing the butcher knife at their companions. However, the 6 demon generals don't seem to know how to unlock the Nirvana seal. Only Jello knows. But before, the magic spirit power of the Paradise Tower went out of control, and Jello should not be able to escape. That is to say, the 6 demon generals may not know the exact method to activate Nirvana. Mobai's thoughts were a little confused. All mysteries will be answered only after arrival. Urza and the others had already set off 2 days in advance. At this moment, Mobai could only use the maximum speed of wind and thunder to try to join the coalition. Except for their president, there seems to be no one with ridiculously strong magic power among the 6 demon generals, but the magic itself is a bit fancy. If the timing is right, maybe both sides will be together and a group battle will be over. I hope it won't be too late. In addition to supporting Urza and others, Mobai also has some personal grudges on this trip. He wants to find Brian, the leader of the 6 demon generals, and some old accounts need to be settled. If conditions permit, Mobai doesn't want to see Brian leave here alive. Fortunately, the distance to the gas forest is closer than Grak village. In addition, this time he is flying alone. In the afternoon, the gloomy forest can be seen from a distance. There is still a faint thick smoke floating from one corner. Mobai's face showed a bit of solemnity. Rushing towards the sea of gas trees again, with a bird's eye view, Mobai finally found a group of injured wizards on the border open space. There were obvious signs of destruction all around, and the grass was covered with ugly scars from magic bombardment. Obviously, there had been a hard battle here before. Is it the guild coalition? It seems that they have been injured by all 6 demon generals, or they are a step too late. Mobai smiled bitterly, and as he dived down, the figures on the ground became clearer, and he soon identified several members of the fairy tale team. Urza, Natsu, Gray, Lucy, and Happy. Urza was particularly seriously injured. Her right arm was poisoned by snake venom, and was almost completely covered with purple. Fortunately, the blue-haired girl next to her cast a healing magic to relieve the pain. Realizing the movement from the air, the injured coalition looked up almost at the same time, and they were all alert to activate their magic power to prepare for defense. Be careful, the 6 demon generals may be back again. But this smell is very familiar. Natsu, who has a keen sense of smell, was the first to realize that something was wrong. Until his figure continued to grow in size in the field of vision, and finally slowly landed not far away, the people of Fairy Tale exclaimed in unison. Mobai. Mobai showed a forced smile. Sorry, I'm late. Seeing this, Urza immediately propped up her body with one arm and explained gently to everyone. Don't be nervous, Mobai is also a wizard of our fairy tale, but he has not joined for long. After hearing this, the others gradually let down their guard. Mobai glanced at them lightly. To him, they were all familiar yet unfamiliar faces. One night at the Blue Pegasus Guild, Hibiki, Ivan, Lien. Scales of the Snake Princess Shirley, Gray's senior brother Leo, and Jura, one of the 10 great saint mages. And Wendy, the Sky Dragon Slayer mages of the Demon Cat Inn, and her flying cat partner Shalulu. Looking at the blue-haired girl Wendy who was performing healing magic to detoxify Urza, Mobai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, walked slowly to their side, and gently bent down to check. Does the injury still hurt? Urza smiled palely and said hoarsely, with Wendy's healing magic, it's much better. But, at this point, Urza changed the subject and her expression became difficult. We have just fought with the 6 demon generals, and each of them is very strong. I know. Mobai breathed a sigh of relief. Standing up and walking back to the center of the coalition, he spoke in a deep voice. I have all the information about the 6 demon generals. Listen to my arrangements next. I have a way to defeat them one by one. As soon as the words fell, without a pause, immediately, he was doubted and opposed by the others. Wait a minute, we just failed after we learned about the 6 demon generals. Yes, Zhang's magic information database has obtained their magic, but they are too powerful. Do you know more about the 6 demon generals than the magic information database? Gray's senior brother Leo reacted most strongly, and his eyes on Mobai became more and more unfriendly. Even if we need to formulate a battle plan, it should be formulated by Mr. Jura. We don't intend to hand our lives over to a newcomer. Leo has always pursued powerful strength. Among the people present, only Jura, one of the 10 holy mages, could convince him with his strength. Where did this Mobai come from? Seeing this, Urza was about to explain for Mobai. But she saw Mobai gently shaking his head at her, signaling to stop. Arusa had no choice but to give up. Mobai expected the distrust of other members of the coalition. After all, it was the first time they met. If you want the coalition to be convinced and obey your command, you have to show your real strength. Mobai was calm and walked straight to the middle of Leo and Jura, the Snake Princess, with 2 steps in 3 steps. What do you want to do? Leo narrowed his eyes slightly and vigilantly made an ice-shaped gesture, as if he was guarding against Mobai's sudden attack. The attention of the rest of the people was also attracted, as if a conflict was about to break out at any time. For a moment, the atmosphere was a little tense. Chapter 38. Mobai didn't say anything. His eyes suddenly burst into golden light, his pupils were submerged in it, and a magic circle of 8 colors bloomed under his feet. The majestic energy surged out and lingered around him, and suddenly exploded, with momentum reaching the sky, as if to break a corner of the sky. Everyone even faintly heard a dragon roar. The explosion of magic power to release pressure is undoubtedly the best way to prove strength. Although Mobai can only exert 3 dragon-slaying powers at the same time when he performs the secret of dragon slaying. But if it is just a simple display without attacking, it is not too difficult to release 8 kinds of magic at the same time. Jura and Leo were the closest to Mobai just now, and the impact they received was undoubtedly the greatest. They also had a completely intuitive understanding of Mobai's strength. They have only seen this kind of pressure on a few of the 10 holy mages. In any guild, he can be called the top powerhouse. Half a while. Leo then put away the disbelief on his face and said awkwardly, "You are indeed very strong." After that, Leo turned his head to look at Jura again. After all, Jura is the number 1 of the Snake Princess scale, and Leo, who has always been self-promoting, is used to listening to him. Jura said solemnly, "It seems that in terms of magic power storage alone, Mr. Mobai's strength is not inferior to mine. If you really have a plan to defeat the enemy, I am willing to follow your command." The tone was very sincere. Mobai couldn't help but have a better impression of Jura, a humble strong man. The first fight with the 6 demon generals has been frustrated, and everyone needs to regroup. I agree to let Brother Mobai take on this important task. Mantilda. After the Snake Princess scale, the leader of the Blue Pegasus also expressed his support all night. After saying that, he threw a wink at Mobai. Mobai almost vomited the overnight meal. Although Yi is known as the strongest of the Blue Pegasus, his appearance is really not flattering. In terms of the degree of vulgarity, even Nashiro is worse than him. The fairy tale team already has full trust in Mobai, so naturally they will not object. As for Wendy and Shalulu, they choose to be consistent with the majority. It is considered a unanimous approval. Mobai smiled calmly. "Since everyone has no objection, then I will talk about my ideas next. At present, the 6 demon generals have not found Nirvana, and they are likely to disperse to various places in the Gas Tree Sea to search separately. It is just convenient for us to divide into groups to annihilate. On the way here, I passed an area with gray smoke. It is very likely that the magic attack boat Christina was hit by the 6 demon generals and crashed. One Knight of the Blue Pegasus, Ivan and Lien, plus Leo, your task is to return to the original route to find Christina and try to restart. Mr. Jura of the Snake Princess scale is the strongest. You and Shirley will search the east in a group. Natsu, Lucy and the Blue Pegasus will go to the west. Arusa has not fully recovered from the poisoning. Wendy, Happy, Shalulu, you stay here for the time being to take care of her. It is also convenient to fly away when you encounter danger. Mobai deployed the tasks one by one. The only one left behind was the ice-shaped pervert in his team who took off his clothes at the slightest disagreement. "Hey, what about me?" Gray protested dissatisfiedly. "Gray, whether the crusade against the 6 demon generals can be successfully completed today depends on you. You and I will set off in a straight line." After Mobai finished speaking, he looked at Gray meaningfully. Everyone looked at each other, wondering what he was up to. Even Gray himself was scratching his head and didn't understand. "What do you mean by all depends on me?" Mobai swept his eyes again and reminded. "Another most important point. Ideally, Nirvana will not be so easily unsealed by the 6 demon generals. But some accidents cannot be ruled out. Once Nirvana is really activated, you must control your personal emotions. People who are on the border of light and darkness are most vulnerable to erosion." Action. The dense gas forest blocked the sky, and the strange magic fluctuations made Mobai not fly over. Instead, he chose to run forward with Gray and try to search for the traces of the 6 demon generals. For a long while. After thinking all the way, Gray still didn't figure out what Mobi's plan meant, and finally couldn't help asking. I still don't understand. You and Joel are much stronger than us. Why do you say I am the key to this operation? Mobi gradually slowed down his speed. But he did not answer directly, but asked, do you know who is the president of the 6 demon generals? Is it the man named Brian? He has a strange skull staff in his hand and some strange black stripes on his face. Recalling the scene of the first battle with the 6 demon generals, Gray still has some impression. Mobi shook his head firmly, not entirely right. What do you mean? Gray was confused. Mobi explained, Brian has a dual personality, one of which is the personality that we see now, who loves knowledge and magic, and his strength is similar to yours. And the other personality is the inner personality that is determined to destroy everything in front of him, the real president of the 6 demon generals, Wu. His strength is even above Jura. The power of Wu is too terrifying, even Brian himself can't fully control it, so he used some special method to seal Wu in his body. Recalling Brian's weird face, Gray suddenly realized, so those black stripes on Brian's face are seals. Mobi nodded and gave an affirmative response. Yes, the black stripes of the 6 seals correspond to the wishes of the 6 members. When the 6 prayers disappear, the seal is lifted, and Wu will replace Brian. Gray couldn't help interrupting again. In this case, whether they defeat the existing 6 demon generals or not, they are already invincible. According to Gray's idea, if the 6 demons win, this crusade will fail. If the 6 demons lose, President Wu will appear and kill all the people with low health, and this crusade will also fail. You still haven't turned around. Mobi knocked on Gray's head helplessly. Why do I specifically ask you to act with me? Isn't it because I value your ice-shaping magic? As long as we work together to capture one of the 6 demon generals alive, and use your ice prison to control his actions while he still has combat consciousness, his prayers will not disappear. In this way, President Wu will not show up, and a fierce battle can be avoided. In other words, as long as one of them is still aware of the battle, I alone have enough ability to sweep the remaining 5. Mobi finally revealed his plan. He was not afraid of President Wu. Even if something unexpected happened and Wu was released, Mobi would still be at the forefront without hesitation. It's just that sometimes, if you can choose not to take risks in unnecessary battles, don't take risks. As for why he didn't use his own wooden dragon to entangle, but chose Gray's ice prison, it was actually very simple. The root entanglement has too many limitations and can only bind the opponent in place. The ice prison is much more convenient. After capturing a certain unlucky guy of the 6 demon generals alive, he can be put in it directly. Put it under your nose and take it wherever you want, without worrying about escape. Gray finally understood why Mobi said that he would be the key to this battle. At the same time, he also gave a thumbs up and praised sincerely, good plan. You are really good. Mobi's face became unnatural. The sight slowly moved down. The smile on his face gradually solidified. Gray, put on your pants. You can take off your shirt, but it's not civilized to walk your bird anywhere. Ah, when did you take it off? Gray then picked up the trousers beside him and put them back on. Taking off his clothes in excitement has become an instinctive reaction. Gray coughed awkwardly twice and asked. Ahem, but by the way, how did you know about Brian's things? I remember that the Blue Pegasus has information database magic, but it can't find out as detailed as you do. Well, we'll talk about it later. Anyway, listen to my orders later and remember to catch him alive. Mobi was evasive and changed the subject. I can't tell Gray that I came here from another time, right? Resume the speed of travel. This time, before walking for long, Mobi felt a magical energy nearby that he had never seen before. It was erratic, sometimes in front, and sometimes suddenly flashed behind. Stop. Stopped Gray beside him. Mobi stopped in an open space and watched vigilantly. And that energy finally stopped on the thick branches of the gas tree in the distance. Mobai looked up and immediately recognized the other party's identity. It's Lisa, one of the 6 demon generals. It seems that we are lucky. We should be the first team to fight with the 6 demon generals. Gray is not like Mobai, and does not have such strong 5 senses. Ah. Why didn't I see it? Mobai whispered. It doesn't matter. Lisa's magic is special. Wait and follow my instructions. On the gas tree. Lisa has a yellow coxcomb hair, a long and pointed nose, and gray goggles covering his eyes, just like a goblin in human skin. At this moment, he was squatting on the tree. Lisa did not panic when he realized that Mobai and the others had found him. Zhang, on the contrary, laughed with interest. I'm very fast. 2 slow goblins, can you catch up with me? Chapter 39. In Lisa's sight. Mobai and Gray whispered a few words, and then it seemed that some dispute broke out, and they even insulted each other. Gray turned around and ran to the back indignantly. Lisa sneered, jumped down from the branch, and appeared in front of Mobai in a flash, teasing. What? There is an internal conflict before the fight even started. Mobai frowned, and his words were full of disgust for Gray. That blind naked bastard. I told him countless times that the 6 demon generals were not far away, but he still refused to believe it. But I am enough to deal with you alone. As he spoke, the dragon-slaying magic power condensed into wings from behind, and the wind swept up a large area of grass and trees, rushing towards Lisa first. Too slow. Lisa laughed. At the moment of the collision, Lisa's figure disappeared strangely on the spot. What? Mobai opened his mouth into an O shape for 5 full seconds, making an extremely exaggerated expression of astonishment. Lisa's vanity was greatly satisfied, and she shouted arrogantly. You can't catch up with me. Then at the next speed, I'm afraid your soul will be thrown out. Hell motorcycle show. As Lisa's body floated down, her palm suddenly hit the ground, and the scarlet magic circle was summoned. The light in the center of the magic circle dissipated. It contained a motorcycle with red and yellow stripes. Slow goblin, are you ready to eat my exhaust? A proud laugh came from Lisa's mouth. Riding on the motorcycle, Lisa infused the magic power in his body into it, and suddenly burst out with an even more amazing speed. Grasping the absolute initiative in speed. Lisa was not in a hurry to attack, but tried to continue to increase the horsepower and circle around Mobai. The high-speed motorcycle rolled up hurricanes, even cutting the swaying weeds in half. Lisa wanted to use this method to wear down Mobai's fighting spirit bit by bit. Seeing this, Mobai immediately activated another golden dragon-killing magic crystal in his body. The violent magic power suddenly appeared, and Mobai was already surrounded by thunder and lightning arcs. If the storm dragon wings alone can't catch up, then add another layer of thunder and lightning power. Lisa then looked at Mobai again. The speed of thunder and lightning and storm. Interesting. Facing the violent Mobai, Lisa no longer held back and rushed forward at the highest speed. Seeing that the motorcycle was approaching the cliff, he turned the front of the car in time and returned to the original road, deliberately teasing Mobai. But the powerful dragon-killing pressure behind him remained unabated. Still chasing me? Then your speed has reached the passing level. Leaving the motorcycle behind, Lisa dodged into the bushes nearby and jumped onto the branch where she was at the beginning. Looking back, Mobai had already arrived and was standing in the air with his wings to confront her. It's so exciting. It's been a long time since anyone could reach the same speed as me. Ha ha ha. Game time is over, little fairy. Your magic power has been used up in the pursuit just now, right? Next, after I attack you, you won't have the strength to run away. Mobai watched him go crazy in the same place quietly. Until Lisa finished speaking. Mobai then said expressionlessly, well, you won't be able to run away soon. What? Lisa then felt a chill coming from above. Looking up, the originally gloomy sea of gas trees had been hung with more than a dozen ice cages. It was like a dragnet. And he happened to be right under a cage. Just now I seemed too obsessed with chasing you. But do you want to lock me up? Your cage can't keep up with my speed. Facing Lisa's sneer, Mobai looked indifferent, as if he had long realized that he would say that. He raised his hand casually and pointed behind Lisa. Lisa looked back in surprise, but saw a young wizard with a naked upper body standing on the top of a tree towering into the sky in the distance. The wizard made a fist with his left hand and a palm with his right hand, and the piercing cold breath kept coming out of his hands. Lisa was shocked. As that? Your companion? Correct answer, but unfortunately there is no reward. Gray, do it. As Mobai's shouting came into his ears, Gray in the distance focused all his attention on the cage that had been arranged long ago. The magic power was cast, and more than a dozen cages instantly merged into one, and fell with a huge impact. Ice-shaped prison. It's useless, I'm very fast. Lisa's voice was not finished. Boom. The birdcage-shaped prison suddenly fell down, directly trapping Lisa in it, breaking along with the branches, and fell to the ground with a bang. Mobai also folded up the wings of the storm dragon and went to check the situation below. Prison. Lisa's eyes were full of shock. Impossible, my speed is unmatched in the world, how could I not dodge this? Mobai poured a basin of cold water on him without hesitation, and then said, because your speed is not that fast at all. What you used is just a magic that makes people's speed and perception of speed decrease unconsciously, while your speed remains unchanged. In this comparison, it seems that your speed is very fast. It's a bit self-deception. Lisa was speechless for a while after being seen through by Mobai's magic trick. At this time, Gray, who had completed the task, also poked his body out of the bushes, walked to the cage and said, Mobai and I had already discussed the strategy before fighting you. Mobai has long seen that your magic has a range of use. As long as you are far enough away from you, you will not be affected by the slowdown. That's why I stood there and released the ice prison. Recalling the scenes of his rampant behavior just now, Lisa finally realized that she had fallen into the trap of these two people from the beginning. She immediately beat the ice prison with her fists and feet like crazy, and shouted angrily. Two cunning fairies. Are these the only tricks you can use? Mobai still looked calm and casually tore off a large piece of bark next to him and chewed it in his mouth to restore his magic power. Baji Baji, save it, if it weren't for capturing you alive, do you really think I can't beat you? Baji Baji. Capture me alive, what are you going to do? Lisa seemed to hear something wrong. When the 6 prayers disappear, the president of the 6 demon generals, Wu, will come, am I right? Lisa was immediately shocked. How? How is it possible? How do you know this? Mobai looked at Lisa with a surprised face and waved at Gray. You don't need to know this. What you need to do is to stay in the cage and make sure your prayers don't disappear. We won't let you get hurt. Gray understood immediately when he saw this. The ice magic burst out again, spreading to the ice prison, and the ice began to grow continuously. The coldness penetrated Lisa's body, and her hair stood on end. Wait, what are you going to do? Mobai then explained. Don't worry, I said I won't hurt you. It's just to prevent you from hurting yourself. Lisa looked down at her body and found that it was completely covered by ice and could no longer move. Wait, Lisa wanted to say something else, but the ice had already spread to her face and directly sealed her mouth. Half a minute later, the ice cage was completely solid. Lisa was sealed in it, not to mention her body, even her eyes couldn't move. Mobai also stepped forward and kicked her twice. Is your ice cube cooked? After receiving Gray's affirmative answer and confirming that it was strong enough, Mobai carried the ice cage on his back and moved forward again. Although Lisa's magic power could not function, he still retained a clear consciousness. He carefully recalled the scene of the first battle between the 6 demon generals and the Guild Alliance. Finally confirmed that Mobai was not in the opponent's team at that time. Lisa immediately fell into regret and completely despised Mobai, the airborne foreign aide. But how did he know the secret of the 6 demon generals? Chapter 40. South of the Gas Sea. The 3 Blue Pegasus and Leo walked forward half-believingly. On the way, Ivan finally couldn't help but say, "Teacher Yi." Ye turned around and smiled, thinking he was very handsome. "Matilda, what's the matter?" Ivan asked. How did Mobai know about the magic attack boat Christina? Logically speaking, he couldn't have seen it before. Ye didn't seem to care about it, and answered casually, "Since we are allies, don't think too much about these issues, believe in brother Mobai. Men. You are worthy of being Teacher Yi." While the two were talking, Leo suddenly shouted excitedly. "Look over there, there is smoke. It must be Christina." Leo unconsciously sped up and happily passed through the bushes in front. Then he saw the magic attack boat Christina, which was almost crashed. Sure enough, it's here. The once powerful magic attack boat Christina is now in a semi-scrapped state due to the attack of the 6 demon generals. The cockpit exploded and half of the wing was damaged. It seems impossible to return to the sky. After a night of investigation, his face was slightly solemn. The cockpit can be handed over to Ivan for repair, but there are too many damaged parts, I'm afraid. Leo took over and said, "This is easy, I can temporarily replace the missing parts with my ice shape magic." Leo immediately made his fists and palms together, and the ice magic flowed to the side of Christina. It condensed into a beautiful white wing in an instant, exactly the same as before. The 3 Blue Pegasus were overjoyed and tried their best to rescue the cockpit. Yi couldn't help but sigh. That Mobai brothers' plan is really good. In this way, we can work together and really make Christina fly again. Men. Leo was even more confused. But how did he know that I can use ice-shaping magic? Did Gray tell him? At present, this is the only reasonable explanation that can be thought of. At the same time, Jura and Shirley suddenly stopped while searching. In the shadow under the tree in front, a burly figure slowly emerged and was walking towards the two of them. This person was dressed like a monk, taller than Jura, his long orange-yellow hair was draped behind him, and his right arm was wrapped around a magic book engraved with strange patterns. Hitai. Jura looked stern, and immediately recognized the other party. He turned around and shouted to Shirley, "Go! Go!" Hitai's magic is mainly range attack. Shirley, who has weaker magic power, can only be involved in it and injured for no reason if she stays here. Seeing Shirley retreat to a safe place, Jura immediately pushed forward with his right palm, and the powerful earth attribute energy suddenly burst out. The earth trembled, and dozens of stone cones rose from the cracks in an instant, attacking Hitai all the way. On the other hand, Hitai was not in a hurry in the face of the tough attack. His right arm still embraced the magic book, and his left hand waved casually. The originally hard and sharp stone cones all became soft, like a pool of mud. Hitai smiled and said, "Your magic is to make the soil as hard as rock iron, and I can soften the sand. All your attacks are ineffective against me, right?" Jura's face was more resolute and courageous. He took a deep breath, and put his right index finger and middle finger together, and the fingertips flashed with a persevering magic light. As his fingers danced, the earth trembled violently again, as if a powerful and mysterious force was surging out from the ground. Rock and iron pillars. With a deafening sound, 4 thick rock pillars suddenly rose from under Hitai, vowing to blow him away. "I've already said that all your earth attribute magic is ineffective against me. Right?" Hitai shook his head and used the same trick again. Softening magic power activated. The originally thick, long, big and hard rock pillars spasmed like Yongwei, and fell to the ground limply. Jura's attack failed again. Come again. Rock and iron pillars. With Jura's continuous attack, Hitai perfectly resolved each time. Unknowingly, the battle has lasted for hundreds of rounds. The flying sand and rocks covered the entire eastern forest, and the places they passed were turned upside down, with protruding sharp corners and broken rocks everywhere. But apart from the consumption of magic power, the two of them suffered almost no external injuries. Jura was preparing to launch the next round of magic. But suddenly, he felt a terrifying magic power coming from below, breaking through the surface at an extremely fast speed. Boom! Jura and Hete dodged backwards almost at the same time. A huge white beam of light appeared where the person was originally, and it shot straight into the sky, causing the sky to change drastically. Several gray-black magic waves entangled it, emitting strange fluctuations. Jura was shocked. Although he was a Saint 10, the magic power in his body was like an ant compared to this mysterious beam of light. Could this be Nirvana? Hetei's face also flashed with surprise. However, unlike Jura, Hetei soon showed a look of joy of unexpected victory. So Nirvana is underground, isn't that right? Because we have been using Earth-attributed magic to fight just now, the energy fluctuations were infused into the ground, which accidentally unlocked Nirvana. Isn't that right? Jura came back to his senses from the shock. The accident that Lord Mobai said really happened. I have to find a way to reunite with them first. Once Nirvana is launched, this crusade will definitely fail. Firmly thinking this in his heart, Jura suddenly heard a shrill cry in front of him. Ah! Looking up, it was Hetei who had just fought with him for hundreds of rounds. But for some reason, at this moment, his face was full of struggle and torment. He held his head tightly with both hands to try to relieve the pain, but it was useless. Jura watched cautiously, fearing that this was another trick. Money, 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 money. The word money kept coming out of Hetei's mouth, but his voice became smaller and smaller until he was hoarse. Money, I don't want that thing. Hetei suddenly said this arrogantly, and his hands left his face. In an instant, even his eyes became clear. I don't want money tilde. Really tilde. Huh. Looking at his huge change before and after, Jura was immediately confused. Seeing Jura didn't respond, Hetei immediately told his past experiences with great emotion. I desperately wanted to see my brother who was separated from me in childhood, thinking that I could find him if I had money. Really tilde. But it wasn't until now that I realized that I had been going in the wrong direction and shouldn't have joined the Dark Guild. Really tilde. Okay, now let's go together to stop the atrocities of my former partners, Mr. Jura. Really tilde. As soon as Hetei finished speaking, he rushed forward and hugged Jura in his arms, crying bitterly. Tears flowed on Jura's bald head. Sir Jura, I thought of my brother when I saw you, and I couldn't control my emotions. Really tilde. Jura was puzzled. Why? Why, do I look like your brother? No, your bald head looks like the potatoes my brother likes to eat. Really? I'm not a potato, I'm a baby. No, it's a head. Jura was confused. Finally recalled the information about Nirvana mentioned by Mobai and Shang. Only then did he realize that Hetei might have been affected by the replacement of light and darkness in Nirvana. In the battle between justice and evil in his heart, he has transformed into a kind personality. Fairy Tale, Master 8 Types of Dragon Slaying Magic at the Start. Chapter 41. On the other side. Mobai and Gray, who were still heading north with the frozen Lisa, were also attracted by the black and white light column in the east. Mobai was no stranger to this scene. Is Nirvana really opened? Originally, he just reminded me to be on the safe side. Unexpectedly, his words came true. Then where should we go now? Continue to go in this direction? Gray asked. Mobai analyzed. No, we go to where Nirvana is. Since the seal has been unlocked, the other members of the 6 demon generals will definitely go there. Makes sense. Slightly adjusted the position of the ice cage on his back. Gray turned around and was about to leave, but his arm was pulled by Mobai. Someone is coming. There was a rustling sound in the bushes ahead. Under Gray's gaze, a few seconds later, a huge purple snake emerged from it. Hiss. The body of the snake was as thick as a bowl, and its length was almost as long as Jura's. It was constantly swallowing its tongue. This is the snake that bit Urza. Gray suddenly remembered and shouted. Mobai remained calm and continued to observe. There was another person's footsteps behind the snake. Want to go to Nirvana? I have heard your voice. The cold and mocking words came into his ears. The other party finally poked his body out from behind the snake and looked at Mobai and Gray with interest. Mobai narrowed his eyes and clenched his fists slightly. He was not unfamiliar with this person. With sharp teeth, dark red hair, and a white coat covering his body, he looked like a gentleman. Cobra, one of the 6 demon generals. And the snake, is his partner, Choberios, who has been with him for more than 10 years. Facing the enemy, Gray also unloaded the ice and got ready. He was ready to create a bunch of ice swords, spears, and halberds to stab Cobra into a hornet's nest. But he was stopped by Mobai again. I have a special way to deal with him. This man is a poisonous dragon slayer wizard, and he can hear people's thoughts. He is a very difficult opponent. Keep an eye on Lisa. Mobai's voice was not loud. But Cobra's hearing magic was extremely sharp. He could not only hear the subtle conversations nearby, but even hear people's inner thoughts. Naturally, the words just now did not escape his ears. Seeing his past exposed, Cobra was slightly startled, and soon returned to his original cold look. Although I don't know where your information comes from, it ends here, and you can't leave. Mobai ignored his warning. As the powerful Earth-attributed Dragon Slayer power in his body circulated, it finally condensed in the palm of his right palm. Mobai slightly bent down and suddenly struck out with his palm to take the initiative. Earth Dragons collapse. I used wind and thunder magic all the way from the guild to speed up my journey, and after the battle with Lisa just now, thunder magic consumed magic very quickly. Even if Mobai's innate magic power was abundant, he couldn't withstand the continuous consumption. He still had to save some. In order to prevent special situations later, Mobai did not pursue a quick victory this time, but tried it first. The magic power burst out, and a huge gap instantly cracked from the ground where Mobai cast the spell, rushing forward. Choberios. Choberios heard the shout and quickly twisted his snake body to wrap around Cobra. Just when the cracks in the earth were about to spread to his feet, a pair of wings appeared out of thin air on both sides of the snake body, and directly took Cobra to fly into the air. This snake can fly. Gray was stunned. It seems that he really has nothing to do with this battle. Storm Dragon Wings. Mobai also activated the wind-attributed dragon killing power in his body, and at the same time, his arms were spread out horizontally, turning into 2 black long swords, sweeping across the air. Iron Dragon Sword. I heard you will attack from my left side. Cobra laughed contemptuously, revealing sharp teeth at the corners of his mouth, and then dodged. The iron sword passed by. Seeing that Mobai was silent as if he was about to give up the attack, Cobra tilted his ear again, but heard a completely different answer from Mobai's heart. Want to change his moves and turn into an iron stick to attack again. In his sight, Mobai's figure instantly enlarged in his pupils, and the original 2 swords were also briefly covered by light and turned into 2 hard cylindrical round sticks, hitting him head-on. Iron Dragon Stick. 2-pronged approach. Even if it was the hardest rock, it would probably be knocked on the spot. But Cobra had already seen through Mobai's tricks and quickly dodged backwards. Mobai missed again. This happened again and again. After several rounds, Mobai didn't gain any advantage. Sure enough, he can hear my thoughts. No matter what tactics I have, they can be known in advance. Cobra was even more pleased. Give up. I am not as good as you in pure magic. But I heard every move you made. You can't beat me at all. Really? Mobai showed an intriguing smile. As his arms returned to their original appearance from iron bars, the fighting spirit in his body dissipated little by little. Since you like to listen to my thoughts, why not take a peek and see what I am thinking now? The sudden move stunned Cobra. Cobra had no idea what Mobai was up to. But to be on the safe side, he kept a safe distance from Mobai. In that case, I'd better listen to his thoughts first. Strange, he doesn't have a battle plan in his mind. Is there something wrong with my hearing? I can't hear his thoughts at all. Hey, it seems to be able to receive it again. But this doesn't seem to be a battle scene, but a moving painting, with only me and Choberios in the picture. Wait, something is not right. Wait, no, why did I control Choberios in such a rough posture and pry its mouth open? Asshole, stop it. Cobra turned red in an instant, gasping for breath, staring at Mobai with his eyes fixed. Mobai still looked calm and nonchalant, and said as if nothing had happened. How is it? Can you hear what I'm thinking? Cobra was even more upset, and he gritted his teeth and roared, pervert. Shameless, dirty, filthy, why do you think of such a picture in your mind? Choberios is my best friend. How could I do that with him? Are you disgusting? Despicable, sperm-brained scum. Cobra used all the dirty words he could think of on Mobai in one breath. Gray next to him was dumbfounded. Gray quietly poked Mobai with his elbow and whispered, "What did you do to him just now?" "Nothing. He can hear people's voices, and then I imagined some pictures in my mind, and he just happened to know them." Mobai's tone seemed very innocent. Gray looked at Cobra, who was still talking nonsense, and connected it to what he had just said. Is Choberios the snake? Damn, could it be? Gray's pupils dilated instantly. He looked at Mobai meaningfully, raised his thumb slowly and said, "You play so colorfully. I didn't expect that you look so elegant and refined, but you are actually so reserved." Ahem. It's just a tactic to deal with the enemy, just a tactic. Mobai replied awkwardly. Chapter 42. Cobra had reached the point where he had nothing to say, but his anger had not yet subsided, and he glared at Mobai angrily. But he did not expect Mobai to say something that would make him bleed again. Actually, I can think of more moves. If you want to hear it, you can continue. Enough. This was too much to bear. Cobra finally broke through the defense, and desperately maximized the poisonous magic power in his body, wrapped around his feet, and rushed straight down to Mobai. The spiral jaw of the poisonous dragon. And this move was undoubtedly what Mobai wanted. Mobai thought to himself. Want to use magic to hit it head-on. Finally got fooled. The hot bright red dragon-killing magic crystal was ready to move in Mobai's body. Energy continued to surge out, materializing into billowing flames, burning fiercely on his right fist, and Mobai focused his attention and jumped. The iron fist of the fire dragon. The next moment, Mobai's figure continued to magnify in Cobra's eyes. Fists and feet met, and the hot wind and poison quickly intertwined. I will kill you. Cobra had already been jealous, and poured all his magic power into this attack without reservation, and the poison became thicker and thicker. Even Gray, who was watching the fight next to him, couldn't help but cover his mouth and nose at this moment. But Cobra soon discovered that no matter how much poison he released, Mobai's expression never changed at all. The flames on his body didn't even dim a bit. Cobra was shocked. How is it possible? Is he stronger than the president? The flames spread, swallowing up all the poison until they touched Cobra's legs. Cobra's whole body was covered with flames, and the burning pain was unbearable. After just a few seconds, he was unable to resist, and his body fell from midair together with the flying snake Choberios. Woo woo. He struggled to get up. Choberios crouched beside Cobra, wailing. I'm fine, don't worry. Cobra used up his last bit of strength, raised his palm and rubbed Choberios' body, revealing a painful smile. In the blurred vision, he seemed to see Mobai walking towards him step by step. Please let go, Choberios. After squeezing out a few words from his teeth, Cobra completely lost consciousness. The battle was declared over. At this time, Mobai also put away the unruly look that deliberately angered the opponent just now, and said in a deep voice. Originally, I planned to let Gray freeze you, which would be safer and ensure that the seal of President Wu would not be unlocked. But the snake venom in Urza was caused by you, and blood debts must be paid with blood. As for Kubarios, looking at this lonely purple giant snake, Mobai was really a little undecided. Chobarios has been following Cobra for more than 10 years and has always been regarded as Cobra's best friend. Cobra's long-cherished wish is to hear Chobarios' voice one day. At this time, he didn't know that Chobarios' body was not a snake, but a living human girl. It was just that she was cursed by magic in her childhood, which kept her in the form of a snake. If I remember correctly, Chobarios will be discovered by President Makarov after this battle. Then, the president will take Chobarios to dispel the curse on her body and restore her human form. After that, she will change her name to Janana and stay in Fairy Tale as a waitress. So it seems that she is still my partner in the guild. Thinking of this, Mobai directly called Gray. Gray, did you see the snake? Of course I did. What's wrong? Freeze it. Bring it back to the guild after the war and give it to the old man. The old man will understand. Huh? What do you mean? Just do it when I tell you to. Gray glanced at Mobai thoughtfully. Don't you have that kind of fetish? I won't help you. Fuck. Mobai laughed and cursed, and just as he was about to slap Gray, his raised arm suddenly froze in midair. The sudden pain was transmitted to the brain, causing the whole body to tremble. He had a splitting headache. Mobai, what's wrong with you? Gray exclaimed immediately, grabbing Mobai who was about to fall. After half a minute, the headache slowly subsided. Mobai rubbed his temples and waved his hands, saying, maybe flying all the way here with the storm dragon wings, plus the 2 battles just now, I consumed too much magic power. I will be fine after a short rest. After hearing this, Gray put his heart back in his stomach. You scared me to death. However, since coming to this world, Mobai has been practicing diligently. Magic, the control of magic power is becoming more and more proficient. For this kind of battle that does not require full effort, there will naturally be no overdraft of magic power. Just now, I just found an excuse for fear that Gray would worry too much. As for why the headache, Mobai himself can't explain it clearly now. What is this headache? My head is still dizzy. Let's go to Nirvana first. At the same time, Natsu's team in the west. Lucy, Natsu and Hibiki of the Blue Pegasus met the only female member of the 6 demon generals, and the Angel who is also a star wizard like Lucy. However, Angel already knew the 3 of them. Using the weakness of the Dragon Slayer wizard who was dizzy in various means of transportation, he tricked Natsu onto a raft and directly destroyed half of the team's combat power. But with the help of Zhang's magic ancient document, Lucy unexpectedly awakened the history of the super magic star map, using the power of the 88 stars in the sky to carry out an all-round lock attack. Angel was caught off guard and was defeated. The entrance to the Sea of Gas Trees. Urza and Wendy were originally left by Mobai to recuperate, but were unexpectedly found by the most mysterious member of the 6 demon generals, Dark Knight. Dragging her newly recovered body, Urza overpowered Dark Knight who used refraction and fantasy magic. Seeing that victory was about to be achieved, Dark Knight suddenly erupted with monstrous magic power, turning himself into a devil of 10,000 feet in height. Boom! The devil was about to attack Urza, but was suddenly hit by a solid shot and dissipated into smoke. Urza looked at Dark Knight who was lying on the ground in front of her, and then she realized that it was just his illusion magic. As for the key shot, it came from the One Night team. They also successfully completed the task ordered by Mobai and allowed Christina to return to the sky. Just in time to return to the starting point to support Urza. Dark Knight was defeated. The balance of victory seems to be slowly tilting towards the guild coalition. Chapter 43. After defeating Lisa and Cobra, Mobai and Gray have already set foot on the road to Nirvana. Are you okay? Why don't you take a rest here? You've consumed so much magic power, let me take care of the next battle. Seeing that Mobai looked unhappy, Gray asked with concern. No need, let's go. Mobai turned his arm into an iron dragon sword again. He casually chopped down a gas tree, picked up a thick branch and started to chew it to restore his magic power. Although the severe headache after defeating Cobra was relieved, it turned into intermittent pain. It was irritating. Looking at the white light column that was constantly expanding in the sky, in addition to depression, Mobai also felt that some strange changes seemed to have occurred in his heart. But where exactly the changes were, he couldn't even tell himself. "We'll be at Nirvana soon, let's go there first, so we don't have to wait too long." But, it seems that someone has started fighting over there. Although Nirvana's existence covered a large area of forest, Mobai still caught some magical breath from it, and shouted immediately. "Leave the ice where it is, hide first." Mobai grabbed Gray and dragged him to the bushes next to him. The two of them tiptoed forward together. Not long after, Gray made a discovery and shouted excitedly. "It's right in front, I see it. It seems to be Jura of the Snake Princess scale, and surely hiding behind him. They have already faced Brian, the boss of the 6 demon generals. Wait, there seems to be someone standing next to Shirley, I can't see it clearly. Can you see it, Mobai? Mobai." Mobai's voice came faintly from behind. "Gray, I don't mind you blocking my view in front of me, and I can tolerate you pointing your butt at me. But you took off your pants at this time, and I can only see your skin. Do you believe that I can give you 1,000 years of death?" Gray heard this and hurriedly covered his hand subconsciously. Although he didn't know what the 1,000 years of death was, Gray vaguely felt a chill in his vital parts. He could probably guess a little bit. "Ahem, sorry." Gray turned around and asked seriously, "But if we fight head-on, can Jola beat Brian? Should we go out to help?" After all, before Mobai arrived, all of them had been beaten by the 6 demon generals who had reported to the group. Mobai was not worried. "Don't worry, as long as President Wu's personality does not appear, Brian is just a rookie. What's more, Jola is a Saint 10 and is fully capable of dealing with it." "Then we can't just watch now, can we?" Gray asked. "Go over there." Mobai pointed to the boulder next to him, which was closer to the fighting people. The two moved again and hid behind the boulder. This time, Gray finally saw who was next to Jura, but the result surprised him. Gray couldn't help wondering, is that the 6 demon generals? Why is he on Jura's side? Gray was talking about Hitei, who had fought with Jura before, but was inexplicably influenced by Nirvana in the end because of the conflict between the magic attributes. This was within Mobai's expectations, and he immediately explained. He is hot-eyed Hitei, and his strength is not weak. It should be due to the influence of Nirvana's activation that Hitei's inner feelings changed, so he stood on the same front with Jura and the others. Gray was relieved a little. But he explained to him immediately. Mobai's heart was filled with doubts again. "I remember that Nirvana affects people on the border of light and darkness, causing people's good and evil natures to replace each other. It will affect at least 2 people, right? For example, if Hitei returns to goodness, then someone on the Guild Coalition side is likely to be affected and temporarily switch sides." Mobai has an impression that in the original plot, Shirley developed negative emotions due to Leo's serious injury, and was then affected by Nirvana and turned to attack Gray. Fortunately, Leo appeared in time to dispel Shirley's inner demons. But now Shirley is very normal, and no teammates have been seen, rebellious. Mobai is more puzzled. It's really strange, who could it be? Is there something wrong with the others? Now, it's better not to go over. If Natsu is affected by Nirvana and goes berserk, it will be troublesome. Mobai and Gray still choose to observe secretly. As for the 2 sides confronting on the field, the smell of gunpowder has spread. Brian's skin was a deep copper-black color, as if it had been baptized by the years. His white hair was like silver threads, drooping like a chariot, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura, like a wise scholar. But if you look closely, you can find several strange black stripes engraved on Brian's face, like shackles, as if sealing some mysterious power. Brian looked behind Jura and saw that Nirvana had already opened the first stage. Brian's mouth corners couldn't help but rise, saying, "So, I have to thank you. Nirvana has actually been opened, and it was easy to get it." Jura heard this, and his serious face also slightly fluctuated. Indeed, Nirvana was accidentally unsealed due to the change in the ground environment caused by his fight with Heat Eye. Although he didn't have this intention subjectively. Because of this, Jura adjusted his posture again, stood firm, and said word by word in a deep voice. "I won't let you go." Brian's face was cloudy. The right fist holding the skull staff began to clench, quickly raised, and suddenly pointed at Jura. Eternal Dark Rondo. The chanted spell fell, and the dark green magic wave was released from the mouth of the skull on the staff, mixed with destructive energy, winding forward like a dragon. Jura's face was firm, and the index and middle fingers of his right hand were tightly pressed together and pushed forward, and strong magic power seeped out from the ground. Rock Iron Wall. The towering and heavy rock wall broke out of the ground, protecting Jura and Shirley and Heat behind him. With a dull rumble that shook the forest, the ever-dark Rondo crashed straight into the rock wall, blasting a huge hole. Brian looked at it carefully, and Jura and the other two walked out from both sides safely without any damage. Although the previous attack was powerful, it was far from the level of penetrating Jura's defense. Really tough, worthy of being one of the 10 holy mages. Brian finally looked Jura in the face. If you ignore the various fancy effects and application methods of magic, there is no doubt that his attack is the most lethal among all the members of the 6 demon generals. But facing Jura's absolute defense, it seems a bit useless. After a short brewing, Brian chose to raise his left hand this time. Eternal Dark Palm. The dark attribute magic condensed into a palm shape, and with the push of the left hand, it instantly enlarged to a person's height and crashed forward. Jura used the same trick again. Rock Iron Wall. After the loud noise, the smoke and dust dissipated. A clear huge palm print suddenly appeared on the rock iron wall, which was left by Brian's permanent dark palm. It also shows from another angle that the previous attack was just scratching the surface. Brian, who was eager to reach Nirvana, was a little impatient at this moment and began to provoke Jura. Saint 10. Ha, is this the only trick you can use to be a hardcore cuckold? Chapter 44. Jura would not be affected by such low-level provocation, and retorted. "I won't let you take a single step forward." Good. Brian laughed in anger, picked up the skeleton staff again, and the breath of death gradually gathered in it. Until the moment when the dark energy reached its peak, Brian, a fragile mage in the back row, took a step forward and took the initiative to rush forward. Eternal Dark Fantasy. Compared to the previous Ever-Dark Rondo, the magic used at this moment is more inclined to short-range high burst. After all, after testing, Brian also knew that ordinary attack methods might not be able to hurt Jura, a defensive magician who was as immovable as a mountain. This special burst attack must be used. Jura's eyes were still looking straight ahead, and he was about to continue to block the dark magic in front of him. But in the blink of an eye, the ever-dark fantasy that was originally in front of him, and even Brian who released magic, disappeared strangely like a ghost. Behind me. Although Jura majored in defense, his combat experience and perception were not weak either. He quickly sensed the danger and turned his head abruptly. The brown-yellow light at his fingertips jumped. The rock wall that had been released earlier also twisted again with Jura's fingers. As if it had life, it rushed back to defend and blocked in front of him in an instant. Boom. The thick rock wall once again absorbed Brian's attack in time. The dark hole in the center indicated the huge damage of the previous attack. The sneak attack failed. Brian's face was ashen, and his eyes became more fierce. Even if you took it all in the front. But the next attack will probably penetrate those broken stones along with your body. Eternal Dark Fantasy Sorrow. The skeleton staff exerted force again, undercurrents surged, blood-red beams wrapped around it, emitting more bizarre magic ripples than any previous time, As the ripples flowed, the star points faintly mixed with unstable energy collapsed, making a tiny and hoarse sound, like a devil crying. Brian used almost all of his magic power to strengthen the Chang'an fantasy this time. Rock Iron Wall Chain. Jura still adhered to the one-trick pony, insisting on summoning rock walls from underground for defense. But realizing the danger of this attack, he also urged more magic power, and summoned more than a dozen thick rock walls in succession to block the front. Is this the only level? Brian sneered. The enhanced Chang'an fantasy was unstoppable, and it directly pierced through the rock wall with a muffled sound, but its momentum remained unabated, and it penetrated dozens of rock walls in a row. There was only the last barrier left in front of Jura. Brian's eyes shot out blood-red light, adding power to the magic. Boom! After the loud noise of the collision, the pressure of energy explosion burst out. Even Gray and Mobai, who were hiding behind a large rock in the distance and watching the battle, could feel a lot of fluctuations. At this moment, Jola had no defense in front of him, and was directly exposed to the opponent. Gray was anxious for a moment and almost rushed forward. However, Mobai was quick and pulled him back. Gray was puzzled. What are you doing? The bald uncle can't stand it anymore. The bald uncle was talking about Jola. Even Saint Ten can't stand it. What are you going to do? Mobai asked back. I can at least help him reinforce a layer of ice wall. I've said it. Watch carefully here. Brian can't be Jola's opponent. Mobai promised. Jola closed his eyes slightly, and the lines on his face became more and more compact. He took another half step forward, tightly protecting Shirley and Heat Eye behind him, and his body flashed with brown magic. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Under the double shock of Brian's roar and Chang'an Fantasy's attack, Jura suddenly opened his eyes and waved his left arm in the air. He was like a sturdy Buddha, majestic without anger. The dark energy wave that was originally unstoppable was forced to change its attack trajectory by the terrifying magic power that Jura burst out at the moment of contacting Jura. It bypassed the three people and bombarded the earth slope behind him. All the trees on the earth slope fell down, and the rocks slid down, completely razing the place to the ground. Well, it was very powerful. But it didn't cause any damage. What? The most powerful attack was directly bounced off, and Brian was shocked and finally realized how powerful Jura was as a Saint Ten. He had no chance of winning. Brian then turned his heel 180 degrees and was about to start. But he suddenly found a tremor under his feet. As small as dust and as large as gravel, as if controlled by some force, they slowly floated up from the ground. Brian was horrified. He staggered a few steps, trying to speed up and escape, but it was too late. Yora's powerful voice sounded again. Overlord Rock Shatter. The surrounding rubble was inspired again, carrying potential energy and flying away together. The target was naturally Brian. Thousands of rock and soil particles piled up. Suddenly formed a stone mountain more than one person high, sealing Brian in it. But Yora's movements did not stop. As he put his palms together in front of his chest, a pair of transparent and illusory giant palms appeared on both sides of the stone mountain not far away, carrying huge power and closing together, instantly crushing the originally piled stone mountain. Brian's figure was exposed again. But after such an impact, his body was already covered with scars, and blood was flowing from the corners of his mouth. It was hard to stand up again. Seeing such a strong strength displayed by Yora, Shirley and Hitaei, although they had crossed paths with him before, still felt a lot of shock. And behind the stone, Mobai was not surprised by this result. He just poked Gray, who was also stunned by Jura. Let's go. It's time for us to go out. After the battle, Jura had just recovered his breath when he saw Mobai and Gray waving at him not far away. Mobai gave him a thumbs up and praised him without hesitation. Uncle, we all saw the fight between you and Brian just now. You were very strong. You are too kind. Jura responded modestly, and suddenly remembered that Hitaei had not yet explained his betrayal, so he introduced. Let me introduce you. This is His Excellency Hiei of the 6 Demon Generals. But now he has returned to kindness and become an ally. He wants to stop Nirvana with us. Hiei tilted his head slightly and added, actually, my real name is Richard. Really Tilda. Since Mobai had explained the reason to Gray before, Gray did not question it anymore. Just looking at the gradually growing white light column behind him, he felt an invisible pressure. Gray couldn't help but frown and said with a little worry, by the way, Nirvana has already begun. Chapter 45. Hearing this, Jura's eyebrows also revealed a trace of self-blame and helplessness. After all, this matter should still be blamed on me. Jura's voice had not yet fallen, and a powerful magical energy suddenly burst out from his side. Be careful. The shield of the rock cave dragon. Fortunately, Mobai was quick-witted and opened the giant shield in time to block. The shield was shattered by the strong impact. But through the cracks, the direction of the attack source can be vaguely distinguished. It was Brian who fell to the ground and was half dead. Looking at his hand again, the skull cane that he originally relied on to cast magic has been shattered. It is not difficult to infer that he just wanted to make a final struggle by detonating the cane. But it still failed. Brian's face suddenly showed a desolate look of hopelessness. What a pity. I wanted to kill the traitor Hiei. If so, the real president of the 6 demon generals will come, and none of you can escape. Yura shuddered when he heard this. What do you mean? The real president? If the other side still has a top wizard in charge, even he would not be sure to win this battle. It's okay, just treat it as a fart. Mobai was full of disapproval, and then said, Gray, move the ice out for him to see. Okay. Gray responded. 1 minute later. The solid ice cage was carried out from the bushes next to it, and Lisa was made into an ice sculpture, which was preserved intact. Brian was completely dumbfounded. Lisa, he was captured alive by you. Yura and Shirley next to him also slowly typed a question mark. What are these people talking about? It seemed that he was not on the same channel as them. Let me explain, Hiei said. Each of the 6 demon generals has a different prayer, corresponding to a different seal, which is the black stripe on the face of the leader Brian. Once the 6 are wiped out and the 6 prayers disappear, Brian's other personality seal will be lifted, and the real president of the 6 demon generals, Wu, will appear. That is a terrifying guy who is keen on destroying all tangible things. Really? Hitei's tone was also mixed with deep fear. Obviously Wu's strength was too strong. But, Mobai and the naked guy captured Lisa alive, so his prayer will not disappear. In addition, I was not ambushed. So President Wu will never appear again. Really? After hearing this explanation, Jura and Shirley suddenly realized. Finally, they admired Mobai's brilliant methods from the bottom of their hearts. Young people are formidable. Choosing to trust Mr. Mobai was indeed the wisest choice. Brian was also surprised. These 2 people just came here, and capturing Lisa alive should have happened a long time ago. It is impossible that Hiei, who was influenced by Nirvana, informed. There is only one possibility. The secret about President Wu has not been a secret since the beginning. When and how did you know all this? Not only do I know this, I also know how to crack Nirvana. Mobai's calm words fell on the crowd like thunder. Except for Brian, everyone's face showed ecstasy. Mr. Mobai, are you saying that even how to reseal Nirvana is under your control? How can it be so mysterious? I'm not Zhuge Liang. Mobai curled his lips helplessly. Under the expectant gazes, he smiled and asked Brian again. I heard that you are very accomplished in magic research. There is something called the self-disciplined collapse magic array, which should be created by you after studying it. Brian was even more surprised. His past was revealed just like that. If the secret about President Wu was leaked by chance, then the fact that he created the self-disciplined collapse magic array was also known, which could not be accidental. This kid must be extraordinary. Due to the situation, Brian still answered with a stiff upper lip. Yes, I am the inventor of the self-disciplined collapse magic array. As long as I am given a certain amount of time to set it up, the self-disciplined collapse magic array can theoretically destroy many solid defenses and even destroy the magic itself. At this point, Brian suddenly looked up, as if he understood Mobai's idea. You want me to set up a self-disciplined collapse magic circle on Nirvana? Smart. What do you want in exchange? What can you give me? You have no choice. If you don't set it up, I'll kill you. Faced with Mobai's naked threat, Brian was speechless, but he thought again. Even if Mobai really killed him, Nirvana would not stop. By then, the whole country would be in turmoil, which would not be good for Mobai at all. Thinking of this, Brian had another bad idea, and said with a serious face, You can ask me to destroy Nirvana, but I have a condition. You are not qualified to negotiate conditions. Mobai did not give in at all. I can ignore the other people of the 6 demon generals, but you must set me free first. I said, you are not qualified to negotiate conditions. Please do as you please. Even if you kill me, Nirvana will still start as usual. Brian was not afraid of death, but he was sure that Mobai was just threatening and would never dare to kill him. After all, Nirvana still had to rely on his own self-disciplined collapse magic circle to shut down. In this case, let's see whether Nirvana starts first, or I kill you first. Magic power gradually emerged from Mobai, and it seemed that he really wanted to kill. A drop of cold sweat fell from Brian's forehead. At this moment, he could only tell himself repeatedly, Can't give in, he doesn't dare to kill me. Thunder and electric arcs slowly emerged. Mobai raised his right arm. Once he made a move, Brian would have to go directly to the King of Hell. The fist was about to fall. Mobai suddenly felt a strong heartache in his chest. Even if he used magic to suppress it, it was useless. What's going on? It seems that something dark is devouring my heart. Seeing that Mobai's back had turned around and became hunched, Jura and others immediately noticed something unusual and surrounded him. Mobai. Gray flew to Mobai to check the situation, but unexpectedly found that there was something gray in Mobai's pupils that was scattering. What is this? Before he continued to observe, Mobai had stood up again. Just a little stiff movement. Gray looked at Mobai at this time and felt an indescribable strange feeling. Mobai. I'm fine. Leave Brian to me, I'll find a way for Nirvana. Gray, you come with me. Mobai had no expression on his face when he spoke. He looked like a machine, cold and mechanical, without any emotion. Jura also realized that something was wrong. But before he could speak, Mobai had already grabbed Brian's collar and dragged him away. Gray hurried to catch up, but he was muttering in his heart. Why do I feel like he has suddenly become a different person? Chapter 46. Walked to a remote forest. Mobai looked around, and then threw Brian hard on the boulder in front of him. Although the friction and bumps on his back were still painful, Brian still refused to cooperate, and raised his head and laughed grimly. No matter how many times, my answer is the same. Unless you release me immediately, I will never set up a self-disciplined collapse magic circle to destroy Nirvana. Besides, if you dare to use some coercive measures without the permission of the council, you will surely be held accountable by the council. Ha 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 ha. Brian's sinister laughter became more and more wanton. But he didn't realize that Mobai's expression had changed drastically. At this moment, Mobai's voice was almost no longer mixed with any emotional color. If you don't want to destroy it, I have other ways to crack it. Now I want to talk about another thing, you just need to answer me or not. Brian immediately mocked, you have a way to stop Nirvana. What a joke. But he didn't finish his words. Brian suddenly felt a huge force strangling his throat, making him unable to utter a word. Even breathing became extremely difficult. Brian's face became redder and redder, his eyes widened, and he realized that Mobai had lifted him up from the ground with one hand, and his feet were off the ground. I don't want to repeat it again. Next, you just need to answer yes or no. The mechanical and hollow voice lingered in his ears. Brian looked at Mobai in horror. From his cold eyes and the force of pinching his neck, it was clear that he wanted to kill him. He was completely different from when he was near Nirvana before. Out of fear. Yes. Brian squeezed out a word with difficulty from between his teeth. Mobai let go of his right hand expressionlessly, letting Brian, who had broken free from his restraints, lie on the ground and cough loudly. Gray next to him was stunned. Is this still the Mobai he knew? In my impression, although Mobai is powerful, he is always cheerful. He always gets along well with other people in the guild and the residents of Magnolia, although sometimes he does some tricks. But he is definitely not like this, as cold as a butcher. Mobai, what's wrong with you? Mobai didn't even turn his head to look at Gray, his eyes were still on Brian. Listen carefully to the questions I ask Brian, it also has something to do with you. Me. Gray was stunned. Mobai didn't answer again, and directly lowered his eyes to question Brian in front of him. You have been the director of the Magic Development Bureau, right? Yes. Mobai nodded slightly, and then asked, during that time, you have been secretly trafficking children, and even used them for live experiments, right? Brian raised his head suddenly. How could he know this? When the Magic Development Bureau exploded, all the evidence should have been destroyed, so it was impossible for anyone to know about it. But this thought only flashed through his mind. When Brian saw that Mobai was about to urge him impatiently, he answered honestly, yes. Very good. Mobai paused, and spoke again under the gaze of Gray and Brian. But this time, his voice became slightly trembling. More than a decade ago, a female wizard named Uru found you and said that her daughter Urusha had a high fever due to her innate magic power being too strong, and she begged for your help. Before Mobai finished speaking, Gray next to him had changed his expression drastically. Mobai, you just mentioned Uru. Listen to me first. Mobai glanced at Gray indifferently and questioned Brian again. At that time, as the director, you swore that the Magic Development Bureau could cure the child named Urusha, but in fact you sent her to do live experiments. When Uru found you again, you claimed that Urusha was dead and even the body had been disposed of. The poor mother cried for a long time in the Magic Development Bureau, and her tears were almost dry. Little did she know that her daughter was not dead, but continued to suffer from your cruel and inhuman abuse. Is there anything wrong with what I said? With every word Mobai said, the panic and shock on Brian's face intensified. At this moment, the look in Mobai's eyes has changed dramatically. Who is this magician who came to reinforce the coalition forces from the air? From the secrets of the 6 demon generals, to the creation of a self-disciplined collapse magic circle, and the ugly things he did in the Magic Development Bureau. Why he knew everything clearly. Gray was also shocked. Uru. The Uru that Mobai mentioned was none other than his master who taught him the magic of ice shaping and had passed away 10 years ago. When he was a child learning from Uru, Gray often found Uru crying secretly while holding the clothes of a little girl. It was also at that time that he learned that she had a daughter. But he didn't expect to suffer such a disaster. At this moment, Mobai's goal has been achieved, allowing Gray to hear Brian personally admit the evil things he had done to his master Uru. Now, it's time for Brian to see the King of Hell. For a long time, Mobai gently waved his palm in front of Gray's eyes a few times. Gray. The vision was blocked. Gray finally recovered from the shock, but his eyes were still filled with disbelief. He looked up at Mobai in a daze. Kill him. The faint 3 words came out of Mobai's mouth. Brian was shocked and shouted in a hurry, wait. I have answered all the questions according to your requirements, you can't. I never said I would let you go. Gray, kill him. When Gray heard Mobai's scolding again, he suddenly felt a nameless anger in his heart. Uru, did you lose your daughter because of you? The power of frost suddenly erupted on Gray's body. The magic condensed on the joints of his right fist and left elbow, forming a sharp ice cone, with murderous intent. Ice Blade 7 dances. Gray shot forward, and the ice cone was aimed at Brian's chest. But just before the piercing, to everyone's surprise, the originally condensed ice-shaped magic disappeared out of thin air. The ice cone disappeared. Magic can't be used. Gray originally wanted to reactivate his power, but the magic in his body seemed to be exhausted and no longer obeyed. He subconsciously looked down and found the problem. At some point, a string of dark purple magic words appeared on the ground under his feet. He was not unfamiliar with this kind of words. He had seen similar forms of magic during the fairy tale Civil War. Ritual. It was the rules generated by this thing that restricted my actions just now. Brian was trembling in a trance. This life was temporarily saved. Mobai cast his eyes to the slope in front of him, his brows getting tighter and tighter. The sound of neat footsteps came into his ears from there. Preliminary judgment showed that the scale was at least more than 50 people. As the footsteps became heavier, a moment later, a neat and uniformed team of wizards appeared in front of the three people, all wearing blue and white work uniforms. The leader wore a pair of glasses and had a righteous face. Walking up to the three people, the leader glanced at them calmly and spoke meticulously. "Let me introduce myself. I am Lahar, the captain of the 4th Force Supervision Unit of the Magic Council. This war is over, wizards of the Coalition. Please leave it to our council to deal with it next." Mobai looked directly at Lahar, his eyes almost burning with fire. This group of troublemakers showed up at a really bad time. However, even if the chairman of the council came today, Brian must die here. Chapter 47. Council. Brian seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw. Even though the council was here to arrest him. But if he actively confessed, he might get a chance to avoid death, and even find a chance to escape from prison and make a comeback in the future. Obviously, it would be much better than being killed by Mobai and Gray here. Brian hurriedly asked for help. "Help me. I am willing to confess all the crimes of the 6 demon generals and repent. They violated the regulations of the council and killed people without authorization." Lahar was calm when he heard this and turned to Mobai. "Thank you for your contribution to the eradication of the Dark Guild. But the war is over, and the 6 demon generals should go to the council to be tried. All their sins will be settled." Mobai naturally knew that with Brian's brain, he would definitely be able to make excuses for himself and try to avoid the death penalty. The council had its headquarters blown up by Jelal and Ultir. Except for a few councillors, the current people in power are a bunch of incompetent idiots. You can't count on those people. Mobai thought to himself, since Gray can't do anything anymore, I'll have to do it. Thinking of this, Mobai grabbed Brian's neck again and held it in his hand. Brian had been tortured like a cripple at this moment, without any ability to resist. Mobai glanced at Lahar and said grimly, "What if I must kill him?" Lahar said righteously, "Then you are determined to fight against the council. I will lead the army to send you to trial together." As Lahar waved his right hand in the air, more than 50 council magic guards behind him showed their weapons together. The council's position is the same as that of the subordinate guilds, and I don't want to make the relationship with you too stiff. I hope you can understand. Besides, with my spell, you can't use magic in a short time. Lahar was right. Thanks to the supreme status of the council, he, as a law enforcer, also enjoyed the support of powerful magic crystals. With the help of crystals, the set spells are enough to make the wizards in it helpless for a short time. Let the criminal go now, I can pretend that nothing happened. Lahar advised again. But Mobai seemed to be deaf. Not only did he not stop, he even squeezed Brian's right hand harder. It was like pinching a little chicken. Brian's eyes bulged, his feet kicked desperately, and he stretched out his hand to try to break free from Mobai's palm, but he couldn't do anything at all. You are defying the order of the council. Everyone be on guard. Lahal was shocked and ordered the magic guards behind him to be ready to take coercive measures at any time. Dozens of magic props and weapons were pointed at Mobai, reflecting the creepy light and focusing on Mobai's eyes. Mobai finally spoke slowly, but his tone was full of ridicule. If it weren't for the magic props, your skill level would be far worse than that of Fright of our guild. Under the gaze of everyone, a fiery red flame appeared faintly behind Mobai, burning and jumping a little bit until it bloomed. And under his feet, the skill text that originally restricted the use of magic had begun to crack at some point, and it became more and more dense as time went by. Ding! The crisp sound of shattering reached everyone's ears. The skill text was immediately damaged, like a layer of thin glass that was broken, and it looked particularly fragile. Lahal and the council troops stared at the scene in front of them, with endless shock on their faces. How could it be? The spell doesn't work on him. There is only one possibility. This man's magic power has far exceeded the range set by the spell. It is at the level of the 10th saint. When did Fairy Tale have such a terrifying guy? He is younger than Jello, right? Glancing at the people in the council, Mobai said indifferently, if you want to end up like Brian, just come over. I don't mind killing one more. Laying down the last sentence. Mobai naturally no longer cares about their reactions. The real target is still Brian. Brian's face has long been ashen. The moment Mobai completely broke the spell, his heart was already dead. The appearance of the council gave him a brief glimpse of hope, but Mobai crushed this hope without hesitation and threw him back into the abyss. Explosive flames suddenly ignited from Mobai's palm. Logically speaking, Brian was strangled by Mobai by the neck, so even if he died, only that part should be injured. But he could clearly felt the intense burning pain from all over the body. Ah! A faint and shrill wail came from Brian's fragile throat. He moved his eyes down with difficulty, and then found that the bright flames had spread to all parts of his torso and limbs, and even penetrated into his body. Chest, abdomen, and even all parts of the body. Endless despair emerged from Brian's eyes. As the torch flashed in Mobai's eyes again, the power of Dragon Slayer was activated, and the strong burning sensation invaded Brian's body again. He finally realized what Mobai wanted to do. This madman, before I die, will he use fire to burn my magic power into nothingness? Brian had long lost the ability to speak again. Unprecedented pain swept through his body, making his consciousness blurred. His vision gradually darkened. Only at the end, he could faintly hear Mobai's voice. I'm really worried about leaving you to those bastards in the council. Sorry, you have to die here. The voice fell. Brian finally uttered a faint whimper, and then completely lost his breath. Mobai threw his body aside like throwing away garbage, and habitually clapped his palms to shake off the dust. And the strange thing is that the moment before Brian's heartbeat stopped, Mobai's head was still aching. Now he is completely recovered. This comfortable feeling is like Watwo using an invisible axe to split his skull and quietly remove the root of the disease. Relaxed all over. Lahar and others in the council were all shocked by his ruthless means just now. His expression became more and more distorted and ugly, but his body did not move at all. As for Gray, he was even more emotional at this moment. He sat there in a daze, silently looking at the sky that was gradually getting darker. The field fell into a deathly silence. Mobai's mood gradually calmed down, and he began to think about the next plan. At present, the 6 demon generals are doomed, Brian is dead, and the remaining 5 will be taken away by the council if nothing unexpected happens. Speaking of which, the 5 of them have the same experience as Urza, and were all captured by the Tower of Paradise when they were young. They are not hopeless. If you can help, why not give them a hand? But now there are spies from the council everywhere, it's not very convenient to take action. Maybe I have to go to prison with them. Chapter 48. After a long time. Mobai, Gray. A familiar shout came from afar. Mobai could tell who it was just by the sound. Arusa. Natsu, Lucy, and Wendy. It seems that you are all doing well. As those friendly figures appeared in sight and kept running towards him, Mobai smiled brightly at his companions as usual. The bloody executioner image just now was gone forever. Mobai glanced at Brian's remains. There were only 2 black stripes on his face, which just corresponded to the kind-hearted Hitai and the frozen Lisa. It seems that the other members of the 6 demon generals have been cleared out. If there is only one person who can make Mobai a little worried, it is Urza, who was poisoned by the snake after being attacked by Cobra. Does the poisoned arm still hurt? Hearing Mobai's question, Urza smiled and said, "It's fine now, thanks to Wendy's healing magic." Healing magic is an extremely rare magic in the entire wizard world. It is almost lost. Masters are even rarer. After hearing this, Mobai immediately turned his attention to the blue-haired girl Wendy next to him, and leaned down to touch her head. "Thank you, Wendy. No, this is what I should do." Wendy has always been introverted, and she was a little overwhelmed by Mobai's intimate behavior. And Mobai also smelled a trace of the same origin magic from Wendy. After all, they are both dragon slayers. Wendy's attribute is sky, and she was raised by the celestial dragon Grandine. However, like Natsu and Gajil, the dragon who raised them disappeared strangely on July 7, 777. The dragon-slaying magic crystal in Mobai's body does have a similar property to Wendy, the storm, but the difference between the two is still very obvious. Wendy can replenish magic power by feeding on air, while Mobai needs to devour the strong hurricane. Wendy can control the magic of healing through the power of the sky dragon slaying, while Mobai uses it to obtain the magic of flying, the wings of the storm dragon. What a pity, I was going to have a big fight, but I didn't expect that the most powerful guy had been defeated by you. Natsu's complaints brought Mobai's thoughts back to reality. Mobai looked up and down at Nizi, and couldn't help but wondered, "No, buddy. Why are others more or less injured, only you? It seems that you haven't even consumed magic power." Natsu righteously put the blame on Lucy. "I originally met that angel, but I accidentally took a strange means of transportation and fainted directly. It's all Lucy's fault for not reminding me. Can this be blamed on me?" Lucy protested. There was another round of noise and greetings, and the atmosphere seemed to have returned to the fairy tale guild. As for the group of people from the council behind Mobai, Natsu and the others were no strangers either. He had been in trouble a lot during missions, and was invited to have tea by the council. Natsu naturally had no good feelings towards this group of people, so he chose to ignore them. For a long time. Seeing that nothing was wrong, Mobai turned around and asked his companions to leave together. But at this moment, the captain of the council team, Lahar, who had been silent for a long time, finally couldn't help but explode. As a law enforcer, watching Mobai kill the important suspect directly in front of him with thunderous means. Naturally, he couldn't let him go so easily. Lahar then shouted to the soldiers behind him, "In the name of the council, arrest Mobai immediately. If others resist, arrest them together." "Yes." Hearing the shout, the few people who had turned around suddenly turned back. Until they saw the magic soldiers really activated their magic weapons and slowly approached them. They believed that they had not heard wrong. The council wanted to arrest Mobai. Lucy immediately said anxiously, "No, what does this mean? Aren't they here to catch the 6 demon generals?" Mobai really explained the matter of killing Brian clearly for a while, so he had to push it to Gray. "Well, it's a bit complicated. How about letting Gray explain it to you?" Urza noticed the trick and immediately turned around and asked, "Gray, what happened?" Gray also became hesitant at this time. However, Laharl did not seem to be prepared to give them a chance to communicate. "Go." As the attack order was issued again, the magic soldiers in the front row had already rushed up with swords, spears, swords and halberds. A figure suddenly flashed before the eyes of several people. Looking closely, they found that it was Natsu, who had been unable to restrain himself, and the halberd tied around his neck, the scarf, was still fluttering in the wind. Natsu's eyes flashed with excitement and belligerence, and he couldn't wait to welcome the battle. No matter what the reason is, if you want to take your guild partners away, I won't agree, Tilda. Also, today's battle with the 6 demon generals was not fun at all, so I can just try it on you. I'm on fire. As he pushed hard with his feet, Natsu shot out, raised his double fire fists and swung them directly on the faces of the magic soldiers on both sides. Although due to the strength of the magic itself, Natsu's fire dragon iron fist does not seem to be as powerful as Mobai. But after all, his is the orthodox one. Seeing this, the soldiers behind him wanted to step forward to help, but suddenly felt a scorching heat that was still rising. Looking at Natsu again, the bright flames have evolved from his fists to wrap around his whole body. Fire Dragon's brilliant flame. Natsu took a deep breath and gathered the flames around him into his hands again. The flames continued to expand, gradually forming a huge fireball more than 1 person tall, which was thrown forward by Natsu. With a roar, the fireball flew forward like a burning meteor, carrying scorching heat and powerful impact. Everywhere it passed, all the grass and trees were instantly burned to ashes. As for the magic soldiers who were hit, they were severely burned and screamed in pain. Some people continued to have flames on their bodies, but no matter how they rolled, they couldn't put them out. But Natsu obviously didn't have enough. After a glance, he shook his neck and rubbed his hands, preparing for the second battle. The magic soldiers couldn't help but take a half step back. Arusa stared at Natsu's figure and could only smile bitterly, but did not stop him. In normal times, if Natsu dared to go against the council and even attack the other side's troops, Urza would definitely stop him without a doubt. But this time is an exception. Under unknown circumstances, the council wanted to take Mobai away. Urza could not tolerate it. At this moment, Mobai looked at the backs of his companions standing in front of him. Especially Natsu, who stood at the front and protected himself from being taken away. Mobai had a completely different plan in his mind. He was going to the prison of the council to do something very important. However, the prison has always been heavily guarded, and it is really difficult for ordinary people to get in without permission. But then again, isn't Lahar going to take him to trial at this moment? If he is arrested, wouldn't it be natural to go to prison? So, now I have to find a reason to go back with these idiots of the council. 3 minutes later, Natsu curled his lips in disinterest, and then he put away the flames on his body. On the field, there were only a handful of magic soldiers who could still stand up. Seeing this, Urza finally stepped forward, gently stopped Natsu, who was still unsatisfied, and said to Lahar in the distance. I'm sorry, we can't accept that the council took our companions away for no reason. Can we talk about it now? Lahar looked around, his face full of black lines. Almost all the people he brought were knocked down by Natsu. Only then did he think of communicating. There was no way, after all, the gap in strength was there, so he could only endure it. Lahar deliberately made his tone calm. Do you see the mummy next to him? He is Brian, the chairman of the 6 demon generals, and he has been killed by Mobai. Everyone looked in the direction of his finger, and then found the charcoal-like mummy next to the stone. It was almost the same gray and black as the stone, with its own protective color, and it was really hard to tell the difference without careful observation. The death was quite tragic. Was this done by Mobai? Chapter 49. Urza just glanced at him and continued to argue with Lahar. The task of defeating the 6 demon generals was originally assigned to our coalition by the council. If Mobai had not used all his strength in the battle, he would have fallen. Just a mistake that resulted in the failure to save Brian's life. I think it should not be enough to arrest Mobai, right? Urza obviously didn't know that it was actually Jura who fought with Brian. But in the picture she imagined, Mobai must have had a fierce battle with Brian before. As the leader of the 6 demon generals, Brian's strength should not be underestimated, so Mobai accidentally hit him too hard and burned him to charcoal. Hearing Urza say this, Mobai suddenly felt guilty. Lahar still couldn't control his emotions after all. He shouted without regard for his manners. Do you know what happened just now? Brian has obviously lost his ability to fight. I was going to take him to the council for trial. Mobai doesn't listen to me at all. He is like a cold-blooded killer. Do you know what a killer is? He burned Brian's magic power dry in front of me and then killed him. Arusa's pupils shrank. Before she could respond, Natsu next to her snorted with disdain. Tisk tilde everyone knows that your council is famous for arresting people indiscriminately. I don't believe what you said. Lahar responded unhappily. Ask him yourself. Ask if you want. Natsu looked indifferent, even stretched out his little finger to pick his nose, and then turned to look at Mobai. Hey Mobai, is what that guy from the council said true? Did you really kill Brian in that way? In public. Mobai seemed a little embarrassed, scratching his head in embarrassment, and then he spoke. Actually, what he said is indeed correct. Huh. The few people who were protecting Mobai were stunned. So, it is reasonable for the council to take him away. Even Lahar was surprised by Mobai's answer. Originally, when he saw the magic soldiers fall down one after another, he realized that even by force, it would be difficult to take Mobai away. Unexpectedly, he was quite honest. He didn't even deny it. Natsu turned his head and winked wildly, whispering, "What are you doing? Aren't you afraid that the council will really take you to prison?" Ahem. But the fact is that I did kill Brian in front of him. Don't worry, I have my own plans. Mobai did not deliberately lower his voice, and his sincere voice was enough for everyone present to hear. Instantly, both Natsu and Lahar showed some surprise on their faces in the face of this sudden reversal. For Mobai himself, it was certainly not as simple as walking into a trap. He still had to go to the prison of the council to do an important thing, otherwise he would not admit it so straightforwardly. Although sincerity is always a killer move, but it has always been too sincere, so it can only be a must. Looking at Urza and others who looked embarrassed, Mobai spread his hands helplessly and said half-jokingly, "Just think of it as a free trip to the prison. If you haven't even entered the council, wouldn't it be a waste to join Fairy Tale?" This is really true. Whether it is Natsu or Grey, even Urza, or other powerful wizards of the Fairy Tale Guild, often fail at work, accidentally destroy half of the town, and then be invited to drink tea by the council. In the end, it was President Makarov who pulled them out. But in Makarov's opinion, being constrained by these rules and regulations will prevent the improvement of magic attainments. He has always encouraged everyone to pay less attention to these things and always stick to their own way. Even if some old bastards in the council who usually dislike Fairy Tale insist on letting him stay in prison for a few years. At that time, Mobai doesn't mind doing what Jelal did and blowing up the council. Thinking of this, Mobai even joked, "I will return to the guild in a few days. Don't forget to prepare a banquet to welcome me." Seeing that no one responded, Mobai shrugged, gently leaned next to Urza and whispered, "Don't worry, as long as I can think of it, the door of the council can't hold me." As soon as the voice fell, before Urza could say anything else, behind everyone, the already violent Nirvana erupted again, and several energy beams quickly meandered up and intertwined, entangled. The sky-high white light column is ready to move, making bursts of hissing sounds, as if it will break through the sky at any time. Mobai looked back and said, "Oh, I almost forgot about Nirvana. Now it is only the first stage. After a while, it will spread completely from the ground and produce 6 mechanical tentacles like suction cups. When the time comes, each of you will go to a tentacle and destroy the power supply magic crystal that controls the tentacles at the same time, and Nirvana will be completely destroyed." A complex and tactful meaning flashed in Urza's beautiful eyes. It seems that since the first time they met, Mobai has always brought her surprises. Every operation that seems outrageous is inexplicably reliable. Just now, he even casually said the solution to the super magic nirvana. Although it has not been confirmed, based on my understanding of him, it is impossible that he is talking nonsense. However, at this moment, staring at the thin back of Mobai, who is moving step by step towards the direction of the council army. What occupied Urza's heart the most was still her concern and worry for him. Looking at Mobai's innocent face, he looked like he was being tied up obediently. Lahar still couldn't let go of his inner guard, and called the magic soldier who had escaped from Natsu's attack unhappily. Put on him the magic shackles. The magic shackles, as the top magic tool that only the council has the right to use, are often used on some criminals with powerful magic power. Once locked by it, most of the magic power in the body can no longer be manipulated, just like a muggle. Mobai raised his eyebrows slightly. Is this thing unnecessary? I'm sorry, this is the rule of the council. We are just doing it according to the rules, please cooperate. The two magic soldiers who were ordered whispered to Mobai in a half-begging tone. They also saw Mobai's terrifying strength, so they naturally didn't dare to provoke him, but it was difficult to disobey the leader's order. Oh, forget it. Mobai has always been soft-hearted. He didn't want to embarrass these two poor workers, so he simply stretched out his arms and exposed his wrists. Ding! The shackles were locked. Lahar was still worried, and he came forward to look at it for a long time, and said to Mobai with doubt. Use the magic power in your body to see if you can still release magic. Let's try it. Without waiting for Lahar to answer, Mobai activated 8 dragon-killing magic crystals at the same time, just like he showed his magic power to Leo and the others when he arrived at the gas forest. The magic shackles responded immediately, emitting a harsh alarm. But there was no magic breath on Mobai. Lahar breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I chose the highest quality magic shackles before I came here. Unless it's a Saint 10 level warrior like Jura, it's impossible for others to break free. Boom! An explosion suddenly sounded. In the shocked eyes of everyone, 8 different colored energy beams suddenly appeared around Mobai, tightly wrapping him in them, with an extremely magnificent momentum. Look at the ground again. The magic shackles have become a piece of scrap metal, without any magic fluctuations. Mobai sighed, showing a smile that was uglier than crying, and couldn't help asking a soul-searching question. It seems that the council is short of funds recently. It has started to produce counterfeit and shoddy products. Urza and Lucy Wendy have received professional training and usually don't laugh. Unless they can't help it. Natsu is different, he never restrains his excitement. Seeing Laharl's frustrated look, he covered his stomach with one hand and pounded the ground with the other hand, laughing more wantonly than anyone else. Ha 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 ha, Hulu. Laharl lost face but could do nothing about it. His face was bruised and black. He could only order his magic soldiers to retreat. Take Brian's body and the other members of the 6 demon generals back to the council. Chapter 50. Magnolia, Fairy Tale. Hello everyone, I'm Wendy, I can use some healing auxiliary magic. Under Urza's leadership, Wendy stood shyly beside Shalulu and introduced herself to other members of the guild. 2 days have passed since the battle with the 6 demon generals. After sealing Nirvana, they went to the guild closest to the Sea of Gas Trees, the cat inn where Wendy was, to rest for a while. But they unexpectedly discovered a bigger secret. The entire cat inn was a magical illusion created by its president Robenlu. Robenlu's body had long disappeared with time, and only existed temporarily in the world as a thought body. The meaning of the entire guild's existence was just to accompany Wendy through the loneliest time. A guild that only exists for one person. After seeing that Wendy already had a reliable partner, Robenlu was finally relieved and could leave with peace of mind. Seeing her former companions, bodies disappearing, Wendy couldn't accept this fact for a while and cried bitterly. At this time, Urza lent a hand and took the initiative to invite Wendy and Charlulu to join the new family of Fairy Tale. Wendy was still a little shy in front of everyone. Please take care of me. Girls joined the club. Wong Wong always attracts a lot of attention. And in such occasions where they can join in the fun, the two old fat intestines, Macau and Wakaba, always seem to be particularly active. This time, Wakaba didn't even take the pipe out of his mouth, and went straight to Wendy to ask questions. So cute, Tilda. How old are you, little girl? Why don't we have a welcome party for Wendy to celebrate? Hey, why is there a female harpy next to you? Seeing Wendy choking on 2 puffs of cigarette, she was even more at a loss for what to do. Urza understood immediately and punched the 2 idiots on the forehead, saving Wendy. Be careful. Yes. Until Wendy completed the membership procedures and engraved the emblem on her right shoulder. Then everyone discussed the crusade against the 6 demon generals. So, the 6 demon generals have been completely wiped out this time, right? At least we can have a peaceful life for a while. You are worthy of being the strongest team in the guild. By the way, I remember Mobai also went to find you. Why didn't he come back together? Did he get lost? I heard from Lucy that he was taken away by the council because he didn't use enough force in the battle. How miserable. But it's okay. Aren't Natsu and Urza often invited to have tea because they accidentally destroyed half of the town? And every time the president can take them out. I think so too. The president must have a way. The members of Fairy Tail seem to have an innate sense of relaxation. In other guilds, if someone is targeted by the council every day, it is estimated that he will be in big trouble. But in Fairy Tail, it seems to have become commonplace. And just as everyone was talking heatedly in the hall, in the room at the end of the attic, the atmosphere was very heavy at the moment. There were only Makarov and Gray in the room. It was silent for a long time. Gray finally recovered from his depression and told Makarov what happened that day. Old man, Mobai killed Brian in that way because of my past. Gray told everything about Mobai, no matter how big or small. From the first time Mobai told the secret of the 6 demon generals President Wu, to his design to kill 2 members, Lien Klissa and Cobra, to the sudden sexual assault on Dabian and killing Brian with thunder, and finally before leaving, he explained the final destruction method of Nirvana. I always feel that Mobai seems to have some ability to predict the future. Not only can he see our past, but he can even know some information that is nowhere to be obtained. Gray felt much better after telling all his thoughts. Makarov frowned, his face wrinkled, one layer after another, and said, "This matter is also my fault. Since Mobai joined the guild, I haven't learned too much about his past." Makarov sighed, stood up from the chair and was about to go out. Now that things have come to this, let's eat first. Gray slowly typed a question mark and called Makarov again. Old man. Huh. Makarov turned his head impatiently. Gray hesitated and asked, Mobai, can you find a way to get him out of the council? Really, every time there is a problem, you have Toine going to the council to pick him up. Where can I put my old face? Let him stay in jail for a while. Makarov yelled in dissatisfaction, opened the door and walked out. However, Gray slowly showed a smile of relief and hope on his face. Although Makarov said that he didn't care about Mobai. In fact, every time they got into trouble and were taken to the council, Makarov always looked indifferent, but he was able to get the person out in the end. It seems that Mobai's matter is settled this time. Chapter 51. The sun gradually sank. The last ray of residual light hit the iron window, casting the shadow of the long slanted railing in the closed cell. The light was eaten away little by little until night fell. This is the temporary prison of the council, which is specially used to detain criminal wizards who have not yet been tried. Mobai and the 5 people of the 6 demon generals were brought here. Mobai turned his head and looked through the corner of the window, and could vaguely see the twinkling stars. It's really hard to lose freedom. Tomorrow is the day of trial, it seems that we must act tonight. But to be honest, although being in prison is depressing. But in such a quiet and lonely environment, Mobai can finally calm down and think, and repeatedly deduce the scene of himself killing Brian. Finally came to an absurd conclusion. How absurd. When this thought came to his mind, Mobai even laughed at himself. At that time, I was still thinking that Nirvana would at least affect two people, one light and one dark. If Hitai returns to kindness, someone else should be affected. I never thought that person would be me. Maybe it's because I was traveling with Gray. Seeing him reminded me of his master Uru, who was unhappy with him, and naturally transferred my hatred to the culprit Brian. Nirvana will affect people on the edge of light and darkness. Then, the target is locked on me. But Mobai asked himself again at this moment. Even if he was not affected by Nirvana, he would not let Brian live. It was just to save some trouble and wanted to completely destroy Nirvana once and for all in the first stage of its opening, so he got entangled with Brian. This point was destined when Mobai first went to the gas tree sea. Nirvana was just a catalyst that made him more decisive and cold-blooded. But now Brian is dead, Mobai guessed that Nirvana should also be destroyed by Jura and others. It's the same end. Mobai's sight returned to the corridor outside the cell, and he began to plan a complete action plan in his mind. Although this is just a temporary prison similar to a detention center, the defense is not relaxed at all. Not only is each prisoner wearing a magic shackle that limits magic power, but even the cell door has an invisible magic barrier. Mobai also roughly sensed and estimated that this barrier is dozens of times stronger than the magic shackle that he had previously broken. It is quite difficult to move. Anyway, tonight is the last chance. Just as Mobai was thinking about how to take action. Outside the corridor, footsteps suddenly came, and it seemed to be coming in his direction, getting closer and closer. Until it stopped in front of the cell door. It was a jailer dressed similarly to Lahar. The jailer looked at Mobai who was sitting against the wall, and then checked the record book in his hand again, and then said with a little annoyance. Suspect number 6 Mobai, someone wants to see you. See me. Mobai was stunned, and then he saw the jailer took out a light blue crystal ball from his waist and infused magic into it. A ray of light suddenly floated out of the ball and shone on the prison door between the two of them. The original attached magic barrier suddenly appeared, showing a purple crystal chain, which was wrapped around the railings. The key to remove the magic barrier. Mobai rubbed his chin with his tiger's mouth. When he was thinking, the chain suddenly faded until it disappeared again. Crack. The door opened. Let's go. It's always you, the wizards of fairy tale, who make trouble all day long. The jailer said something weird, and Mobai pretended not to say anything. Following the jailer, he slowly walked through the dark and narrow corridor. Mobai looked down at the magic shackles still on his wrist. This thing is exactly the same model as the last time. Maybe Lahar and the jailer failed to communicate well. The prison seemed to have no idea that the magic shackles did not work on him. The jailer walked in front, but he did not feel the threat at all, and did not believe that Mobai's magic power was enough to force him to break free. Mobai thought to himself, but this is a good way to cover up. Until he reached the room at the end. The jailer pushed open the wooden door, and Mobai stuck his head out. At a glance, he recognized the short old man sitting opposite him in the narrow room. The old man frowned and closed his eyes to rest. After hearing the sound, he narrowed his eyes a little and snorted coldly from his nose. Mobai turned around and left. Not at all indulgent. The old man's eyes suddenly opened, his buttocks jumped up from the chair, and he was as violent as Alay said. Come back. Are you going to piss me off to death, you little brat? Mobai rolled his eyes, turned his head back and said helplessly. President, it's late at night, if you have something to say, just say it quickly. I'm in a hurry to go back to sleep. The person who came was Fairy Tale President Makarov. Sit down first. Seeing Mobai's indifferent attitude, Makarov glared at him fiercely, grabbed the cup in front of him and drank the bitter tea. After calming down a little, he spoke again. Regarding the matter of the 6 demon generals. You made a big fuss. You've been detained for 2 days, right? Mobai shrugged, made a face, and didn't comment. Makarov added, regarding Nirvana, Urza and the others have successfully solved it according to your method. In addition, the coalition's demon cat in guild seems to have some problems. Wendy and Shalulu, your allies who fought side by side with you, have also joined our guild. Mobai smiled slightly. That's good. These things are all within expectations. However, Makarov tried every possible way to get this rare opportunity to visit the prison late at night from the council, and it was obviously not to discuss these things. Tactical coughed twice and quickly got to the point. I've heard from Gray and Urza, Mobai. You seem to know something about the past of each of them. And when you fought the 6 demon generals, you had more favorable information than the Intelligence Bureau of the Council, including everything about super magic Nirvana. Of course, this is not to doubt you. You can protect your companions well. As the president, I am very proud of you. But if it is convenient, I still want to hear your explanation of these things. And, what happened to you before joining the guild? As soon as Makarov finished speaking, the corner of his mouth twitched unnaturally to the side. Mobai looked at it with a sidelight and immediately understood. In the corner of the inquiry room, there were 2 jailers of the council. All the contents of the conversation would be heard by them. But even if Makarov did not remind him, Mobai had already noticed it. When he first entered the room and saw Makarov, he turned around and left, which was also done to confuse the sight of the council. Considering that tomorrow is the day of trial, what he says next may directly affect the result of tomorrow's trial. After realizing this, Mobai looked into Makarov's deep eyes, brewed for a while, and slowly spoke. I grew up in an orphanage since I was a child. I don't have many friends. Later, I worked and lived alone. Makarov was stunned. I didn't expect Mobai to have such an experience. Regarding this point, it is not Mobai's fabrication. Before crossing here, due to family reasons, he has always been used to being alone and rarely communicated with others. However, Mobai did not have any negative emotions because of this, and he was quite free and easy alone. Eat when you should eat, sleep when you should sleep, and play with the Holy Grail when you should play with the Holy Grail. Over time, this kind of introverted personality has been formed. Recalling his experience before crossing, Mobai's eyes gradually became warmer. It wasn't until I met Fairy Tale that I knew there was a place called the Guild that could be my warmest family. As for the information I got, President, you can think of it as my minor magic, which can see people's past, even, some silent truths. It's really hard to explain the matter of crossing. What's more, it was monitored by the council, which was even more ridiculous. Mobai had to call it some special magical power. Makarov, who was sitting opposite, suddenly grinned. I know, thank you for your honesty. Get the answer he wanted. Makarov jumped off the chair, walked past Mobai, and walked to the door. Before leaving, he stopped and turned back to say, Mobai, I swear as the president that I have never doubted your loyalty and love for the guild. Also, it's best not to take the content of this conversation to heart. Mobai also smiled back. I understand. Chapter 52. Makarov is gone. Mobai still had the magic shackles on his wrist that were useless to him. Following the jailer, he returned to the corridor. Turning a corner, he was about to reach his original cell. Mobai suddenly asked, Jailer, does the magic ball you just used to open the magic barrier work for all cells? Or can it only open my cell door? Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask. People in your guild are the most troublesome. The jailer was stunned, and then scolded him coldly. Mobai was helpless. It seemed that this guy didn't intend to cooperate well. Then he could only try the function of the magic crystal ball himself. Jailer. What's wrong? The jailer turned his head impatiently again, showing a bit of anger. It's okay, just create a rebellion. As soon as Mobai finished speaking, a colorful magic circle appeared under his feet, and energy surged. In the panicked eyes of the jailer, the magic shackles suddenly broke from Mobai's wrist, and the majestic magic power that broke through the shackles instantly raised the pressure of destroying the dragon. Come here. The jailer was about to call for help, but was hit in the chest by a palm, and immediately fell to the ground and lost consciousness. Mobai quickly suppressed the magic breath on his body. Listen carefully. After making sure that he didn't hear the sound of other guards' actions, Mobai bent down to pick up the falling crystal ball, looked at the corridor on the other side, and murmured. As for the 5 of them, I remember they were locked up at the other end, right? And what Mobai had to do next was to release the remaining 5 of the 6 demon generals who were arrested a few days ago. The reason why he chose to act now, instead of on the way to escort the suspect to the council. Firstly, Mobai didn't want to cause trouble. There were dozens of eyes on him on the way to the escort. If he acted rashly, he would risk exposing himself. Secondly, it would give the 6 demon generals 3 days of quiet time in prison. Let them think carefully about what to do with their lives after they are free from Brian's control. At the same time, on the west side of the temporary prison, in the largest cell, the 5 of the 6 demon generals leaned on each side and chatted casually. Tomorrow is the day of trial. I wonder what the result will be. And Yi took over the conversation and said half self-deprecatingly, basically, you will stay here forever and can't get out till to relax, at least you can sleep well. Angel, how is your injury? Not at all. Wearing this shackle, the magic power can't be restored at all, and the wound healing is also slow. Angel was the most seriously injured among the few people. Although he did not meet Mobai, he was hit hard by Lucy, who mastered the history of the super magic star map. For wizards, although they recover faster than ordinary people, that is also based on the premise of using magic to nourish. Being imprisoned by the magic shackles, Angel is still in a half-blood state. Hitaei smiled bitterly and turned his eyes to the side. How are you? Kebula. No one responded. Kebula. Hitaei's voice is very high, and Kebula's hearing is particularly sharp, so it is impossible that he did not hear the voice calling him. Don't shout, let him be quiet, he has been like this since yesterday. Angel advised. Kebula's eyes were open, but his eyes seemed very dull, his lips kept trembling, and he seemed to be muttering something. Choberios. That's all, wait for the trial tomorrow. If nothing unexpected happens, we will be moved to the prison and detained separately after tomorrow. Good night. And Yi yawned and lay down directly on the spot. 3 seconds later, the sound of deep sleep filled the entire cell. Wait. Kebra, who was originally sitting there, suddenly narrowed his pupils and shouted directly. And Yi, who was awakened, shouted dissatisfiedly, what are you arguing about? Are you going to sleep or not? Kebra rolled and crawled to the door of the cell, trying to look out. It must be him. Why is he here? The other 4 naturally did not have the sharp 5 senses of the dragon slayer Kebra, and could not help wondering, who are you talking about? He is talking about me. A teasing voice suddenly came from outside the iron bars of the cell. Then a golden lightning flashed in front of them, and the flash dissipated, and the 5 people could see each other's appearance clearly. Is it you? Lissa and Cobra, who had fought with Mobai before, were the first to recognize him. Cobra had sensed him before, so he was less surprised. Hot-Eye had also met Mobai once before, so he introduced him to Dark Knight and Lisa beside him. This is the magician from Fairy Tale. Sir, friend Mobai. Your strength is not inferior to Mr. Jura of Saint Ten. Really Tilda. Mobai ignored the reactions of the 5 people and activated the magic ball in his right hand. The magic ball flashed like before and shone on the prison door. But the invisible purple chain did not appear. Mobai frowned. It seems that this thing is not universal, it can only open my prison door. What are you doing here? Faced with the question, Mobai still did not give a direct answer, but closed his eyes. And directly activated the 3-element dragon-killing crystal of wind, fire and dragon in his body. Since the key can't open it, we can only use brute force to break the door. The different magic powers turned into different colored energy beams and floated out of the body, wrapping around his arms. Feeling the subtle changes in the power of Dragon Slayer. When the three powers resonated, Mobai suddenly opened his eyes and swung his arms to pour out all the fused magic power. Dragon Slayer Secret, Dragon Yin Qiancho. Since the first release of the 3 Dragon Secrets in the Paradise Tower, after continuous training and improvement in battles during this period of time, Mobai's power has been further improved. In addition to the original terrifying destructive power, Mobai also clearly saw a giant dragon flashing in front of him. It's just that this giant dragon is too illusory and short-lived, and it has disappeared before it can be carefully observed. Although separated by a magic barrier, the 5 of the 6 demon generals can still feel a lot of pressure. How could it be? Is he here to kill us? Why? Damn it. It's all because of this damn magic shackle, otherwise I can at least resist. But with the magic barrier at the outer gate, he can't come in easily. Just as the voice fell. As the phantom of the giant dragon hit the prison door and disappeared, a huge wave of magic power erupted here. In an instant, the magic shackles on the wrists of the 5 people broke together. What? Withstanding the pressure, he looked up at the prison door again. At some point, the dark purple chains circling on it were exposed to the sight, and dense cracks appeared under the continuous pressure of magic power. Finally, it became fragmented under the gaze of several people. Lose the protection of the barrier. Mobai kicked the iron door open, looked around the cell, and shouted. Have you recovered your magic power? If you don't want to stay here forever, follow me. You. The 5 people realized that Mobai was not here to kill them, but to take them out of the cage. Go. Mobai's figure turned into a bolt of lightning again, rushing in the direction from which he came. The noise of using the Dragon Slayer secret to forcibly break the magic barrier was too loud, and the hurried footsteps upstairs and downstairs were clearly heard. If we don't hurry up and leave, I'm afraid we won't be able to leave. After a brief hesitation, the 5 people gritted their teeth and followed Mobai's steps together. Chapter 53. Mobai and his team were on the 2nd floor. The noisy footsteps around were getting heavier. When he reached the corner of the stairs, his keen hearing told him that he would be surrounded as soon as he went downstairs. The earth dragon is cracking. Mobai simply took the initiative and slammed his fists into the ground before the opponent came into his sight, creating a thick black crack. The crack spread all the way down the stairs, directly repelling the guards who were about to go to the 2nd floor. Let's go. The wings of the storm dragon appeared. Coupled with the increase in speed due to the power of thunder and lightning, Mobai's figure had become a little shadowy due to the high speed. And just now, when Mobai broke the ground, he raised dust to a certain extent, blocking everyone's sight. So much so that when he passed by the stairs, the guards passing by didn't even notice him, and only saw the 5-6 demon generals following behind him. The guards were panicked. 6 demon generals escaped from prison. Are you sure you saw it clearly? How did they get out? I don't know either. The magic shackles on their hands were unlocked at some point, and the magic barrier was also broken inexplicably. Don't just stand there, go to the main gate immediately, that's the only way out. The walls of the prison are made of special anti-magic materials. Mobai's dragon-killing secret has been used to break the prison door of the 6 demon generals. There is no way to force them to be released a second time, so he chose the nearest main gate as the exit. Just as he led the 6 demon generals to rush all the way and arrived at the last corridor. Only then did he realize that both sides of the corridor were already filled with guards waiting in full battle array. The 6 demon generals didn't care. Anyway, they had been discovered to have escaped from prison. Mobai himself couldn't expose his identity and act rashly. Otherwise, he would be charged with assisting in prison escape, and then even Makarov wouldn't be able to get him out. Mobai suddenly had an idea and shouted behind him. Lissa. Huh. Lissa paused, and after seeing the situation in front of her, She immediately understood and quickly circled her body with her fingers. Sense magic slow. Lissa was sealed in the ice by Gray for most of the previous battle. Although she was later bound by the magic shackles, her magic power and physical strength were retained to a certain extent, and she was more than enough to release magic. As a subtle and almost imperceptible magic wave dissipated in the air. In the sight of the guards on both sides, the few people who had just fled to the front at a normal speed were now as fast as if they had turned on the accelerator in an instant. In almost 1 second, they teleported from the stairs through the defensive formation like the Maginot Line and reached the gate. Not even a residual image was left. Boom! The sky-high flames suddenly flashed before their eyes, and the guards subconsciously protected their eyes. With a loud bang, the gate collapsed. The guards stared blankly at the mess in front of them. Did they get away just like that? The leading jailer narrowed his eyes slightly, murderous intent surged in his eyes, and fiercely plunged the sword he carried into the ground, and shouted. Chase! Chase all those who can still breathe. Go out and chase. Under the romantic moon and starry sky, Mobai led the 5 people all the way to the woods on the side of the council house and disappeared in the green sea. After listening carefully, it was confirmed that no pursuers caught up. Mobai stretched his body and greedily sucked in the hard-earned fresh air. Finally out. I'm almost moldy in prison these days. As for the 5 people of the 6 demon generals, although they were out, their expressions were still a little confused, and they looked around blankly. It seemed that their spirits were still locked up in prison. After a long time, seeing that their expressions had eased, Mobai walked up to them and explained. I know you may be curious about why I brought you out for no reason. Before answering this question, I think I should announce 2 things first. First, congratulations on escaping prison and being a free fugitive now. I believe it won't be long before wanted posters are posted all over the streets and alleys of the town. A cold snort interrupted Mobai's words. He turned his head and saw Kebula with a look of disdain. Mobai raised his eyebrows slightly. What? Is there something wrong with what I said? I don't care what reason you brought us out. I only know that now I have regained my freedom and don't need to obey anyone anymore. Kebula said confidently and turned away. Mobai glanced at his back with interest, did not step forward to stop him. Just whispered a name. Kubalios. Kebra, who was still walking with a firm step, suddenly stopped in his tracks, turned around, and looked at Mobai with a surprised expression. What did you say just now? You are in such a hurry to leave. I guess you want to find your snake partner, Kubarios. Kebra staggered a few steps back to the front, but his tone became a little trembling and excited. Do you know where Kubarios is? Mobai nodded gently and said. But before I tell you, you'd better listen to me first. When he was in prison before, Lisa mentioned Mobai to everyone, saying that he seemed to have the magical ability to see through all secrets and see through everything. At this moment, Kebra could only choose to believe Mobai. After all, since he was arrested by the council, he has never received any news about Kubarios. Just looking blindly is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Seeing that Cobra shut up, Mobai resumed the previous topic. Where were we talking about just now? Oh, right, the second thing. The 6 demon generals have been destroyed. However, based on the original 6 demon generals, an independent guild called Witch's Sin will be created. Witch's Sin is neither a regular guild registered with the council nor a dark guild. I will be the president for the time being, and you will all be members. The meaning of Witch's Sin's existence is to wipe out all the scattered dark guilds and organizations that serve demons on this continent. This is also the task you have to complete in the next period of time. As for why it is called this name, you will naturally understand it in the future. Chapter 54. Mobai finished speaking. The 5 people looked at each other in shock. They never expected Mobai to do such a thing. For a long time, Lisa was the first to retort. You said we are free now, why should we be bound by you and join a strange guild? Mobai shrugged nonchalantly and said in a deep voice. Whether to join or not is entirely up to your personal will. I will not force you. But I have said that you are still fugitives and are destined to live in the shadows. But if you can enter the witch's sin, you only need to live a hard life for a few more years before you will have real freedom. The interest of several people was immediately aroused. Real freedom. Seeing this, Mobai simply painted a big picture. When the Dark Guild is completely eradicated by you, I will have the capital to talk to the royal family of the kingdom. At that time, I will apply to the royal family for your amnesty. Angel asked in surprise, are you still connected with the royal family of the kingdom? Of course, Mobai replied. In fact, he was still a little guilty when he said this. After all, since entering this world, let alone seeing the royal family, even rumors have rarely been heard. Fortunately, there is still a long way to go. When they succeed, Mobai is also confident that he will be able to get in touch with the royal family. The hearts of the 5 people gradually wavered, but they still half believed and half doubted Mobai and kept silent. Even Hitaei, who was influenced by Nirvana and regained his kindness, did not make a clear statement at this moment. Hitaei did not have any lofty pursuits such as wiping out the Dark Guild, but only wanted to find his long-lost brother. If he really followed Mobai's instructions, would he have a few more years to look for him? Seeing that they were still silent, Mobai paused for a moment and mentioned the past again. The Paradise Tower was destroyed some time ago. You have all heard about it, right? 6 demon generals are obviously still concerned about such a big event. Dark Knight recalled the news he saw at that time and nodded and replied. I have an impression. I remember that it seemed to be launched by a man named Jelal, but was later stopped by 2 mysterious people. Ah, maybe you may not believe it. I was the one who defeated Jelal at that time. Ahem. Mobai Tactical coughed twice and added. I said this not to show off myself. I just want to remind you that the nightmare that once dominated you is over. I personally still hope to see you start your life again. The 5 people all showed a hint of surprise in their eyes. Wait. How do you know about us in the Tower of Paradise? Mobai responded lightly. I know everything about the 6 demon generals. Whether it is the secret of the previous President Wu, or the past when each of you was enslaved by the Tower of Paradise when you were young. Lissa recalled the scene when she was captured alive by Mobai and frozen. As early as that time, Mobai already knew the secret of the 6 prayers. The few people realized that their failure was not just because of the difference in strength. Since Mobai appeared in this battle, the information of both sides has been completely unequal. Mobai let out a long sigh and issued an ultimatum. I have said everything I need to say. The choice is in your hands. Do you plan to continue to wander in the future, or start a new life after atonement? Think about it carefully. After a while, Hitaei clenched his fist, as if he had made up his mind, and took the olive branch thrown by Mobai. I really hope that when I see my brother next time, I can be innocent and innocent, not a fugitive. I am willing to join the witch's sin. Besides, if I go around to attack the Dark Guild, I should be able to find you earlier. Wally. Since being affected by Nirvana, Hitaei has stopped talking about money. Instead, he went to find his long-lost brother. But then, Hitaei heard the most exciting news directly from Mobai. Your brother is called Wally, right? After the liberation of Paradise Tower, he now has his own companions and is traveling around by boat. He can be regarded as living a free life. Really, really. Mobai smiled and nodded. Maybe, you will meet in an unexpected way in some corner of the world in the future. Seeing Hitaei's excited tears, Cobra, who had been unable to hold back for a long time, couldn't help asking. Since you know everything, can you tell me where Choberios is now? Where? If you help me find it, I will join right away. Mobai recalled what he had told Gray a few days ago, frowned slightly, and said slowly. If everything goes well, she should have been brought back to Fairy Tale by my partner, and the president should help her remove the curse, right? Cobra was a little confused. It felt like he was not on the same channel as Mobai at all. Curse. What curse? Mobai explained. Kubalios is not a snake at all, but a living human girl. It's just because she was cursed when she was young that she has always maintained the form of a snake. So that's it. Cobra murmured. No wonder when I first met Kubalios in the Tower of Paradise, I felt that this little snake was very human, and later became the most sincere friend. How is it? Do you need me to take you to the guild? Mobai asked. No need, I will go to find her in person after I defeat the Dark Guild and regain my freedom. Kebra's words still carried a sense of tit-for-tat and uncompromising. However, the implication was that they also chose to join the witch's sin. I'll join too. Count me in. Then, Angel and Lisa also stretched out their palms and overlapped them with Hitai and Kebra. Everyone's eyes were focused on Anyi, who had been silent. Anyi's eyes still showed hesitation. Seemingly hesitant, he hesitated after a moment and said, "Can I ask you a question first?" "Please." Mobai pretended to listen attentively. Anyi said bluntly, "Why do you want to help us?" The other 4 people who had agreed to join Witch's Sin also cast their eyes at this moment. This question is also what they want to know. Under the gaze of everyone, Mobai scratched the back of his head unnaturally, and a hint of embarrassed smile appeared on his face. How should I put it? In the Fairy Tale Guild, there is a girl I care about very much. Her childhood was also unfortunate. She was captured by the Tower of Paradise. So, I don't want to see anyone's normal life affected by that damn tower again. Hearing this, Anyi finally stretched out his hand and showed a trusting smile to Mobai. I understand. Thank you. Under the bright moon and stars. Mobai took 2 steps forward, put his right hand on everyone, and said loudly. In this case, then I hereby announce, the Independent Guild Witch's Sin is officially established. Hands were raised high in the air. Mobai smiled and was full of energy. From now on, he was also the president of a group. Chapter 55. A moment later. Council, temporary prison. The captain of the guard returned with many magic soldiers in vain. After searching for so long, nothing was found, not even the shadow of the 6 demon generals was seen. The captain of the guard was already furious. Just after returning to the prison, he heard a commotion in front of him and yelled. What are you arguing about? Isn't it chaotic enough? The noise stopped abruptly. In the long and narrow corridor, a man with charred black clothes and tattered clothes rolled and crawled in front of him. Captain, I am the jailer on the 2nd floor, and I know how the 6 demon generals escaped. If you know, tell me. The captain of the guard urged impatiently. Yes, the suspect in cell number 6 is called Mobai. He knocked me out when I wasn't paying attention and stole the crystal ball I used to open the door. He must have let the 6 demon generals out. The captain heard this, but did not show any excitement about getting clues, but instead sneered. The cell door of the 6 demon generals was obviously blasted open by brute force. What did that Mobai do with your number 6 crystal ball? The jailer hesitated. Maybe he didn't know that the crystal ball could only open the cell door number 6, and then he chose to force the door when he saw that it didn't work. Nonsense. The captain shouted. The jailer was so scared that he bent his waist even lower, not daring to look at him, and weakly applied. How about, you go over and take a look first? It won't take much time. If that kid is not in the cell, everything will make sense. The captain thought about it and realized that there was no gain at the moment. If this incident is really related to Mobai, the subsequent investigation will be convenient. Lead the way. Yes. In front of the number 6 prison door. The captain's face was covered with clouds, followed by many followers and trembling jailers. He watched Mobai lying on the floor of the prison and snoring. The cell door was intact and still closed. The jailer hurriedly kicked the cell door before the captain got angry, and the sound of metal collision was heard, and he shouted, "Get up! Stop pretending to sleep! Mobai still lay lazily on the ground. He turned over. He continued to sleep. But there was one thing the jailer was right about. Mobai was indeed pretending. Just now, after Lin Zhang sent away the 5 new members of the Witch's Sin, he happened to catch up with the captain leading all the people out to look for the jailbreakers. Relying on the speed advantage of the wind and thunder linkage, Mobai returned to the original route. After using the magic crystal ball to lock himself in the prison again, he immediately crushed it to destroy the evidence. Pretend that nothing happened. The jailer was completely panicked. His tone became more and more excited, and even mixed with a hint of help. Get up. Get up quickly. Mobai rubbed his sleepy eyes and looked at the group of people in front of him in a daze. What are you doing? Can't you let people sleep in the middle of the night? Tell me, did you let the 6 demon generals go? And you stole my crystal ball. It's none of my business. Mobai impatiently said 4 words and lay down again. You. The jailer wanted to say something else, but was frightened to the spot by the captain's roar beside him. Enough. Drag this man away, revoke all his positions, and detain him like a prisoner. The magic soldiers on both sides stepped forward and roughly grabbed the jailer's arms to drag him away. The jailer's face was filled with horror, and he tried his best to explain. No, my crystal ball was really stolen, it must still be on him. Mobai simply took off his shirt and trousers, swaggering in front of several people, indicating that he had nothing on him. The jailer was still not giving up, staring at Mobai with bloodshot eyes, and asked, "Where did you hide my crystal ball?" "How do I know? Maybe you lost it yourself." Mobai yawned and said nonchalantly. You. The jailer struggled. He had to free up one hand to protect his heavy chest, as if he would spurt out blood in the next moment. But when the captain's eyes swept over the naked Mobai, his brows furrowed again. Why is there no magic shackle on your wrist? The jailer then remembered that before Mobai knocked him out, he had broken the magic shackle by brute force. It was impossible to find a similar lock to buckle his wrist again in a short time. The jailer's originally distorted face suddenly bloomed like a flower, thinking that he had finally caught Mobai's flaw. I'll show you what I can do later. Who would have thought? Mobai asked a big question mark when he heard this. Magic shackles. What is that? I've never heard of it. Ah. The jailer was about to scold Mobai for lying. But the next second, he saw the captain's eyes, which were almost blazing. Lost the crystal ball, forgot to equip the prisoners with shackles, and even wanted to take advantage of the 6 demon generals' escape to shift all the blame from himself. Very good. No, that's not the case, please listen to my explanation. The jailer waved his hands desperately, shaking his head like a rattle. But the captain just waved his hands impatiently and ordered his followers to drag him down by force. The jailer's voice of begging for mercy became smaller and smaller until it disappeared. The captain glanced at Mobai, who looked innocent, indifferently, and ordered his men in a low voice. Put shackles on the prisoners in cell number 6. The matter of the 6 demon generals is troublesome enough. I don't want to see any more trouble. Yes. Watching his wrist being locked by this black iron block for the 3rd time. Mobai still looked indifferent. Seeing everyone leave. The big stone in his heart fell, and Mobai lay down tiredly against the wall. Tomorrow is the day of trial. As long as you can get out with a legitimate reason, everything will be fine. That night. Perhaps because the things he had to do when he first entered the prison had been completed. After being locked up in the prison for 2 or 3 days, Mobai had never slept as peacefully as today. He even dreamed of the 5 former 6 demon generals who had just parted. In a daze, he muttered a few words in his sleep. Cobra, Lisa, Angel, Hedda, Dark Knight. I know that you were captured by the Tower of Paradise as slaves when you were young, and your prayers were made after you were tortured. Cobra wants to listen to the voice of his only friend, Choberios, in his daily despair. Lisa wants to be faster than anyone else so that she can escape from that hell. Angel looks up at the sky, hoping that he can fly far away like an angel and leave this place. Hedda tries his best to reunite with his brother Wally. Dark Knight just wants to sleep peacefully in a quiet place, and no longer be awakened by the scolding and whipping of the guards of the Tower of Paradise. The sin of the witch has been established. I hope that one day you can realize your prayers. Chapter 56. The next morning. Mobai was still yawning. He was awakened by a new jailer who opened the cell door and was taken away in a daze. When he woke up from his nap, he found himself in a spacious and bright hall. The audience seats behind him were almost full of people, including the captain of the 4th Forced Supervision Team, Lahar, who had sent him to prison before. On the high trial platform in front of him, 10 counselors sat down, and their expressions were more solemn than solemn. They seemed to be in a bad mood. Mobai could roughly guess the reason. They probably heard about the 6 demon generals escaping from prison last night, and they were still worried at the moment. For a long time. The old man who was in the highest position in the center looked down at Mobai and shouted in different accents. Mobai of the Fairy Tale Guild, do you admit that you forcibly killed the leader of the 6 demon generals, Brian, despite the dissuasion in the presence of the counselors and troops? Yes. Mobai answered casually. Do you admit that you defeated Jelal in the Tower of Paradise incident and prevented the activation of the dark ritual? Oh. Mobai was stunned. It seems that the council is not as stupid as he thought, and he has also investigated his past contributions. However, it is not ruled out that Makarov had told them before. Yes. Mobai gave an affirmative answer again. An imperceptible light flashed in the old man's eyes. Very good. Then, do you admit that you have or have had a mental magic disease, accompanied by intermittent emotional outbursts, and are actively undergoing treatment? Mobai's face was full of question marks. Does that mean he is mentally ill and accidentally killed Brian because he was having an attack? Mobai secretly complained in his heart. It seems that mental illness is a universal card no matter where you are. Could it be arranged by the president? Of course, Mobai is not stupid. He simply admitted it. Yes, I am mentally ill. In the audience. Hearing this, Lahar was so angry that he almost jumped up from his seat. Mobai ignored it and continued to talk nonsense. But, the president has been arranging for me to receive treatment at Granny Polyusika's place for a while, and I still have attacks occasionally. Even I can't control it when I have an attack. It sounded like it was true. Even the several members sitting on the stage couldn't stand it anymore, and their faces drooped. A middle-aged male member simply stretched his neck and whispered something in the old man's ear. Hey, this is the courtroom, what can't be said openly? Under the stage, Mobai shouted to the front with a little dissatisfaction. The middle-aged counselor glared at Mobai, and then sat back in his seat in dismay. The people in the audience at the back looked at each other in surprise. Although I had heard that the wizards of the Fairy Tale Guild had a sense of relaxation, I didn't expect them to be so fierce and dare to challenge the counselors in court. The old man stretched out his right hand and touched the wooden hammer next to him, knocked it lightly under the table twice, looked around and said, Does anyone have any objections to the results of the discussion just now? No one answered again. The middle-aged counselor turned his head aside irritably and stopped talking. The old man smiled. Okay, now that the case is clear, let's officially announce the verdict. Mobai, a member of the Fairy Tale Guild, has made extraordinary contributions in the chaos of the Paradise Tower before, and Brian, who was killed this time, is the head of the Dark Guild who is extremely evil. In addition, you yourself have certain mental disorders, so the boundaries should be relaxed to a certain extent. On behalf of the Magic Council, I declare you innocent this time and you can be released in court. But you must actively receive treatment and not make any more extreme behaviors. Otherwise, you will be severely punished. Dong. The wooden hammer fell again. The magic soldier in the court walked to Mobai, took out a special magic key, and opened the magic shackles. Congratulations on your freedom, the magic soldier whispered. Thank you. Mobai moved his hands and feet with a sense of relief. He turned his head and looked sideways, and the sunlight fell into his eyes through the window lattice, shining especially. Although he was only detained for 3 days. But every minute and every second of losing freedom here seems to be torture, and Mobai doesn't want to be a bird in a cage. Finally I can go back to the guild. I wonder what changes will happen in the next few days. A moment later. At the main entrance of the council. Bathed in the long-lost sunlight. Mobai watched a green convertible SUV speeding from a distance and stopped right in front of him. Magic motorcycle. The so-called magic motorcycle is also a common means of transportation in the kingdom, which does not burn oil or consume electricity. Just connect one end of the magic transmission pipe to the magician's body, and you can use magic to supply energy to help the motorcycle start. And the driver is what attracts Mobai's attention the most. Sitting in front of the steering wheel is a graceful young female magician, wearing a tight racing suit, which outlines her body curves vividly. The long crimson hair looks particularly passionate and hot in the sun, exuding a faint fragrance. And the black sunglasses she wears block the sight of both parties, and her cheeks can't be seen clearly for a while, adding a bit of mystery. For some reason, Mobai has an inexplicable sense of familiarity and intimacy with her, but he can't explain it specifically. For a while, he was stunned. What are you doing? Come up. Wait, this voice. Mobai's heart trembled. Seeing the red-haired girl smilingly taking off her sunglasses, revealing her beautiful face. Mobai was stunned on the spot. Arusa, why are you here? No wonder he felt that the other party was very familiar from the beginning, but he didn't dare to recognize her. It turned out to be her. By the way, this is the first time Mobai has seen Urza dressed like this. After all, she was usually in armor in the past. Urza smiled sweetly. Of course I'm here to take you back to the guild. Come up first, Tilda. Mobai swallowed his saliva, then clumsily opened the car door and climbed into the passenger seat. What, don't you like my outfit today? Of course, I like it. I'm just a little uncomfortable seeing you change clothes suddenly. Mobai answered honestly. Urza shook her head and smiled gently, put on her sunglasses again, and stepped on the accelerator. The off-road vehicle swung out waves of sand and drove straight back to Magnolia. Mobai turned his head to look at the side of the car, letting the wind hit his face, but he felt a little more secure in his heart. Looking at the rows of trees flying backwards outside the window, Mobai slowly asked, have you all been okay during this period? It's still the same as before, very noisy every day. But everyone often mentions you after dinner. Really? Especially Natsu and Gray, they are always making trouble with the president, asking the president to find a way to take you out of the council. It seems that everyone seems to miss you very much. Mobai heard this and didn't think about it at all. Suddenly asked. What about you? Miss me too. This was said. Urza was startled immediately, and her feet were completely lost. In a panic, she stepped on the brakes to the bottom. Mobai only felt that his upper body was uncontrollably leaning forward, almost hitting the front windshield directly. Fortunately, I fastened my seatbelt when I got in the car, otherwise I would have been thrown out. The SUV stopped where it was. After taking a deep breath, Urza calmed down a little and turned her head apologetically. Sorry. Mobai rolled his eyes and had to wave his hand. It's okay. Don't answer, just pretend I didn't ask. Chapter 57. Standing in front of a familiar building. As soon as Mobai pushed open the door of the guild, people inside swarmed over. Welcome home. How is it? Is it fun in the prison? It's quite fun. Everyone inside is talented and speaks well. I suggest you go in and sit for a while next time. I heard that there is a female counselor who is quite pretty. Have you seen her? Is she pretty? Except for Sister Lei who blew up the council before, I really haven't seen any pretty ones. Mobai, you are finally back. Fight with me right now, I am excited. Thunder Dragon Jaw. Mobai punched out. Natsu, who was arguing with him to compete with him in the last second, was electrocuted into charcoal in the next moment and flew out with smoke. He also freed himself and opened a path through the crowd. Mobai walked slowly, and the short old man was still sitting on the counter in front of him, drinking tea leisurely. "President, I'm back." Makarov raised his head slowly, without much emotion in his eyes. "It's good to be back. Today's banquet was specially arranged for you. For me alone." Mobai then noticed that the overall layout of the guild was much cleaner and tidier than before, and it was obviously taken care of deliberately. Each long table was also filled with exquisite dishes. "Welcome back. Then, shall the banquet begin?" Makarov finally grinned, and the wrinkles on his face piled up together. "Great." The crowd behind Mobai, which had originally calmed down a little, now burst into cheers again. Makarov stood up slowly, looked around and coughed twice. "Well, before we officially start, I still have to say a few words." "What are you talking about, President? Can you start quickly? You are so long-winded. Are you always like this when you get older?" Before he could finish his words, he was ruthlessly interrupted by the complaining crowd. Gray had already sat at the dining table, chewing something unknown, and complaining while eating. "Old man, your specialty is too bad, it's much worse than yesterday's." Makarov was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. "How can it be worse than yesterday? This is what I cooked yesterday. You'd better not go into the kitchen in the future, let Mira cook. Also, Natsu, eat slowly, leave some for me. Do you think your eating manners are embarrassing? This is a banquet, and everyone is civilized. Your eating manners are not much better than mine. Manly. Are any of you listening to me?" Seeing that the guild has returned to its former bustle, no one cares about the messy Makarov. Mobai also showed a relaxed smile on his face. "This is fairy tale. Everyone, make way, the cake is here tilde tilde." A sweet voice drew the attention of the people who were eating voraciously back together. When their eyes met, Marajan smiled and pushed out a basin-sized cake with a dining cart and placed it directly in front of Mobai. "Since it is to celebrate the first safe return from the council, you will cut this cake." "No problem." Mobai came forward and grabbed the knife plate beside him and was about to start. But there was a strong feeling of pushing back from behind. Then the whole head was buried, and the vision suddenly became dim. The sweet breath rushed into the nose and the tip of the tongue, and Mobai felt soft and sticky on his face, which was better than the touch of Kana's breasts. "Ha ha 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 ha." Mobai raised his head. He brushed away the cream on his eyes and looked at the people in the room who were laughing wildly with a bitter face. "Don't waste the cake," Mobai said, licking the corner of his mouth. It was just sweet enough. It was a pity that the cake, which was originally short and thick, had a deep depression in the middle, and his face was perfectly imprinted on it. Mobai suddenly felt a gentle hand touching his face. "Mira." Mira smiled at Mobai and gently wiped the white cream on Mobai's face with a tissue. "It's okay, I guessed that everyone would do this, so I made a bigger one in advance tilde." Puff. "It's so skillful that it makes people feel distressed. This guild would really fall apart without Mira." And just as Mobai was waiting for Mira to bring out the next cake, a slender arm wrapped around his neck again. He leaned back and looked up to see a charming face. "Little Mobai, try this glass of wheat juice tilde." Recalling the last time this female alcoholic poured 96-degree water of life, Mobai this time, she refused to take the wine glass no matter what. "Kana, I'll pay for your wine this month. But I really can't drink this wine." While Mobai was struggling in a panic, he accidentally touched something soft with his elbow. Kana's face flushed immediately. She immediately turned her head and looked at Mobai with a smirk, and even put her face close to him. "I just wanted to tease you. But since you have touched my sister, it's not too much to drink a glass to make up for it." "Ah, I didn't mean it." While they were entangled, Aluza, who had been silent since she brought Mobai back to the guild, suddenly stepped forward. Took the wine glass in Kana's hand, and drank it all in one gulp. Mobai doesn't drink. I'll take his place. Alusa smiled and showed the bottom of the glass to Mobai and Kana, who were both confused. She turned around and walked away. It was almost the same as the last Civil War dinner. Mobai couldn't help wondering. Why does she talk so little when she comes to the banquet? But to be honest, she looked so handsome when she helped me block the wine just now. After simply filling his stomach. Seeing that everyone in the guild had not had enough fun, Mobai slipped out of the guild alone and wandered aimlessly on the streets of Magnolia. He missed it after not coming back for a few days. A river runs through the entire town, and boats pass by from time to time. Mobai's favorite place before was to walk along the river. But this time, he saw two sneaky figures leaning against the strong side before he walked far. It seemed that they were plotting something bad. Mobai was quite familiar with these two people. The two greasy uncles in the guild, Macau and Wakaba. Strange. If there is a party, wouldn't they play to the end with their personalities? Something is strange. Mobai simply waved in their direction and ran over quickly. Macau, Wakaba. When the two heard the call, their bodies trembled involuntarily and they turned around like thieves. Until they saw that it was Mobai who called them. They were relieved. What are you doing? Before they finished speaking, the two of them came forward, one on the left and one on the right, holding Mobai's arms and forcibly pulling him to a corner. Macau even put his index finger against his mouth. Keep your voice down, I'll take you to a good place later. Huh. Although Mobai claimed to know fairy tale better than everyone in the fairy tale guild. But for a moment, he really didn't get what Macau meant. Wakaba also took off the pipe in his mouth, exhaled a puff of smoke, and smiled meaningfully. This is a good place, only real men are qualified to know. That's right. Or in other words, this is a secret that only successful male wizards know. The two of them sang in unison, and the more they talked, the more mysterious it became, but they kept keeping the secret and were reluctant to speak out. Mobai's face was full of question marks. No, what do you want to say? Chapter 58. Macau looked back again, confirmed that no one was paying attention, and suggested, it's almost time, take him in with you. Let's go. Mobai still didn't know what was going on, so he had to follow the two people and move forward along the narrow alley. Due to the obstruction of vision, he couldn't see what was ahead. After walking for a while, a pungent aroma suddenly penetrated into the nose. What is this smell? A little bit intoxicating. Unlike the light fragrance of natural flowers, this fragrance rushed straight to the brain, instantly bringing strong stimulation and refreshing feeling. Mobai felt his heartbeat began to accelerate significantly. Even Mo Xiaobai was also excited by this smell and set up a tent. What on earth is this? We're here. Macau and Wakaba stopped and stepped into a store on the right. The source of the fragrance seemed to be inside. Mobai stopped and looked up. Although this shop is located in a remote area, the plaque decoration is not inferior to the magic tool shop on the bustling street, with large pink flowing characters engraved high on it. But when he recognized the words on it, he was stunned. Dream Demon Customs Hall. There is no way, since I am here. I have to go in and take a look. But the figures of Macau and Wakaba have disappeared long ago. Mobai can only bite the bullet and move forward. Under the dim pink light, the fragrance is more intense. Hello, is this your first time in our store? As soon as one foot stepped into the store, the receptionist who was more than 10 steps away came forward to greet him enthusiastically. Mobai looked up and down and almost sprayed nosebleed directly. The charming receptionist not only has a hot body, but also wears very bold clothes. Only the key parts are covered with sexy underwear, and the rest of the skin is exposed. It is hard not to let people imagine. The snow-white and upright breasts on her chest kept swaying, and continued to attract attention. Mobai tried his best to control himself, but Mo Xiaobai still stood up. The receptionist seemed to have seen this kind of scene many times, and smiled seductively, not minding at all. Nice to meet you, my name is Kate. What should I call you? Mobai. Mr. Mobai, please follow me Tilda. Kate twisted her slender waist, gently lifted Mobai's chin with her index finger, and smiled as if she had taken advantage, and walked towards the room on the second floor. Mobai touched his nose embarrassedly. This experience seemed to be much more exciting than being teased by Kana. And when he arrived at the room, Mobai found that there was only a short table and chair inside, and an old cabinet with a pile of medicine jars and magic scrolls placed next to it. It seemed a little different from what he expected. Please sit down Tilda. Aware of the change in Mobai's expression, Kate took the pen and scroll from the cabinet and placed them on the table. Shall I introduce our working method to you first? In short, we can use dream magic to customize some dreams that can make you feel happy according to your personal needs, such as dating and falling in love with the women you like. Mobai suddenly realized. So this is what the dream demon meant. Kate smiled and pushed another blue scroll in front of Mobai. This magic scroll corresponds to the identity characteristics you have in the dream. For example, if you want to be a king, a powerful magician, etc., you can do it. Or, turn into some green-skinned goblins. Of course, there are also guests who want to try the feeling of being a girl, which is also possible. I wonder what your taste is. Although Mobai occasionally has some strange XP. But these things always feel a little strange when they are said by others. After all, it is the first time to deal with such things, so it is better to be normal. I want to be myself first. That's fine, just skip this scroll. Kat showed a sly smile and handed over another scroll next to her. This scroll corresponds to all the information about the partner you dated in the dream. Including name, appearance, figure, personality, and even the magic used, etc., can be filled out together. In addition, if you have a favorite woman in real life, you might as well fill in her information. A girl similar to her will be automatically generated in the dream based on your imagination. This sounds a bit like a punishment. Mobai swallowed his saliva. He couldn't help asking, fill in the real girls around you. Swa it really okay? It's okay, it's just a dream. It won't cause any trouble to her in reality. Kate's words reminded Mobai. It was just a dream anyway. It's reasonable to dream about a girl in real life, right? Thinking of this, Mobai made up his mind and picked up a pen to write on the scroll. Name, Urza. Identity, Fairy Tale S-Class Wizard, known as the Fairy Queen. Magic, cross-dressing. Personality, cold on the outside, warm on the inside. And some data about the body. Filled in. Mobai checked it carefully again. He then gave it to Kate with confidence. Kate took the scroll with her jade hand, threw it into the medicine pot beside her, and took out a bunch of magic potions from the cabinet and added them. The medicine pot was getting hotter and hotter. The potion inside began to bubble, turning from blue to green, and finally to yellow, just like the bromothymol blue aqueous solution. It's ready. A few minutes later. As Kate's finger gently touched the edge of the pot, the sticky yellow liquid flowed out and fell into the bottle on the table. Mobai held the reagent in his palm and asked before drinking it, by the way, how much does it cost to have such a dream? Don't worry, the 2 regular customers who came before you have already paid for you. Kate said softly. The 2 regular customers refer to Macau and Wakaba. Although the 2 of them usually live in a tight situation. But facing Mobai who came for the first time, they still generously. Is that so? The image of the 2 in Mobai's mind can't help but be much taller. Look at the potion in his hand again. Mobai tilted his head back slightly and drank it without a drop left. Seeing this, Kate smiled charmingly again, leaned close to Mobai's ear and whispered. Next, you can have a good rest. I wish you a good dream tonight. Quote. By the way, in order to ensure the stability of dreams, you can drink some alcohol before going to bed, but don't drink too much. Also, it is recommended not to do strenuous exercise before going to bed. Otherwise, the magic scroll may become ineffective. Quote. Chapter 59. It was getting dark. Since following Mirajan to Grak village to hunt down the demon Aniselan, Mobai had not returned to his residence for a long time. The two-story villa located on the outskirts of Magnolia. When Mobai was about to arrive, he found from a distance that the lights were still on in the villa. A thief broke in. Mobai was stunned. He immediately activated the storm dragon wings and flew over at a high speed. Although there was nothing valuable in the house, it couldn't be carried away by anyone. Dang! Mobai smashed the glass directly, landed steadily in the living room, and folded his wings. He looked around. Only then did he see the face of the so-called thief. Ah, it's you, Natsu, Lucy, Gray, Wendy. The four of them looked at Mobai, who had broken the window, and went home speechlessly. I can probably guess that maybe they thought they were thieves. By the way, why are you in my house? After coming to his senses, Mobai couldn't help asking. Arusa said that you haven't been back for so long and no one cleans the house, so she asked us to help you clean up. Look, you came back just after cleaning up. Really? Mobai felt warm in his heart. After living alone for a long time, I'm used to doing everything by myself. It feels good to be taken care of occasionally. However, I thought about the fact that I just came out of the Dream Demon Customs Museum and filled in Urza's information. A sense of guilt came to me. What's wrong? What are you daydreaming about? An arm in armor swayed in front of Mobai's eyes, and when he looked up, it was Urza. Arusa. Urza. Mobai almost screamed out. Urza was confused. What's wrong with you? You're so startled when you see me. Ah, no, nothing. Mobai's eyes were evasive, always avoiding her gaze. Fortunately, Urza didn't care and changed the subject. By the way, I just borrowed your kitchen for a while, and I've prepared the food. Tonight we have a small gathering in the team to celebrate Wendy's joining and your return. Mobai went along with it and agreed. No problem, no problem. I've wanted to get together for a long time. Not long after. Fruit and vegetable platter and cooked meat were served on the table. Urza's cooking skills are remarkable, not much worse than Myra's, but she rarely shows them. During the meal, Wendy seemed to suddenly remember something, and her expression was a little hesitant. It was not until a moment later that she mustered up the courage and looked at Mobai sitting opposite her. Lord Mobai, there is something. Mobai smiled bitterly and waved his hand. Don't be so polite, Wendy. Just call me by my name. Wendy still acted unnatural. Well, I heard that you are also a dragon slayer. I want to ask you if you have heard of the sky dragon named Grandine. Sky dragon Grandine. Mobai fiddled with the knife and fork in his hand, thinking about how to explain. He really knew the answer to this question. Like the fire dragon Ignil and the iron dragon Metalicana who raised Natsu Gajil. Sky dragon Grandine also hid in Wendy's body and silently guarded her to prevent her from completely turning into a dragon due to excessive use of dragon slayer magic. However, Natsu and his men are not strong enough to protect themselves. It is obviously not the time to tell them the truth. Before Mobai opened his mouth, Natsu's attention was drawn to him. Wendy, the celestial dragon Grandine who raised you also suddenly disappeared on July 7, 777, right? Wendy suddenly became excited. Yes. That was the day. Do you know any clues about her? Natsu looked miserable and pointed at Mobai beside him helplessly. Ask Mobai, he knows. I had a competition with him before, and he said that if I won, he would tell me the whereabouts of Ignil, but Gajilga and I couldn't beat him together. At this point, Natsu changed the subject, but, I am also practicing seriously every day. I believe that one day I will be able to defeat him in a single fight and let him tell me the clues about the dragon himself. But Wendy obviously didn't have as high a fighting spirit as Natsu, and she was a little discouraged. Do I have to become that kind of powerful wizard? Wendy was not good at fighting, and she was also responsible for some auxiliary and healing work in the team. This request seemed to be something she could only dream of but could never achieve. Mobai smiled calmly, reached out and gently stroked Wendy's head and said, "That's a request for them, Wendy. Don't worry, you are different from Natsu Gajil. When you grow up to be as old as Sister Urza, I will tell you the whereabouts of Grandine." Really? Wendy's face showed hope again. Natsu blushed beside him. This is not fair. Why can Wendy get the information about dragons without fighting? As for his protest, Mobai ignored it and pushed a plate of papaya in front of Wendy, saying softly, "Of course, I will definitely not lie to you, Tilda." Looking at the papaya on the plate. In an instant, Wendy seemed to understand what Mobai meant. She secretly glanced at the two proud traces on Urza's chest, and then looked at her own flatland. Wendy's pink face suddenly turned redder than a ripe apple. So, this is what big means. It seems that there is no chance again. Compared to changing, it seems easier to defeat Mobai head-on. The food is gone. The cups and plates are in a mess. The few people are still reluctant to leave, but it is time to end the banquet. See you tomorrow, see you tomorrow. Mobai stood at the door, waved goodbye to Natsu and others, and watched them leave one by one. In the blink of an eye, only he and Urza were left. Mobai joked, "If you don't want to leave, there are many empty rooms in my house. Or do you want to squeeze in with me?" Urza smiled faintly and shook her head. Naturally, she knew he was joking. She looked back at the messy dining table and said, "It looks quite messy. Do you need me to clean it up with you?" "No, I can do it myself." "Okay." Urza's eyes showed a hint of tact. Just as she was about to leave, Mobai suddenly asked again. "I found that every time the guild held a large banquet, you didn't seem to participate much." Aluza hesitated and said, Although I love the guild. But if it's too noisy, I might not be able to adapt." It was the first time that Mobai realized that Urza had this kind of personality. His brain was hot, and he blurted out, "Then I'll accompany you to the party next time." As soon as these words came out, looking at each other, Mobai felt as if time had stopped at this moment. These few seconds passed particularly long. After recovering, Urza sighed softly, and her eyes became a little softer. "What's the matter with accompanying or not? Just have fun. It's getting late, and I should go back to the girls' dormitory." Looking at her leaving figure, Mobai also muttered, "Did I say something wrong just now?" Chapter 60. Back to the house. Looking at the messy dining table and the messy room, Mobai suddenly felt tired. Procrastination. Forget it, let's clean up tomorrow morning. I still have to go to the Magic Dream to do something later, so I can't be too tired before going to bed. I'd better take a bath and relax. I remember Kate said that drinking moderately can give you a better experience. When he first moved into the villa, the landlord seemed to have left him a bottle of treasured good wine. It was placed in the kitchen. Recalling the scene at noon when Kana was making a fuss about getting him drunk, Mobai made up his mind to try half a glass. You can't let Urza block the bar for you every time. Coming to the kitchen, Mobai took the bottle from the cabinet and removed the cork, and the dark purple liquid trickled out. Unlike the water of life that Kana tricked him into drinking at the Harvest Festival, this time the wine had a little more mellow fragrance. It seems to be a good wine. Mobai immediately relaxed his guard and grabbed the cup and drank it all. Vomit. Unlike the intense spiciness of the water of life, this liquid that looked like grape juice did not have a single sour or sweet taste. Instead, it was bitter and astringent, mixed with a little alcohol. If it weren't for the fact that the dream later would require a little alcohol, Mobai would have almost vomited it directly. In the end, he still forced himself to swallow it, and drank a few glasses of boiled water in a row, which suppressed the bad taste in his mouth. Sure enough, I'm still not blessed with alcohol. Shaking his head helplessly, Mobai turned off the lights in the living room on the first floor and turned to the bathroom on the second floor. One of the reasons why Mobai chose this place before he rented the house was the super large and luxurious bath here. It was enough to accommodate 6 or 7 people. Now he was enjoying it all by himself. Take off your clothes in no time. Soak your body in the pool filled with hot water. Under the cover of white mist, the fatigue of the past few days seemed to be eliminated here. Mobai couldn't help but close his eyes comfortably, imagining what would happen in the dream in his mind. I don't know what Urza in the magic dream will look like, and what the difference will be with reality. Outside the villa. When Urza disappeared from Mobai's sight, Mobai thought she would return to the girls' dormitory, so he didn't care too much. But she didn't go back. At this moment, Urza stood not far outside the villa, staring quietly. Not long after, he saw the change of the lights in the house. The lights on the first floor where they had just had dinner quickly went out. And the lights on the second floor lit up immediately. Urza smiled bitterly and shook her head. The lights are turned off so quickly, how can it be cleaned up? It seems that he is too tired. Under the moonlight, the figure that should have left long ago turned back and walked towards the villa where Mobai lived step by step. The door was ajar. Urza walked in quietly, turned on the light, and saw the mess in the restaurant at a glance. Mobai really didn't clean up at all, so he went to rest first. Alas, I can only help him. Glancing at the cleaning tools in the corner, Urza picked them up and cleaned carefully. She looked as serious as the hostess here. It was not until 10 minutes later that she straightened up and wiped the sweat from her head. Spotless. Finally cleaned up. But what puzzled Urza was that during the whole cleaning process, although there were some noises, there was no movement upstairs. Not to mention seeing Mobai coming downstairs. As usual, with Mobai's hearing, it is impossible for him not to notice anything. Urza's disappointment was slightly magnified, and suddenly she had an ominous premonition. Will Mobai be in trouble? She walked upstairs quickly following the light she had just seen. Soon they came to the bathroom door. Since I entered the room, he has been silent for such a long time. Is there any accident? Arusa hesitated for a while. Finally, she knocked on the bathroom door. Mobai, are you in there? At the same time, on the other side of the door, in the bathroom. Dong dong. Mobai, are you in there? Mobai slowly regained consciousness from half asleep and half awake. Then he opened his eyes. Did I fall asleep just now? Mobai looked at his body and looked around, and found that he was still soaking in the bathtub. The water was still warm. Dong dong. Mobai, can you hear me? Through the door, a low shout came into his ears again. Mobai woke up and carefully recalled everything that had just happened. This voice. Urza. No, she went back to the girls' dormitory after the party, and I saw her leave. Also, I seem to have fallen asleep here just now. So I am actually in a dream now. In that case, I am in a magical dream. The person outside the door is actually Urza, who was artificially created by Kate in my dream. After rational analysis, Mobai finally came to a conclusion. Yes, he is dreaming now. And he will meet Urza in this way soon. I have to say that I am still a little nervous and looking forward to it. Mobai kept taking deep breaths, trying to calm down first. Mobai, did you faint in there? Urza's voice became more and more anxious. Mobai adjusted his breath, leaned on the edge of the bathtub, and shouted to the front. Come in. Fairy Tale. Master 8 Types of Dragon Slaying Magic at the Start. Chapter 61. Outside the door. Urza heard these 2 words, and her hand, which was about to continue knocking on the door, froze in midair, with confusion written all over her face. Please come in. Is he asking me to come in? Maybe there is really some difficulty. Urza was sure from the bottom of her heart, Mobai must have encountered some trouble inside. She resolutely reached out and pushed the door open. The misty white fog suddenly poured out from inside, and the hot air hit her cheeks. Although the vision was a little blurry, she could still see Mobai bathing in the bathtub with his naked upper body at the end. Urza took a quick step and trotted over. "What's the trouble?" Approaching Mobai, Urza's words were halfway to her lips, and her throat seemed to be stuck suddenly. The surprised eyes moved downwards. "I didn't see it carefully just now because I was too far away. Now that he's in front of me, I realize how honest Mobai is." In the past, Urza was outspoken, and there was a stripper in the team who wouldn't fight unless he took off his clothes, so she was usually more tolerant. But today, after seeing Mobai's indifferent performance, Urza suddenly became at a loss. As for Mobai, after seeing her real reaction, he only thought it was Kate's credit. The dream magic was too powerful, and it actually shaped Urza's personality in the dream so subtly. Mobai raised his head and smiled faintly. "Please help me wipe my back first. Although I know it's a dream, I still have to have the sense of ritual. I'll wash my body first. Besides, there are only two of us here, relax a little. There's no need to wear that heavy armor all the time." Mobai finished speaking. He didn't give Urza a chance to react at all, and turned around directly. Mobai is like this, just need to close his eyes and wait for the enjoyment, but Urza has to consider more. "I feel that he is a little different from usual. Does he think he is dreaming, and what he is showing now is the true inner thoughts? Well, why not just follow him this time? There won't be any excessive demands in the future." Although I don't know what nonsense Mobai is talking about, what dreams are like. After a psychological struggle, Urza finally chose to stay. Change clothes. A golden light flashed. The originally hard armor on her body was replaced with a pink pajamas. Urza took the towel next to the bathtub and gently wiped Mobai's back. Mobai was secretly happy. Comfortable. This magical dream created by Kate is too real. Even Urza's voice and body touch are no different from reality. I still have to do more commissions to make money in the future, and I can't help but visit often. A few minutes later, Urza's mind was still blank. She didn't even know what she was doing. At this moment, she suddenly felt her wrist being grabbed. She looked up and found that Mobai had turned around. "Urza." Urza subconsciously avoided his gaze and stammered, What's wrong?" Mobai's palm slid across Urza's wrist, gradually fell to her fingertips, and gently held her hand, saying gently, "In the days to come, I don't want you to always be the fairy queen who carries everything on your shoulders. Sometimes, you can also unload the burden and become an ordinary girl. I will help you solve the difficulties you need to face. Okay?" In normal times, Mobai would never say these words. But after all, it was a dream, and only he knew it. There was no chance to confide it in reality. Mobai's speech speed just now was not fast. As each word reached her ears, Urza felt an inexplicable strange feeling in her heart. She didn't know what to say in response. In the end, she just nodded gently. Mobai smiled. He suddenly pulled Urza's hand back towards his body. Urza was not prepared at all. Her body fell forward and was half lying in Mobai's arms. "Hey, wait." However, Mobai didn't pay much attention to this vague resistance, and he played with Urza's long hair and joked. "From this angle, you are very cute." Urza's face flushed immediately. "You are also very cute when you blush," Mobai added. Urza's face became even redder. However, Mobai was not a person who would abandon his physical instincts when he was emotional. The once heroic fairy queen, now lying in his arms as a shy little wife, Mobai could hardly suppress his excitement. Mo Xiaobai had already woken up Before Urza could say anything else, Mobai had already leaned forward and kissed her gently. Urza's heartbeat accelerated sharply and her face became hot. Her mind was blank. She let him keep asking for more, but Urza didn't resist deliberately. Chapter 62. The next morning. The sun pierced my eyes. When Mobai opened his eyes, he found himself lying on the bed in the bedroom, and his head was still aching. Is it because of the half glass of wine last night? I feel like I have a blackout. I remember that I fell asleep while taking a bath, and I also met Urza in the bathroom in my dream. Why did you do it to my bed? Maybe I came back by myself after taking a bath. But I really have no impression. Wait a minute, there seems to be movement downstairs. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Mobai stepped on his slippers and walked out of the bedroom step by step. Dining room. Looking at the spotless dining table and the cleanly swept floor, Mobai couldn't help but widen his eyes. Did I clean this while sleepwalking? Mobai remembered clearly that he had never hired a cleaning lady, and usually cleaned it himself. But everything in front of him was tidy, which made him doubt. Could it be that the conch girl has been here? Mobai. A gentle voice came from behind. Mobai immediately shuddered. This voice was of course very familiar to him. He turned stiffly. Urza was wearing a black and white maid outfit, holding a plate of exquisitely baked cakes in each hand, and her smile was quite playful and charming. I. Mobai's eyes froze directly, and he stammered and didn't call out Urza's name. Brain crashed. Urza placed 2 plates of cakes on the table with a smile, and said softly, "Go wash your hands first, breakfast has been prepared for you." Oh. Let the cold water pour on his face again and again, irritating his skin crazily. Mobai looked at himself in the mirror, gritted his teeth and pinched his thighs hard. Under the influence of intense pain, he finally gradually understood. He was in reality at this moment, not dreaming. But how could Urza be in my house? I saw her leave last night. But why is she acting like that? And she made breakfast for me. I know, she must have gotten up early on purpose and came from the girls' dormitory to cook for me. Thinking of this, Mobai punched himself hard in the face in front of the mirror. Only then did he wake up. The inference just now was too ridiculous. The only explanation is that what happened last night was not a dream at all. I said, why did it feel so real at that time? Mobai finally realized that what he thought was a dream when he was half asleep and half awake in the bathtub was actually reality. Urza must have left last night for some reason and then returned. Then he walked into the bathroom by accident. I thought I was dreaming, and then I said a lot of inexplicable things, and finally. Mobai collapsed on the ground with no hope in life. Wanla. What needs to be faced must be faced. After a while, Mobai finally dragged his legs that felt like they were filled with lead, moved his body with difficulty, and returned to the dining table step by step. He sat down stiffly like a not very smart robot. Urza, who was opposite, looked at him calmly as if nothing had happened. I heard Mira say before that you seem to like the cream cake she made. It seems that our tastes are quite similar. As Urza spoke, she pushed the plate in front of her towards Mobai. Try it. This is what I made this morning, Tilda. In the past, Mobai would have gone up and gobbled it up. But now, it seems that there are more important things to discuss first. Mobai exhaled deeply, and said solemnly. Aluza, I will take responsibility for what happened last night. No need. Aluza chewed the cake in small bites and responded. Ah. Mobai was shocked. He didn't understand what no need meant at all. He swallowed the cake in his mouth. Aluza sighed lightly, her eyes softened, and she said slowly. Mobai, although I also have a good impression of you. But once we really become a couple, life will change more or less. I still prefer my current life. I can live in a girls' dormitory and work with you, Natsu, Gray, Lucy, Wendy and others as teammates. So, please give me some time. Before the relationship really develops to that level, I still want to keep it like this and consider it later. Don't worry about our affairs. Mobai listened silently. In the final analysis, what happened last night happened too suddenly, and Urza was obviously not prepared. What made Mobai most happy was that Urza didn't mind too much, After these days of getting along, she also developed feelings for him. What Urza said was not unreasonable, and even coincided with Mobi's thoughts. Mobi also preferred the current state of life. If both of them go further, there will be more to worry about at that time. There seems to be no reason to refuse. Mobi nodded slightly. Seeing that Mobi agreed, Urza also showed a faint smile on her face. Let's eat the cake first, and we will go back to the guild together later. But at this time, Mobi shook his head firmly. As for the guild, let's go later. What's wrong? Aluza asked. Mobi said nothing, biting off most of the cake in front of him, and then quietly activated the dragon-slaying power in his body, and illusory wings suddenly appeared from his back. Before Urza could react, Mobi had already rushed forward and embraced her body in his arms, and took the opportunity to jump directly out of the French window beside him and flew into the sky. Aluza's beautiful eyes flashed with confusion. Where are you taking me? Mobi said speechlessly. Work every day, work every day. My dear queen, you have become a workaholic. You should relax occasionally, Tilda. Seeing her hesitation, Mobi added. Since we are now more than friends but less than lovers, it's not too much to accompany you to Magnolia for a walk today. Aluza heard this and shook her head with a wry smile. You usually look quite shy. I didn't expect you to have such thoughts. Because of the hasty departure just now, there was still some white cream on Mobi's lips. Aluza gently reached out her hand to wipe it off for him. That day, the two did not go to the guild again. Instead, they walked around almost all the bustling streets of Magnolia. Until sunset, they listened to the bells of Caludia Cathedral, sat on a hill in the suburbs, and quietly waited for the sunset in the distance. The gorgeous sunset rose, reflecting the incomplete sunlight, and dyed the sky pink. Aluza gently leaned her head on Mobi's shoulder. Thank you, Mobi. I haven't felt so relaxed for a long time. Didn't I tell you last night? Sometimes you have to unload your burden, Tilda. The sunset glowed on Urza's beautiful face, causing a blush. At this moment, she just wanted to enjoy this short sunset with her loved one. At the same time, in the fairy tale guild, Natsu lay on the table with his face drooping, complaining to Wendy, Lucy, and Gray, who had the same expression beside him. What the hell are Urza and Mobi doing? Didn't we agree to go to work together today? Chapter 63. Fairy Tale Guild, in the hall. Kana, who has always been addicted to alcohol, suddenly changed her usual behavior today and sneaked up to the old smoker Wakaba, asking in a low voice like a thief. Wakaba, do you feel? Urza and Mobi seem a little different recently. Wakaba heard this, but didn't take it to heart at all. Exhaling a large puff of smoke, he said in a hoarse voice, Urza and Mobi. What's the difference? Why didn't I notice it? Kana hurriedly looked around and saw that no one around noticed their conversation, so she breathed a sigh of relief. Then she kicked the chair that Wakaba was sitting on viciously. Bang! Wakaba fell to the ground with his buttocks, and suddenly got angry. No, what do you want to say? It's inexplicable, what can happen to the two of them? I can't explain it to you. Even the dog of the owner of the magic tool shop opposite the guild should have seen their current relationship, right? Then tell me. Go ask that dog. Kana left angrily, leaving Wakaba squatting there in a daze. I think Kana must have drunk too much today. However, although Mobi and Urza's current relationship is more than friends but less than lovers, the two have also agreed to live like before. But after all, that kind of thing has happened, and it still has some impact on the usual. The relationship is quite subtle. In the past, whenever the guild members saw Urza in the hall, they would feel a little nervous, afraid that the discipline committee member would find fault with them. But during this period of time, although Urza can often be seen in the lobby, she has obviously less control over everyone. This has to make everyone suspicious. After observation, Urza has another obvious change. She seems to appear on the same screen with Mobi recently. To give another example, the girls in the girls' dormitory often notice. Every time Natsu's team returns from completing a commission, Mobai seems to send Urza downstairs every time, and the two seem to stay for a while before parting. That's it. It's understandable that everyone in the guild has noticed it. However, what really made them unbearable was the incident in the guild's bathhouse. Shortly after the Fairy Tale Guild was rebuilt, a large area of the backyard was invested in building male and female baths. After the busy wizards finished their tasks, they often came here to enjoy a moment of warmth and comfort. Female bathing area. On a rare day, the guild's bulletin board was almost emptied, and all the beautiful wizards of Fairy Tale gathered in the bathhouse. But they found that the original heating magic tool suddenly broke down. The water was all cold. Just as they were about to leave in disappointment, they were stopped by Urza. If the water temperature is not high enough, I have a way. The girl's eyes lit up. Really? Urza nodded slightly, and then shouted directly toward the outer door. Mobai, are you downstairs? The water in the women's bath is cold, come up and help heat it up. Ah. The girls blushed immediately, and subconsciously picked up the towels next to them and wrapped their bodies tightly. After all, they had already taken off their original clothes before entering the bath. Looking at Urza, who was still standing there, Lucy couldn't help but ask. Urza, are you sure you don't need to cover up? Your relationship has reached this point. Is this also part of your play? Just call Mobai to come into the women's bath to help, so generous. I can only say that it is worthy of Urza. Urza seemed to realize something after hearing this, and simply activated the dress-changing magic to cover her private parts. As for Mobai, originally, he was still bathing with Maka Owakaba in the men's bath on the first floor, listening to the two old bragging. But after hearing Urza's voice, Mobai got up immediately, picked up the shorts next to him and rushed upstairs. Ah, wouldn't it be bad to go in like this? Wouldn't I see some scenes I shouldn't see? Half a minute later, Mobai was already standing in front of the women's bath door. Due to the failure of the heating magic props, the overall temperature here is much lower than that of the men's bath. As Mobai continued to walk inside, Urza was sitting by the bathtub, and the girls standing on both sides waiting for a bath. His eyes swept over. Almost all the beautiful wizards in the guild gathered here. Although covered by a bath towel, a large area of white skin was still exposed. Perhaps because of his rash intrusion, the girls' faces were more or less red dizzy, looking unnatural. Ahem. Sorry, I'll leave in a minute. Mobai stepped forward and activated the dragon-killing power in his body. The flames kept jumping from his fingertips, gradually turning into countless bright red energy beams, rushing into the pool. The huge calm bath suddenly showed ripples. Urza gently put her hand into the pool, then waved to Mobai. It's okay, Mobai, the water temperature is just right now. No problem. Mobai did not stop there, but transferred the flame in his palm to the heating magic tool that had not expired. This temperature should be maintained for quite a while. Okay, then I'll retire after my success. Mobai smiled and said half-jokingly. Before leaving, the girls were delighted and thanked him. Thank you, Mobai. It's my duty, it's my duty. When they returned to the men's bath on the first floor, Mobai realized that these people seemed to be looking at him with strange eyes. Is there a magic word on my face? Wakaba approached with a fierce look and asked dissatisfiedly. I didn't notice when you left. If it wasn't for Makao's reminder, I wouldn't have noticed that you went upstairs to the women's bath just now. The magic tool for heating the girls' place is broken, I just helped to fix it. Wakaba's face was full of disbelief. Just because of this, you can go in directly. Yes, Mobai replied nonchalantly. Makao and Wakaba looked at each other and felt that their worldview collapsed. Since the women's bath was repaired, it has become a holy place that they can only dream of but cannot reach. Almost every time they pass by, they imagine what kind of erotic scene will be inside. But Mobai went in openly for a reason that sounds extremely stupid. How could they not break their defense? For a long time, the two men with gloomy faces were ready to fight, and they approached Mobai step by step with ill intentions. Mobai, I advise you to make your words clear. Otherwise, you may not be able to leave this bathroom today. And at this moment, a naked figure dressed strangely suddenly walked into the bathhouse. As for why it is said to be dressed strangely, the upper and lower body are naked, except for a white scarf wrapped around the neck. Obviously it is Natsu. As soon as Natsu entered the door, he shouted at the front. Is Mobai here? Granny Polyusica came to the guild and said she has something to talk to you about. The voice reached Mobai's ears, and he was stunned. Granny Polyusica. This name is of course familiar to him. An old friend of Makarov, a weird old lady with superb medical skills and extremely good at healing magic. Although she said she hated humans and everyone, whenever a fairy tale member was injured, as long as it was not a fatal blow, she would save you. When Urza was a child, one of her eyes was destroyed in the Tower of Paradise. It was with the help of Granny Polyusica that she wore an artificial eye and restored her vision. Mobai always wanted to visit her, but he had no chance. Now she came directly to the guild, and she specifically asked to see him. It doesn't seem to fit the character of Grandma Polyusica. Mobai quickly dried himself, put on his clothes again, and stood up to leave. Macau and Wakaba were still yelling behind him. Hey, don't leave, make your words clear. Chapter 64. Hurrying to the hall. Mobai saw the figure of the old woman in front of the notice board at a glance. The old woman was wearing a red robe decorated with dragon teeth, a golden hairpin on her head, and dressed very simply. Although she was old, but from the outline of her facial features, it can be vaguely inferred that she must have been a beauty who was no less beautiful than Urza and Mirajan when she was young. Grandma. Hearing Mobai's call, Polyusica slowly turned around, her eyes still cold. You are Mobai, right? I have heard about your affairs with the 6 demon generals, and it caused quite a stir. Thank you. Mobai responded politely on the surface. In his heart, he repeatedly felt the magical aura of Grandma Polyusica. Although it was the first time they met, for some reason, he seemed to smell a hint of unusual smell from her. This smell seemed to come from some ancient and mysterious magic. It didn't seem like Grandma Polyusica, an old man who lived in seclusion, would carry it. 10 or even 9 points were wrong. Mobai's eyes showed a slight fluctuation, and he couldn't help but be more vigilant. Granny Polyusica naturally didn't know what Mobai was thinking, and continued. Before, Makarov found me and sent me a purple snake, saying that this was a cursed human girl, and asked me to find a way to help lift the curse. I have studied it for a long time, but the antidote I prepared is still missing a key herb. The situation is quite special, otherwise I wouldn't rush here so anxiously. Mobai knew that the purple snake she was talking about should be Choberios, the partner of Cobra, one of the former 6 demon generals. Granny, do you mean for me to find that herb? Mobai asked. Polyusica nodded. That's right. That herb is called refining snake flower, which grows in the haze forest, especially on the edge of the cliff. The shape of its stems and leaves is like a winding snake, which is easy to distinguish. In theory, when forming the witch's sin, Mobai had promised Cobra that he could go and destroy the Dark Guild without worry, and that Choberios would take care of himself. The treatment of Choberios was also within his responsibility. But the strange magic aura on Polyusica in front of him made people suspicious. Seeing Mobai's hesitation, Polyusica immediately added. By the way, since I'm entrusting you to do the work, the reward will naturally not be less. Recently, I have formulated a new medicine that is only suitable for dragon slayers to enhance their magic. If you can bring back the refined snake flower, all the medicines will belong to you. A barely noticeable light flashed in Mobai's eyes. The other party finally revealed the truth. According to Polyusica's mother-in-law's personality, she doesn't like to interact with people, so how could she offer an attractive reward to let herself work for her? But think about it. The fake Polyusica in front of him has already learned about Choberios's affairs, and it is very likely that the real Polyusica has been controlled. At this time, we must not alert the enemy. After a brief pause of a few seconds, Mobai immediately made a look of surprise and promised. Thank you, Grandma, I will go to the haze forest now. Storm Dragon Wings. With wings spread out, Mobai immediately rushed out of the guild gate and flew into the sky. A moment later. Haze Forest. This place is quite similar to the gas tree sea where the 6 demon generals fought before. Due to the special type of trees, the leaves are dark green and grayish-black. It has grown densely for decades, with lush branches and leaves, and it is almost difficult for sunlight to penetrate. Even on a clear day, walking in it, the vision is quite dim. Finding a slightly open entrance, Mobai gradually gathered the storm power in his body and slowly stepped into the forest. After all, he was suspicious of Grandma Polyusica just now, so Mobai did not relax his vigilance and kept a close eye on the slightest movement nearby. Snake flower, snake flower. Mobai muttered, his eyes kept scanning. But he never found a plant that met the characteristics. The cool breeze brought a chill, blowing through the dense bushes in front, making a rustling sound, which was creepy in this dark environment. Mobai immediately focused his attention on the bushes. It seemed that he felt some magical fluctuations inside. Step by step. The bush leaves were originally just shaking slightly, and suddenly a gray giant hand jumped out from the center, with the palm almost as high as Mobai. Behind the palm was a pale arm, which was raised high at this moment. It seemed that Mobai was going to be beaten into a meat pie in the next second. What the hell is this? Although Mobai had expected that this trip would not be too smooth. But seeing this monster the moment he saw the monster's appearance, he couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise. The jaw of Thunder Dragon. The palm was about to hit him. Mobai's figure instantly turned into a flash of lightning, and his fists gathered magic power, and he hit the monster's wrist first. The wrist was cut open by the lightning, and a strange wailing sound suddenly came from the bushes. Mobai still didn't dare to relax. After all, he could only see one arm of the monster sticking out of the bushes. He hadn't seen what its body looked like. Mobai frowned slightly, and the thunder and arcs wrapped around his body had not dissipated, ready to attack again at any time. Ah! Another angry whine resounded through the forest. The white giant arm suddenly withdrew into the bushes, and a few seconds later, a fat big insect suddenly jumped out from it again. It was the first time I saw such a big insect, with a brown shell, pointed mouthparts, countless tentacles and eyes, and a thick and long tail behind it. I looked carefully and found that the end of the tail was connected to a huge human hand. It turned out that the monster arm that just attacked was the tail of this big insect. The moment he looked at it, Mobai got goosebumps all over the floor. Too disgusting. How come there are all kinds of things in this forest? Fire dragon. Oh no, the jaw of the thunder dragon. Mobai seemed to have thought of something, and the flames that were ready to go on his body were suppressed, and he used the violent thunder power again. A heavy punch landed on the big insect's head. A cracking sound came into his ears, and Mobai's body suddenly retreated, fearing that this thing would explode. But before the insect could react, the trees and grass in all directions came with similar movements as before. No way. Still coming. Mobai looked around, and another 7 or 8 fat bugs appeared, each one more disgusting than the other. The organs on their tails were different, some had hands, some had feet, and one had a human face directly. The giant bug shook its sharp mouthparts, and the transparent wings behind it flapped vigorously, making a gesture of jumping on and biting at any time. Mobai's sanity value dropped wildly. His stomach was churning, and he almost vomited the overnight meal. He punched again. Mobai had never fought such a hard battle. Although this bug was not strong in combat, it was really disgusting. The number was increasing. After killing one, two more appeared, and they were crazy and stuck to him like they were not afraid of death. Mobai couldn't control himself after all, with fire flashing in his eyes, and the wind around him became hotter. I can't stand it. The roar of the fire dragon. In the past, Mobai's firefighting awareness was still very high. But after all, special circumstances require special treatment. As the fire attribute magic power continued to accumulate, blazing flames spewed out of Mobai's mouth, rolling up a huge vortex of flames, engulfing the insects that had already formed a siege. Ah! Amid the wailing sounds of the fire burning mercilessly, the insects danced. But what confused Mobai was that their bodies did not show any charred black after being burned, nor did they have any bursting phenomenon. After being severely injured, their bodies gradually became illusory. In the end, they turned into broken magic and dissipated into the air. There was no trace of the corpse left. As if they had never appeared from the beginning. Iron Dragon Sword. Seeing that the threat was temporarily lifted, Mobai turned his right arm into a sword and swung it out, chopping down all the trees stained with flames in the open space in the middle. To prevent the fire from burning the entire forest out of control. Mobai took a deep breath, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. It's really strange, these insects don't look like beasts and monsters that should exist in this world. They seem to be created by humans. And the target is very clear, and they are all coming for me. It seems that the fake mother-in-law wants to kill me. Chapter 65. Magnolia, the Fairy Tale Guild. Makarov sat at the counter in the lobby as usual. Seeing Mikao, Wakaba and Natsu coming out of the bathing area, he asked casually. Wasn't Mobai with you just now? He wanted to take a longer bath. Natsu replied. No, just now Grandma Polyusica came to the guild and asked him for help. She should have left, right? Makarov was stunned. Having been with Polyusica for so many years, he naturally knew her personality very well. This stubborn and noble old lady would never take the initiative to ask for help from others no matter how bad the situation was. Not to mention coming to the guild on her own initiative. Makarov gradually recalled the scene of his last meeting with Polyusica. After the battle with the 6 demon generals, Grey brought back a comatose purple snake. Makarov saw the clue at a glance that the snake was a human girl who was cursed with transformation. Unable to remove the curse, Makarov found Polyusica and asked her for help. So many days have passed. According to Polyusica's ability, the curse should have been broken. Why did she come to the guild without saying anything, and she chose to find Mobai? Makarov thought more and more that something was wrong. No, I have to see her right away. In the Haze Forest. Despite the setback, Mobai still walked deep into the jungle. He wanted to find out what the purpose of Polyusica, who was probably disguised, was to set a trap here to kill him. With the current strength. Unless there are strong men of the level of the presidents of the other 2 giants of the Balam Alliance, or the top 4 terrifying wizards in the Holy 10. In a battle with others other than them, Mobai is still confident that he will be invincible. Even if there is a life and death emergency. Most of the magic power in his body is still left, and with the combination of wind and thunder. As long as he wants to run away, no one can stop him. However, the journey was not smooth, and he always didn't know where a strange-looking insect or monster would suddenly appear. Mobai was always startled. It's really endless. Approaching the edge of the cliff. Mobai couldn't count how many insects he had killed. Pulling off a piece of bark and chewing it in his mouth, Mobai was about to take a break, but suddenly felt the magic fluctuations coming from behind that he had never felt before. What kind of magic is this? I have never seen such a strange breath. Mobai immediately became alert. Thunder appeared all over his body, ready to enter the battle at any time. I admire your courage to come here. But the road has reached the end. What awaits you next is only death. The other party's conceited and arrogant voice came into Mobai's ears. He seemed to have realized that he was discovered by Mobai. He simply stopped hiding. He emerged from the woods. He was wearing a blue-black coat, his silver-gray hair was sticking up high, and he had a pair of black framed glasses on his ears. He looked quite handsome. But when he spoke, his contemptuous tone was particularly disgusting. Fairy tale, Mobai. I have to say that the perception of the Dragon Slayer is very sharp. But this can't save your life. As early as when he saw him for the first time, Mobai had already recognized his identity. He is Lastyros of the Demon Heart Guild. Like the 6 demon generals, the Demon Heart is also one of the 3 giants of the Balam Alliance Dark Guild. But the strength of each member of the Demon Heart should not be underestimated. It can be said that they are a level stronger than the 6 demon generals as a whole. Among them, many members have mastered some long-lost dark magic, which is particularly difficult to deal with. Mobai stared at Lastyros with a sharp gaze. If I remember correctly, this guy should be using the Ark of Lost Magic. He can use magic to turn anything imaginary into reality. It seems that the bugs that disappeared after being injured along the way were created by him to deal with me. Thinking of this, Mobai made up his mind and decisively gathered the power of Dragon Slayer, and shot out. Thunder Dragon Jaw. Lastyros still had that expression of control, standing in place and letting Mobai attack. The Thunder Fist fell rapidly, and Lastyros's body suddenly turned into a shadow and disappeared. It's just a thought body. Put away the fist. Lastyros's hollow voice came from the forest again, seeming far and near. If you want to die clearly, welcome to the front of the breakyard to find me. Of course, if you don't have the courage, just wait to be trapped here and die. Mobai was naturally not angered by his sharp words. Instead, he continued to peel off pieces of bark from the tree to quickly replenish his energy. He stopped only when the tree in front of him was almost bald. While chewing, Mobai recalled the scene in the guild and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. From the beginning, the fake Polyusica grandmother came to the guild alone. This was a complete trap, and it was specifically aimed at me. Lastyros, why did the people of the Demon Heart appear here? But, the smell of the fake Polyusica grandmother seems to be different from the thought body created by Lastyros. Could it be that the Demon Heart has sent other people? With all these mysteries added together, Mobai really couldn't figure it out for a while. As far as I can remember, the Demon Heart's first large-scale action was during the Fairy Tale Guild's S-Class Wizard assessment. But the assessment is still a few months away, and it's a long way off. Could they take action in advance? If the Demon Heart really has any plans, it may be detrimental to the guild. But what exactly are they going to do? It seems that we have to find Lastyros's real body and beat him up until he tells the truth. Chapter 66. The 6 demon generals have been destroyed and transformed into Witch Sin. Previously, Mobai and Mirajan destroyed the Evil Spirit Temple, a guild under the Gate of Hades. Now there are people from the Demon Heart who are targeting him. Mobai couldn't help smacking his lips. It's been less than a few months since I came to this world, and I have made quite a few enemies. The 3 dark guilds of the Balam Alliance alone have already been linked to me. Continuously moving forward along the forest path, Mobai also gradually sensed that the hostile magic aura towards him was getting closer and closer. It seems that there is more than one person coming. Speaking of the Demon Heart, Mobai is not interested in most of the members, but only 2 of them can make him pay special attention. The Demon Heart has 7 powerful wizards under its command, called the 7 Familiars of Purgatory. One of the people that Mobai is interested in is Urutia, the leader of the 7 Familiars of Purgatory. Since birth, Urusha was mistakenly sent to the Magic Development Bureau by her mother Uru because of her strong magic power and high fever. As a result, she was taken by the then-director Brian for live experiments. Although Urusha escaped by chance, she misunderstood her mother Uru and eventually went astray and became a member of the Dark Guild. Mobai killed Brian with thunder for this reason. If there is a chance, Mobai would like to talk to her, even. Mobai has a plan to save Uru in his mind. The other person is Hades, the president of Demon Heart. In other words, his real name is not Hades, but Cressida. He was one of the founders of Fairy Tale and the second president of the guild. But because of his obsession with magic, he fell into the abyss of black magic and couldn't extricate himself, and finally founded the Dark Guild Demon Heart. As long as we don't meet President Crescito, we should be able to deal with the others. But the most important thing is to find out the purpose of their appearance. As we go deeper into the haze forest, the cliff at the end is right in front of us. Mobai gently pushed aside the last clump of grass that blocked his sight. 3 powerful magical auras suddenly erupted not far away, and the pressure generated cut the fragile grass stems under his feet in half. 7 followers of Purgatory, 3 of them came at once. Do you think highly of me? Mobai's face showed a slight solemnity, and he looked up at the 3 people standing in front of the cliff. The one on the far left was Lastyros, whom he had just met. Compared with just now, Lastyros's aura was a little stronger at this time. It seems that this time it is the real body. The person on the right has a messy head of golden hair, which seems to have not been taken care of for a long time and looks very sloppy. Mobai is also familiar with him. Zankro, the fire god slayer, is also a tough guy. As for the old woman between Zankro and Rastalos, Mobai had just met her in the guild not long ago, the fake Granny Polyusica. She has not yet revealed her true identity. When he saw Mobai walking forward fearlessly, a hint of arrogance appeared on Zankro's bloodthirsty face. You really don't know how to live or die. You just have a few more dragon-slaying crystals in your body, and you think you are fearless. I'll let you know when we fight. The dragon-slaying magic you are so proud of is just scum in front of me. Faced with Zankro's mockery, Mobai didn't want to talk nonsense with him. As both are killing magic, Dragon Slayer and God Slayer can devour the magic power of the same element, but this does not mean that God Slayer magic is superior. In terms of rarity, people who master dragon-killing magic are more or less related to dragons, and god-killing magic can be learned by oneself from some related books. If a fight really breaks out, the real competition is still the level of magic power, and god-killing magic does not have much advantage. Lastyros on the side pushed his glasses and spoke in an equally infuriating tone. Why use a butcher knife to kill a chicken? He was harassed all the way by the magic beasts I created, and I guess he doesn't have much magic power left now. We don't even need to do it ourselves. As soon as the voice fell, Lastyros clapped his palms, and the ground cracked and the mountains shook, making a huge sound that shook the mountains and forests. Roar! A hideous crack was torn open on the cliff, followed by the roar of the beast from inside. Sensing the danger coming from below, Mobai immediately jumped to the top of the tall tree behind to observe. The crack continued to expand. Under the continuous summons of Rastalos, a dragon-shaped monster wearing steel armor flew out from the crack with wings that covered the sky. Since you are a dragon slayer, why not try to face my dragon-shaped guardian beast, the wind-like Barukushes? Let's see, can you kill the dragon? Or will you be killed by the dragon? This dragon-shaped monster is the largest monster Mobai has ever seen. It is even larger than the house he lives in. Facing the fierce roar and strong sense of oppression of the dragon-shaped monster, Mobai narrowed his eyes slightly. Is it another monster created by the Arc of Materialization? Roar! The dragon-shaped monster flapped its wings and swooped down from midair. It rushed straight towards Mobai. The roots of the wood dragon are entangled, eating tree bark along the way. The large amount of wood energy in Mobai's body was not converted into magic power in various parts of the body before it was released. Just under the crack where the dragon-shaped monster had just drilled out of the ground, 2 thick green vines suddenly rose up, quickly rising and intertwining at an extremely terrifying growth rate, standing in front of Mobai. But compared to the huge dragon-shaped monster, no matter how strong the vines are, they are just like 2 skinny bean sprouts. Don't overestimate your own abilities, Lastyros said sarcastically. The dragon-shaped monster's heavy body rushed at high speed, and it didn't take the vines into consideration at all. But when it was about to attack Mobai, its body suddenly couldn't move and froze in place. Lastyros was stunned. What's going on? The wooden dragon whiskers, which were just inconspicuous, had wrapped around the dragon-shaped monster's limbs at some point. Not only that, but the slender branches were spreading wildly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Until the monster's sharp claws and huge body were all bound. Lastyros finally came to his senses, waving his arms wildly to control the dragon-shaped monster, trying to break free from the vines. But the vines didn't break at all, but shrank tighter and tighter. Thanks to the pile of bark that Mobai swallowed, the toughness of the wooden dragon whiskers was particularly amazing at this time. No matter how powerful the arc of manifestation is, the strength of the creature created is also linked to the magic power of the caster himself. If the caster is a rookie, the manifested monster will also be vulnerable. Mobai spoke in a deep voice, raised his right palm, and gently clenched his fist. The wooden dragon's whiskers suddenly contracted and curled, locking the dragon-shaped monster trapped in it alive, and it instantly turned into scattered and broken magic stars and dissipated. Lastyros's face was pale. The dragon-shaped guardian beast he was proud of had destroyed countless villages and towns. Even if he encountered some famous wizards, they were all trampled under the feet of the dragon beast without exception. At this moment, it was so easily resolved by Mobai. And the fake Polyusica, who had not spoken all the time, no longer looked as relaxed as at the beginning. Chapter 67. According to the information held by Demon Heart, Mobai has joined the Fairy Tale Guild not long ago, and has 8 different attributes of Dragon Slayer magic crystals in his body, and his strength is quite good. But through the recent battles, they seem to find that Mobai is not as strong as rumored. Rumor has it that Mobai defeated Jelal and stopped the Tower of Paradise. But in fact, according to the investigation of Demon Heart, Mobai did not kill Jelal directly at that time. Jelal was completely out of control because of his impulse to absorb the magic spirit power. In the battle with the 6 demon generals, Mobai seemed to be afraid of President Wu, so he deliberately kept the prayers of other members, so he did not release President Wu. From this information, Demon Heart deduced Mobai only has some special abilities and can see some combat secrets or weaknesses of the opponent. His own magic power is not very strong. As for the 8 attributes of the Dragon Slayer magic crystal, it is likely just a bluff. Therefore, when Lastyros and the other 2 were sent to assassinate Mobai at the same time, they felt that they were making a fuss over nothing. Is it necessary to dispatch 3 of the 7 followers of Purgatory at the same time to kill Mobai? However, judging from the current situation, the situation seems to have undergone some subtle changes. Mobai's strength seems to be much stronger than they imagined. Such a low-level magic, don't use it to embarrass yourself. The sneering voice came into his ears, causing Lastyros to blush on the spot. After all, Mobai had the upper hand in the previous fight. If he wanted to mock him, it would be fine, after all, he was not as skilled as him. But the mocker was not Mobai, but his teammate, Zankro. Lastyros turned his head stiffly. You. What's wrong with me? Zankro raised his eyebrows, his expression became more disdainful, but purple-black flames quietly floated out of his fingertips. Purple-black is the magic color exclusive to all god-killing wizards. Next, let me tell you how to play magic. Fist of the Flame God. With the blessing of the purple-black flame, Zankro's fist swung through the air like a burning meteor, hitting Mobai's vital parts with every move. Skin of Steel. When it was about to make contact, Mobai quickly strengthened his whole body defense, with his elbow against his chest. He took Zankro's attack head-on. But his left fist quietly withdrew under his body, and thunder rolled in his palm. Zankro indulged in his fierce offensive, and the flames on his body became more and more vigorous, easily suppressing Mobai. Seeing Mobai's struggling resistance, the ground under his feet slowly cracked, and Zankro became more rampant. What a useless dragon! No matter how many kinds of magic you master, You can't defeat the power of the god of destruction that is superior to the power of the dragon. Zankro didn't finish his words. But his voice gradually became smaller. Until he suppressed Mobai to the point of near defeat, he discovered the golden electric ball the size of a sandbag on Mobai's left fist. Although it was small, it was mixed with extremely refined thunder magic. It had obviously been accumulated for a long time. The expression on Mobai's face was relieved. The steel skin retreated, and a small part of the purple-black flames burned his skin, causing a little stinging. Mobai didn't care. At this time, he had already focused all his attention on the next attack. Thunder Dragon's Collapse Fist. The left fist wrapped in golden thunder and electric arcs suddenly hit out. Zankro's face was immediately swallowed by horror, and he hurriedly mobilized the flames all over his body and madly bombarded the front. But he couldn't cause any obstruction to the violent attack of the thunder and lightning collapse fist. Under the shining of golden light, the flame of annihilation was eclipsed. In Zankro's horrified sight, Mobai's attack was unstoppable, and he punched himself. Bang! The dazzling lightning flashed by. When the few people regained their vision, Zankro's body had already been blown away by the previous punch and fell off the cliff. I don't know whether he is dead or alive. Seeing this, the fake Polyusica and Lastiros who stayed aside looked more and more ugly. Zankro, one of the 7 followers of Purgatory. Was he killed in a second? And Mobai stared at the fake Polyusica, carefully feeling the magic aura emanating from her body. Confirmed again and again. This magic aura doesn't seem like a fake person created by Lastiros with the Arc of Materialization. It's more like a wizard who uses transformation magic to change his appearance. Transformation magic. She can't be Sister Lei. Sister Lei was talking about Urrutia. As soon as Urusha was born, her mother Uru couldn't stop crying because of joy, so she named her Urusha. Mobai is used to calling her Sister Tyr. In order to verify whether the other party was Urrutia, Mobai's brain was working fast, and a plan came to mind. He immediately suppressed the magic power that burst out of his body and took it all back into his body. Storm Dragon Wings. The white wings gradually emerged on his back. Compared with usual, the luster was much dimmer, and even a little illusory, as if it would disappear at any time. Mobai's face was pale, as if the attack on Zankro just now had consumed all the magic power in his body. The wings bloomed. Mobai glanced at Rastiros and the other person not far away with a little fear and guilt, and then turned his head and staggered a few steps. He stumbled and took off from the edge of the cliff. Although he moved quickly and flapped his wings as hard as he could, his flying speed never increased very quickly. Mobai secretly complained in his heart, "This is my first time acting, I don't know if I can get away with it." On the other side, all of Mobai's actions were seen by Rastiros and the fake Polyusica. Lastiros said awkwardly, "He ran so fast. He seemed afraid that we would catch up." Polyusica noticed something was wrong. Mobai was so relaxed just before he released his attack and hit Zankro, but now he was running away in a panic. He had to be suspicious. But then he thought, Zankro was thrown off the cliff and his life was unknown. What if he let Mobai go? For the Devil's Heart, this battle would not only be fruitless and cause heavy losses, but would also expose his plan. Thinking of this, Polyusica gritted his teeth and said loudly, "Make a pair of wings immediately, we must catch up with him." Lastiros hesitated slightly, but still used his magic power to pass in front of him, and 2 pairs of wings appeared on their backs. "Let's go," Polyusica shouted in the air. But Lastiros remained where he was, hesitating. Why don't you go after Mobai by yourself? He has no magic power now, you can definitely deal with him alone. I'll go find Zankro." Lastiros himself didn't believe this. He and Zankro both have eccentric personalities, and they don't get along well with each other. Besides, before Zankro attacked, he had mocked his arc of manifestation as a shameful thing. How could Lastiros care so much about Zankro's life or death? He just saw Mobai's terrifying explosive power, and was worried that if something unexpected happened, he would end up falling off a cliff and dying. That's why he found an excuse. And after working together for so long, how could Polyusica not know what he really thought? But due to the emergency situation, after just a cold glance, Polyusica turned around and flew into the air, chasing Mobai at a rapid speed. Useless trash. Chapter 68. Through the tentative fight just now, Mobai had a rough estimate of the strength of the 7 followers of Purgatory. Even if they did not underestimate the enemy, the joint attack of Zankro and Lastyros could not be their opponent. While thinking, Mobai suddenly felt the fluctuation of magic power coming from behind him, and looked back. In his sight, Polyusica was manipulating a pair of crystal blue wings created by the Arc of Manifestation to chase him frantically. She is the only one chasing. That would be much easier. Mobai controlled the flying speed. Slightly speeding up would not only delay the time for him to be caught up, but also prevent Polyusica from being suspicious. On the other hand, he was looking for a landing place. The waterfall in front seems good. It should be far enough away. Even if Lastyros noticed it, he would not be able to come over for a while. After making up his mind, Mobai made a concerted effort, and the wings glowed brighter, and he rushed towards the open space above the waterfall. Polyusica was still chasing him. In her opinion, Mobai was already at the end of his strength. Even if he chose to land, he just wanted to hide in the complex terrain of the mountains and forests, which would make it easier to escape. Accompanied by the sound of rushing water from the waterfall next to him, Mobai stood firmly on the grass. Unlike the dimness of the haze forest, the trees here were slightly sparse, and the bright sunshine could be seen. The scenery is not bad. But now is obviously not the time to appreciate it. About half a minute later, Polyusica also descended, landing only a dozen steps away from Mobai. For a magician, this distance is enough to attack the opponent at any time. Polyusica said lightly, "If I am not mistaken, the last magic power in your body has also been used up, right?" Mobai smiled helplessly, neither denying nor confirming. "Do you have to kill us all?" In Polyusica's opinion. At this moment, Mobai seemed to have recognized his inevitable death and did not intend to resist. Polyusica shook his head lightly and activated the magic power in his body. "Are there any last words to say?" Mobai sighed lightly and slowly said, "Before you take action, I have another question." "Oh." Polyusica raised his eyebrows lightly, and a little caution appeared in his eyes. Mobai smiled bitterly, as if he had to let me know the truth before death. "I know you are not Granny Polyusica. So, can you let me see your true face? Is that all?" Polyusica's doubts disappeared immediately, and with a light laugh, a transformation magic circle flashed under his feet. "Well, let you die knowingly." Under Mobai's gaze, the light covered Polyusica's whole body, and then gradually dissipated. The granny, who had already entered old age, turned into a young woman in white plain clothes in the blink of an eye. The woman was tall, with beautiful features and black silk stockings, and her temperament was no less than that of the beauties in the fairy tale guild. Looking at her beautiful face with a faint smile, Mobai felt relieved. "It's you, Sister Lei. Just as I guessed before." The other party was Arusha. "Please introduce yourself." The Devil's Heart, one of the 7 followers of Purgatory, Arusha, using the lost Arc of Time magic. "However, since I joined the Devil's Heart, I have lost countless souls. Knowing this doesn't seem to be of any use to you." Eurutia lazily fiddled with the hair hanging by her ears, and her right hand was playing with a light green crystal ball. The look she gave Mobai was like a hunter looking at the prey trapped in a trap. "Is that so?" Mobai breathed a sigh of relief, and the magic power that had been suppressed for a long time in his body was finally released, and he no longer had to hide it. Eurutia's beautiful eyes suddenly flashed with surprise. "You actually still have so much magic power left." Mobai spread his hands. "If I didn't deliberately hold back, how could you follow me obediently?" Although he had just used the most consuming thunder magic power, Zancro was too weak to fight and was killed in one blow. Mobai's magic power naturally remained a lot. He was just pretending to paralyze the opponent. Urrutia paused for a moment, a cloud appeared on his face, and he said in a low voice. You don't think that even if you attract me here, you can defeat me? I'm not the kind of people like Zancro and Lastyros. I was promoted by President Hades, the head of the 7 followers of Purgatory. The voice fell. The terrifying magic power fluctuations were centered on Urrutia, shaking the surroundings, and the birds in the forest were frightened, flapping their wings and fleeing into the distance. Even Mobai felt under considerable pressure. Even if we look at the entire young generation of magicians in the Kingdom of Fury, Urrutia's talent can be regarded as one of the best. After all, she had a high fever when she was just born because of her strong magic power. In terms of magic power alone, she is not even inferior to Jelil, who was once listed among the 10 saints in the form of a thought body. Coupled with the assistance of the lost magic Arc of Time and Hades's magic guidance for her over the years, Urrutia is definitely an opponent that cannot be underestimated. Mobai's eyes couldn't help but become more solemn, and he quickly analyzed the battle plan in his heart. Sister Lei's magic is the Arc of Time, which can make the form of anything go back to the past or push it into the future. If you use wood magic, the vines will wither, iron magic will rust, and other types of magic will be more or less affected and weakened. But, I remember that this kind of time-changing magic can't work on life forms other than plants, right? Looking at Urrutia, who was still confronting him, Mobai simply made up his mind. His right hand turned into an iron blade, and he stabbed his waist and abdomen. The bright red blood immediately flowed out, flowing down his thigh and even dripping onto the grass under his feet. Damn it, I hit you too hard, it hurts. Although he felt miserable, Mobai pretended to be fine and calmly stated his intention. As long as I blend my own blood into the magic, your Arc of Time will not be able to resolve my attack, right? Urrutia tilted her head and did not comment. The intelligence is indeed correct. You have the ability to see through the opponent's weaknesses. I guess that's why the 6 demon generals failed before. But I also said that I am the head of the 7 followers of Purgatory, and I don't just know one Arc of Time magic. Ice-shaped rose garden. Urrutia made a seal with his fist and palm and put it on the side of his body. His posture was exactly the same as Gray and Leo, and the ice magic was about to burst out. Mobai couldn't help but sigh. As expected of Uru's daughter, her magic power is so strong. Speaking of which, she is Gray's junior sister. In the blink of an eye, a huge and exquisite purple ice rose bloomed in front of Urrutia, and continued to thrive on the branches created by ice, and instantly spread to Mobai's side. As one of Urrutia's strongest ice-shaping magics, it created a large number of thorns and roses in an instant, with both offensive and defensive capabilities. At this moment, Mobai is trapped in it. Urrutia said coldly, because of a very disgusting and annoying woman, I rarely use ice-shaping magic. Today I make an exception to kill you. Then I am really honored. Although he teased, Mobai is very clear about the current situation. If he doesn't take any measures, the roses and thorns will come over and hit him hard at any time. Chapter 69. Look around. Speaking of which, there is a waterfall next to me. I can just borrow the power of water. I just don't know if it can help me break through the power of the Dragon Slayer secret. After mastering magic for a few months, Mobai has mastered the operation of the Dragon Slayer power. Just as he realized in the consciousness space before, as long as the elemental magic corresponding to the crystal appears around him, the Dragon Slayer secret can be broken through at any time. Now, under the cliff behind him is a turbulent river. It just provides the 4th source of magic, water element. The opportunity has appeared. In the dark space of Ningjiaoyang, the 3 Dragon Slayer crystals of fire, electricity and wind are still shining. And under the continuous urging of Mobai's consciousness, in an inconspicuous corner, a piece of blue shuttle-shaped crystal finally came to life and exuded a magical breath. Thoughts returned to reality. A magic circle suddenly appeared under Mobai's feet, and 4 magic beams of different colors surged out, intertwining from his feet until they wrapped around his whole body. The blood flowing from the wound on the waist also began to flow back and condense, instantly dyeing the magic power around the body blood red. The power of Dragon Slayer suddenly activated. The waterfall behind him surged, and in an instant, thousands of huge waves were raised. And within the waves, one could even faintly see the shadow of a dark blue dragon, making waves of roars. Mobai's eyes were bright, and his arms slowly stretched out, gradually gathering the huge power of the surging waves back to his control range. Dragon Slayer Secret. Dragon swimming in the 8 desolations. Magic power burst out. The blood-colored Dragon Slayer power carried a devastating force, and together with the raging tide behind him, it surged and bombarded the ice roses in front of Arusha. Hold on. Eurydia gritted her teeth, and the modeling magic continued to be infused into her, reinforcing the thorny roses. But the dragon roar that kept disturbing her ears made it impossible for her to concentrate. Under the dual impact of the wave and the dragon-killing power. In just a few seconds, a tiny crack suddenly appeared on the originally delicate rose. Arusha's face suddenly turned pale. Under her horrified gaze, the crack was instantly magnified and spread all over the rose and thorn branches, like a fine spider web. Suddenly shattered. How could it be? At this moment, Arusha had no defense in front of her, and watched the illusory dragon pounce on her. It's broken. Seeing this, Mobai hurriedly suppressed the originally majestic magic power and took the initiative to reduce the power. If he accidentally killed Sister Lei, he would probably have to slap himself twice when he woke up in the middle of the night. Fortunately, when the terrifying power of the dragon-killing secret was about to erupt, Mobai stopped in time and suppressed the damage to the minimum. But even so, Arusha was still seriously injured in the bombardment just now, and now it is difficult for her to even stand up. The originally neat clothes became torn, revealing some of her snow-white skin. Mobai breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I stopped the car. But although the power of this Dragon Slayer secret is strong, it consumes too much magic power. I am afraid that I don't have much magic power left now. Gently gathering the magic power on his body, Mobai slowly walked to the side of Arusha, who fell to the ground, leaned over and asked. Let's talk. Eurydia held the ground tightly with one hand, trying to struggle to stand up, but he was already unable to do so. He could only glare at Mobai and responded coldly, You win. If you want to kill me, just kill me. There is nothing to talk to you. Ahem, I want to know some of the things you experienced before joining the Devil's Heart Guild. Mobai said. What's your business? Kill me if you want. Eurydia said, and turned her head to one side stubbornly, ignoring whatever Mobai said. This. Mobai touched his nose with a gloomy face. Speaking of which, at this time, Arusha still believed in Zirf, the ancestor of the Black Magician, and had a grudge against her mother Uru. It seemed that no matter what was said, she couldn't listen. This couldn't be blamed on Arusha. When she was young, she had a high fever due to her strong magic power, so her mother Uru sent her to the Magic Development Bureau for treatment, but she met Brian unexpectedly. Brian conducted various inhuman experiments on Arusha, and lied to Uru that her daughter was dead. Then, the disheartened Uru accepted Leo and Gray as disciples one after another to alleviate the pain of losing his daughter. As for Arusha, she escaped from the Magic Development Bureau by chance and ran back home desperately. But she found that her mother Uru seemed to be getting along well with the 2 apprentices of Grelio, and mistakenly thought that she was abandoned by her mother. Since then, Eurydia returned to the Magic Development Bureau out of resentment. After several twists and turns, she entered the heart of the devil and learned the Lost Time Arc magic from President Hades. Anyway, we have to find a way to eliminate her misunderstanding of her mother first, right? Mobai scratched his head and looked around subconsciously. Although he had just activated the Dragon Slayer secret technique to borrow the water, the flow of the waterfall behind him did not decrease at all and was still turbulent. Wait, I seem to have heard Macau say that there is a largest river in the haze forest that leads directly to the ocean when we were chatting before. Isn't it here at the waterfall? Never mind, let's try it out. Thinking of this, Mobai returned to Urrutia again. Looking a little apologetic, he whispered, I'm sorry. What are you going to do? Urrutia suddenly had an ominous premonition in her heart and asked vigilantly. But Mobai didn't give any explanation. He lowered his body, stretched out his arms and directly picked up Urrutia's voluptuous thighs, and carried her whole body on his shoulders. Let me go. What are you doing? Urrutia was startled by this sudden frivolous behavior. When she reacted, she was already lying on one of Mobai's shoulders. You lunatic. What do you want to do? Urrutia struggled desperately and kept hitting Mobai's back. Mobai hit her so hard that it hurt. Relax, Sister Lei, I won't eat you. Mobai said helplessly, and walked towards the waterfall in front step by step. Sister Lei. Hearing this inexplicable name, Urrutia was a little dazed for a while. But it only lasted for a few seconds. The daze just now was forced to end. Because she had been thrown directly from the top of the waterfall by Mobai. Chapter 70. At this moment, Urrutia felt that her body was falling heavily and uncontrollably. The figure of Mobai above her sight was getting smaller and smaller, and the sound of rushing water in her ears was getting louder and louder. Sure enough, he still wants to kill me. Urrutia closed her eyes in despair, waiting for death to come. But her body did not fall into the water like this. Instead, she felt a pair of warm arms, hugging her again, and her falling speed was immediately slowed down. Urrutia opened her eyes and looked around in confusion. What came into view was Mobai's smiling face again. Mobai said cheerfully, hee, I'm just kidding you. Seeing that Mobai's attitude was always changing and jumping left and right, Urrutia's eyebrows were raised and she asked angrily. What do you want to do? Gululu. Unfortunately, she hadn't finished her words. She and Mobai sank into the water together. Mobai thought to himself, it all depends on luck. If this river can really lead to the sea, maybe it can help Sister Lei regain the memory of her mother Uru. Underwater. Urrutia tried her best and finally broke free from Mobai's arm. But just as she was about to swim upward, a figure that had been away from her for many years gradually emerged in her mind. Damn it, why did I think of her at this time? Urrutia knocked on her head hard. But the vague figure not only did not dissipate, but gradually became clearer, turned her head and smiled at herself. As if it was close at hand. Urrutia. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Urrutia clearly heard the other party calling her name and reaching out to her. Go away, I don't want to see you. Seeing Urrutia's disgusted resistance, the phantom was very disappointed, turned his head and turned into a beam of light and dissipated. For some reason, even though she had rejected the other party herself, Urrutia felt a knot in her heart. It's strange, why did I suddenly think of this? I have to leave here quickly. Just as Urrutia was about to leave the water again, another picture flashed before her eyes, which was clearer than before. In the picture, a young woman with short black hair was holding a baby, almost kneeling at the door, and kept saying in a pleading tone. Please save my daughter Urrutia. She was born with too high magic power and had a high fever. If she continues like this, she will die. Please save her. Urrutia was stunned. The woman in the picture was none other than her mother Uru, who had passed away 10 years ago. Is this a story from my childhood? It turned out that she sent me to the Magic Development Bureau because of my high fever. I always felt that she deliberately abandoned me. Urrutia looked bitter. The picture changed. The same scene, the same location, the masked people from the Magic Development Bureau are still standing in front of Uru. We have said many times that your daughter was beyond saving when she was sent here, and now even her body has been disposed of. You leave here quickly. No, didn't you promise me that you could cure Urrutia? But she is indeed dead, there is no point in making a fuss. The people from the Magic Development Bureau ruthlessly sentenced Uru to death for her daughter, and then drove her away. Urusha's heart was like being stabbed by a sharp knife, and blood kept dripping. I was still alive at that time. Mom, she was deceived by those people. The scenes kept changing. Urusha saw scenes of her mother's life. Life must go on. Later, Uru accepted 2 disciples, Leo and Gray, and poured almost all his love for his daughter into these 2 disciples. But even so, whenever he saw Urusha's clothes when she was young, Urusha couldn't help but hide in the corner and murmur. As the picture froze at the last scene, the dark night sky was illuminated by the fire, and Urusha faced the demon Deliora alone. In order to completely dispel the shadow in Gray's heart, he finally chose to use absolute freezing and sealed Deliora forever at the cost of his life. No. Urrutia came to his senses and stretched out his arms frantically to grab forward, trying to save the already melted Urusha. The picture stopped abruptly and disappeared in a flash. The river was still under the water in front of him, which hurt his eyes. Urusha, who was desperate, closed his eyes painfully and completely relaxed his body. Why not die in this memory? In this way, I can see my mother again in heaven. Just as Urusha's consciousness became blurred, a force suddenly came from behind, hugged his waist, and began to float slowly. Who? He reappeared from the water with Urusha in his arms. Mobai breathed a sigh of relief, grabbed the edge of the grass with his right hand, and pulled Urusha ashore. After escaping from suicide, Urusha looked dazed and asked stupidly, "Why did you save me?" Mobai rolled his eyes, took off his shirt and wrung out the water, then sighed and said, "I know you have suffered a great injustice. But don't blame yourself, it's not your fault. Besides, if your mother is still alive, she certainly doesn't want to see you giving up on yourself." Seeing that Urusha had no reaction, Mobai coughed twice tactically and added, "By the way, I didn't mean anything by throwing you into the water just now, I just helped you see those scenes." Quote, Uru is a great wizard. The seal of Deliora was broken, and the melted ice flowed into the sea. As her own flesh and blood, I think you should be able to see those important memories of her life. Wow. Mobai hadn't finished speaking yet. Urrutia squatted on the ground next to him, and immediately buried her head in her knees and cried loudly like a child. At first Mobai was shocked, and wanted to comfort her, but seeing Urusha's uncomfortable look, he couldn't speak after all. The crying spread throughout the forest. Mobai waited quietly beside him. For a long time. Looking at Urusha, whose face was already tearful and her emotions were slightly relieved, Mobai sighed and asked, "Okay, now that you have vented your emotions, can you talk to me?" Urrutia's eyes were red, and she looked at Mobai with disappointment. "What do you want to talk about?" "Talk about how to let you see Uru again." Looking at Mobai's determined and sincere eyes, Urrutia's lips trembled slightly, and a hint of hope flashed in his eyes again. Chapter 71. Actually, although I have been saying that I hate my mother, the person I want to see the most is still her. Otherwise, I would not have learned the magic of the Arc of Time. But over the years, no matter how powerful the magic I have mastered, I found that the Arc of Time cannot revive the dead. President Hades told me that as long as I follow him to create the Great Magic Age, there may be a glimmer of hope. So all these years, I have stayed in the heart of the devil. After briefly recounting his experience, Urusha immediately couldn't wait to ask Mobai. "So, do you really have a way? Do you help me save my mother?" Mobai Jung said, "I dare not say 100%, at least I can try it." Urrutia's eyes can't help but have a little doubt. "I must warn you first, and the magic of the deceased will be cursed by God like Jeff. We might as well change my mind. What if the cause of the death of Ulu is solved? The devil's heart made full preparations before assassination, enough to show that you have a set of quite reliable intelligence networks to find out news. Am I right?" Urdia nodded angrily. Mobai continued. "However, even if we look at the entire kingdom, I'm afraid only a few people in the royal family know about this. 400 years ago, in order to defeat Acnologia, the wizard at that time created a device that connects the past, present and future, called the Eclipse Gate. The magic of the Eclipse Gate is different from your arc of time. It is enough to support people to go back to the past or go to the future. I was thinking, if we can make good use of the Eclipse Gate, we might be able to go back to the day when Uru and Deliora fought and stop her from using absolute freeze. This is also the plan that Mobai had been thinking about before he met Urrutia. He is not like Zirth, who was cursed because of resurrecting the dead and suffered for hundreds of years but still remained immortal. The Eclipse Gate is the safest way. After all, when watching anime, Mobai saw Lucy from the future travel to the present to try to change history, and finally succeeded. Seeing Mobai's serious look, Urrutia asked, "Where is the Eclipse Gate now?" "The palace. But it's useless for you to know. The Eclipse Gate will not open before absorbing enough magic power," Mobai said lightly with his hands spread out. Then what's the point of saying this? Perhaps because she was too eager to see her mother, Urrutia was a little annoyed. But according to Mobai's personality, of course, he couldn't spoil her at this time. "Hey, I have tolerated you for a long time from just now to now. You will die if you don't choke when you talk, right?" After saying this viciously, Mobai stretched out his hand and pinched one side of Urrutia's cheek, and squeezed it hard. Until Urrutia struggled and cried out in pain, Mobai slowly stopped. It must be said that this was the first time he pinched the little girl's face. The touch was delicate, smooth and elastic, and for a moment he really wanted to poke it twice more. Although it was stained with some snot from crying just now. But it's harmless. Urrutia rubbed his red face and whispered, Just I was too impatient, don't mind." "Forget it." Mobai waved his hand and continued. Opening the Eclipse Gate requires two conditions. The first is to absorb enough magic power, and the second is the Star Spirit Key of the Zodiac. Both are indispensable. Don't worry about the Key of the Zodiac, I'll take care of it. As for absorbing magic power, you have to wait for a while, even a few years. But I can fight with you. I promise, when the time is right, I will cross time and space with you and change Uru's life trajectory. In addition, you can investigate everything about the Eclipse Gate in the future to see if what I said is true or false." Urrutia bit her red lips with her pearly teeth until Mobai finished explaining a lot of things, then she asked timidly. "But, why do you want to help me?" "Well, just think of it as helping Gray fulfill a long-cherished wish." Mobai scratched his head and evaded the question vaguely. In fact, Mobai was also upset about the regrets of Uru and his daughter, so he would not stand idly by. Mobai immediately asked, "What are your plans next? Are you going to return to the Devil's Heart to serve Hades as one of the 7 Purgatory followers?" Urrutia hesitated. Although Mobai had proposed a way for her to see Uru again, it was still unknown whether it would be feasible. Staying with Hades would at least give her a little more hope. But once she returned to the Devil's Heart, it would mean that she would continue to slaughter lives as a dark guild, and her hands would continue to be stained with blood. What if she really saw her mother Uru again one day and let her know her identity as a witch? Urrutia could no longer imagine that situation. Mobai looked at the distant sky meaningfully, and then said, "I can understand your entanglement. I have another solution at the moment, do you want to hear it?" "What solution?" "You should have heard about the collective escape of the 6 demon generals some time ago." Urrutia frowned slightly. "Did you do that?" Mobai smiled and did not comment. "After I took them out of prison, I established an independent guild called Witches' Sin and asked them to wipe out the dark guild that was rampant on this continent. I promised them that as long as they persisted until the day when the dark guild was completely destroyed, they would receive amnesty from the kingdom and restore their innocence." Urrutia seemed to hear the hidden meaning of Mobai. "You mean, let me join them to fight against the dark guild?" Mobai said, "I do have this intention, but I am not asking you to find them now." "Then, when should I go?" Urusha asked puzzledly. Let's talk about it next time we meet. Next time we meet. Mobai smiled. If I guess correctly, your assassination operation is not just targeting me. Right. Your goal is actually the entire fairy tale guild. Urrutia was stunned, and a look of astonishment slowly emerged. She looked at Mobai with a little more surprise and fear. After a long time, she finally said hoarsely, I finally know how the 6 demon generals were defeated by you. Obviously. All the people in Demon Heart had made a fatal misjudgment of Mobai's intelligence before. Originally, in Urusha's view, Mobai would only play some tricks at best. But it was not until now that she realized how deep the city was hidden in this seemingly literary fairy. Chapter 72. Urrutia said slowly, President Hades has been eyeing your guild for a long time. And as far as I know, he will personally lead all members of the Devil's Heart to attack soon. Mobai's face also showed a little solemnity when he heard this. Calculate the time. The Devil's Heart will launch a large-scale attack, and it is likely to be during the S-Class Wizard Assessment of Fairy Tale in the near future. At that time, I am afraid it will face a tough battle. And the more terrible thing is that once the battle begins, it is likely to attract the ultimate boss of this world, the Black Dragon Acnologia. Urusha continued. In addition to our Purgatory 7, Demon Heart also has a vice president named Brunoth. Hades will definitely not give up after the assassination attempt on you failed this time. It is very likely that Brunoth will come to kill you next time. After I go back, if I hear any news that is unfavorable to Fairy Tale, I will try my best to inform you. Mobai nodded and gave Urusha a grateful look. Thank you. Nothing. But besides my mother's matter, I have another question for you. Ask whatever you want. Mobai said he was all ears. Playing with the crystal ball in his hand, Urusha said. After the arc of time is cultivated to a certain level, it can be used to predict part of the future by infusing magic. I have tried it many times before. But just a few months ago, the arc of time seemed to have a malfunction, and all the future illusions predicted before disappeared at once. After investigation, I found that a small space-time crack appeared above the kingdom, which changed the original time trajectory. And the magic breath emitted from the space-time crack happened to be exactly the same as you. Mobai was shocked. A few months ago, space-time crack. Doesn't that just correspond to the scene he just crossed over? Mobai thought for a moment and asked in a deep voice. So what impact will the appearance of that space-time crack have? Urrutia shook his head. It's hard to say, but judging from the performance of the crystal ball, many things that were originally going to happen seem to have some subtle changes. Or, it will have some impact on the flow of time. But the space-time crack doesn't seem to be big. As long as it is not touched artificially, there shouldn't be any catastrophic impact. Mobai stroked his chin, thinking. Is that so? Seeing that Mobai seemed to know nothing about it, Urusha didn't ask any more questions, and stood up to drag his limping body away. I'll leave the matter of the Eclipse Gate to you. Of course. Under the slanting light. Watching Urusha leave. Mobai sat by the waterfall with relief, enjoying the scenery while praying silently. So life, she is as bitter as a song. I hope the plan of the Eclipse Gate can go smoothly. Fate has been too unfair to Altair and her mother, and they have suffered too much. Magnolia. Fairy Tale Guild. The hall was as noisy as usual. Creaky. As the door was pushed open, a short figure entered the hall, walking heavily and walking straight to the counter. President. Welcome back, Tilda. Seeing Makarov, Marajan smiled and said. Makarov just nodded slightly, his expression still serious. Urza and Natsu should still be in the guild, right? If you see them, tell them to go to the Haze Forest immediately. Mobai may be in danger. Mobai. Marajan became terrified when she heard this. The plate in his hand was also trembling and fell to the ground, making a crisp sound of breaking. No wonder I always feel uneasy today. Nina has been crying and can't be comforted. President, What happened to Mobai? Makarov looked at the people in the guild who were still fighting without knowing anything, and lowered his head and said. Natsu said that Mobai was commissioned by Polyusica to go to the Haze Forest to collect some rare medicinal materials. But I just came back from Polyusica, but she said she didn't know anything about it, and she didn't even come to Magnolia today. This. Marahe became more and more worried, and turned around to run away to find Urza. Before leaving the counter, the door was banged, and was forcibly opened in some rough way. I'm back. Including Makarov. Everyone, including Makarov and Marajan, looked over and saw Mobai, who had not yet folded up the wings of the storm dragon behind him. As soon as they saw Mobai, Makarov and Wakaba immediately squeezed out a squeaking sound from between their teeth and teased. Hey, isn't this the guy? What's his name? It doesn't matter what he's called, you just need to know that he is the only man in the entire guild who entered the women's bathroom. Obviously, they were still worried about what happened before Mobai left. These two guys. Mobai laughed and scolded. He walked straight to the counter and greeted Makarov and Marajan. Marajan and Makarov looked at each other, and after a brief daze, ecstasy instantly surged on their faces. I'm glad you're back. I'm glad you're okay. Makarov couldn't help asking, I heard from Natsu that you seem to be called by Polyusica. Mobai shrugged nonchalantly. It's fake, it's probably a kid in town who just learned transformation magic and pretended to be Polyusica's grandmother to play a prank. Mobai planned to keep silent about the demon heart for the time being. After all, before they parted in the Haze Forest, Altair had promised him that she would convey all the unfavorable news about Fairy Tail to him in a timely manner. There was no need to talk about these things again and make Makarov worry more. Looking at Marajan's excited expression, and then looking at the broken plate fragments at her feet that had not been cleaned up in time, Mobai could roughly guess what had just happened to them. Don't worry, Mira, I'm fine. Mobai smiled and comforted, leaning down and gently picking up the fragments one by one. Let me do it, be careful not to scratch yourself. Miraja's face was blushed. Although she didn't show it, she started to have wild thoughts in her heart. If I were Urza, I would definitely give him a big hug at this time. After everything was taken care of, Makarov quietly pulled Mobai aside. Mobai asked in confusion, What's wrong, President? What's going on with the guild? Makarov shook his head. It's not a big deal. It's about the snake girl that you brought back to Tagre earlier. Chapter 73. Makarov continued. I went to see Polyusica today. The curse on the snake girl that you Tagre brought back earlier has been lifted. She is now a chubby girl with purple hair. But, it seems that she has lost some of her memories and can't even remember her name. Polyusica temporarily named her Ganana. Mobai nodded, and the last stone in his heart fell to the ground. Ganana. First, Grandma Polyusica was not hurt by the devil's heart. Second, Choberios finally regained his human form, and the agreement with Cobra was considered complete. Mobai suggested, President, when Janana recovers in a while, bring her to the guild to work. Mira is busy taking care of little Myrna, so let her come to help. Makarov agreed immediately, with a smile on his face. Great. The guild will have a new female member. Hee hee, hee hee hee. It was another morning of staying in bed. The warm wind blew into the bedroom through the screen window, gently caressing Mobai, who was still dating the little sister in the magical dream. He was completely unaware that the table, chair, and half-drunk Juice in the bedroom were quietly trembling at this moment. As the vibration continued to intensify, drops of juice kept dancing and splashing, causing the glass to resonate and move slightly. Gradually approaching the edge of the table. Snap! The crisp sound of the glass breaking came into his ears. Mobai was awakened instantly, and sat up to look at the messy floor and everything around him that was still shaking. WTF. Is there an earthquake? Perhaps it was the instinct engraved in his bones. Mobai picked up a pair of shorts, activated the storm dragon wings and quickly broke through the window to escape. leaping in the air outdoors. Mobai then realized that not only the area near his home, but the entire town of Magnolia seemed to be shaking violently, and the amplitude was getting bigger and bigger. A drop of cold sweat dripped from his forehead. As Magnolia in some earthquake zone. Just when Mobai thought that an earthquake was indeed coming. Suddenly, a blue messenger bird flew in front of him, small and exquisite, and looked quite familiar. Isn't this the mechanical bird that delivers the order? Before, Mirajan's hometown, Grak village, was invaded by demons, and a half-finished order was delivered by this bird. Mobai still remembers it. It's just different from before. This time, the mechanical bird did not carry any yellow paper with any commission, but instead had a loudspeaker in its mouth. It would broadcast loudly every time it flew a certain distance. Attention! Attention! Guildarts is about to return. Magnolia is about to enter Guildarts mode. Please all townspeople be prepared. Attention! Attention! Guildarts is about to return. Magnolia is about to enter Guildarts mode. Please all townspeople be prepared. Attention! Mobai was stunned. Guildarts. The blue man is back. In fairy tale, apart from the President Makarov, the 5S class wizards are recognized as the strongest forces. Mobai has already come into contact with 3 of them, namely the demon Mirajan, the fairy queen Urza, and Laxus, who was temporarily expelled from the guild. Although Laxus invited Mobai to join him on the eve of the civil war, claiming to be the strongest in the fairy tale guild. But that was based on the fact that Guildarts was on a mission and it was not expected that he would return. If Guildarts was present, even Laxus would not dare to claim to be the strongest. Slowly coming back to his senses from the memories, Mobai's face gradually showed ecstasy. Finally, he had the opportunity to meet this top wizard of fairy tale. After a simple wash and packing, Mobai opened the storm dragon wings and flew straight to the fairy tale guild. From a bird's eye view, Magnolia under him had changed greatly because of the earthquake just now. From the entrance of the town to the fairy tale guild, a narrow and straight road led directly to the 2 places, and the houses that were originally blocking the road were squeezed to the left and right sides because of the crustal movement just now. Mobai couldn't help but smile bitterly. Is this Guildarts mode? Because Guildarts' magic power is too strong, and he uses magic that can shatter everything. He often accidentally destroys the buildings beside him because he is dazed or absent-minded while walking. Therefore, whenever he returns to the guild, Magnolia is always forced to turn on Guildarts mode, which can be regarded as a kind of protection for the town. Fairy Tale Guild. In the hall. Bang! Mobai was very happy and kicked the door open. In the lively guild, the eyes of the people who were originally lining up to welcome him suddenly focused on this. And right in front of Mobai's vision, a middle-aged man in a black robe who had never met him also turned his head slowly. This tall and burly middle-aged uncle looked about 40 years old, with an orange backcombed hair, and Shiba also had some stubble. He looked a little sloppy. As if he saw Mobai's face unfamiliar, the uncle looked at him carefully with one eye, one big and one small, and his expression was a little confused. 0.0. Before Mobai could speak, Makarov jumped down from the counter where he often sat and came directly between the 2 of them. Let me introduce you. Mobai, this is Guildarts, the strongest fighter of fairy tale, whom I mentioned to you before. Guildarts, this is Mobai, who has joined the guild for less than half a year. He is a very strong newcomer. Hearing Makarov's introduction, Guildarts nodded thoughtfully and extended his right hand in a friendly manner. Mobai also suppressed his excitement. Uncle G. When Mobai was about to extend his hand and shake hands with Guildarts, a familiar strange cry came from the door, which immediately attracted attention. Wow, I heard that Guildarts is back. Come and have a good fight with me right away. Before the guild members in the hall could react, they saw a fiery red figure rushing over. Natsu. Fire Dragon's Fist. Natsu started at 0 frame, bursting out a burst of hot flame power, and raised his fire fist to hit Guildarts' body. With a clear goal, he completely ignored other people. Since he and Urz's team have been carrying out various commissions one after another, Natsu's strength has also improved by leaps and bounds. According to Mobai's observation, if it were most of the people in the guild present, it would be difficult for them to easily take this fire dragon's fist from the front. But if the opponent becomes Gildarts, Mobai can only pray that Natsu will not be slapped to death. When Gildarts came back to his senses and saw Natsu, he immediately waved his arms happily. Pa! Then he slapped Natsu away with a slap. Your way of greeting is very special, Natsu. Is that so? In the blink of an eye. Natsu, who was still in high spirits 1 second, had lost all his fighting spirit the next, foaming at the mouth. Because Gildarts used too much force, Natsu's body was still embedded in the ceiling, and he squeezed out a few words from his dying mouth. Hey, is there any kind-hearted person passing by who can help me get down? Chapter 74. The members of the guild were already used to this scene. Natsu is still the same as when he was a kid. Every time he sees Gildarts, he challenges him without knowing his own strength. Yeah, but the result is always the same. He is either beaten to the ground or thrown to the roof. Ha ha ha. Gildarts is still as strong as ever. By the way, he has been carrying out the 100-year mission for 3 years, right? I wonder how the completion is going. Gildarts was still greeting everyone enthusiastically. When he heard this, he scratched his head a little embarrassedly. It's a bit embarrassing to say this. The mission failed. As expected, I haven't reached the strength to carry it out. Macau, who was watching the excitement on the side, couldn't help but said in surprise, is that 100-year mission so difficult? Gildarts nodded silently, with a bitter smile. President Makarov disagreed. It doesn't matter. The 100-year mission is a commission that no one has been able to complete since the establishment of the guild. It's good enough to come back safely. Is that so? After listening to Makarov's explanation, everyone realized how dangerous Gildarts' trip was. Gildarts shook his head nonchalantly, and then asked, calculate the time. This year's S-Class Wizard assessment is less than 2 months away, right? Yes, it's another year. Wait, you won't fail this assessment. Gildarts smiled brightly. This is also one of the reasons why I came back. 2 months later, I will also appear in the assessment as an instructor. I am looking forward to which lucky kid will meet me then. As soon as the voice fell, it caused a lot of discussion among the crowd. It seems that this year's S-Class Wizard assessment will be more exciting than ever before. I wonder if I will be qualified for the assessment. Forget it, Wakaba, just be a smoker. At least it can be confirmed that no matter which unlucky person draws Gildarts, he can declare failure in advance, right? Not necessarily. I think Mobai is pretty good. In the crowd, someone suddenly said this. After a short silence, a more heated discussion broke out. It's just that in this topic, in addition to Gildarts and the assessment, Mobai was also involved. Hey, oh, right, Mobai has already had the strength comparable to Saint Ten. I'm afraid that even the president may not be able to beat him. I can't wait to see him and Gildarts fight. At this moment, even Gildarts' attention was attracted. Oh, Mobai, such a familiar name. Did I hear about it somewhere just now? Why can't I remember it? Gildarts tilted his head and thought for a while. For a long time. Then he looked at Mobai with a black face. Ah, Uncle G, is my presence so low? Gildarts suddenly realized it, patted Mobai's shoulder and smiled. Oh. So that Mobai is you. Mobai rolled his eyes speechlessly. How careless is this uncle? Bang. At the same time, Natsu finally fell from the ceiling and landed heavily in front of the two. But there was no sense of frustration on Natsu's face. He didn't even have time to pat the dust on his body, and said excitedly. Hey, Gildarts, how about you and Mobai fight now? I want to know who is stronger between the two of you. This. Gildarts raised his eyebrows and looked at Mobai next to him, as if asking for advice. To be honest, Mobai had already had the idea of fighting Gildarts in his mind. Since coming to this world, it seems that he has never encountered an opponent that makes him feel really helpless. I wonder if Gildarts will be the first one. I have no objection, Uncle G. Mobai replied with a faint smile. When they heard about the fight, the guild members who always liked to watch the fun followed suit. It seems that it was right not to go to work today. There is such a good show to watch. Kana, I want to place a bet. I bet on Gildarts to win. Wait, where is Kana? I don't know, she is always there at such times. Where did she go today? I guess she went to do the quest. No matter what, I will go outside to take the best position so that I can see the best later. Looking at the noisy crowd. Gildarts' weather-beaten face showed a trace of bitterness, and he spoke slowly with apology. To be honest, I'm a little tired after completing the mission, and I don't want to participate in any fights for the time being. I'm sorry everyone. Is that so? What a pity. Hearing the sighs from the crowd, Gildarts immediately changed the subject and said to Mobai. How about this? As long as you can guess what's in my backpack, we can go out and try to spar now. If you can't guess, then we can only wait for the S-level wizard assessment to find another opportunity. As Gildarts said this, he put down the heavy backpack on his back and stood in the middle of the hall. The black outer shell of the backpack is like an indestructible barrier, wrapping the items inside tightly and making them elusive. Everyone couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Lucy poked Gray's elbow quietly and asked in a low voice, Gray, do you have any pigs? I guess it should be a powerful magic item, right? After all, when going on a 100-year mission, even if Gildarts is strong, he will buy some items for emergency use, right? But didn't the president say before that Mobai has a secondary magic that can see other people's past? It shouldn't be difficult to guess the items through the backpack. Everyone be quiet for a while, let Mobai think carefully. Seeing that everyone has high hopes for him. Mobai is under great pressure. How can I guess? How do I know what's in his bag? It would be great if the senior brother was here, and he could turn into a small fly and go in to take a look. Mobai frowned, scratched his ears and knocked his head, thinking of the reminders and suggestions from the guild members, but still didn't have a pig. In silence. Natsu couldn't hold back any longer in the back row and shouted desperately. Hey, don't guess wrong, Mobai. I can't see the result of your victory or defeat, and I don't know who to surpass first. Natsu. Mobai glanced at Natsu in distress. A vague memory suddenly emerged in his mind. Wait, I remember that Uncle G and Natsu took the wrong backpack once. Natsu accidentally took out all of Uncle G's things. Let me think, the backpack seemed to be. Looking at Mobai, whose expression gradually became confident. Gildarts smiled slightly and asked. How is it? Do you have an answer? Chapter 75. I guess, the backpack is filled with photos of the cover girls of Wizards Weekly. Mobai said firmly. Huh. Everyone in the guild widened their eyes at almost the same time, their faces full of shock. Never expected. Mobai thought for a long time, and finally came up with such a ridiculous conclusion. No, Mobai, if you don't want to fight with Gildarts, we can understand, just say it directly. But you insist that he has those things in his backpack, isn't it a bit bad? Yes, how could Gildarts have that kind of hobby? I always thought that I was the only one who was keen on collecting those covers. Put Gildarts' matter aside for now. Godfather, please lend me a pen to talk. Mobai ignored the reactions of others, and looked up at Gildarts slightly. Quietly waiting for his response. Looking at each other for a long time. Ha ha ha. Gildarts finally showed an intriguing smile on his face, and turned to walk towards the guild gate. I'll wait for you outside. If you're ready, come out to spar anytime. The deep voice echoed in the hall. Everyone looked at each other, their jaws dropping to the ground. The worldview collapsed. Accept the invitation to spar. Doesn't this mean that Mobai's guess was right, and the backpack stuffed full of things turned out to be a photo album of a female wizard? Under Gildart's tough guy appearance, he was actually quite romantic. After a while, the open space outside the guild was already surrounded by wizards who were watching the excitement. The two people facing each other in the center of the venue. One is the undisputed strongest wizard of the current fairy tale guild, who has just returned alive from the 100 Years mission. The other is a newcomer who has become famous only a few months after joining the guild, and has fought against powerful enemies several times without losing. There is no doubt that this will be the most exciting internal battle so far. Gildart's vicissitudes of life showed some appreciation for Mobai, and he said in a deep voice, "Since it is just a simple sparring, then each of us will only use 70% of our strength and keep the strongest killer moves. What do you think?" "No problem." Mobai licked his lips and showed his fighting spirit, and readily agreed. But he began to think carefully in his heart. The Dragon Slayer secret has been banned. If you want to beat Uncle G, it seems that you have to try some other methods. Gildarts gently loosened his black robe. The magic power suddenly burst out, and he took a fighting stance. Mobai was equally unwilling to be outdone. The hot flames emanated from his body, condensed in his right fist, and continued to accumulate. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Mobai shot out, picked up the fire fist and attacked from the side. A trace of surprise appeared on Gildarts' face. "Oh, the same fire attribute dragon-slaying magic as Natsu. It's really not simple. Decompose." A fine net-like magic was emitted from Gildarts' palm. Although it did not contain much magic, Mobai hurriedly turned sideways to avoid it. This decomposition magic seemed weak, but in fact it could decompose the opponent's already condensed attack magic. If he didn't avoid it, when the fist really hit Gildarts, it would probably be as powerful as a back-pounding. Storm Dragon Wings. Seeing the white giant net constantly closing in, Mobai no longer hesitated, spread his wings, and quickly leapt into the air. The giant net completely covered the original standing position. If he didn't get airborne in time and was caught in the net, he would probably have to consume a lot of magic power just to struggle out. Seeing this, Gildarts' face became more serious. It seems that Mobai has mastered many types of magic, even flying. This person is more difficult to deal with than he thought. Crush. When Gildarts showed a more domineering magic aura, the onlookers also realized that he was going to get serious. Crush is a magic with more destructive power based on decomposition. Most magic will be completely destroyed and lose its original power at the moment of release. In addition, crushing is also extremely harmful to the human body. If you are not careful, your internal organs may be shattered. The Shield of the Rock Cave Dragon. Seeing the majestic crushing magic coming towards him, Mobai immediately activated the power of rock to resist. Under the gaze of everyone. The moment the two forces of magic came into direct contact, the originally hard brown high shield was directly cut into countless gaps, and then the shattered magic power penetrated directly and hit Mobai's body. Boom! The broken rock dust filled the air. A gust of sand blew up in the air, covering Mobai's figure. Everyone was dumbfounded. Is it over? Gildarts is still Gildarts. He directly broke through that level of defense. In fact, Mobai's strength is quite good to let Gildarts use shatter. By the way, Gildarts should have a sense of measure, right? He shouldn't let Mobai suffer too much damage. As the saying goes, those who are involved are confused, while those who are watching can see clearly. But the situation on the field at this moment seems to be exactly the opposite. When no one knows what Mobai is like in the smoke and dust. Only Gildarts is still looking up, cautious as ever. During the silence of these few seconds, the rock dust in the air began to gradually dissipate. When everyone was losing interest, the area covered by the rock dust became smaller and smaller, and when it seemed that there was no way to hide a person's body, one of the figures quickly moved out of it and swooped down. Look, Mobai is out. WOC. He actually blocked Gildart's full-strength attack. Not only did he block it, but he also continued to attack in return. 666. This guy is Gwei. Mobai was all black, as if he was wearing a close-fitting steel armor. Thunder arcs kept jumping around his body, and the violent aura was surging, and he was unstoppable. Thunder Dragon's collapse fist. Gildarts couldn't help but grin. Mobai was indeed an opponent worthy of his attention. Whether it's attacking or defending, or showing the will to fight, this little guy is really good. Do you still want to find my weakness and wait for an opportunity to attack by constantly changing various magic moves? Gildarts finally stretched out his left arm that had been hidden under the black robe. It was actually an iron prosthesis. However, Gildarts didn't care. Together with his intact right arm, he gathered up the crushing magic power to attack Mobai. But this time, Mobai didn't choose to avoid the sharp edge. His body carrying the power of lightning suddenly fell. He wanted to fight Gildarts head-on. The head-on collision of magic power suddenly erupted with more terrifying magic fluctuations than before. Those spectators who originally said they would take a good position to watch the fight could not help but retreat frantically at this moment. If they were involved in these two gods, they would probably lose an arm or a leg. Looking at Mobai, who was close to him and fighting against the crushing magic with an expressionless face, Gildarts couldn't help but smile bitterly. Forget it, as long as his magic power is slightly reduced, I will stop immediately. Such a good seedling can't be hurt. But as the magic power of the two sides continued to tear, Mobai did not show any signs of retreat until a few cracks appeared on his body and a faint magic power leaked out. Gildarts finally realized something was wrong. Wait, this is not him at all. This is just an afterimage infused with a lot of lightning magic power. Chapter 76. The next moment, under the continuous erosion of the crushing force, Mobai finally couldn't resist, and his body turned into a golden lightning and dissipated in the air. Gildarts didn't show any relief. Because at this moment, he suddenly felt a chill coming from behind him. He turned his head subconsciously. In front of him was Mobai wearing a steel skin. At this moment, his right arm had turned into a black iron sword, and the tip of the sword pointed directly at him. Mobai smiled indifferently. Uncle G, thank you. The picture froze for a few seconds. It was not until he saw Gildarts nodding at him with a smile that Mobai put away the iron sword with peace of mind. Just when he used the cave dragon shield to resist the crushing, this risky strategy flashed through Mobai's mind. By infusing a large amount of magic power to strengthen the resistance of the lightning afterimage, pretending to attack from the front. In fact, his real body took the opportunity to attack from the other side. Only then did he win the chance to win. Gildarts walked forward slowly, extended his right hand and patted Mobai's shoulder affectionately. You can create a lightning afterimage in such a short time to attract my attention. You are really young. If you hadn't held back that strike just now, I would have suffered a lot of injuries. I look forward to meeting you in the S-Class Wizard Assessment in 2 months. Then, we will each use our best skills. Mobai also smiled back. I wish for it. The audience not far away looked at the two people chatting and laughing, and couldn't help looking at each other, still immersed in the battle just now. In just 1 minute, Gildarts, who had the upper hand, was defeated directly at this moment. Macau and others scratched their heads and asked around, and at this moment they didn't even understand how Mobai won. So, Mobai really won. Indeed, but I feel that Gildarts is still letting the opponent win. If both sides try their best and use their trump cards, the result is unknown. It seems that if we want to see the two of them fight hard, we can only wait until the S-Class Wizard Assessment. Among all the people in the discussion, only Natsu has a different focus. I understand. As long as I beat Gildarts away one day, I will be able to beat Mobai. Then I will know the whereabouts of Igneel. Ha 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 ha. The battle is over. Everyone returned to the guild hall, but the enthusiasm for discussion did not diminish at all. Mobai followed at the end of the team. Half a foot had just stepped into the door. Suddenly, I felt an unusual cold wind between my buttocks, mixed with a little magic. Mobai's face, which was originally full of smiles, suddenly squeezed out a bit of solemnity, and immediately made the worst plan in his heart. The people of Demon Heart are going to take action so soon. But when Mobai turned around, this thought disappeared. Not far away from the street opposite the guild, a masked man hidden under a blue-black cloak was standing at this moment. The breath just now was emitted by him. The masked man only had his eyes exposed, and his arms and legs that could not be covered by the cloak were also wrapped with a thick layer of bandages. As if he was seriously injured. Although it was the first time he met him, Mobai was not unfamiliar with this masked man. Mr. Gang. There are a total of 5 S-class wizards in Fairy Tale. Including Guildarts, who just met today, he has already dealt with 4 of them. The remaining one is the mysterious cloaked man who rarely shows up in the guild, Mr. Gang. Mobai couldn't help but think. Guildarts has returned, and there is still a long time before the S-class wizard assessment. Mr. Gang appeared at this time. There must be something wrong with his world, and it may be something that will affect the entire guild. At the same time, across the street, Mr. Gang also found that Mobai's attention was attracted by him. He simply turned around and left, turning into a deep alley. The figure disappeared. This guy deliberately leaked a little magic in front of me and ran away. Mobai shook his head helplessly. He had guessed that Mr. Gang was looking for something from him. He is more taciturn than me. He obviously wanted to ask me for help, but he ran away first. Alas. There is no way. Mobai's figure turned into a golden lightning and chased in the direction where Mr. Gang disappeared. In the dim alley. Following the smell, Mobai quickly found the deepest the cloaked man, Mr. Gang, was waiting for him. A hoarse voice came from under the dark blue mask. Hello, Mobai. Mobai waved his hand. No need to be polite. You came to me at this time. It should be related to the matter of Edla's, right? Mr. Gang was stunned when he heard it. After a long while, Mr. Gang came back to his senses and said slowly. I heard that you have a special ability to see through the past. I didn't expect it to be true. Mobai shrugged and didn't comment. At this moment, the world where Mobai is, whether it is the Fairy Tale Guild, the entire Magnolia Town, or even the Kingdom of Fury and the entire Ishgar continent. They all belong to this world called Aslant. In another plane, there is another world similar to a parallel universe, called Edla's. Including most of the people in Fairy Tale, Natsu, Grey, Lucy, and Edrus all have another version of themselves in their worlds. They look almost exactly the same, but their personalities are different. However, unlike the Aslant world where Mobai and the others are now, the magic energy in Edrus is limited, and magic cannot be used as much as here. Due to this situation, the magicians of Edrus can only use magic with the help of magic tools, instead of having magic power in their bodies like Mobai and the others. In order to solve the energy crisis, King Edrus created the Seer robot and the space exploration spacecraft Seer to find the endless energy guarded by the legendary mysterious elves. Sorry for the interruption. In order to solve the problem of the increasing depletion of magic power, King Edrus led his subordinates to develop a super subspace magic that can absorb magic power from Aslant and transport it to Edrus Anima. For 6 years, Anima has continuously opened tunnels to the 2 worlds to transport magic sources. As for Mr. Gan, he was originally a prince from the world of Edlas. He came to Aslant alone because he opposed the king's actions and kept closing Anima. This has become his mission for many years. Therefore, when Mobai first met him, he determined that he came to seek his help because of Edlas and Anima. Mobai said in a deep voice, there are only 2 of us here, so there is no need to disguise, right? Be honest. This. Mr. Gan put his right hand on the mask and was about to take it off, but suddenly hesitated. My appearance may scare you. Mobai said nonchalantly, I know everything about Edlis. You're Jello from that world, right? Mr. Gan smiled bitterly and took off the mask on his head. Sure enough, nothing can be hidden from you. What appeared in front of Mobai was the same golden-eyed and blue-haired face as Jello who created the Tower of Paradise incident. Although he was mentally prepared. But when Mobai saw this face again, his heart was inevitably moved. Mobai took a long breath and finally got to the point. Let's talk. Did you ask me to come here because of something that happened in Edlis? Ellipsis. Chapter 77. Speaking of which, Mobai took the initiative to go to Edris. In addition to helping Mistgang, there were two important things to do at the Fairy Tale Guild here. Time went back many years ago. When the three siblings of Mirajan were carrying out the commission, the younger sister Lysina was seriously injured by Elfman who received the beast soul and went berserk. When Mirajan rushed to her side, she found that Lysina's body had gradually turned into nothingness. To this day, Mirajan still doesn't know why that happened. Everyone once thought that Lysina was dead. Little did they know that Lysina was teleported to the world of Edris by the embryonic anima by chance at that time, and it had been several years. This trip happened to meet her again. Another thing is related to his own dragon-slaying power. If I remember correctly, the boss of Edris seems to be an iron dragon. If I can eat that thing, maybe the Dragon Slayer secret technique can be improved. I wonder what the secret technique containing the power of the Iron Dragon will be like. It should be able to withstand 10 or so Gajil, right? Mobai raised his head with some expectation. Although Mobai would occasionally sneak into the guild's kitchen to steal iron pots and kitchen knives. But after all, it is difficult to force out the potential in the body without being in a combat situation. If you want to further improve the power of the Dragon Slayer secret technique, you have to go through actual combat. Mr. Gang glanced at Mobai quickly, and heard the willingness to help in his tone, and immediately introduced seriously. Recently, I have increasingly felt the terrifying power of Anima hovering over Magnolia. I suspect that Edlis is likely to send all the wizards of the Fairy Tale Guild at once. At this point, Mr. Gang couldn't help but take a breath. Even he himself couldn't believe that Edlis's group would have such a big appetite. I have shut down many Anima devices before, but this time its power is particularly strong, and I can't do anything, so I found you. After listening to Mr. Gang, Mobai couldn't help but frown. When will the Anima be activated this time? The fastest, it may be tomorrow. Mistinch said worriedly. Mobai was relieved instead. There is still time. What do you need me to do? Mr. Gang looked around again and made sure that no one was around before he revealed his plan. I want to use teleportation magic to send you to the world of Edris, defeat the kingdom army, and completely crush the Anima plan from the root. Mr. Gang's staff can only teleport 2 wizards, including himself, at a time, and it consumes a lot of energy. After witnessing the battle between Mobai and Gildarts, he hesitated for a while and finally chose Mobai as his teammate. The voice fell. Mr. Gang looked at Mobai anxiously, waiting for his response. Mobai thought for a long time, and then asked, if I remember correctly, you should be the prince of the world of Edris, right? Yeah. Mr. Gang nodded. So, all we have to do is beat your father away, right? Mr. Gang was speechless. Although this is the case in theory, it sounds like a great filial piety. But at least, in a sense, Mobai agreed to go with him. As Mr. Gang put on his mask again, he poked the 5 strange shaped magic wands behind him at a nearby corner and chanted in a low voice. After a short pause, a huge magic circle appeared under the feet of the 2 people, and the purple light enveloped the whole body. Mobai began to feel that his body became light and his vision became blurred. Only his hearing was still clear, and Mr. Gang's loud reminder came into his ears. Be careful. Under the influence of Anima, the teleportation magic has now become extremely unstable, and it is very likely to send us to a dangerous corner of Edris. After a while, when Mobai and Mr. Gang regained their sight, they were no longer in the deep alley just now. The surroundings also turned into an endless desert plain. Within the site, it was all desolate brown and yellow. Mobai raised his eyes and looked straight ahead. In front of him stood a group of factory buildings, which looked particularly majestic in the desert. However, the towering chimneys kept spewing black smoke, which was not environmentally friendly at first glance. And outside the site, coolies pushed carts and transported some strange and colorful ores from time to time. Mobai couldn't help but look at it carefully. Is this a mining area? Mr. Gang nodded thoughtfully. Adras's magic energy is insufficient. On weekdays, the country will also use some means to mine magic ore. It seems that the scale of the mining area here is not small. Before Mobai opened his mouth to respond again, the sudden appearance of the two of them has attracted the attention of the mine guards, who were on alert on the spot. With a sharp alarm sounding through the sky. In just a few seconds, a large group of fully armed soldiers rushed out and surrounded Mobai and Miss Gang. The leader held a steel knife, the tip of the knife pointed directly at Mobai, and asked sternly, "Who are you? Dare to trespass into the kingdom's mining area?" But Mobai didn't take his warning seriously at all. Turning his head, he joked to Mr. Gang beside him as if nothing had happened. "So enthusiastic, the customs of your world are quite simple." Faced with the siege, Mr. Gang naturally had no intention of joking anymore. He took out a small transparent bottle from under his cloak, poured out a vermilion pill the size of a longan, and handed it to Mobai. "Take this thing first." "Okay." Mobai immediately understood and swallowed the pill without hesitation. I felt full of power immediately. Constrained by the weakening of Adras's magic power. The wizards who came from Aslant, even if they are powerful, find it difficult to use magic normally. But fortunately, Mr. Gang was well prepared. As long as he took this special pill, he could immediately use magic to fight as much as he could in the original world. Seeing that Mobai and Mr. Gang did not explain, the guard confirmed their suspicious identities even more. Immediately swung the steel knife through the air and signaled his men to capture and kill. Looking at the soldiers approaching from all sides, Mobai's eyes became more and more fiery. "There is no council in this world. It seems that we can make a big fuss without any scruples. Go." At the command of the guard, the weapons in the hands of the soldiers all emitted magical auras and rushed straight to Mobai. Mr. Gang's right arm quietly reached for the staff behind him, but Mobai raised his hand and gently stopped him. "Leave it to me." Mr. Gang's lips moved, and before he made a sound, he saw Mobai's figure turned into a golden lightning. Instantly disappeared from the spot. "Ah!" Almost at the same time, continuous screams came into his ears. Mr. Gang looked around, and the 20 or so soldiers who were fully armed in the last second were now lying on the ground wailing and groaning, and none of them could stand up again. The paralysis effect of thunder had made their bodies lose their intuition for a short time. As for the weapons and equipment in their hands that were originally attached with magical power, they were also completely destroyed in Mobai's rapid attack just now. Although he had a preliminary understanding of Mobai's strength, Mr. Gang couldn't help smacking his lips when he saw this scene up close. Is this the terrifying strength comparable to Gildart's? Looking around. At this moment, only Mobai and Mr. Gang, as well as the mine guard who was still giving orders, were still standing on the field. The guard's face was livid, and in his eyes staring at Mobai, in addition to fear, more of it was occupied by fear. Just when the arc appeared in Mobai's palm again, and he was ready to take action to kill him. Suddenly, a sinister and weird laugh of an old man came from the gate of the mine. "Isn't this our rebellious prince? I haven't seen him for so long. I didn't expect that he went to other places to get help." The guard turned his head and looked at the gate. The moment he saw the old man, he was overjoyed. Lord Bairo. On the other hand, Mistgang was more cautious and solemn than before, and reminded Mobai. "Be careful, that old man is Bairo, the chief of staff of the kingdom of Adras." Chapter 78. Mobai glanced at Bairo. This old man was only slightly taller than Makarov, but he was far from being as kind and gentle as Makarov. Judging from his attire, he looked more like an alchemist with strange habits in medieval stories. But after all, he was the chief of staff of the kingdom army, and he was in a high position. The magic props he had were naturally top grade in the entire kingdom. Therefore, Mistgang had to face up to this opponent. Bairo looked directly at Mobai, with a strange smile between his eyebrows and wrinkles on his face. If I'm not mistaken, this should be a powerful dragon slayer, right? Your Highness has a good eye and knows that our country lacks this kind of magic source the most. The implication was that it seemed that bringing Mobai to this world was already in their plan. Naked provocation. Mobai still trusted Mistgang's character, and naturally would not listen to Bairo's lies. Seeing that Mobai was not fooled, Bairo no longer concealed his fangs and slowly took the magic prop jar worn on his waist and opened the lid. I have heard that wizards from other worlds have their own magic power. Let me open my eyes today. Liquid bomb. A few drops of orange viscous liquid were poured out of the jar and quickly rolled towards Mobai from midair. Mobai activated the fiery red dragon killing crystal in his body and gradually gathered magic power in his chest. When the liquid bomb rolled in front of him and the unstable magic power in it was about to explode, the flames in Mobai's mouth finally burst out. Roar of the fire dragon. The rolling flames immediately swallowed the liquid beads, making a crackling sound. Mobai did not forget to wipe his mouth. Not far away, Bairo saw that his attack cup was easily dissolved. Instead of being horrified, his face showed a playful and greedy smile. Very good. Do you see the magic mine behind me? The magic ore that these coolies get after a year of mining is not as good as the magic power you have. I must capture you and keep you in the kingdom of Edlis forever to provide the country with a steady supply of magic power. Mobai felt more and more uncomfortable, and his mouth began to twitch. To put it bluntly, this old guy is greedy for his body. And he is almost obsessed. If he really catches me, I am afraid I will be imprisoned and drained of magic power every day until the day I can't lift it up. After Bairo finished speaking, I don't know what pill he took out from the jar and threw it into his mouth. Under the gaze of Mobai and Mistgang, Bairo's originally hunched body began to expand and grow, and his skin gradually turned crimson. The whole lower body changed dramatically, and several fat tentacles stretched out. Looking up again, Bairo had turned into a giant red octopus monster, almost as tall as the field behind him. Bairo opened his bloody mouth and laughed grimly. Little boy, are you ready to become a living magic source? However, seeing this ferocious octopus monster, Mobai didn't feel scared, but just felt sick. Hearing Bairo's arrogant provocation, Mobai resisted the urge to vomit and fought back with the same words. Old dang, are you ready to become an octopus dumpling? Stubborn. Bairo snorted coldly, raised two fat tentacles and slapped Mobai's position heavily. There were also black suction cups on the tentacles, adding a bit of pressure invisibly. Boom. The tentacles fell, and instantly raised waves of sand fog in the desert. Mobai's body was firmly pressed down and could no longer move. Ha ha ha. Seeing Mobai's predicament, Bairo was about to laugh at him again. But he suddenly realized that there seemed to be a violent wave of magic power coming from under the tentacles that were resisting Mobai. What? A look of horror suddenly appeared on Bairo's face. In his eyes, a golden light suddenly flashed in his sight, and he actually cut off the two heavy tentacles. Before the broken limbs fell to the ground, Mobai's figure had already shot out from below, with wings emerging from his back, flying straight into his face, and his pupils continued to expand. Thunder Dragon Jaw. The violent lightning magic power was like a bolt from the blue, suddenly hammering on Bairo's head. Bairo was severely injured, and then he let out a shrill scream, and his body began to shrink, returning to the appearance of a little old man. Fainted on the ground. As for the original mine keeper, he was now slumped to the side with a dead look on his face. I originally thought that the Kingdom Army Chief of Staff Bairo would be saved when he came here. I didn't expect Mobai to be so fierce and kill Bairo in seconds. Guardian, or I'll just pretend to be dead. I hope they don't find me. After finishing the battle, Mobai let out a long sigh and turned his attention to Mr. Gang again. Mr. Gang also realized at this time that his reminder to Mobai just now seemed completely unnecessary. To be fair, if he were to face Bairo, it would be difficult to guarantee a thunderous victory in such a short time. You are really strong, Mobai. Mobai naturally didn't want to listen to his polite words, so he waved his hand to get the topic back on track. What are you going to do next? Go straight into the palace. Mr. Gang shook his head cautiously and suggested. The Kingdom Army has a large number of people, and their strength should not be underestimated. To be safe, why don't you go to the fairy tale in this world to ask for help? At least in terms of numbers, it can slightly turn the situation around. This is a good idea. Just like Jello and Mr. Gang correspond to each other. As two parallel worlds, with the continuous deduction of time, there is also a fairy tale guild in Edlas. Most of them can correspond to the members of the fairy tale guild in Aslant. In addition to going there to ask for help, you can also find Lysina, who has been missing for several years. Mobai nodded slightly, and then asked, where are you going now? Chapter 79. Mistgang forced a smile from the corner of his mouth. After all, I am the prince of this country. If possible, I still want to solve the problem in a non-violent way. I plan to find a way to sneak into Anima's control base first, find a way to shut down Anima completely, and then negotiate with my father. By then, he should have no other way. When I finish all this, I will go to the Fairy Tale Guild to meet you. Mobai couldn't help but hear a clue. You are now an enemy of the country. If the negotiations break down, are you sure you can get away with it? Mistgang shook his head gently, although I can't reach as strong as Urza and Laxus. But at least, I am still an S-class wizard. It shouldn't be a problem to escape from the royal city. Okay, be careful. Seeing this, Mobai no longer insisted. He took the map of Edlas with both hands, opened the wings of the storm dragon, and flew forward all the way. Mistgang had considered it quite carefully, and specially outlined all the important places on the map. It was clear where the Fairy Tale Guild was. Based on the mine he was in just now, Mobai also quickly determined his position. After flying for a long time, they were about to pass the edge of the desert. Speaking of which, no one in Edlas can use magic directly, and they must use magic props. In addition to Bairo, I remember that there were 4 captains of the Kingdom Army's magic combat unit, and they were all masters of using magic props. The edge of the desert was finally no longer covered with dust. Finally, some scattered green vegetation and houses could be seen in the distance. Mobai looked down at the map again, and after crossing the grassland in front, he was not far from the Fairy Tale Guild. But at the junction of the desert and the grassland, there was a faint fluctuation, as if someone was fighting there. Mobai slightly restrained the magical aura on his body and slowly approached, only then could he see the appearance of the combatant clearly. Mobai slapped his forehead and was immediately overjoyed. Is it her? She came at the perfect time. On the edge of the grass, a girl with short white hair and blue eyes was dragging her injured body and trying her best to escape forward. Behind her, there were more than a dozen well-equipped Kingdom Army soldiers chasing her relentlessly. The girl's facial features were delicate and pretty, but at this moment, she was completely exhausted and her speed of escape was getting slower and slower. Looking back at the pursuers in front of her, she was not careful and stumbled and fell to the ground. The girl struggled to get up, looked around, and her beautiful eyes suddenly showed despair. It seems that I can't run away. If you look closely, it is not difficult to find that the Fairy Tale Guild emblem is engraved on her thigh. The girl was none other than Mirajan and Elfman's long-cherished sister, Lysina. However, facing the encirclement of the Kingdom Army, the unarmed Lysina was obviously in great trouble. Give up, all the magic tools you carry have exhausted their magic power. There is no point in resisting. A male voice with a strange tone came from behind the kingdom army. Upon hearing this, the soldier immediately made way for the man who was speaking respectfully. Shugboy. Lysana took a breath of cold air, and her brows were even more worried. Shugboy wore a pink armor, his yellow hair was combed very neatly, and the lines on his face were also very obvious. Although he looked like a pervert at first glance. Shugboy was the captain of the 4th Magic Combat Unit of the Kingdom of Edris, and his strength was quite good. Many members of Fairy Tail fell into his hands. Lysana calmed down a bit and stood up straight with confidence. Although her eyes showed uneasiness, she was still determined to take a defensive posture and prepare to resist to the end. Hey, the little goblin is still planning to resist. Zugboy showed a playful smile on his face. However, he did not order his soldiers to attack, but walked forward slowly with his sword. His eyes were fixed on Lysana's body, which made the latter feel scared. With every step forward, Lysana became more alert and nervous. There were only 3 or 4 meters left. Get ready to be judged by the kingdom army. Zugboy shouted, just about to raise his sword. But he suddenly felt a terrifying magic power approaching from the air not far away. Zugboy's face changed drastically, and his body subconsciously stepped back a few steps. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang of falling to the ground, lightning flashed in front of everyone's eyes, and it quickly materialized after a brief flash. Looking closely, I found that it was a figure. A calm voice came from the figure. It is the regular army of the kingdom, just bullying a little girl like this. The person who spoke was naturally Mobai. It was a pleasant surprise to be able to meet Lysana by chance before arriving at the Fairy Tale Guild in Edlis, and to help her out by the way. Lysana behind her looked at Mobai's back blocking her in front of her, and asked in confusion. You are? Mobai said casually, let's discuss the question of who I am later. Let's get rid of this airplane head first. Lysana hesitated, but nodded silently. At least, there is a little more hope of escape for the time being. Not far away. Facing the sudden change, Shugboy's face was livid. He brushed off the dust on his armor and said gloomily. Friend, since you know the identity of our kingdom army, you should also know that we will only take coercive measures against those who are extremely evil. Fearing the pressure of the magic power emanating from Mobai, Shugboy tried his best to control his tone. Mobai raised his eyebrows slightly. Those who are extremely evil. Shugboy said in a high-sounding manner. Of course. The king has already ordered the dissolution of guilds across the country. Only the group of people in Fairy Tale have been disobeying orders. I don't know how much trouble they have caused in the past few years. After the voice fell, Shugboy glared at Lysana behind Mobai. Are you done? Mobai said expressionlessly. It's done. Zugboy was still confident. That's all. I'll take her away then. Mobai pulled up the confused Lysana's wrist and was about to leave. About 2 seconds later. Looking at the backs of the two who had not taken a few steps, Zugboy came back to his senses and became angry. Assholes! How dare you snatch the prisoner in front of the kingdom army? Stop them! Under Zugboy's command, the surrounding soldiers moved. The soldiers in the front row even rushed directly to the front of Mobai and Lysana, and raised their weapons to forcefully block the direction of travel. Mobai and Lysana turned their heads again. Zugboy said viciously, although I don't know who you are, but you are guilty of saving a wanted criminal so blatantly. Lysana looked embarrassed, pulled the corner of Mobai's clothes, and whispered. The man in the middle is the captain of the 4th Magic Combat Unit of the Kingdom Army, Shugboy. The sword in his hand can soften everything he touches. If you want to fight him, it's best to fight quickly. I can only help you block other soldiers for a short time. Mobai heard this, but shook his head lightly. Don't force it. You stay where you are and leave it to me later. This. Lysana frowned slightly and scanned the surrounding enemies again. Although Mobai showed strong magic power just now, But the opponent Shugboy is one of the top fighters in Edris after all, and the soldiers under his command are all holding top magic equipment. It's inevitable to worry about Mobai. Can he really win? Chapter 80. Perhaps because he was not clear about Mobai's strength, Shugboy was much more cautious at this moment. He did not move forward alone. Instead, he stood where he was and inserted his sword into the ground. Rose sword soften. As the crystal green gem on the sword flashed, streamlined ripples appeared along the sword body, pouring into the ground and flowing to the feet of Mobai and Lisana. Be careful. Lisana shouted loudly, but was still a step slow. As soon as the magic ripples reached the two people, they spread out, and the originally hard ground under their feet became twisted and soft. It was like a quagmire that the more you struggle, the deeper you will sink, and it madly attracted the bodies of the two people into it. In the blink of an eye, the entire ankle was swallowed by the mud. Oh no, Lisana glanced at Mobai with guilt. Seeing Mobai's defeat, Shugboy also showed a smug look on his face. It seems that he was just bluffing just now. Shugboy raised his chin and said arrogantly. In the name of the kingdom army, I will give you one last chance to surrender. Otherwise, the earth dragon collapses. Mobai interrupted Shugboy's words immediately. Looking in horror, he found that the ground under the feet of the two people had already appeared spider-web-like fine cracks at some point. It seemed that as long as it was touched lightly, it would immediately fall apart. Bang! The next moment, the strong magic power in Mobai's body burst out again, even more than when he first arrived here. He suddenly exerted force under his feet. The dry and cracked soil burst with a bang, revealing several ugly black hole scars around. Ah! Before the soldiers had time to drive the magic power of their weapons, they fell into it one by one along with their sophisticated equipment. Shugboy was half crouching, holding the hilt of the rose sword tightly with both hands, trying to resist the impact. He was shocked. He actually used such strong magic without magic tools. Could it be, he is from Aslant? Shugboy suddenly realized. He looked up at Mobai again, but Mobai was still calm and composed. As a ray of light flashed in his pupils, the magic power of the earth dragon suddenly became more powerful, and the cracks in the earth spread wildly again. Shugboy watched the surrounding surface breaking up, and his body was already riddled with holes. He hurriedly wanted to pull out the sword and escape from here. But until then, he was shocked to find that the rose sword that he was proud of had already been shattered by Mobai's magic in the previous impact. Only scattered fragments were left on the ground. How is it possible? For the wizards of Edris, magic must be released with the help of magic tools. If the weapon is damaged, it means that the combat effectiveness has been lost and it has become a muggle. Endless horror suddenly appeared on Shugboy's face. He completely lost his fighting spirit, collapsed weakly, and fell into the crack of the ground beside him. Seeing this, Mobai slowly gathered the magic energy in his body back into his body and took a long breath. Everything returned to calm again. Looking at Lisana, who was still in shock, Mobai took 2 steps at a time and walked forward, asking softly. Is the injury serious? Lisana was startled when she heard this, and then shook her head repeatedly. No, no. Just some simple external injuries, no big deal. Thank you for saving me. Mobai glanced down from the corner of his eyes, and then he found that she was barefoot. Affected by the muddy land just now, Lisana's originally smooth and tender jade feet were also stained with a lot of wet brown mud, white and pink. Speaking of which, I just happen to be a little hungry. Besides, I am an earth-attributed dragon slayer, so it is reasonable to eat some mud to replenish my magic power, right? Ahem. Mobai coughed twice tactically, and joked, why did you lose your shoes? Lisana looked down, blushed immediately, and subconsciously avoided Mobai's gaze to avoid looking at each other. Mobai stuck out his tongue and changed the subject. How about this, I'll take you back to the guild. I just happen to have something to do at Fairy Tale. This. Lisana hesitated. The Kingdom of Edlis had already issued an order to forcibly disband all wizard guilds. Although Fairy Tale had been struggling for several years and had managed to retain the only guild still in the kingdom. But because of this, they were frantically wanted and hunted down by the kingdom's army. The guild's address was also moved more and more frequently. For every member of Fairy Tale, the specific location of the guild is an absolute secret. Once leaked, it would easily bring disaster to all members. Thinking of this, Lysana shook her head firmly. I'm sorry, although you saved me, but I still can't take you to the guild. When Lysana became stubborn, her big watery eyes were particularly cute. As expected of Mirajan's younger sister, the two sisters are beautiful in their own ways. The little girl is quite alert. Mobai smiled brightly, and immediately guessed her difficulties, but he didn't make it too difficult. He just casually lifted the corner of his upper body to expose his chest. Lysana instantly blushed from her neck to her ears, and subconsciously moved her eyes to the side. What are you doing? Mobai looked innocent. Don't be so sensitive. I'm not a gangster. How about you turn around and take a look? After hearing this, Lysana hesitated and slowly turned her head, and saw the familiar pattern on Mobai's chest at a glance. Under the warm sunlight, the Fairy Tale emblem shone brightly. Lysana immediately covered her pink lips with her hands, with surprise in her eyes, and looked at Mobai again. You are. My name is Mobai, and I am a new member of Fairy Tale. After a while, Lysana came back to her senses from the shock. Brother Mobai, although you have an emblem, why don't I remember seeing you in the guild? Ah, this. Mobai couldn't help but smile bitterly. By the way, since the day I crossed over, Lysana had been teleported to the world of Edris by Anima for several years. It's normal that she hasn't seen me. Mobai replied in a deep voice. The guild I joined is Fairy Tale of Aslant. Fairy Tale of Aslant. Lysana silently recited the name, with a bit of melancholy between her brows. It seemed that she was thinking of some long-forgotten past events. Until Mobai's call reached her ears, she was pulled back to reality. Lysana. What's wrong? Can we go back to the guild together now? Of course. Mobai smiled faintly. Gently holding Lysana's slender wrist, the storm dragon wings behind him gradually appeared, and he quickly leapt and stopped in the air. I saw the markings on the map, and the guild is across this grassland, right? Lysana shook her head. That was the old address. The guild has now moved to the southern desert, just the opposite direction. Mobai said helplessly. Well, you are hiding quite well. There is no way, the kingdom army has been wanted. Everyone is also very distressed to keep moving back and forth.